people in the Houston area.
Raise more money.
Yes.
Raise
Then
more money.
you'll gladly, no complaints?
Right, exactly. Because what I thought it was until I saw after the fact, when I had posted on X ranting and raving like
You
I normally do.
commented on my Instagram post.
I saw Sean post. I was like, oh damn, this is for a cause. I thought this was just a bunch of glory boys on Thanksgiving morning,
hardos running out
right?
there.
Yeah, exactly. The worst kind of people.
Yeah.
And instead, it's like for a great cause. So then I'm like, how do I spin this?
So you started going
so
on.
I don't sound like an a-hole.
I tell you, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Hey, if you're going to inconvenience me, at least raise more money. At least raise more money for these kids.
Hey, man, that's $1 per person. Hey, times are rough right now. Folks are tight in their belts and everything.
I mean, but there is a happy medium, right? For the price gouging, if you'd like to run half marathons or full marathons, but you got to pay like $250 to do that, to go through like 6 hours of
the
agony.
bib, man, you got to get the bib. Got to get the bib.
Got to get it.
Yeah.
But other than that, you had a good Thanksgiving, though.
It was great. It was great.
Other than that 50 minutes that you can't get back.
We went out for the first time. So the girlfriend's in town. Her parents are in town. We went to Willie G's, and I had a great time. They have a buffet there.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, the buffet ran out when we got there, and I was fine. I'd had a few. I'm just leaning
He was
into
good to go.
Thanksgiving. And there were people at a table next to us, and they were losing their minds.
Oh, yeah.
They were absolutely.
The only reason they were there
irate.
was the buffet.
Exactly. And the buffet did look impressive.
Yeah.
That's fun to eavesdrop on, though.
That had to be a Thanksgiving specific thing,
Yes.
because I've been. This
They do it for Easter's, too.
This is the one right across from Mastro's in the
Correct.
parking lot there. Yeah. That's a good spot.
I felt bad for the server who was apologizing to everybody. It's like, hey, it's not your fault, man. Like, hey,
your fault. A bunch of pigs got here before you.
Ran out of food.
Shoving food down their hole.
How you run out on Thanksgiving, though? You run out of food on Thanksgiving.
Well,
that's just
a lot of people showed up.
That's
But they
sacrilege right there, man.
But to my point, Chris, they don't do buffet.
They don't usually do that.
buffets
Yeah.
usually.
Gotcha.
So I would imagine.
Yeah.
You got to have somebody there with some analytics, though, man, to do like the how much food we need.
Okay,
The
give
I'm
me
sure
a-
they did. They just misfired. on
Give
it.
me a warning. We may run out of food. Give me a
that's
sign or
true.
something. Like, let me know.
That's
Give me a
true.
heads up
That's
that
true,
there
'cause
may
then
not be food when I get there.
Once you're in there, you're trapped paying like
you already did.
$50 for some salmon or whatever.
So they were cooking for those people that had already bought for the buffet after the fact.
Oh,
you could tell
wow.
they were stressed. The take I had was, hey, have a reservation if you're going to come to something on Thanksgiving, because there are a lot of walk-ins.
Yeah.
Oh, geez.
And I saw one person sitting at the bar, and listen, if I were in their shoes, I would have done the same thing. But I saw one person who definitely didn't have reservations sit at the bar, and they had a plate. And this person was 5
Stacked.
foot 4.
Yeah,
It was
you
a
can't do
lady.
that.
Yeah.
She had a stacked
Well,
plate of prime
All right,
rib.
Nice.
it's Thanksgiving.
and
you
this,
got to have.
and this is
Not for
really
me.
G's. Like this is no disrespect to the great establishment Golden Corral, which is for a
Don't
buffet,
start bad
very
mouthing
good
Golden
quality.
Corral now.
Very good quality.
That's what
No,
they do, though.
That's their thing.
But this is like a 5-star, like upscale, like Willie G's.
That's
Like
a great
it's
spot.
it's really nice, and so I would suggest they don't do the buffet.
No, they need
I was
to
going
be
to
a
say, odds they
Chinese
bring it
restaurant.
back next year.
They need to be a Chinese restaurant, and you have like a 2-hour limit, and then you can't stack your plate more than like 3.5 inches high.
Okay.
And
I
then they
don't
need to
wanna-
let me measure. I want to walk up to people.
I don't want to go to a buffet and have
measure.
limits, okay?
I'm with you
I
on
do
that.
not want to go to a buffet and you tell me, oh, you can only do this or have that much. No.
Well,
it doesn't work like
Sounds
that.
like Golden Corral is your place, Chris.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I've only ever been there once, but yes, it was all right.
Shout out to our
I've only ever
server,
been.
Mario, by the way. He was awesome.
Shout
He
out,
was-
Mario.
He did a great job.
That's
yes.
good. That's good. All right. So, question of the day, fellas.
Yes.
Well, not something that I'm dealing with today, but Chris had a great idea. All right, it's the day after Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
What's the best leftover?
Ham.
I almost
Get out.
feel
Hey, Sean, that was fast, too. That was fast.
there's a debate
I
with a lot
have
of
a half a
fast.
ham in my refrigerator when I get home, and I am very much
Now,
looking
is it
forward
all
to
for
getting
you? Just for you? You're going to eat the whole half a ham?
Snooze, you lose.
Oh, wow. This guy.
Yeah, man.
He got a wife and a kid at home. He ain't going to say nothing to
My
nobody.
wife is going to be shopping, and I'm going to try to get home in time to save my kid from having to go shopping.
Oh, man.
We're going to eat the ham and watch football.
There you go. There you go.
Okay. All right. All right.
Turkey sandwiches. That's my favorite one.
Mac and cheese for me.
Mac and cheese.
The
yeah.
next day.
Turkey
I love the
sandwiches
mac
with
and
some
cheese.
mashed potatoes, a little bit of dressing. Which to me, I learned yesterday. I'm like, this dressing in this mashed potatoes is almost, it's not even food. It's really just an adhesive to put like 3 different foods on my fork. Like, it's like a piece of turkey covered in mashed potatoes with a little bit of dressing on there.
Mix the cranberry in
That's
there.
all you need sometimes.
Not a cranberry guy.
No,
I'm not going to
I love the
adjudicate this here,
cranberry
but I'm not a
sauce. I love the
cranberry.
Cranberry sauce.
Love
Me
it,
too.
man.
Oh, my
So
God.
good.
We got to finish this.
I saved
Big
the day
time.
yesterday. My mother-in-law forgot to bring the cranberry.
Oh, come on.
I loaded my plate up.
Come
and I'm
on,
like,
mother-in-law.
I said, hey, Something's missing.
Wait, was it specifically her job to bring it or make it? Or
She made it.
Oh, but she just didn't bring it.
Take it out of the fridge. That's all she had to do.
That's the worst.
And I said, hey. And then she, boom, popped. I saved the day. It was like, I forgot. And I'm like, how do you forget this? And it was glorious.
This is your
the only one that ate
mother-in-law?
it. Yeah. Wow. I was the only one that ate it.
And that's fine then.
why you were
Everybody,
so mad.
everybody had loaded their plate. I was the last one to load my plate. And I was like,
Oh,
hey,
my
cranberry
goodness.
sauce. So I got it all.
Now I'm hungry. Now I got to
Mom's
get home and eat
slipping, man.
leftover
Me hungry, too.
Leftovers.
turkey sandwiches.
Hey, there you go.
We got to do a show now, Chris.
I know we got 4 hours before we can eat anything. Thanks, guys.
All right.
Thanks a lot.
You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston, an Odyssey Sports Station. Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. Sean Bijani, I enjoyed this very much, as I would tell Seth. Antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies to you.
Thank you very much. You've got Paul Gallant, Chris Partee. Colin, are you in on this one too?
Oh, yeah.
Double duty, huh?
It's the marathon man over there.
All right. Yeah.
Triple
ready.
duty.
Let's go.
All right, let's
did the
go.
damn fishing show
Someone
this
bring
morning.
Colin some food.
Yes, please.
All right, Colin Neal in for Figgy Fig.
Give me some turkey sandwiches.
Chris Partee. No, I get all the turkey sandwiches. Chris Partee, Paul Gallant, Colin Neal. They are in the loop. Happy Thanksgiving. Happy Black Friday. We'll see all of you. Noon kickoff on Sunday for Colts and Texans. 9 o'clock, Texans Countdown with me and Seth. Have a great weekend, everybody. In the Loop starts now.
All right, baby. Paul Gallant, Chris Partee.
Let's do it.
Let's do this thing.
Oh, man.
No John, no Reggie. It's us. We've got you until 2 p.m. Happy Thanksgiving.
They're having
to one and all.
leftovers right now.
I know.
Lucky them. Ugh. Shout out to the fellas, though.
Yeah. Can we DoorDash some leftovers here? It would be nice. So maybe we'll figure something out like that along the way. Yesterday, a very interesting day in the National Football League, and it's a day that worked out very well for the Houston Texans. First off, Chiefs, Ravens, maybe they're dead by playoff time.
Oh, man.
Then, the better news, and we don't wish harm upon anyone. We don't. An important clarification.
Let's just throw that disclaimer out there.
Did anyone see Daniel Jones working out at Colts practice yesterday on a somewhat fractured fibula? He's waddling around. Sean was just doing an impersonation of him just a second ago. Things are looking good for the Texans on Sunday, Chris, and going forward.
Yeah. Just go out and win now. Now you just go out and win the game. It's great. Everything else is falling into line. Chiefs lost, Ravens lost. Now you got to go beat the Colts.
Right.
Daniel Jones is gimping around like, like a guy with a fractured leg who probably should be sitting down, but because you don't know much about their backup and what he can do, he's going to play. They've already said he's going to try to play.
Right. And mobility is a big part of Daniel Jones.
It is. He's not Tom Brady throwing the ball exactly.
No, he's not.
He's not your guy.
No, he's definitely
He's not that guy.
Brady is a slow man. Daniel Jones, I mean, he might trip while he's running for a breakaway touchdown like he did with the Giants.
Oh, man, I still remember that, man. Oh, my goodness.
That was a rough day.
That
for
was
the
an
Whites.
easy touchdown. That was an easy touchdown.
It was an easy touchdown. And
He tripped over his own feet.
Shot by a sniper.
Man.
Ow. He's done. So he's banged up. He is going to play through it. It is really interesting seeing all the reports, Chris, talking about how the Colts have full faith in Jones, his ability to go for this game. Do they know who the Colts are playing on Sunday? Do they know the pass rushers for the Houston Texans?
Number one defense
Right.
in the league.
The one that just sacked Josh Allen 8 times with Will Anderson?
Yeah, those guys.
With Daniil Hunter? With Azeez Al-Shaair, who had once, in the eyes of one city, tried to assassinate a quarterback?
The eyes of one city. Yeah.
I mean, shoot, Buffalo would probably make that argument after last year as well when he took down Josh Allen pretty hard. This is a very interesting game for the Texans. Colts are playing not as well as they had to open up the season, and while there are certainly some guys that have been boogeymen for the Texans in the past, specifically Jonathan Taylor, but also to a lesser extent Shane Steichen, I think he's always called a pretty good game against the Texans. This is certainly looking like one of those games where it's inexcusable if you lose. You got to win this thing on Sunday, and I know it's on the road. I know it's against the Colts. It's the AFC South. Anything can happen, Chris, but that's what I'm going into this now. I'm feeling good, but I do not want the Texans to kill my vibes, man.
No. Don't kill the Thanksgiving vibes, please,
No.
Texans.
Right,
Go
right,
ahead,
baby.
win this game, and then what? They got the Chiefs next, right?
Correct.
Yeah. Now, the Chiefs are down. They're not out, though. I don't think the Chiefs are out, but they are down right now.
I'm glad you said
But
that.
they're going – next week will be a must-win for both teams. Let's just be honest.
Yeah, for sure.
And I know we throw that term around a lot, but realistically, at 6-6, which the Chiefs are already, even if the Texans, they're 6-5 right now, right? Mm-hmm. Even if they're 7-5 next week, they can't afford to lose that game. They don't have to run the table, but if you lose any more than 1 or 2 games down the stretch, then you're definitely done.
And there are some gimmies for Kansas City the rest of the way.
They got a few coming down the stretch.
And I will never kill the Chiefs off. I have seen so many people in the past do it with the Patriots, and you look like idiots after the fact. I'm not going to be the first to do it. If you want to be the bold one that does it, you go do it.
That's why I said that.
Yeah.
They're down. They're definitely down. They aren't out, though. You can never count them out. And, hey, heart of a champion. I know they lost last year, but, hey, they had a great season last year. They got to the Super Bowl. They got waxed.
15 wins. Yeah.
They got handled.
The regular season.
They got handled in the Super Bowl, but they did get there. And they've been in, 3 of the last 4, whatever it is. I mean, they're always there. I'm never going to count them out until they're actually out.
It's a problem for next week, but the 6-6 Chiefs are certainly looking very, very mortal. Is that good for Kansas City that they had a loss like this on Thanksgiving on national TV to a Cowboys team that's now beaten both teams that were in last year's Super Bowl? How about those Cowboys?
That's, yeah. Hey, I thought they were going to lose that game, but, that's a story for another day. That's a story for another day. No, Texans, hey, just go out and win on Sunday.
Yes.
That's it. Handle your business. Don't play with your food. Get them down, step on their throat, get the Colts out of there. That's it. Because they still got a shot at the division if they win this game.
They do.
They still got a shot at that.
And it's going to be an interesting Sunday for the Texans with a couple of the other games that are taking place. The ones that you want to keep an eye on, the Jaguars are playing the Titans at noon on Sunday. The Titans are at least friskier, and to Sean's point earlier,
they've looked better the last few weeks. I'll give them that.
They're hanging in there despite having fired their coach, who they never should have hired to begin with. It's crazy they moved on from Vrabel.
We won't even go there. You should be happy as a Patriot guy. You should be very happy because he's. I mean, you look at the Patriots right now. I think it's safe to say they're back. I'm not saying they're going to win it all, but they are back. They look very, very good.
But they've got some injuries that they're going to have to overcome, and I'm not getting too chesty about it because I 100% agree with the naysayers who are looking at their schedule and are saying, well, who have you beaten?
Well, yeah, I get that. But, hey, I believe in Mike Vrabel.
I do, too.
Because he's one of those coaches that players will run through a brick wall for.
Right.
And you can see it.
And you saw it with the Titans.
Yes.
They moved on from him. It makes no sense. But, hey, Jaguars-Titans. Jaguars, as Sean said earlier, too, in the crosstalk, the Jaguars can always blow a game. It's just a matter of what happens. You really cannot predict the Jaguars week to week. They're 7-4. Sometimes they win where Trevor Lawrence plays terribly.
I'm glad you brought him up, Paul. I was going to ask you, are you out completely on Trevor Lawrence?
I was out before it was cool to be out on Trevor Lawrence. I never saw it at Clemson. I was like, he's good.
I thought he was going to be a lot better. I'm not saying he was going to be the next John Elway or some of these guys they tried to compare him to, but I thought he'd be a lot better than he's been. He's just been I don't want to say mediocre, but he's been inconsistent.
Right.
He's been inconsistent, not even year to year, game to game.
Kind of careless with the football.
Yes.
Sales passes a lot.
Yes.
I remember watching him at Clemson, and I was impressed. But I hate it when the draft industrial complex tells me the players can't miss because you don't know.
You never know.
Yeah.
You never know. The most assured thing, sometimes those guys are a bust. Remember Jamarcus Russell back in the day?
I do.
Mel Kiper, he's the next the best prospect since John Elway, the next this and that, and, well.
Said that about Jimmy Clausen, too.
We can say that about a lot of guys. Yeah. I'm with you, Paul. I don't like the can't miss tag.
No, I don't either.
I just don't like it.
And for the most part, Lawrence has been a miss. So that's one of the games to keep an eye on in addition to the big game for the Texans Sunday against the Colts. You got the 7-4 Bills taking on the 6-5 Steelers. Aaron Rodgers, a full participant in practice yesterday. So we'll see if he's actually ready to go against Buffalo. Interesting game. I do think the Bills win. I think the Steelers are a little fraudulent, but if they have Rodgers out there, they have DK Metcalf out there, and it looks like both are trending towards playing unless there's something that happens today that rules both of them out.
Yeah.
It seems like the Steelers will at least have a little more wind in their sails. And then the other game to keep an eye on, because the Texans are at the top of the in the hunt graphic, is the Raiders and the Chargers. I don't think the Raiders are going to help out the Chargers on Sunday.
It's hard. It's at this point, it's hard to see the Raiders beating much of anybody.
Right.
With all the Chip Kelly stuff and the team just not being prepared and Guys coming to the line, not really knowing what's going on. The OC can't call the right play. He can't get he just can't get it right.
Right.
And apparently that's why he's out now.
Yeah,
That's why he's out.
There
bad.
There was an alternative world, an alternative universe where the Texans hired Chip Kelly, and they did not. I remember
that was the best thing that they've ever done is not hiring
him. I mean, he got paid a lot of money, and I'm sure it was a bit of a loser tax to go to the Raiders, but also a tax of like, hey, I'm at Ohio State. This job is so easy for me right now. Yeah. I don't have to do any recruiting. I just show up and draw up an offense, and I'm going to have better talent than everybody we go up against every Saturday. He didn't have to do anything. Nothing. But now he got the back, and now he can go back to Ohio State probably if he wants. I'm sure they're going to take him back in as a consultant at least.
Or another big program, somewhere, at the least as a consultant, then work his way maybe into that OC job once that OC is gone. I mean, whatever it is, he can go back now. Got the bag. They still got to pay him.
Yeah.
Chip Kelly is all right. Trust me, he's not crying any tears because he got fired. Because that team sucks right now.
He does.
It sucks. It's bad. It's not just him. It wasn't just him. It's never just one guy. Mm-hmm. It wasn't just him, so let's not put it all on Chip Kelly.
No, I mean,
let's not do that.
Geno Smith has regressed, and I love Pete
what
Carroll.
happened to him?
I do not know. I know I was told very often by people in Seattle where I used to work that Geno Smith is really good as a quarterback, and they were a little upset that they moved on from Geno Smith for Sam Darnold. But something's happened to Geno here, and I thought, hey, Geno Smith pairing back up with Pete Carroll, because I covered a little bit of the Geno Smith, Pete Carroll era with the Seahawks. And he used to talk to Pete Carroll on Mondays. Pete looks so much older finally. This is the most young and energetic oldest coach in the league you'll ever see.
He was.
And now you're seeing him out there, and he just looks absolutely bewildered by what the Raiders are right now. You got Max Crosby trying to get into it with Landon Roberts on the sideline.
I saw that. What was that about? I didn't see what that was about, actually.
I'm sure Landon Roberts screwed up, and Max Crosby was like, why do I have to play with you? I hate you.
Why am I
hate you.
Why do I have to call you out?
You're a bum. It would be funny if he said that on the sideline. I don't know.
He might have called him a bum.
But definitely. The Raiders are probably not going to help out. They're playing the Chargers. So those are the big games on Sunday. And tonight, huge game. I'm very excited for this.
Yeah, I've heard.
Texas A&M. A lot of stuff on deck for the weekend. And I always enjoy watching this game because my friend group is very, very antagonistic towards one another in this week to the point where they can't watch the game together.
Oh, it's that bad?
No, it's bad. It's just my two best friends are Texas fans. Okay. I have sort of been just brought into the Hook'em lobby.
Yeah.
And
the Hook'em lobby.
Yeah. And it's gonna be interesting. The thing I enjoy the most about this game is that I know Texas hates Texas A&M more than anybody. I know people that went there, but they act like they don't, and it's very funny to me because they do not want the Aggies to know that they actually do care about.
They get under their skin.
This rivalry, which they say it's not a rivalry, it's one-sided. I don't know, man.
I was in Austin for a few years, did radio up there, and covered the Longhorns while I was there, so I get it.
Yeah,
I get it, and they pretty much talk down to and about A&M, because they've always been, let's face it, superior to A&M in football.
Yeah,
when it comes to football, they've always been superior. So yeah, I get it. It's going to be a big one.
It's going to be
huge. It's going to be a big one.
I think this is the biggest Aggies regular season game ever. They're 11-0, and yes,
she was on the other foot now.
Right.
Usually Texas is the one leading.
You can't lose this one because Texas will never let you hear the end of it.
No.
This is Texas' Super Bowl.
Is A&M,
their national championship.
What is A&M number 3?
A&M's number 3?
Yeah.
11-0.
Yeah.
This is their first opportunity to play in the SEC championship game.
Yeah.
This is not going to affect their college football playoff seeding. They're probably still a bye week even if they lose to Texas in this game because it is a road game.
Yeah.
But this is the biggest game.
But you don't want to lose this game.
You can't. You can't
when you're ranked number 3 in the nation, not in your conference, but in the nation, and you're undefeated, you cannot lose to your in-state rival who has looked down on you for decades.
No,
you cannot lose this game.
I know the Aggies are tensing up a little bit.
You cannot.
You're listening right now. You're probably clenching a little bit, a little nervous. He's Chris Partee. I'm Paul Gallant. We are sitting in for John and Reggie today in The Loop on Sports Radio 610. CJ Stroud's looking like he'll be back on Sunday against the Colts. What's a realistic expectation for him? You tell us. 713-572-4610. Oh, man, it feels good to say that number again. Stick around, Sports Radio 610.
Our guy Lopez made a bold proclamation about the Texans after their win against the Bills.
Listen.
SportsRadio.com.
The best football breakdown is here on Sports Radio 610. The day after every game, join Payne and Pendergast in the Loop and The Drive on the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday. Supported by Shoppers John Deere. Game analysis, inside info, coaches' comments, and your reactions starting at 6 and going all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
So what do I do? Just take a nose hit?
Just take a good whiff of that. It's my first.
Whoa! God almighty.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
As Stroud, little play action to start. Good protection. Airs it out for Collins. He's got it. One play. Touchdown, Texans.
In the loop, baby. Let's go. Paul Gallant, Chris Partee.
Hey.
We're here for John, for Reggie until 2. It is a Friday. Got to get down on Friday. Football Friday.
It's a football Friday at that. You got to love that.
I love it. And I'm very excited for this big showdown between the Texans and Colts on Sunday. Texans, of course, riding the high of that 8-sack, shut-down Josh Allen victory on Thursday. Extended week to get ready for a Colts team that looks a lot more mortal than they did to open up the year, where they were clearly the best team in the AFC.
Oh, yeah.
A banged-up Daniel Jones. Jonathan Taylor, hey, he's good, but he didn't look so good last week against the Kansas City Chiefs, who, of course, just lost yesterday.
Wow, yeah.
They held him in check.
This has been one of those seasons, man. It's a strange season. The teams that we're used to not being involved in anything by this time of the season, any conversations, they're involved. And teams like the Chiefs and Bills, who the last 5 to 7, 8 years have been at the top of the conference in the AFC, they're kind of like, not afterthoughts, but they are.
Ravens too, right.
Ravens
100%.
as well, yeah, Ravens as well.
It is a wide-open AFC, and this Colts team is limping right now. Literally, Daniel Jones has a
I like what you did there.
fractured fibula. Now, last night, Chris, I was hanging out with my girlfriend, her dad, who is a doctor, and he was actually explaining, okay, this is how this is not an injury that theoretically would
So he's breaking
keep
it
him
down.
out. But then I watched Daniel Jones in practice yesterday, and I have no confidence in him. And the Colts, I'll be honest off the top of my head, because I thought Anthony Richardson would be back by now from the orbital fracture that he suffered while warming up. Like, he hit himself in the face with an elastic band. All-time injury. All-time injury.
That dude is a whole nother issue.
He
man.
really is.
That dude's a whole nother issue.
It's a Mr. Magoo-ass injury. Like, how the hell does that happen? But I don't even know who the guy would be the alternative to Daniel Jones is. So they got to roll with him. And we'll see how this goes for Indianapolis. But, Chris, I'm really curious about C.J. Stroud finally back. I mean, it feels like it has been an entire season without C.J. Stroud. He goes down with a concussion against the Broncos. He does not play the next week, where the Texans have the dramatic comeback win over the Jaguars. Jaguars. He does not play Stroud against the Tennessee Titans. Davis Mills in there again.
Yeah.
And then, of course, Davis Mills did what he needed to. And
he
also
did enough.
And reminded everybody he's the backup against the Bills.
He did enough. He did enough to not mess it up.
Right.
For the defense. Because the defense has been carrying this team.
The defense, and that's what it'll do the rest of the year.
Now, Paul, let me ask you this real quick.
Hit me.
We'll get back to Stroud. Can a defense still win you a championship? Like, as the primary cog, usually it's the quarterback now. You got to have that elite quarterback to really be considered a contender and make that run. Or a great running back, a couple great receivers. It's been a long time since we've seen a team led by defense to go win it all, like led by the defense.
That's a fair point, because last year the Eagles' defense was the most impressive unit in the Super Bowl. But along the way, it was Saquon Barkley against the Rams.
Exactly.
It was the offense that was doing things that – this is why a lot of Eagles fans are pissed off about the Eagles this year. Their offense is underachieving despite having a lot of recognizable names.
It's been very underwhelming.
Right.
Trust me, I got Saquon Barkley in fantasy football, and I'm very underwhelmed.
Can a defense win a Super Bowl for a team still?
Can it still lead the way?
I think it can.
You think really?
But you have to hope it can if you're following this team and you want the Texans to go further than they've ever gone before. You're actually banking on that hope, because to bring it back to C.J. Stroud, look, the last time we saw him out there against the San Francisco 49ers, a banged-up defense, 30 of 39, 318 yards, 2 touchdowns. He did throw an interception, but he did that in the game without Nico Collins.
Yeah.
Sunday against the Colts, he has Nico Collins, the guy that he opened up that game in 2023, that Saturday Classic with a bomb down the middle of the field. Nico Collins is the Colts daddy in the same way that T.Y. Hilton with the Colts was the Texans daddy.
Man, hey, that's a name I haven't heard in a while. T.Y. Hilton.
I'm glad I haven't heard that name in a long time. That guy is a terrorist to the city of Houston.
Yeah.
Remember when he came in here and he was like talking trash to Jonathan Joseph? He had the clown mask on, and then he actually backed up the trash talk. I mean, that guy would kill the Texans. Nico Collins kills the Colts, and I'm really curious as to what kind of game we're going to get out of C.J. Stroud. We haven't seen him in a month.
Yeah.
I mean, are you going to be rusty? Are you going to do what the offense is asking you to do, which is, and I know Sean's brought this up a lot of times, the death by 1,000 cuts offense that he doesn't seem to be that thrilled about. When you have Nico Collins back, I think it is very tempting to chuck it. Especially if you've been gone for a month and you want to remind people, hey, listen, Davis Mills, that was cute and all, but I'm CJF and Stroud. Because you know that's got to be in the back of his mind. They can be great teammates. They could love each other, but if you're a competitor in this league,
man.
Yeah.
It's the NFL. Everybody's competing. Everybody wants to be the man. Mm-hmm. CJ's the man. You know he's thinking like, okay, that was fine.
Right.
You're not taking my job. I will be back. All right. And like you said, Davis Mills didn't do anything to make anyone think, okay, he's going to remain the starter. He had his shot as the starter a few years ago, and they drafted C.J. Stroud for this reason.
Right, exactly.
So we've been there, we've done that. C.J.'s the guy. I will be interested to see how they come out and how aggressive, like you're saying, how aggressive they'll be as far as C.J. pushing the ball down the field.
I do think it would be great to see a shot play first play of the game.
Look, I'm thinking the same thing.
Do it.
I'm thinking it.
Get the Colts
Put them on the heels.
Exactly.
Get them on the heels.
Right away.
Early.
Yeah.
Let them know this is not going to be a cakewalk. We're not going to take it easy. Just come out there and just go at it.
And I think they know it's not going to be a cakewalk, the Colts. I think the Colts,
they should.
I mean, right now, I think they have done a lot with a little. And I'm sorry, and I think everyone in Houston should feel this way. Do you look at Daniel Jones with any fear at all? No, I don't.
Does. And this is why I've been telling people all season, like, yeah, they have played well. I still do not believe in Daniel Jones. Because here's the thing. I've seen this from him before.
Yeah,
the year they made the playoffs with the Giants.
They actually made the playoffs.
And then he got paid, and then he went right back to what he was before. So I just don't buy it. Mm-hmm. I don't buy that he's turned the corner like we saw a Geno Smith do for a few years until he went to the Raiders.
Right. Listen, I think quarterbacks can figure it out.
They can.
System. We saw Ryan Tannehill do it when he left the Dolphins for the Titans. Going further back, Rich Gannon when he was with the
exactly
Raiders.
What I was thinking of. Yep.
Right. I mean, so we've seen this before.
It can happen.
But can you do it for a whole year? You know, it's one of the reasons with Seattle, I think Seattle's got everything except for the quarterback because I look at Sam Darnold.
Still not buying into Sam.
In the same way, right?
It's tough. It's tough.
When Darnold has a bad game, it's a really bad game. It's like 4 interceptions.
Yeah.
With Daniel Jones, when he has a bad game, he just looks like a game manager. He looks like somebody that's more comfortable running the football than he is throwing the ball.
Exactly.
And right now he's dealing with a broken fibula. So for Daniel Jones, low expectations. For C.J. Stroud on Sunday, I have needs. I need my needs to be met.
What are your needs?
What
are your needs?
I want it to look sexy.
Okay.
I want to suck it deep.
So you want close to 300 yards at the least. 3 touchdowns from CJ. 2 to 3 touchdowns from CJ. You want one of those games from CJ in this first game back.
I will settle for
less
than 300 yards. I'll settle for less than 300 because yards ultimately are stupid. They don't matter.
Yeah, they don't really matter in the grand scheme.
If he's averaging like 9 to 10 yards of completion, which might be difficult to do in this offense, that's death by 1,000 cuts. Yeah. I'll be very, very pleased.
Okay.
But I really do not know what to expect out of him having missed a month. Especially in an offense that is still figuring itself out, has had multiple different offensive line assortments in front of either Davis Mills or Stroud.
Yeah.
Is this going to be something that takes a while to get going, which has really been the story of the Texans offense all season? I think there's definitely a good chance for that.
It's been the story of the Texans offense for 2 seasons, really. Let's just be honest now. That guy, the old OC, he's out. Slowick, he's gone.
Bobby.
So Bobby, we don't have to worry about him anymore. But even this year, like you just said, it has been slow go sometimes, many times for this offense. Thank God that the defense is so great.
Yeah.
If not for this defense, they're probably 2-9 right now. Let's just be honest.
Daniel Jones should be concerned for his safety.
I was just going to ask you, do you think he finishes the game? I do not.
Ooh.
I don't think he finishes the game. Now, I'm not saying the Texans are going to go out and try to hurt him. I just don't think he's going to be able to finish the game.
It's
because they are going to hit him.
They will.
They will get to him and they will hit him hard.
To their credit, did you see that clip of Danielle Hunter sacking Josh Allen, where he has Josh Allen by the legs and he actually adjusted the way that he was sacking Josh Allen? It was an act of kindness. It truly was an act of kindness.
To not hurt him.
Yeah. It was like he went out of his way to make sure that he didn't die out there.
Now, that's when you know you're a beast. Mm-hmm. You can actively, in the midst of tackling a guy, look out for him.
Yeah, that's why he's paid the way he's paid.
Man.
I mean, in a way, because of how intelligent he is.
Exactly.
He's strong. He's a really intelligent football guy.
I'm with you, Colin. Also, I will say this about Danielle Hunter. I don't care if this makes me sound like I lean a certain way. That man's biceps, good God. They're the most glorious biceps I've ever seen. I've actually wanted to, at some point, when I go out there, like to NRG Stadium, interviewing players, I've wanted to ask him, hey, buddy, what are you doing? How do I do this?
How do you do it?
How do I do this?
How do you get there?
I'm just going to ask him the frank question. Listen, Danielle, I'm not accusing you of taking any, but do you know a guy?
Off the record.
Do you know
off the
a
record,
guy?
please?
Off the record, of course.
As someone who's very insecure about his Irish spindly arms that my ancestors used to steal potatoes through grates back in the day, I really wish that I could have Danielle Hunter's biceps the last year.
Oh, man.
He is Chris Partee. I'm Paul Gallant. We got Colin hanging out behind the glass. It is In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Stick around.
The Drive is live on a Football Friday. Join Clint and Ron at BB's, Tex, Orleans, and Pearland this afternoon from 2 to 6. Stop by, pick up your limited edition Payne and Pendergast pint glass, enter for your chance to win the ultimate tailgate package plus other incredible prizes, and get ready for Sunday's matchup in Indy with us. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday, supported by Tom Ball Ford. We'll see you there.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
From the Attorney Steve Lee Traffic Center, 713 call. Lee dealing with a couple of accidents this morning. One over on the South Loop westbound at Wayside along the feeder lanes. Another one over on the West Houston Tollway southbound at Gulf Bank. It's a heavy truck stop. That one's over to the right shoulder. Disabled vehicle to watch out for sitting on 280 eastbound at Huffmeister on that right shoulder. And another one on the West Houston Tollway southbound at Briar Forest on the exit ramp. In the low 60s this morning, this afternoon partly sunny and a high of 68. I'm Elia Escobar, Sports Radio 610.
I'm Patrick Claybon with NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network. Week 13 kicked off with a triple header with the Green Bay Packers taking on the Detroit Lions on Thanksgiving. 31-24, Packers win. Quarterback Jordan Love threw for 234 yards and 4 touchdowns in the victory. In Dallas, Chiefs quarterback Patrick Mahomes threw for 261 yards and 4 touchdowns, but the Cowboys pulled off the victory, beating the Chiefs 31-28. Cowboys wideout CeeDee Lamb wrapped up 7 receptions for 112 yards and a touchdown.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyer Studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
Paul Gallant, Chris Partee in for John and Reggie. All right, guys. It's 10:44. Thought it was a little bit.
A little earlier.
Running a little
just
slow.
Just a little behind. That's
running a little slow today.
You had a late night, sir.
I did have a late night.
And you didn't even expect it.
No,
that's the worst part sometimes. When you don't expect to have a late night, you have a late night.
No, I love my beautiful girlfriend.
Of course you do.
She wanted to go out a little bit afterwards with some of her friends who are very cool. And I thought to myself, okay, I can definitely go out there and I can behave and make sure that I'm ready to go tomorrow and not feel awful when I wake up in the morning. And by the way, checked all those boxes. When you're 36, you know, it just feels a little bit different. So we went to Melrose last night. They stayed out late, and I went home at midnight like a good boy. And
so they kept the party going.
They kept the party going.
You went home.
Oh yeah, I went home.
Good job.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I
that
showed
was
some restraint.
Very responsible of you, sir.
I showed some restraint.
Mature.
Paul with the responsibility.
Thank you. I appreciate that because basically, I'm sure you guys don't know about this, but way back in the day, like basically, I was like the idiot like man child.
You was that guy, huh?
Oh yeah, I was a little bit. Yeah,
it's all right. Hey,
we're not that involved, by the way.
We've all been there, man. We've all been there. Hey, my partying days are long gone, but yeah. You
can always.
I've been there, man.
You can always party on the inside.
Oh, I do that every night.
There's a saying we don't all grow up, we get older.
That's what you are calling. That's a good one.
That's a good one. That's a wise young man back there. Y'all need to listen to him.
The question of the day, guys. Well, I mean, listen, if we could all go around the circle and say, should anybody be listening to any of us? And the answer is yes, you should, because we're so entertaining.
Yes, we are.
We're here for you on the most terrible day of the year, Black Friday.
Black Friday.
Yeah. Oh gosh, Black Friday. Have you guys ever been through the wars of Black Friday? I'm too scared.
No, not early morning. No, I'm not that brave. I'm just not that brave.
Especially at the Galleria these days. No offense to the Galleria these days. You know what's up. Like people actually die at the Galleria now. Like yikes, it's scary.
I can't be out there. I just can't do it.
No, I can't either.
People be jumping from the second floor onto the ice rink, stealing some.
I've seen that. I've seen that clip. My mom sent me that clip a few months ago.
Black Friday deal.
I've seen it. Yeah, for sunglasses. The sunglass hut.
That man's legs were broken as hell.
I mean, they were.
He was leaking on the ice.
It was a wrap. He couldn't even get up and run away. And keep running.
He couldn't.
He was done.
He couldn't even go home to get Thanksgiving leftovers.
Nah.
Oh, what a great transition.
Which leads to the question of the day.
Oh, yeah, we got a good one, too.
Christmas was a great idea by you. What are the best Thanksgiving leftovers? You start off. I think you got something in mind.
Ooh.
You got to have something in mind.
I think I mentioned them already, but mac and cheese.
Mac and cheese.
The cranberry sauce.
Okay, the cranberry
I like stuffing.
I like stuffing.
Especially like homemade stuffing.
Okay. Which is called dressing down here.
Dressing.
People get mad at you.
Stuffing,
you mean dressing here.
Yeah.
Dressing.
We call that dressing, boy. What are you talking about
here? Dressing, stuffing. Yeah, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about stovetop, okay?
I'm talking
about homemade.
Yeah.
That's what I want.
That's
what I want, the homemade stuff. And Actually, I had something else I was going to say, but I'm going to save that for confessions.
Okay.
I got something else I'm going to save that.
Lunchtime confessions.
Yes, I'm going to save that.
12 o'clock hour. Yeah. All right. Well, for me, best Thanksgiving leftovers. It's when you can combine a little turkey, a little stuffing, and a little cranberry sauce, and you can put it in a sandwich together.
In a sandwich.
Maybe put a little mayo on there to hold it all together. I call it aioli because I'm a little weird. I'm weird with food. We'll get into some of the bad takes in a second.
I'm out on the mayo, but
okay,
I'm with you on the rest.
I'm not the biggest mayo fan, but if you tell me it's aioli, I'll be like, oh, yeah.
Oh, okay, so it's a psychological
It's literally a psychological thing with half of the stuff in food with name. But you get the leftover sandwich. In my opinion, that is the way to go. Colin, what say you?
I mean, mac and cheese is a good shout. Dressing, of course.
Yeah.
Come on.
Getting hungry now.
I will say
very
the ham, the honey baked ham.
Okay.
We went there.
Yes.
He went to the ham.
I with Sean said something about turkey sandwiches. I'll go with the ham sandwich.
Okay.
Well, Sean said he was going home to eat a whole half a ham by himself.
Yeah.
Bijani said that.
Not
Sean
me.
Bijani said that.
You know,
half a ham.
I had Thanksgiving dinner yesterday. I was gonna go to bed early anyway because I'm pulling double duty today. And I was gonna try to watch Thursday night football. Thanksgiving. That throws me off. But by the time 6 o'clock running around, I was like, uh-oh.
You ate too much.
Yeah, it hit me.
You ate too much. The itis.
The tryptophan will kill you.
But the thing is, though, you're like, oh, I don't want to eat any more of this crap. But then you're like, oh, I need some
Wrong.
more.
Yeah.
Wrong.
Give it a little bit of time to create a little bit of space. Now, I have bad food takes.
Uh-oh.
I'm not Dan Orlovsky bad, but I have some food takes that you're just going to disagree with.
Okay.
And to what you were saying a little bit ago, Chris, some of it's a little psychological.
Yeah.
So
let's hear them.
All right. First off, I'm going to start with Colin. Colin, ham has no place near the Thanksgiving table.
Oh, wow.
Has no place near it.
Hey, now that is a hot take.
And then, and here's something that
you didn't gave Colin a heart attack, man. Looking like Fred Sanford back there.
This is something I want to normalize going forward, and it's because of last Thanksgiving, which I spent with my sister's in-laws. My brother-in-law's brother cooked a bunch of ribeyes.
Oh.
I think beef needs a place at the Thanksgiving table.
Wow, okay.
We're American, baby.
Okay.
Let's shove the ham out.
I agree with that.
No
Keep the
ham.
I agree with that, though.
You want to keep the ham?
I want to keep the ham, but I do.
He wants to keep. You just want to add the
the more protein, the better.
The more I agree with that. Here's my other controversial take, and this is directed towards Chris.
Uh-oh. I'm in trouble.
You're not in trouble. This is going to get me canceled. This is going to get me canceled. So, I'm not a big fan of cheese. I lie to people and tell them that I'm lactose intolerant just so that I don't have to explain.
Don't like cheese.
I don't like it. Well, it's moldy milk. I ate a bag of mozzarella cheese that was moldy when I was 8, and since that point forward, I've been psychologically weirded out by cheese, except for on certain pizzas, like cheese, extra sauce. But mac and cheese for me has always smelled like farts.
Don't do this to me. Don't do this to me now. Come on, Paul.
I hate mac and cheese, but I know that mac and cheese is a big part of a lot of Thanksgiving tables.
It is.
You can have all the mac and cheese.
And here's the thing. I'm not a big dairy guy anymore, but I will save up all that for like Thanksgiving or Christmas and this time of year.
Yeah.
When mac and cheese is plentiful, and I'll go to town. I will just go to town on it. And I'll pay for it. But I'll go to town.
It seems like if we were all together and we had a fridge of leftovers, that we would all do pretty well because we'd all be able to find something on our own. And I like that. 713-572-4610 to call, to text. What is your favorite Thanksgiving leftover? Cranberry sauce is underrated. I like it a lot. I'm going to also just expose how weird I am with food. When I was growing up, my mom every now and then would say, hey, Paul, you want to get yourself a snack? Well, how about you pop open a can of cranberry sauce and just eat the cranberry sauce out of the can, which I did. And apparently I'm not alone because I found out last night and Thursday, Thanksgiving night football, Kyle Hamilton apparently does that as well.
There we go.
Shout out to Kyle Hamilton.
Shout out to Kyle.
I don't feel like a freak anymore.
So our man Tony on the text line here he got a shout out here. So
hit us.
Tony in Houston, totally agree again. Turkey for Thanksgiving, ham for Christmas, and fish for New Year's.
Fish.
Thank you, Tony.
Interesting. The 7 Fishes deal. Have you ever done that?
No.
The Italians love their Christmas Eve dinner, I believe. And listen, sorry if this is anti-Italian discrimination. Hey, forget about it. Listen, the 7 Fishes are pretty awesome. My dad has some friends up in Massachusetts who there's this big pizzeria chain. And I know every time I go over, there's this huge family get together. Got a bocce court in the background. It feels like you're like walking into that restaurant in Goodfellas or like you're in an episode of The Sopranos. But the Seven Fishes, pretty awesome. I did not know that people did fish for New Year's, but
it's a thing.
Oh, thank you.
Love it. Thank you, Colin. Love
Woke up this morning, got some gabagoo.
We also got a shout out for deviled eggs.
Deviled eggs can be good. My stepdad is a big deviled egg maker.
Okay. I'm not into deviled eggs. Never been. Or hard-boiled eggs. Not my thing.
Not my thing either. But those are some Thanksgiving leftovers that are left. Some comments here. Joseph on YouTube says, the wife pulled off a successful dressing hack. She used the same recipe we loved, but baked it in muffin tins. We had dressing muffins that were crispy enough to hold and perfect inside. That is a great idea.
Who was you say that was Joseph?
That was Joseph.
Thank you, Joseph. I love that.
Greatest invention since the printing press.
If you want to send us some, send us some.
Send us some.
Please. That sounds really good.
That is wild.
That sounds good.
Truly. That is a great idea.
Can we all agree that sounds good?
Yeah. Oh, that's a fantastic leftover move.
Wrong one.
Yeah,
that's all right. We love that though.
Add some gabagool too.
That's not gabagool. No, I was gonna give a correct buzzer for that. I mean,
yes.
Come on, that's like that.
That sounds so good, man. Goodness gracious.
Let me give you some right here.
Yeah, there we go. I like that.
Okay, so Tony's back. Tony in Houston. I'm Italian, and I can't believe I forgot that. Definitely fish on Christmas Eve.
Yeah, you got to. You got to do that. I've done it once, and I was very thankful that I was invited over to, because we aren't family with them, but they love my dad.
Changed your life, huh?
It's really good. It's really good. Plus some homemade wine in the backyard, a little bocce after the fact. Oh,
damn, some homemade wine too, huh?
My dad.
They had it going on.
He makes homemade wine, and this man has never sent it to me. Never sent it to me down here. Honestly. It's like, I have a lot of issues with my father, who I love.
Maybe he don't feel you deserve any.
Clearly doesn't.
I'm just saying. I don't know.
You know what? It's probably right. So
you don't have to talk to Pops, man.
Listen, when you're the baby, but you're the underachieving baby, and your sister's like a pediatric ears, nose, and throat surgeon at Boston Children's Hospital. You're gonna lose a lot of the battles.
That's hard to compete, man.
So the wine gets sent there probably. Well, no, not to Paulie.
Well, apparently none of us are getting wine either because we can't compete with that. No, we can't compete with the sister.
In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Around the NFL is next. We take a look at everything that happened yesterday in the league. Man, are the Chiefs dead? Are the Ravens dead? We'll discuss that. And are the Cowboys back? How about them Cowboys? Yeah! In the Loop, Sports Radio 610.
Credit DeMeco's defense for coming up big in a 23-19 win against the Bills. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Paul Gallant and Chris Partee in for John and Reggie. Good God, I love this NFL Films music. True story. Not that long ago, I shared this with my girlfriend. We were watching football, and I was like, "Hey, babe, you need to hear some NFL Films music."
Ooh.
And she actually didn't. She didn't get annoyed.
Really?
That quickly by it.
Now,
that quickly.
Now, since you brought that up, is your girlfriend familiar with the old school Monday Night Football theme? Dun 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 dun.
I believe so.
Is she okay? Because that's my favorite.
That one, okay.
I had that as a
really
when you can have ringtones on your phones back in the day. I had that forever.
You did nice.
Everyone loved it when my phone went off. Yeah, everybody loved it.
I like the other one where it's when Boomer would do his 2 minutes deal.
NFL Prime Time.
Okay, yeah. 2 minute drill.
That's
okay. That's a good one too. That's classic.
I don't know what any of those songs are called, but you know the specific songs as soon as you hear it.
It's like those actresses that show up in a movie every once in a while. Like, oh, he or she's been in a lot of movies. I don't know their name though.
That guy's good. I don't know his name, but he's great.
These are good, and also I'm not gonna lie. I mean, he's certainly a controversial figure, but the Hank Williams Jr. Monday Night Football intro.
Okay, yeah.
Are you ready for some football?
That was a classic.
I enjoyed those, especially because they would have just some ridiculous montage in the '90s that would feature fighter jets and all sorts of just ridiculous American excellence.
Explosions.
Yeah,
fighter.
exactly. It was a Michael Bay production, essentially. Monday Night Football, that is far, far away from here.
Right.
We had Thursday football, Thanksgiving football yesterday. Let's go through all the games that happened yesterday.
All right.
Packers beat the Lions 31-24. They got to stop putting the Lions on Thanksgiving football. I get it. It's a tradition.
Are you over it?
It's a tradition, blah, blah, blah. The Lions always lose. Do you think that hardworking Detroiters...
At home on top of that.
They lose at home every year, even when they're good. Hardworking Detroiters are forking over an arm and a leg to go to a game at Ford Field only to see the Lions get stuffed in a locker year after year after year after year. And yesterday it happened again. That was a game that, sure, it was close, the final score, but I never felt like the Lions were going to win this one.
No. Here's how I look at it with the Lions playing on Thanksgiving, first of all. It's almost like a consolation prize at this point because you've never been to a Super Bowl.
Nope.
You just recently made it to the NFC title game.
Which you blew a 24-7 lead
Which you blew that in. So this is the consolation prize. We're just going to leave you on Thanksgiving every year at home and watch you lose repeatedly to a division rival. That's what we're going to do for you.
And I want the Lions to win someday. I think that's a fan base.
Paul, do you really want the Lions to win?
Yeah, I do. I don't.
Why?
I don't dislike Lions fans. There are certain fan bases that have always been losers that I want to remain losers. You know, Chicago Cubs fans. Like, oh, it's my identity. I'm a loser. Mets fans as well. Like, I like to see you just sit in your place and stew there.
Just stew in it.
But the Detroit Lions fans, I feel bad for. Like, they've had two great players retire in the midst of their prime.
Yes.
Barry Sanders
That's
and
rough.
Megatron. It's rough.
That is rough.
And you play every Thanksgiving, and this time you lose in a game where there were certainly some questionable things afterwards. I don't know if you saw Matt LaFleur calling a timeout that stopped a false start when they were on the goal line for the Packers.
Don't get me started on that.
That seemed ridiculous. And then also, Colin, there was that other call where it looked like the Packers did not catch a touchdown catch, and the ball came out at the very end, and yet it was still ruled a touchdown for the Packers. So it's not just that the Lions are going to lose every single year. It feels like they also just have bad luck on top of that.
They're going to get screwed on top of that.
Right, exactly.
Because that's pretty much. Now, on that touchdown you're talking about, I looked at that clip. I didn't think there was enough to overturn it.
It was tough.
I just did not think there was enough to overturn it. I didn't. If you were going to call that incomplete, I'd have been okay with it. But they called it a touchdown. I didn't think there was enough to overturn it.
I mean, the foot's down, but
what?
Whoever the Lions player that was that came in hit the ball with his helmet, and you could see it move a little bit. I just don't think that it properly maintained possession.
But the ball can move a little bit as long as you don't completely lose possession. It looked like he still kind of had it clutched to himself. So I don't know. That's why I say I don't think there was enough to overturn it. I wouldn't have overturned it either.
And it becomes the age-old question yet again.
What is a catch?
Yeah, exactly.
What is a catch? Cowboys fans, what is a catch?
Well, listen, get your shots in on the Cowboys while you can, because the next game from yesterday, Cowboys 31, Chiefs 28. The Chiefs are now 6-6. The Texans have moved up to the first team at the top of the In the Hunt graphic, and we'll talk more about Texans and Colts as the show goes along. But the Cowboys got a huge win, and in back-to-back weeks, they have beaten both teams that were in this past Super Bowl. So I'm gonna throw out the first take question.
Here we go.
I'm doing it for ratings.
Here we go.
I'm doing it for ratings, Chris.
Here we go.
Are the Dallas Cowboys back? Just like we do with Is Texas back? Are the Dallas Cowboys back?
Don't make me start on the damn Dallas Cowboys.
Thank you, Colin. No, they are not back.
I thought that was Stephen A. Smith back there.
Yeah, that guy too. No, they're not back. Paul, you know the Cowboys are not back.
I don't know, Jim.
You know.
I don't know, Jim.
All right, Tony. Hey, and I like Tony Romo. I do. I like Tony Romo, but no, they're not. I don't think they're back. Now, I'll be honest. I completely thought they were gonna bungle yesterday's game because that's what the Cowboys usually do. They come off an emotional high by beating the Eagles and coming back after being down 21-0. They win that game. They usually lose that next game, which is a big game. And they didn't.
No.
But no, they're not back. I don't think they're back.
What they're doing this year has been really impressive. Brian Schottenheimer is a legitimate Coach of the Year candidate because Coach of the Year is about what are the expectations for you going into the year. It's about, do we think you suck going into the season? And I would say, as somebody who covered Brian Schottenheimer as an offensive coordinator when I was up in Seattle, and the last question I ever asked Pete Carroll was, hey, Pete, are you going to keep Brian Schottenheimer around? And Pete said, yeah. And they fired him hours later.
That's usually how it goes.
Exactly. So that's
usually how it goes.
Brian Schottenheimer frustrated a lot of people in Seattle, specifically with how he was managing the Seahawks offense, because a lot of people thought Russell Wilson should be able to throw the football more. But nobody cares about any of that. Brian Schottenheimer, right now, is a legitimate Coach of the Year candidate.
He's doing a good job. I'll give him that.
Given what he has done with this Cowboys team, that, of course, goes into the year with this big Micah Parsons trade to open things up. With a defense that has really not looked so good, this offense is making Dak Prescott again look like he did a couple of years ago where he was a fringe MVP candidate.
That's true, but I will give the defense credit since they brought in Quentin Williams. Quentin Williams coming in, I think they're number one in the league against the run since he came in these last 2 or 3 games, since the trade.
They've gotten better.
They've gotten a lot better at stopping the run.
Row.
Yeah, so I'll give them that, but I just know the Cowboys, and I'm used to them eventually doing what the Cowboys usually do.
Yeah. Well, speaking of what the Cowboys usually do, very interesting game next Thursday.
Yeah.
It's the Cowboys and the Lions Thursday Night Football.
Yeah.
On Amazon Prime. That's a win or go home kind of game.
That's
with
a big
just
one right
5
there.
left.
Yeah, that's a big one. I mean, both teams desperately need a win here to keep things going and keep those playoffs. Even more so for the Cowboys,
right?
Because they're more behind the 8 ball than the Lions are right now.
Yeah, for sure.
They really are. So.
Texans play the Chiefs next Sunday. Are the Chiefs dead? They're 6-6. I'm too much of a coward to say that they're dead.
They're dead.
Kansas City's 1-5 on the road this year, which is interesting. And
that's
Arrowhead
rough.
Stadium is a tough place to play.
Yeah.
So I don't know that I'm feeling more confident about the Texans against the Chiefs on Sunday. I just have this other shoes always going to fall mindset when it comes to the Texans, and a primetime game might be an unfair thing to think, especially given that they just won Thursday Night Football with a backup quarterback against the MVP of the league, who they have shut down 2 years in a row. You know, like
they got the Bills number right now.
But it is something in the back of your mind, Chris. Always with this team when they're going up against a good team. Kansas City's 6-6 right now, and realistically, with the way that the AFC is at this moment in time, they're going to have to win the majority of their games down the stretch. And Patrick Mahomes even said, like, we got to win out now.
Yeah.
So are they dead?
I'm going to say no, but that doesn't mean that they beat the Texans next week. That doesn't mean that, because man, this Texans defense is looking good right now. If the offense can just be average consistently, the Texans are going to go far. Like, this team is going to go really far. And I asked you earlier about if you can still win
with defense,
with defense leading the way. And you thought, yes,
I think you can.
You agreed. You said
didn't
yes.
answer that question. What do you think?
I think it's tough, man.
It is
to win a Super Bowl. Mm-hmm. Now, I think you can get to the playoffs. You can probably make it to the second round, maybe the AFC title game. But as far as winning it all, I would say you got to have your quarterback be that catalyst.
He has to be. He's got to be that.
He's got to be that catalyst, man.
The defense, though,
I just think those days are just kind of bygone where the defense can do it all.
The Chiefs are tricky because I think the Chiefs defensively have never gotten the credit that they have earned for themselves, or the Patrick Mahomes run, because I think during the second half, the defense has been as good, if not better, than the offense.
When you have a Patrick Mahomes, a Tom Brady, those guys, Peyton Manning, when you have those types of guys, I don't care if you're ranked top 5, you're just not going to get that credit.
For sure. It's crazy.
It's unfortunate, but it's just kind of the world that we live in.
No, you're
football.
right. You're right.
That's how it is.
If the Texans want to go to a Super Bowl or get past the second round of the playoffs, we got to hope here in town that, yes, a defense can carry you the whole way. This defense is that good, and I think everyone knew it going into the year just how good this defense was. It's not even a matter of could be. It's a matter of what they are. It's always been about, by the end of the year, can the offense be playing at a level over time? Could you get better over the course of a season? How much better can they get from September to January? Right.
Yeah. But I think most people in this city believe that C.J. Stroud can step up and be that guy. I'm not saying he needs to be Patrick Mahomes or Tom Brady. Okay, you're right, son. But I think a lot of people believe he can be that guy. It's just a fact of will he do it or not. Mm-hmm. Step up and take that challenge and be that guy that can lead this team on the field, off the field, everything. Just all encompassing. Be that guy with a great defense.
Right.
Because that doesn't hurt.
No.
That don't hurt at all.
No, it doesn't. When you get a defense like that helps a lot.
It's been carrying them this year so far.
Last game for Thanksgiving yesterday. If you stayed up, the tryptophan didn't knock you out. Knocked me out for a little bit. The girlfriend took a picture of me. One of the cats.
Oh, really?
Up next
Gotcha.
to me.
Huh?
Yeah, I was out. I was out like a light in the midst of that game. But the Baltimore Ravens, they lose to the now with Joe Burrow Cincinnati Bengals yesterday in a game where, Ravens just turned the ball over left and right. They were sloppy.
Yeah, they weren't good last night.
And Lamar Jackson, in this 32-14 loss, he said after the fact, I got to be better. Lamar Jackson, something's up. Is he injured? I don't know. Seems like he is playing through something because he does not seem to be as agile and as athletic as we've normally seen him. And yesterday's game, they kept on holding the Bengals to field goals. I think Evan McPherson had 6 field goals yesterday.
Yeah, he kicked a lot of field goals.
But Baltimore not able to take advantage of it, and now they're at 6-6. And now, you almost wonder, hey, go back to that Texans dominant victory over the Ravens. Would it have been the same thing with Lamar Jackson under center? Would it have been a one-sided affair with Lamar Jackson out there? You can make that case, I think, at this moment in time. It's tough to because much like with the Chiefs, Chris, you got this history in the back of your mind. Oh, man,
recent history.
The Texans, the Ravens owned the Texans. I've never been angrier than not going home to see my family, only for the Texans to score 2 effing points on Christmas Day last year.
Oh yeah,
I didn't go home to see my family for that. I left.
I remember that.
Never left the game early in my life covering a team. I left in the third quarter. I left after Beyonce. I was like, this is ridiculous, and
You left after Beyonce?
I was so mad. I was like, I didn't get to see my family this year because I was watching this team blow it.
Yeah, that was rough.
But you go back in time, the way the Ravens look, will Lamar Jackson have evened things? I don't know. This Ravens team is looking, as the kids say, sus.
Here's my thing with that. He says, I've got to be better. We've heard that before, sir. Mm-hmm. We've heard it before. Are you hurt? What's going on? Just be better. We know you need to be better. We can see that you need to be better.
Thanks, bro.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks for telling us.
We can see that you need to be better. We've heard this before, not just from him, from a lot of guys when they have a bad game. I need to be better. Yeah, just be better. How about that?
Yeah.
Don't turn the ball over. How about that?
Don't do that.
Is John Harbaugh on the hot seat?
Yeah, I think he should be.
You think he should be, or think he is?
I think he should be.
I don't think he is.
Probably not.
But you might be right.
This is one of those years where you combine this with the last few seasons And I just don't think they have been as well-oiled a machine as they needed to be. And obviously, they have made it to the playoffs, and Lamar Jackson has had MVP-caliber seasons. But it feels like the little things are sometimes missed by the Ravens in particular in the biggest games possible.
Yeah.
Whether it's a drop here or a missed block there, it's just not as clean of an operation. And Harbaugh's been there a while, man. I mean, sometimes the message gets lost among the players.
And I totally agree with you. I'll say this about Harbaugh, John Harbaugh. Mm-hmm. I think he's in the same boat as Mike Tomlin. I don't think they want to fire him.
Yeah.
I really don't think that franchise wants. I think Harbaugh's been there since 08.
2008, yes.
Yeah, 08. And Tomlin's been in Pittsburgh since 07 or 08, one of those. So, I mean, about the same amount of time. I just don't think they want to get rid of him. I really don't. So, maybe he should be on the hot seat. I don't think Harbaugh is on the hot seat.
Okay. We'll see what happens at the end of the year, especially if the things keep going the way that they're going for the Ravens. One last football game. It's today. Amazon Prime. You get the Bears and the Eagles at 2 p.m., the Black Friday game.
Yeah.
That's actually a good game, and I'm very curious because my stepdad, big Eagles fan, very curious as to what his mood's going to be when I pick him up from the airport later this afternoon. I think it will be 100% dependent on this game. Anyway, guys, football talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game all season long, including our juicy Week 13 matchup. Texans, Colts. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL and get started today. Plus, Landman. Great show. Great show.
Our guy Lopez made a bold proclamation about the Texans after their win against the Bills.
Listen, Houston, we do not have to put qualifiers or conditions or buts at all anymore with this team.
Go ahead and at me, man.
This is that good of a defense. You can get to and win a Super Bowl with this team.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
For all the planned.
Okay, it's on my calendar. See you then.
And the unplanned.
easy.
The best football breakdown is here on Sports Radio 610. The day after every game, join Payne and Pendergast in the Loop and the Drive on the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday. Supported by Shoppers John Deere. Game analysis, inside info, coaches' comments, and your reactions starting at 6 and going all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
No John, no Reggie. You got substitute teachers today.
Oh, yeah. That means fun time.
We're the cool substitute teachers.
That means fun time, baby.
Mm-hmm.
The cool substitute teachers.
Yeah.
So I substituted actually a
You
couple
have?
times. I haven't done it in a bit because I've been busy, but I try to be cool, but man, sometimes they push.
Try to be cool. You are cool. What are you talking about?
To wear a leather jacket and smoke a cigarette. Now, it's illegal to do that in a building, but
Yes.
you'll be cool because you'll be breaking the rules.
Just don't light the cigarette. Don't light the cigarette.
You just have a fake cigarette.
Just have a fake cigarette in your mouth.
See, the thing is, you got to go up to them with like the trend, so they know you're cool. So you go, hey guys, this is my 6th or 7th time doing this, so. You know. Oh boy, that was cringe. Not gonna lie.
Colin, it happens to the best of us. It's all right.
Cringe is good.
I was wondering how y'all both would respond to the 6'7", because I don't know how y'all feel about the 6'7".
I mean, you just have to lean into it and steal it from them.
Hey man, I'm old, so
listen. We
barely know what it is. I've heard it, but you know.
The best way to get someone to stop doing something is to steal it from them. And as part of the white delegation, how many times have we stolen things from black people?
Thank you. Thank you. Yes.
So this is how you do it. If you want to stop them,
great skit.
you got to own them.
Great reference.
Right.
That is a great reference.
We do it all the time. Like, hey, listen, I'm sorry.
I wholeheartedly agree with you. Yes.
All right. A big weekend in the world of sports, and we're watching the Egg Bowl right now. Implications for the Aggies making the SEC championship game. Mm-hmm. If Ole Miss and if Alabama loses, it does not matter what Texas A&M does tonight against Texas. But this is a weekend where I think some of the teams in our backyard are going up against rivals. First off, you have that game tonight. Huge game. Aggies, you can't lose it, guys. You can't lose
this game.
They will never, ever let you hear the end of it. Even if you win the national championship, it'll be like Michigan fans with Ohio State last year. You've also got the Texans playing the Colts, who I'd argue are maybe the arch rival of the Texans, one-sided rivalry. And you've got even the Rockets on Sunday in the NBA Cup going up against the Utah Jazz, who everyone, especially legend Vernon Maxwell, hates.
Yes, he does. He hates a lot of things, though.
He does hate
a lot of things.
He hates the FCC. You can't bring him on the radio. The guy cusses every 5 seconds. I love the man. I had him on once. We pressed the dump button 4 times in one segment. I was like, Vernon, you're killing me, dude.
No filter.
Mad Max. I'm just stop.
Well, they call him Mad Max for a reason.
Yeah.
I just love that his pinned tweet is still like his thing where he put on a shooting clinic in Utah to bring the best shooters around the state of Utah, and then it's just unassuming, unassuming basketball players.
Oh my goodness!
Just a drive-by on that entire state. So let's start off with this: is this team the arch rival of that team? Are the Colts the arch rival of the Texans? It's been one-sided. How many times did Peyton Manning stuff you in a locker? You had the Rosencopter incident, of course. Very, very rough. The Texans and Colts played each other in the playoffs once, and Deshaun Watson was awful in that game. They pulled down his pants. T.Y. Hilton, one of the Texans boogeymen of all time, taking over where Peyton Manning left off. It's a one-sided rivalry, that's for sure. But are these the Texans' arch rival? These Indianapolis Colts wearing those stupid horseshoes on Sunday that were stolen from Baltimore. I hate the Colts with a passion, by the way. So
really?
I'm going to have a probably biased answer.
So there's a backstory there.
They slandered the greatest thing that's ever happened to the world, my Lord and Savior Tom Brady.
They slandered him.
It's inflated balls. Hey, stop the run, you losers. You gave up 45 points. The Patriots stuffed you in a locker.
I should have figured that.
Oh, let's slander Tom Brady because we lost and put up a report that finds out it's more probable than not that he deflated a football, and we're going to suspend him, the NFL, as long as we suspended Ben Roethlisberger for dragging a poor girl into a stall in Milledgeville, Georgia.
He's very passionate about this.
I am.
There will be no slander of Tom Brady while Paul is on air.
None. I'll jihad.
There will be none.
What about the broken phone? What about the phone that he broke?
What are you talking about? I do not recall.
He doesn't remember that part.
I do not recall.
What phone?
What phone are you talking about?
What phone you say?
Yeah, listen, the ideal gas law or something. I don't know how that works. But the ideal gas law. But anyway, Colts, are they the Texans' arch rival, Chris?
No, I can't say that. Looking at the record, 33-13-1, I believe the Texans are.
Oh, God, it's that bad?
33, I looked it up. 33-13-1 is the overall series.
Good God.
No, so I can't call that an arch rival.
I thought that over the last
It's very
decade,
one-sided.
Yeah.
Like I'm going back to 2002, the total, everything. 33-13-1 are the Texans against the Colts.
Good God.
I can't call that an arch rival. A division rival, of course, but arch rival, I mean, that's a very one-sided.
It is very one-sided.
That is extremely one-sided.
I mean, the biggest game the Texans ever won against the Colts was that Saturday game a couple of years back where they got into the playoffs. And you go back in time to that game, I mean, the Colts could have swept the Texans that season. They beat them in week 2 with Anthony Richardson, where Richardson looked awesome. And then you had this game where the Colts are marching down the field. Jonathan Taylor is killing the Texans, and for whatever reason, on 4th and short, they sub Jonathan Taylor out. They put Mike Goodson in there, and they throw the ball to Mike Goodson, and right off the hands. This is what it sounded like on Fox.
It's in Minshew's hand, and a drop by Goodson.
Oof.
Texans make the stop, and they take over up by 6.
That was on ESPN, and I'm sure that Mark Vandermeer's call, Vandy's, it was a deep steel blue pill, if you will, for all the people listening.
I'm just amazed you remember that Richardson had a good game at one point.
He did.
I'm amazed that you even recall that. He hasn't had very many of them.
No, he has not.
Not.
And he broke his eye bone by playing with like a elastic band before a game.
Yeah.
But okay, the way you laid out the stats.
Yeah. 33-13-1. Come on, no. I'm going to say no to the Colts.
So who is the arch rival of the Texans?
It's the Titans.
Yeah,
it's got. I mean, the
history,
or as they call, what do you call them around here, Colin? The fake Oilers.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So yeah,
exactly.
those guys.
Amy Adams, pettiness project. That's what I call.
Yes.
The fake Oilers.
Yes. Thank you. Love that. Yeah, it's got to be the Oilers.
That makes sense
because it's one-sided with the Jags too for the Texans.
I have a question for the people who are still Titans fans that live here in Houston. I'm going to look at the cameras right now.
There are some.
How do you live with yourself?
There are some.
It's like just,
there's some.
It's the kind of behavior that some would describe as sitting in a chair and watching. I mean, you are rooting for someone who left you. You are rooting for your ex-girlfriend.
Is that equal to treason?
It's close. It's close.
Come on now. It's the holiday season.
I'm just asking. I'm asking the question, dog. That's it.
People root for them because why? Because Vince Young got drafted here? I mean, is that it? I don't get it. Oh, Jeff Fisher, he held him back. No, Vince Young did not put in the work. And he would have not put in the work here. Mario Williams was the correct pick to make there. Hate to say it.
I mean, looking back, yeah. I mean, how can you argue with that?
Yeah.
Tennessee is known for their oil rigs.
It is true. It was such a sloppy move.
Ironically.
A sloppy move to Tennessee because the Oilers got called out on their bluff by the city of Houston. It was like, F you guys. And they were like, oh, crap. So they played the first year in Memphis. They played the second year in Nashville. And they were going to keep the Oilers nickname because Bud Adams was very proud of it. But people in Tennessee were like, this is stupid. We hate it. We don't want you to wear these awesome uniforms, which they now act like they never wanted gone in the first place. Yeah. And we want a new name, so they changed their name to the Titans. They go to the Super Bowl the first year.
The Titans.
Mm-hmm. It's not a great name. Okay, so I'm with you, Chris. That's a good argument. Titans are the arch rival, not the Colts. It's very one-sided.
Yeah.
Two-part question. The Aggies are playing their arch rival tonight, Texas A&M.
Oh, that's an arch rival
for them.
For real.
For them, it is.
For A&M.
For A&M, it is.
Yes.
This is the funny part.
You are correct.
And I threw this out there because I was doing my podcast earlier this week, and I had David Nuno and Raheel on, and one's a Longhorn. Nuno's a Longhorn Nuno's an Aggie at Texags, and Raheel's a Longhorn. And I asked, hey, are you playing your arch rival on Saturday? Raheel, who's a Texas fan, said yes, but most of my friends who are Texas fans refuse to acknowledge Texas A&M as their arch rival. Yeah. They say it's Oklahoma.
Yeah, you're right. I would say most Longhorn people would say Oklahoma.
I think it's like the biggest middle finger that Texas can give to Texas A&M, because you guys are absolute liars if you're trying to tell me that you are not as excited for an Aggies loss as you are for a Texas win. You just are straight up lying. I think that you have that passion against Oklahoma. You know, it's X o'clock and Oklahoma still sucks. But I think that deep down, Texas fans need to admit that they hate Texas A&M more than they hate Oklahoma, and thus that makes them their arch rival.
That's a tough one, because for so many years, Texas and Oklahoma were good. So when they had that Red River, it's not called the shootout anymore. It's called just the Red River rivalry, right? Is that what it's called? What do they call that?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure
they dropped shootout years ago.
Yeah, they dropped the shootout part.
It's too controversial, but whatever.
No
guns. I understand. But those two teams were both very good
at the same
for
time.
so long at the same time.
Yeah.
It's hard to not have that be your biggest rival. In your mind.
Yeah. That makes sense because of those games, but that was a long time ago.
It has been a while. It has been a while.
Now OU has joined the SEC with Texas, so you can keep this thing going, and obviously they play each other every year. And it is crazy that Texas and Texas A&M didn't play one another for a long time, and I blame both of you.
That is kind of wild.
I remember one time I was hanging out with some of my friends, and some are Aggies, some are Horns, and I said to all of them, I actually unified them. I said to all of them.
Did you really, Paul?
I did. I said, you guys are P words for not wanting to play each other. You guys are P words. And they
do it every time.
They got mad at me, and they all started yelling at me, and I'm like, I'm going to go. See ya.
I got you together, though.
Left the grenade in the building.
You got them like this.
Yeah.
You got them like this.
I bonded them. It was like the Crips and Bloods coming together.
Oh, man.
Just like that.
Ceasefire.
Yeah, it was ceasefire. The bandana, burnt orange and maroon in the middle.
What's your college of... What college do you support, Paul?
I like the Syracuse University Orange, which is where I went to school. By the way, who beat Texas in a national championship? Syracuse. They did.
So you basically just want to you're just
instigating.
Oh yeah. I mean, listen, my two closest friends who I love dearly are Texas fans, so I am rooting for Texas tonight. But
come on, exactly. There's the but.
But
you know some A&M folks do.
I do, and I like them, and I'm
you
happy
like
for
them. You like them.
Listen, I do like them.
I like you.
Some of my best friends are Aggies. Truly.
Well, they're living high off the hog right now.
They should. This is a huge game tonight.
Gotta keep that
you
going.
Can't F this up, guys.
No, they can't lose this game.
You can't. They will never let you live this down.
Like you said, this is the one that you will not live down just because of the circumstances.
For sure.
You're 11-0. You're number 3 in the nation, and Texas is not.
He is Chris Partee. I'm Paul Gallant. Keep on hanging out with us here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, what's popping? Do you celebrate Black Friday? Does the police blotter have a story yet that really just embarrasses us as a nation about Black Friday yet? We'll look at that. And have you heard of something that's trending now? Not just the kids, but everybody, that you're supposed to do after Thanksgiving. That's next in What's Poppin'. Stick around.
The Drive is live on a Football Friday. biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
What's Poppin'?
Oh, yeah.
Paul Gallant and Chris Partee in for John and Reggie. All right, guys. What is popping? It is Black Friday.
Oh, man.
We got Colin behind the glass as well. Have you guys ever participated in Black Friday shopping? I mean, going out to a store to try and get yourself some deals.
Early morning.
Any point.
In the thick of it.
Hell, if you camped out, bonus points. You're crazy,
Now,
but bonus points.
I've done it once with my ex-wife when we were in Austin, but it was late in the day. I was not, like you said earlier, I wasn't brave enough to brave those crowds. So we went out there like 3, 4 in the afternoon, and everything was picked through. Stores were a mess. Out at the outlets, everything was all over the place. But we did go out there, and it was kind of empty by then. Like there were not a lot of people out by then.
There's a website called BlackFridayDeathCount.com.
Wait, what?
Here we go. What did I say what did I tell you during the break?
What's that?
It's almost noon. I know at least a couple of people have been busted upside their head.
I'm looking for
by this point. It has to. I know it's going down.
How many injuries over under for both of you guys?
Ooh.
Do you think? Actually, I'm just guess the number, okay?
Okay.
How many injuries per BlackFridayDeathCount.com have happened on Black Friday?
So far today.
Just all time. Just
all time.
Recorded by BlackFridayDeathCount.com, which is a real website. All time. Just guess.
It's got to be hundreds.
First,
I'll just throw out 350.
Okay.
First of all, I'm not. I sounded shocked, but I am no longer shocked.
You should not be.
That there's a website for that kind of deal. I'm gonna say, ooh.
What's popping? Brought to you by BlackFridayDeathCount.com.
Yes,
and possibly you.
I'm gonna say like in the 700-800. So
okay,
like
you guys are both way off, which is actually good. We had low standards for America. 125 injuries.
Okay.
Per Black Friday death count all time on Black Friday.
But is that for Houston or is that just everywhere?
It's everywhere.
Wow.
It's
got to be more than that.
I think it's more.
I'm calling shenanigans on that. I'm calling shenanigans. It's got to be more than that.
Especially, you got to go back to like the Tickle Me Elmo N64 hellscape of 1996. I'm sure.
Oh my goodness.
I'm sure there was at least a couple.
I mean, there was a freaking guy that was trying to get a what's the toy in the Jingle All the Way?
Jingle All the Way, Turbo Man.
Turbo Man. Someone got sprayed in the eyes trying to get Turbo Man.
Yeah, that's true. There's a bomb in that trying to get Turbo Man.
That counts, right?
Yes, it counts. It counts, Colin. How many deaths Black Friday? All per BlackFridayDeathCount.com. Yes.
Oh, deaths?
How many deaths total?
Actual deaths.
Yes.
I think that's going to be lower.
It is lower.
I'm gonna say yes. Thank God. I'll say 13.
Okay, Colin.
Ooh. I'm gonna say 27.
17 deaths.
Hey, I was thinking 17 first, but I said no, it's got to be lower than that. Okay, so 13. Okay, 17.
I'm happy.
That's still a lot.
It's still a lot, but I'm happy.
No one should be
You're
dying.
happy that 17 people died.
No one should. No one should be dying at Black Friday.
No, they shouldn't.
But it does happen.
It does happen.
Unfortunately.
There's a line. I'm a big Game of Thrones fan. People who remember me from way back in the day know I probably forced it into too many conversations. But there's a scene early on in the show where a wedding is taking place. It's the wedding between Khal Drogo and Daenerys Targaryen. Thank you very much for the assist, Colin.
Nice transition there.
And there's just a murder just happens in the middle of the dance floor at this wedding. And this dude, this random cake eater noble is just like, a Dothraki wedding without at least 3 deaths is considered a boring affair.
Damn.
And that's Black Friday to a
Black
degree.
Friday.
Black Friday, it's expected 187 million Americans will spend $11.7 billion over the 5-day holiday weekend. Woo! That is a lot.
A lot of cake.
I'll just say this, guys. You can order online now. You don't have to wait out. You don't have to camp out. I know
that's how I participate.
It's tempting to do it the old school way, but
no,
yes.
it's not.
You want to go to the Galleria today? Sorry, Galleria. I mean, I can be bought off. If the Galleria wants to pay me, I'll be like, actually, go to the Galleria right now. But order
Get out
online.
there.
Don't be like Jon Snow in the Wallman on the wall. Okay?
Yes.
You don't need to be like that. Okay?
One guy. I gotta get my Turbo Man. I gotta get it. Pull the sword out.
I don't want it.
I didn't want it.
Oh my!
I didn't want it anymore.
No.
Let's keep rolling along. What's poppin', everybody? In the loop. Have you guys heard about the new thing that's a big part of post-Thanksgiving? It's a way of letting off steam, if you will. Literally. I'm, of course, talking about something that's recommended by doctors everywhere. Fart walks.
Oh, my God.
Have you guys ever heard of a fart walk?
No, I have not. Paul, what is going on here?
Sir, this is a story from the USA Today.
Oh, my Lord.
This is something that has become normalized over the course of this year. Thanksgiving fart walks. Here's how it can help you. Thank you very much, Julia Gomez, for writing this article for the USA Today. It's Thanksgiving, and those pants are feeling a little bit tighter than before dinner. While it might be tempting to curl up on the couch and take a nap, consider going for a fart walk instead. Marilyn Smith, the award book author who popularized the term, recommends taking a short walk after dinner to help with digestion and bloating. Going on a fart walk after dinner is something that is going to help you age wonderfully, said Marilyn Smith in a TikTok video. In Italy, fart walks are called La Passeggiatina.
It has a name for it. Okay.
And in China, an old proverb advises, if you take 100 steps after every meal, you'll live to 99. That seems suspect, but...
Where's the data on that? Give me the data.
So do you guys participate in the fart walk phenomenon? And will you, going forward, say Christmas time, you've had a bit to eat, and you're going to walk around, just let out some steam, literally.
I guess I've unknowingly done this before because I do take walks after eating dinner.
Okay.
And I've been known to toot every
now
now and then.
Okay.
I've been known to toot while I do those walks, especially if someone's walking behind me. I want you to get a whiff.
And speaking of whiffs, I mean, there's different kinds of walks after Thanksgiving. There's the walk with your cousins, of course. Wink, wink, nudge,
That's
nudge.
true.
The walk with your cousins. You guys know what I'm talking about there?
I do know what you're talking about.
Yeah. You might be in a different state when you come back. You might not be ready for the political conversations with your family when you come back. Not that I ever would partake, because after all, it is illegal to go on a walk with your cousins, he said in quotation marks. But I remember there was a time once where my cousin and I had gone on a walk, and we came back. And one of my uncles, who is a lot like Dennis Miller, like very sharp-witted person, pulls obscure references out of his keister all the time. He started talking to us, and I was very bowling ballish in that moment in time.
You didn't know what was going on.
I was like, what are you saying? That's the cousin walk, not to be confused with the fart walk.
Your head was in the clouds, is what you're saying. I told you, I got you. I know what you're talking about.
My friends call it in the cloud, which I think is a great way to describe it.
I know what you're talking about.
But fart walks, guys, it's a thing. That's what's popping.
Fart walks.
They're literally popping as you walk.
I guess I'm down with it. Because I've done it before. I didn't know I was doing it, but I've done it. Colin?
I mean, I always like going on walks if I ever feel bloated, like if I feel full.
Does it help?
It legit helps. Like, I mean, if it makes you feel a little bit better.
It gets things moving. It gets things moving.
You get those carbs.
Those carbs. It's a lot of carb eating going on this weekend.
Oh,
too.
yeah.
It's a lot of carb eating. Goodness
gracious. You got the leftovers ready to go.
I damn near ate a whole damn pumpkin pie yesterday. Seriously, I damn near ate a whole pumpkin pie.
Do you like it cold, or do you like it room temperature, or do you like it warm, pumpkin pie?
I like it warm.
I like it cold.
I do like it warm. I can eat it cold, but if I can pick, I like it warm.
Okay.
I mean, a lot of desserts are. I don't really think you should enjoy warm or
apple pie, though. I think should be warm.
Yes. Yeah. Exactly.
I like apple pie warm.
Cherry pie, blueberry pie, debatable.
I'm not a cherry guy, but I love blueberries.
Okay.
So blueberry I can do.
What about pecan pie?
I'm weird. I don't like nuts in food. Like, I can eat pecans by themselves, but I don't like pecan pie. Like, I don't like nuts of any type in food. But I can eat them separately.
So my last name's Neil, but I'm more Czech than Irish than anything because I'm from Central Texas up in the north of Waco, and pecan pie is a very big thing, in that area.
Yeah.
So it's really good, though. It's really good. I like it. So I was just curious.
And you guys do kolaches the correct way.
Yes.
Which is
Yes.
lots of stupid hot dogs and a donut.
Slovaceks, if you're ever going if you're ever going up I-35 back home,
Yes.
okay, you gotta stop in West Texas. Slovaceks, not a paid advertisement. Gotta,
the taste of the old country.
No, I that's actually where I lived, like a little Abbott.
Oh, you live right by there?
Abbott, Texas, which is about 4 miles north. Yes, the home of Willie Nelson.
Everyone goes Buc-ee's, but that's the real stop. If you're going between Austin and Houston, that's the stop. The Slovaceks. I'm with you there. What's poppin' continues. Did you guys enjoy the halftime shows yesterday for Thanksgiving?
Oh,
First off, Jack White with an cameo by Eminem, which was I did not see that coming. That was pretty awesome. I wish Eminem had done a little more Eminem-y things. Wraps up with the Seven Nation Army. I did not know that was a Jack White production.
I knew that because I write for Yahoo Sports as well, so I had to write about that a week ago. So I knew that was coming. I was actually looking for that. I've always been a big Eminem, Slim Shady guy.
Oh yeah,
Chris Partee with the scoop,
right? With the scoop. So I knew that was coming.
Scoop Partee.
I like that name. I might have to go with that. It might have to be my new social media handle.
Yeah, do it.
Partee. There
baby.
you go. But no, I knew it was coming, so I was waiting for Eminem. He's my guy.
Okay.
So I was waiting for that.
I'm a big fan of Eminem. I wanted Eminem to kind of just push Jack White off stage.
Oh,
nothing against Jack
be
White.
mean.
That's not mean. I didn't know who Jack White was until yesterday.
Not your flavor.
I'm just musically challenged. Listen, the Seven Nation Army thing is cool. I didn't know that was him.
So you're one of the. Let me guess. You're one of those people like, hey, if it sounds good, it sounds good to me. I'm listening.
Yeah,
no
pretty
matter
much.
what.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's fair. I mean, I'm that guy where I'm sorry, I don't know who sings this, but it's a great song.
Yeah.
Like, sorry.
Yeah,
he just didn't think Jack White sounded good. So get him off the stage.
Until I didn't know who he was until the last song. I was like, oh, he's that guy. Okay, so now he belongs up there. But all the songs before, I was like, what's going on?
Like, why is this guy here?
Yeah, I was like, who's this guy? Because I knew Post Malone was going to be on the halftime show for the Cowboys, and I love Post Malone. I saw Post Malone at the rodeo doing his country. He walked up on stage barefoot. It was awesome. Post Malone's country music, I was blown away by.
I took a nap during. I'm not a Post Malone guy. I took a nap during.
What do you think of?
I took a nap.
What do you think of people calling him Posty?
Who?
Posty.
I mean, that's a nickname, yeah. I mean, I don't like it.
I don't like it.
You don't like it? I mean,
it sounds weird. It's like you know him personally. Hey, Posty, what's up, man?
Posty.
Hey, Posty.
Yeah, it's a little personal.
Too personal?
We can't call him Posty.
We can't call him Posty.
Only his friends can call him.
Oh, come on. Why can't we call him Posty?
I don't know. It just sounds weird.
It just sounds weird.
He has too many tattoos on his face to be nicknamed Posty.
Posty.
It just doesn't seem like it adds up. No, am I wrong here?
I like it. I like the Posty.
Is it bad I don't know his real name?
I don't either. It's like Clarence Randolph.
It's not. I don't think it's
some generic.
I don't think it's Clarence.
Yeah, it would be funny if it was his
Clarence.
name.
Hey, that would be hilarious if his name was actually Clarence.
Post Malone's name he Googled.
Probably like Jack or something.
All right. Colin, what do you think his name
probably
is?
Jacob.
Ooh, Jacob's a good one, but I'm gonna say no, not Thomas. Some generic.
It's a Texas-themed name.
Oh, really?
Oh, no.
You should know this very well, Chris.
Because it's weird because he grew up in New Jersey or somewhere in the Northeast.
He's from Syracuse.
Yeah, that's
New
right.
York. So I'm a little biased on that front.
It's like I don't
get
know.
out of that.
Tommy.
Austin Richard Post.
Damn it.
Yeah.
Well, see, that's where the Post comes in.
That's right.
Post.
Austin.
Yeah.
So there we go.
There we go.
We learn something new every day.
Oh, Posty.
Oh, Posty.
Oh, Posty.
I'm sorry, I can't do it. I can do it. You can do it though, Chris.
Posty.
That is what's popping every single afternoon on In the Loop at 11:40. It's going to be noon soon. We're keeping an eye on Ole Miss and Mississippi State. Lane Kiffin and the Rebels are the Land Sharks. I forget. They lead right now over Mississippi State 14-7. If you're keeping an eye on that scoreboard, Chris Partee to my left. I'm Paul Gallant. We got Colin Neal running the ones, the twos, and the threes. In the Loop on Black Friday. Sports Radio 610.
Credit DeMeco's defense for coming up big in a 23-19. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
No John, no Reggie. It is me, Paul Gallant, yeah, that guy, and Chris Partee, that guy. Yeah. We are hanging out with you until
these dudes.
2. That's right. We got Colin Neal behind the glass. Colin, shout out to you, sir. You've been here since 6 in the morning.
4:30, actually.
4:30.
Yeah, I don't know how he does it.
Yeah, I don't know
how he's actually still standing and just bright-eyed, bushy-tailed.
Yeah,
I don't know how he does it.
I'm envious of your energy.
Hey, that's the youth right there.
I feel like an energy vampire right now.
That's the youth. That's his youth.
It's the youth.
That's his youth.
Yeah. If you don't mind me asking, how old are you, Colin?
I turned 25 13 days ago.
You finally turned 25, man.
Yes,
Congratulations. Happy birthday, man. Happy birthday. Belated birthday, man.
Yeah, I spent it watching my my Bearcats. I mean, I covered them.
Yeah.
But they beat Delaware at Shell Energy, so it was pretty fun. It was a pretty good game. It was pretty fun.
Nice.
Close, but hey, I'll take the birthday gift any day.
Take a W, however you can get it.
Yeah, exactly.
25 was the birthday I was most depressed about.
Why?
30? No. 35?
Why?
No.
Why 25?
Because I was like, well, I'm on my way to 30.
Okay.
So
yeah,
it was like
true.
I could see 30 from here.
So in your mind, you're like on the downslope.
Yeah, I was like, oh,
it's all over now.
Oh boy, yeah.
Hey, wait till 40 comes around.
Yeah.
You ain't hit that yet.
I'll wait.
You ain't hit that yet.
I might lie about my age.
Oh,
Sometimes
you gotta do that.
Somebody I used to work with, Chris, at another radio station, and this person lied about his age for the longest time.
Oh, like for decades?
He wouldn't tell anybody what his age was, and if anyone asked him what it was, he wouldn't say it. And this man is in his 50s, and to his credit, he's for a man in his 50s, you would not think he's in his 50s.
So he looked younger.
Yeah, he looked younger, and he's in good shape.
If you keep yourself up, you can get away with that.
That's true. That's true.
But you can't look like Peter Griffin being 55 saying you're 35,
no,
right?
That's true.
You just can't do it.
For sure. 100%. You got to be careful here. And the Houston Texans got to be careful on Sunday in Indianapolis. Just like Daniel Jones has got to be careful on Sunday in Indianapolis for those Colts. Look, he's dealing with a fractured fibula. He's playing through it. I've seen some really weird reports about Daniel Jones for this game. The Colts are confident he can play through this. I wonder how confident they actually are.
Some of that almost feels like smoke screens. I don't know if I believe that.
Ooh, do you think he's living on video so that the Texans get false intel? I like this.
I don't know if I believe that. There's just something funny about it.
Disinformation?
Playing chestnut checkers.
Classic Shane Steichen, that guy. One of the brightest minds in the National Football League.
And I'm not saying I know anything. I'm just throwing that out there. It just feels weird.
I would certainly feel weird about the idea of Daniel Jones after Josh Allen got sacked 8 times by this defense, hanging in there against this pass rush, which I would say in terms of just name brand recognition is number 1 in the league. Sure, the Broncos have a bazillion sacks this season, by far the most in the league, but with Will Anderson and with Danielle Hunter, I mean, this is the top 1-2 pass rush tandem in the league. You know, after Myles Garrett, who's probably going to be the defensive player of the year. My God,
he should be the defensive player of the year.
He's got 18 sacks and there's 6 games left.
Yeah.
I mean, what in God's name? This is great for all the Aggies
That
out
is
there.
crazy.
It's insane. But this pass rush tandem for the Texans, I mean, if you're Daniel Jones, I don't know what you do. And
he should be scared right now.
He should. And I mean, that means just like they were probably trying to do last week to an extent, but they couldn't get it done against the Chiefs, who also have a very good defense. They're going to try to give the ball to Jonathan Taylor. And Jonathan Taylor has had his moments against the Texans in the past, but this is one of those games where it feels like the Colts have to be really good on the ground to win the game. And I feel very good about the Texans' defense's ability to stop the run.
If I'm the Texans, I want Daniel Jones to beat me.
Yeah.
I want Daniel Jones to beat me.
Double dog dare you.
Just limit Jonathan Taylor.
Yep.
Limit Jonathan Taylor. Make Daniel Jones have to drop back, go through his progressions, and beat you all day.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think he can do it.
I don't either.
I don't think he can do it.
Is that disrespectful of us?
It's very disrespectful, but we're saying it. I don't think he can do it.
Yeah.
I just don't.
I don't either. And then on top of that, when you take a look at the Colts receivers, I have respect for Michael Pittman.
Yeah.
And I think the other guys that they have around him are solid, but are they beating Derek Stingley? Are they beating Kamari Lassiter?
They don't have one receiver that scares you.
No.
Do they? I mean, let's be honest.
Pittman has had his moments.
He's good. I'm not saying he's not good, but what receiver on that team scares you and says, oh, he might go for 10 catches, 180 yards, 150 yards? Which one of their receivers? None of them do.
No, and I always used to make this joke. The Colts have a bunch of random receivers who are solid, but they
a lot of
like,
times
they have names that are like presidents from the 1800s. You know, like Alec Pierce, right? Or
yeah, they do have.
There was another guy named Chester Rogers back in the day, which reminded me of Chester A. Arthur. So that's why I used to make that joke.
Chester Rogers.
I mean, Daniel Jones. I mean,
and then Daniel Jones.
Daniel Jones sounds like he's a man from Kentucky, Coonskin hat, and maybe he's going to move on. I don't know. I'm confusing Daniel Boone and a bunch of other random people from back in the day. I watched that Ken Burns Revolutionary War documentary, so sorry for taking you down the history rabbit hole.
No hate.
Oh, my goodness.
So I'm looking at the Colts. I'm looking at Daniel Jones. I think Daniel Jones is going to have a very tough time beating this Texans defense. And that makes you feel good because it's C.J. Stroud's first game back, and I think it allows C.J. Stroud to ease back in because he has been gone for what feels like months. It's been 1 month.
It's been a month.
But it feels like multiple months.
And on top of that, he's been out with a concussion.
Mm-hmm.
You don't know how
scrambled is his brain.
Concussions affect everyone differently.
For sure.
So you don't really know what's going to happen. We don't know what's going to happen with him when he gets back on the field.
I'm glad you brought up the concussion side of it, Chris, because there have been a couple of moments in Stroud's career where I've wondered, did he ring his bell there?
If he had a concussion, yeah.
Right. Now,
but he didn't go out.
This is before 2023 specifically, before the Jets game where he suffered the concussion and he missed a couple of games. There was a game against the Broncos and there was a game against the Cardinals, and I remember specific moments in both of those games. I don't remember when they happened, but I know at one point in both of those games, Stroud looked a little bit dazed and was being helped around. So good for the Texans taking their sweet time, bringing him back in.
Yeah.
Great for Davis Mills, who has probably earned himself a 10-year career in the league by stepping in and winning 3 games as the backup quarterback, even if there's definitely some things that he needs to be better at. And I think the idea of a quarterback controversy with Davis Mills, come on. Unless you're trolling.
Now that's ridiculous.
I was goofing off a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, I
was goofing off. It was a Texans-Titans game, and I was like, well, I don't really know what to talk about because the Titans suck, and if you lose to the Titans, like, you should go to jail. But so the whole week I was just like, let's start a Davis Mills, C.J. Stroud,
so it was
quarterback
you.
controversy as a bit. But I tell everybody, it's a bit. We're doing it as a bit. We're gonna create a race war between quarterbacks as a bit, okay? We're gonna do exactly what I used to do with my very left-leaning sister and my right-leaning father at Thanksgiving, where you just roll it out and walk away.
Like I said, Paul just likes to troll people.
A little bit.
He just likes trolling.
You figured me out very quickly.
He just likes trolling people.
I'm a little bleep starter.
I'm here for it.
Okay? Yeah, thank you.
I'm here for it.
But the thing is, though, when I was filling in for the drive a few weeks ago, when it was Ron and B. Scott that was in, Ron decided to open up the phone lines because there was people texting in legit saying Davis Mills, and so we opened up the phone lines and then people started calling in defending hey, no, Davis Mills should be in there with CJ Stroud.
Stop.
Come on, guys.
Just stop. I don't even want to hear it. But when I was on with Ron after the Texans had that comeback victory over the Jaguars, because I could sense how annoyed Ron was with the idea that there was any quarterback controversy.
I'm picturing him right now.
The whole show with Ron, I was like, hey, I don't know, man.
I'm seeing him right now. I know he was irritated. I know it was. I know it was.
He also knew I was messing. He knew I was messing with him too.
But it was was getting under his skin, though.
Oh, for sure.
I know it was.
I'm a little gnat. I like to annoy people.
Just like to dig at him.
But it was one of the perfect stupid quarterback controversies because, you got a white guy, you got a black guy, and it just adds a little extra flavor to the quarterback controversy.
In general, everyone just loves a quarterback controversy.
They do.
Just in general.
But this one
even when there is none. Even when there is none.
Yeah, for sure.
We still love a quarterback controversy. Mm-hmm. Why? I don't know. It's just
it's drama.
It's drama. Yes.
It's e-news for men, This is our gossip.
These are our soap operas.
Mm-hmm.
This is for us. This is our soap opera.
Is Becky gonna break up with John? Ours is are the Texans gonna move on to Davis Mills?
That's exactly what it is.
And then there's Kendrick Perkins.
Oh my goodness.
Shedeur Sanders.
Why are we interjecting him into the conversation?
Because of what he was saying about CJ can't throw to his left.
Yeah, I know.
Davis Mills is the guy.
I thought you were talking about Kendrick Perkins, who is a Houston area native.
He is.
And who is a beloved member of one of my favorite Celtics teams ever, who won the title against the LA Lakers. But Kendrick Perkins also has said over the course of the last week that Shedeur Sanders is the most powerful black man in the United States of America since Barack Obama. He actually said that, Chris.
This is.
I got the
Chris, as a member of the black delegation, do you agree with that?
Of the black delegation. All right, Dave Chappelle.
I got the audio if y'all want to listen to it real quick.
I don't think we want to, do we? That's a quarterback controversy.
I cannot disagree more with Kendrick Perkins.
Okay, good.
As I do on most things that he says.
Oh, man. Is this what
he's just saying things to get for ratings.
He's doing the rage baiting.
He's doing I
do troll baiting. He does rage baiting.
He is rage baiting. The CJ Mills things and now this. Come on.
He's just saying anything.
He can't throw left, Pop. He can't throw left.
Bijani actually saw him at the gas station about a month or so ago.
Gosh, that's a big man.
Yeah.
I saw. If we're just talking about seeing huge
just
NBA
random
players,
folks, yeah.
We're just listen. This is the me experience. We just drift off. I saw Shaq going into a CVS once here in Houston.
Okay, yeah.
Just going into the CVS that's on.
You can't miss Shaq.
I think it's on. I think it's like right slightly past the Galleria from where we're at.
Okay.
It's somewhere on. I forget if it's on Richmond or if it's on Westheimer. Anyway, I go in there. I'm going to grab a couple of things for hanging out with a date, and I walk out, and then this massive figure is just walking in. And
massive figure.
Like, oh my God, that was Shaquille O'Neal. And
did he walk right by you?
Oh, walked right by me.
Wow.
The dorky part of me, I was like, wait, that was Shaq. Why is Shaq here? The dorky part of me, because I think there was a Rockets game that was taking place, and I guess he was here maybe for TNT or something like that.
Possibly.
And I walked by him, and the dorky part of me wanted to get a selfie with him. But the P-word side of me was like, I'm too scared. I don't want to annoy Shaq.
I don't want to offend
the star
him.
of Kazam.
Get out of my face, Paul. Get out of my face.
That's not bad.
Shaq is cool, though.
He is cool. That's what I've heard.
If you walk up to Shaq, like he'll talk to you.
Yeah,
He's very personal.
I know. I was a coward.
He's very personal.
I was a coward. I regret this.
You would have been fine.
I think I would have.
You'd have been all right.
I would have been starstruck, but I would have been okay.
He's not one of those a-hole celebrities.
No, he's not. He's not.
He's not.
No.
Let me tell you something. I got more rings than Charles Barkley. All right.
Well, yes. I mean, technically, we probably have more rings than Charles Barkley.
That's true. As a fan of the Patriots, I am a 6-time Super Bowl champion. That is actually very true. I've won more than Charles Barkley by proxy.
So, there you go.
There's a fine print.
Paul Gallant, Chris Barty equal Charles Barkley. Yep.
Pretty much.
I guess, yeah.
Oh, that's terrible. That's terrible.
That's terrible.
That's a terrible take by you two.
That was terrible.
Anyway, football is sport.
Yeah.
We were talking about it.
One of them. It's one of them.
So, we haven't really had a chance to talk about this because everyone was off the air yesterday.
Yeah.
And perhaps this is something that we can bring into the next segment because, Chris, I know you wanted to talk about what we're seeing with the Houston Rockets right now.
Oh, yeah.
So, as part of Lunchtime Confessions, I think we can take a look at what's going on with the Rockets. Lunchtime Confession. Reed Shepherd better than Steph Curry?
Ooh.
I'm kidding. That's
a hot take right there.
I'm doing a little Kendrick Perkins take, okay? Just the little Kendrick Perkins there. But we'll do Lunchtime Confessions. We'll also talk a little bit about what the Rockets were able to do to the Golden State Warriors and what they could do to the Utah Jazz on Sunday. He's Chris Partee. I'm Paul Gallant. Stick around in the Loop Sports Radio 610.
Our guy Lopez made a bold proclamation about the Texans after their win against Radio 610. The day after every game, join Payne and Pendergast in the Loop and The Drive on a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday. Supported by Shoppers John Deere. Game analysis, inside info, coaches' comments, and your reactions starting at 6 and going all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Paul Gallant, Chris Partee, in for John Lopez and Reggie. Chris, I'm going to let you lead off.
All right.
Do you have a lunchtime confessional?
I do.
Hit me.
These are my confessions.
So, Thanksgiving was yesterday. We've talked about the food. Now, we didn't get to the desserts, but I'm sure we will at some point. I got to confess, though, I'm not really a turkey guy. The main course of Thanksgiving, I could care less about. There's been years when I had a plate full of the mac and cheese, the dressing, got it right that time, the cranberry sauce, the green beans, or depending whose house you're at, the green bean casserole. Yes, I got white folks in my family. Okay, I got white folks in the family. So, yeah, I like the green bean casserole.
I hate green beans.
Don't get mad at me, but I do. All right. But there's been years when I will load up on everything but the turkey. Turkey is just too dry for me a lot of times. So it is a very dry meat. I just can't.
Is this a problem created, Chris?
Uh-oh.
If you're making a confession, was it the fault of those who were cooking the bird?
This has been at multiple events.
So this is your general experience, is that it's dry?
With turkey.
Okay.
A lot of times. No, not every time, but a lot of times it's just a little too dry for me.
It's a tough thing to cook, and I'm super thankful that my girlfriend's parents, who are in town right now, suggested that we go out to eat for Thanksgiving yesterday, because I've never done it. And I think I'm a pretty good cook, but I've never done a turkey because it is hard. It's a lot.
It's hard.
That's an all-day thing. So I don't think that's an incorrect take. Like, it's weird, too. We only cook it once a year, generally. Maybe you have turkey.
For Christmas sometimes, yeah.
Maybe you have turkey for Christmas, but it is such an American feast. It's a one-time-a-year thing, and it's very tough for you to get better at cooking a turkey because practice makes perfect.
You don't do it all the time.
Experimentation makes perfect. That totally makes sense to me that turkey's maybe not your favorite.
Not a turkey guy. I'm just not.
Okay.
These are my confessions.
I have a confession.
Uh-oh.
People are going to be mad at me for this one. I have yet to watch a complete Houston Rockets basketball game this year. It is my job to cover sports for a living.
Come on, Paul.
I have yet to watch a complete game. I watched most of the season opener against the Oklahoma City Thunder.
Okay.
I have seen a bit of the Rockets here or there, but I have not been able to sit down and watch a full game. And I don't really have an excuse. Your boy's looking for work, and I'm very thankful that Sports Radio 610 is giving me some part-time work. But I feel bad because I know how good this team has always been. I love the Ime Udoka era. I love Amin Thompson. I think that Alperen Şengün's taken a big step forward. And on Wednesday, we saw Reed Shepherd go off for a career-high 31 points. That is my confession, and I'm sorry. I've let people down because I like basketball. It's not like with baseball where I'm out of the closet on it. I like that the Astros are good, but I do not like the actual sport itself.
Okay.
But I'm a bad sports talk show host because I have not been watching nearly enough Rockets basketball.
Oh, here's the great thing.
Yeah.
You got a lot of time to catch up.
I do.
They've played 15 games so far.
Mm-hmm.
Or are they 11? No, they're 12 and 4.
12 and 4.
So they played 16 games.
Mm-hmm.
What's the math there? 66 left, something like that?
Something along those lines.
Something along there. You got a lot of time, Paul.
You have a lot of time.
You'll catch up. I believe in you.
But I feel bad.
I believe in you.
I feel like the Catholic guilt is raining upon me right now because I feel awful about
Well,
this.
let's be fair. It is football season.
It is, but I still feel like
I'm trying to give you an out here.
I got to make
I'm trying to give you an out, Paul.
I'm flagellating myself. I'm Silas from the Tom Hanks movie, whatever it's called. Da Vinci Code.
Ooh,
I'm that albino dude. Well, he was. he lacks all the pigment, which is saying something because I don't have much myself. He just got blind. He looks a little like Slim Shady, except for he's like a monk assassin or something like that. All right, Colin, what you got?
Yeah.
Oh man, I'm gonna stick to this. I'm gonna go to sports here on this one. I'm gonna stick with it. It's rivalry week.
That's a tough one for me too.
Rivalry week.
Rivalry week. That's a mini confession. I have trouble saying certain words for some reason. As a guy that that is a play-by-play guy, I need to get better at. But anyway,
you've been up a long time, man.
Yeah, dude, you've been up since 4:30.
Technically,
I'm amazed.
He got here at 4:30. He's been up since 3-something.
Yeah.
Confession, I'm tired. Anyway. It's rivalry week. God dang it. I did it again.
Hey, don't make us dump you.
Anyway.
Rivalry.
There we go.
But you know how these days people are like, some people are like, oh, it's all about sportsmanship. I don't like the fight, and the fighting's wrong. No. We just saw Ole Miss and Mississippi State just go at it, and man, it's just awesome. A year ago, the rivalry week was awesome. Okay, it was awesome, and look, Mississippi State and Ole Miss have got started early. I don't mind fights as long as nobody gets hurt. Hey, there's some exchanging unpleasantries. Okay,
so you applaud the passion.
The passion, I love it. Yeah. The passion, I love it. Yeah. That's just what happens when you. A lot of those takes are from people that haven't really played the sport. Really, they don't understand.
You think so?
I'll never fully understand it. I mean, I played football as high as junior high as a Ed Reed safety, but it's
there we go.
But
same,
come on,
brother.
I love this kind of year in sports when we see the passion, the intensity. So yeah. I'm all for exchanging unpleasantries as long as nobody gets hurt.
Yeah, I don't think there's nothing wrong with getting a little scuffle.
I think a lot of people like to watch the scuffles. Now, do you want your kids participating in the scuffle if you're watching a high school game or a college game? No.
Maybe not Malice in the Palace.
Definitely not. Oh, boy, Mississippi State with a big run after the fight. Perhaps they got a little shot in the arm from the squab that happened a moment ago.
Ring those cowbells.
It is annoying. And by the way...
Is that another confession right there?
Yeah, well, here's my confession. My bougie-ass prep school that I went to in high school, Shorecrest Preparatory School, we all had butlers.
Oh,
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. But, it's like, what a douchey-sounding school name. Thayer Academy, the other one I went to. But when I was at that school, for some reason, even though we were 100% the cake eater school, the riches, we had cowbells for some reason. We rang cowbells like we were some hick school. Yeah, no offense to those fine folks who would be called a hick school for ringing a cowbell, but that's kind of, it's like you're leaning into it.
Paul's offending everyone today.
Yeah. Equal opportunity.
He woke up feeling
violence.
It chose violence for sure.
But the cowbell's annoying as hell.
It can be a bit much.
For sure.
It can be a bit.
So that's probably what started that Ole Miss fight. I am curious.
You think that's what started?
Yeah, what happened? I don't know.
Turn that damn bell down.
Colin, did you get any feel for what the hell happened there?
Like, what happened? Why did that start?
So, it was just, looks like a Mississippi State defender just try to get a sack on the quarterback, and I guess...
I saw that.
And I guess while the officials were probably talking about it, there was probably some talking, like asking them, like, "Hey, what did you have for Thanksgiving dinner?" And probably one of them probably had to take like Paul Gallant with the cheese.
Right. And macaroni and cheese smells like farts.
Do you think someone spat in the other person's face?
Oh, come on.
Well, that's all the rage.
We've been seeing a lot of that lately.
That's been a theme.
That's all the rage.
We've been seeing that.
Jamar Chase acting like no one would see that.
Jalen Carter
is pretty funny. But see, Jalen Carter fessed up to it. Jamar Chase straight-faced. And I guess technically, if you want to be a lawyer for him, he never said he spit at him, that he didn't spit at him either. But he said he spit in his general direction. He was like, well, if I was spitting at him, I would have spit at him in the face. Like, all-time attempt to try to get out of the suspension.
That'll hold up in court, buddy.
That's like, it's like sixth grade me forging my mom's signature on the time I told Kelly Murphy to shut up. I ended up getting detention for that. No, that's
so you got in trouble for forging signatures too.
Oh, I was a little.
I've been there. I went there too. I went there too.
Yeah, that was bad. Hey,
it's only wrong if you got caught.
That's true.
We got caught. That's the problem.
Oh, you did get caught.
We got caught.
Yeah, we got caught. There's another thing I cheated on in 8th grade at this school that I got away with.
Wait.
These are my confessions.
Yeah.
Yeah. I cheated on a test and I got away with it. I had a ridiculously high score and everyone thought it was suspect. So the rest of the year, the rest of the year, I actually, and to my credit, I got an A in the class.
Okay.
But the rest of the year, I was like, oh, God, now everyone thinks I'm like,
it was
all
pressure.
That.
You had pressure then.
Oh, I had a lot of pressure.
That was pressure then.
No, and it was very blatant what I was doing. I can't believe I got away with it.
Hey, man, good job.
No, not good job. Nah. Kids listening, don't do that.
Kids don't listen.
Don't use the chat GPT. Don't use the artificial intelligence, you little
my God.
You little cheaters.
Okay, boomer.
No. Do it the old-fashioned way.
If I'm not gonna lie. If ChatGPT had been around when I was in high school,
yeah, I know. I bet.
Early 2000, late 90s, early 2000s. I would have had a 4.0.
I think that's why I don't want them to do it. Because it's like, hey, I had to do it the hard way.
Man, I ain't even gonna lie to you. I would have been using it for everything.
Back in my day.
Oh, come on. We're not that old.
We had to chop down the trees ourselves to get pencils.
See, you can say that when you're 25.
Yeah, this guy.
Hey, for those that don't know, though, I was there when we did it was called the tax test, not the STAR test.
Yeah.
Paul might know what I'm talking about, but it used to be called the tax test whenever we it was like, the readiness test and all that.
Yeah.
So
the standardized testing, whatever
man,
it is.
I remember though when we had to get those little folders and then put them right around our our papers. And
so nobody cheated.
I mean, come on, people were peeking. Yeah, exactly.
What you got over there,
that.
Paul? Let me see your answers.
Hey.
Yeah, exactly.
Cover up. Hey, I studied. I'm a good boy. Excuse me, sir, as he adjusted his glasses.
Hey!
Listen, but it does make you look a little more intelligent, that's for sure. I mean, I look like I just came from a coal mine with my mustache and mullet look right now. Yeah, I was down there. I had a Coors Banquet beer on the way out. Now I guess I sound like Clint. Wrapping it up, I have one more confession to make.
Okay.
These are my confessions.
All right, so yesterday there was this turkey trot thing, and it was for charity. I didn't know it was for charity.
I knew this was going.
I didn't know
this was
charity.
coming.
I didn't know it was for charity, okay? All I know is I was inconvenienced. I was on the goal line of where my home was. All I had to do was take a left, and they said, no, you got to take a right, sir.
Damn.
The police officer told me that, and I was like, wait, seriously?
So even if you lived there, you couldn't just...
Right. So I had to take a right back on Westheimer, go back to 610, loop around, go up north on 610, and then get on San Felipe. But since there were so many detours to go around the turkey trot, I kept on having to take a right. Everything was one lane. It was brutal. And I see people that are out here that are clearly not going that hard in the turkey trot. I saw two people dressed up like Glenda and Greenbroad from Elphaba, from Wicked 2, which I'm going to have to watch with the girlfriend in the near future. Not looking forward to that. No offense. The second one doesn't have as good songs. Huh?
Good luck.
I'm saying it.
Good luck.
But as I'm driving around, I see a lot of people that are walking, and these people jaywalked through the cars that were parked.
Of course they did.
They jaywalked, and they were getting annoyed that some cars were still moving forward.
Oh my
god! And they jaywalked, and they like waved at us, and so I flicked them off, rolled down the window, and told them, "F you."
So you actually rolled down the window.
I did.
And gave them the expletive.
Yeah, I did. I was in a death machine. Oh, come at me. Come at me, bro. No, I wouldn't actually do that. That's illegal. That's brother.
Illegal, and hey, we're in Texas, and when I say we're in Texas, you should know what I mean by
that.
that.
For sure. Yes. But these people, I mean, I don't know if people in the turkey trot are going to be carrying, a piece.
Hey, nowadays you just never know.
That's totally true. And listen, the white Irish rage takes over me, and my eyes roll back into my head like a great white shark.
And you just black out.
I just black out. I don't even know what I'm doing. And eventually, I probably will get killed because of this. And you know what? Laugh when it happens. Okay, I want you to at least have one last laugh at my clown self. But I was so mad in that spot, and what drives me crazy about this, and look, it was for a good cause. But okay.
But you didn't know that at the time.
I didn't know it at the time. So the spin zone that I have for myself that justifies me flicking this person off and telling them to go F themselves is this. The spin zone is this. 10,000 people were trotting for this awesome cause that Sean Pendergast is emceeing. And you only raised $10,000?
Yeah,
some of you people that were running that were doing it just for your own vanity, to show off to people on social media after the fact that you ran in whatever amount of time the turkey trot, but you gave no money to that charity. None. And you should be ashamed of yourself, because not only did you take 50 minutes out of my Thanksgiving where I could have cured cancer, I could have solved the crisis in Ukraine and Russia, or in Gaza. I could have done all those things.
Any number of things.
There's a lot of things I could have done in those 50 minutes, and instead I was stuck in traffic watching people half-ass it. These fat asses half-assing it on the turkey trot, and on top of that, some of you cheapos gave absolutely nothing to this event, which led to lots of police officers getting paid overtime so that they could keep you safe from people like me who were thinking about doing a little Grand Theft Auto. In his head, he wouldn't have actually done it. That's all I'm saying. I'm glad that we raised some money here, but some of you guys held out, and the fact that you also took 50 minutes away from my Thanksgiving yesterday that I'll never get back, I'll never forgive you. That is my confession.
My last question is,
yes, sir.
How did that person respond to you?
Did they gave a sheepish look, like, what?
Really?
which honestly was the appropriate response. I'm glad.
I'm here. Come on.
I don't think they could have taken me. I don't think they could have taken me. 2-4 career lifetime fights.
Two and four.
Last time I lost it, just got. I was playing pickup basketball at the LA Fitness on Westheimer, and I stole the ball from somebody who was very mad that I'd stolen the ball from him. He tackled me on a breakaway layup. I got up, threw the ball at his head. As hard as I could, said, watch it, you effing psycho. Go out to the free throw line to get the ball checked to me, turn around, boom, punched in the face. And this dude who
he sucker punched you.
Oh, yeah, he did. And I was down on the ground. I'm glad he didn't go any further. But this dude who looked straight out of I Am Legend, like those things, like he ran. God. He ran. And I'm glad he ran, because I would have kicked my ass.
He ran.
So that's why I don't fight anymore. But I don't think these people could have kicked my ass. Anyway, I'm being self-indulgent here. That was my confession. That felt good to get it off my chest. I'd do it again, too.
It's therapy.
It's therapy.
It's what this time of day is for. Every day in the loop on 12:20 here on Sports Radio 610.
Your lunchtime confessions.
What we do.
Up next, a look at this weekend in college football. Tonight's big game between Texas A&M. Keep you posted on what's going on in the Egg Bowl, which, as always, has been fun to open things up. In the Loop with Paul and Chris, Sports Radio 610.
The Drive is live on a Football Friday. Join from the Mokaram Injury Lawyer Studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
Paul Gallant, Chris Partee for John and Reggie. All right. College football. It's a sport that they play in college on the gridiron. It's a big weekend, rivalry weekend, and generally every single Friday at 12:40, thanks to Wrangler, we run you through the big games of the college football schedule. So, Ole Miss, Mississippi State, game in progress right now. Ole Miss just took a 21-10 lead on Mississippi State with 12 seconds to play in the first half. Ole Miss's quarterback Trinidad Chambly, 212 yards passing and 2 touchdowns. Just in the first half.
Say that 3 times fast.
I cannot.
Yeah, really.
I totally forgot his name
one
already.
time fast.
I just read it off the script. I'm Ron Burgundy. I just read it off the TV. I totally forget his name already. But it's 21-10. That is important in a game where there have been punches thrown between Ole Miss and Mississippi State. For tonight's game, the big game for rivalry weekend, number 3 Texas A&M, number 16 Texas at DKR in Austin. The Aggies can make it to the SEC championship game with an outright victory over the Horns tonight, as it looks like Ole Miss and Mississippi State might be about to fight again. They can also advance if Ole Miss loses and if Alabama loses the Iron Bowl tomorrow evening at 6:30. Number 10, Alabama on the road. Jordan Hare taking on War Eagle or the Tigers. Make up your mind, Auburn.
One or the other. Pick one.
There's like 30.
You only get one.
Gonna have to talk to Parker about that.
You're right.
Parker, there's 30 Auburns. Or there's 30 Tigers in the SEC, okay? Just be War Eagle. War Eagle's cool. Like, how you're a Tiger,
It does
War
sound
Eagle.
cool, though.
You have an eagle that flies into the stadium, but you're the Tigers? I don't get it. I don't get
The
it.
Eagle's name is Tigger. No, I'm kidding.
Is it?
I made that up.
That would be pretty good. That would be good.
Like, you're not helping your case as being like the little brother of Alabama in the state if you can't figure out what your mascot is.
Okay, but Crimson Tide and the mascot's an elephant?
Yeah. Makes total sense. Think about it. Think about it. I honestly
He's
don't
thinking.
understand.
He's definitely thinking.
I don't get that either.
No one gets it. No one gets it.
It's a cool name. It's also a great,
It just sounds good.
it's a great movie. Denzel, Gene Hackman. Ever seen that?
It just sounds good.
It's very good. All right, so the Aggies in Texas. Every Aggie knows this. You can't lose this one. It's not about the college football playoff, which you are very much alive for, and I would feel very good about your chances in the college football playoff with the way that your defense has played this year. But it's your first chance to ever make it to an SEC championship game. Number one, you beat Texas into the SEC. They've already played in multiple SEC championship games. Well, you have not. You got to make it to this one. You got to finally make it to this one. It doesn't matter if you win or lose that game. It doesn't matter if you win or lose this game tonight, technically. But they will hold this over your head for the rest of time. If you, in the midst of an undefeated season, lose the season finale to Texas.
What's the gut feeling here? How are you guys feeling about who's going to win this game tonight?
Listen, I just like with the Houston Texans, Chris, I constantly am thinking about the other shoe dropping. Aggie's going to Aggie, man.
You think it's going to happen tonight, huh?
Okay.
If it was ever going to happen, it's going to be tonight, is what you're saying.
I think it's going to happen. And I hate to say that because some of my best friends are Aggies, but my bestest friends are UT people, so I also will be probably wearing burnt orange at some point.
Yeah, I got a lot of UT peeps, too.
You should find a shirt that's like split like between maroon and burnt orange. Aggie maroon, burnt orange.
Right down the middle.
It's interesting you bring that up.
Uh-oh. Do you have a shirt like that,
I do
Paul?
have a shirt like that.
I knew that was coming. I knew it.
I do.
I saw the look in his eye. I knew it.
Yes, you know me, a little bit of a troll. So a couple years ago, right after coming back from Seattle, where I had, been talking and being a fan of the Mariners while I was there, when I came back, I had an Astros Mariners shirt, and it was great because it unified both fan bases who hate each other. It unified both fan bases. Like, who's this a-hole? So yeah, I have it says Mara Rose It says like
really?
Yeah, it says Mara Rose.
Did you make it at home?
Oh, come
Did you make that at home?
Yeah, I did.
Oh
yeah.
my goodness!
I had a tailor who, sadly, they're no longer in existence. But shout out to the Brass Thimble, which was the best tailor in town back in the day. And yeah, they put that monstrosity together. Because I'm a little bit of a baseball hoe. What do you want from me? You know, whoever's good.
That's who you're rolling with.
If I'm in a city and I'm being paid to watch the team down, I'll root for that team.
I get it.
Yeah. So anyway,
I get it.
But to bring it back, I do think the Aggies are going to Aggie it up. Sorry, Aggies. Yeah, I think it's going to happen.
Despite having a lot of
sorry, Tyler.
Despite having a lot of Longhorn people, I think A&M is going to get the job done.
You think so?
I think they'll get the job done because they know that if they lose this game, what you said,
right?
You never live that down.
No, you can't.
You never live it down. It being in the position they're in, 11-0, number 3 in the nation, chance to make the SEC championship, college football playoffs, the whole shebang.
Yeah.
Yes, I think they get it done. 2:30
today, Georgia Tech. Ooh. The only take I have on this game is, one, good for Haynes King. That's it. That's all I got. Also, Georgia's fight song at the end saying, "And to hell with Georgia Tech." It's pretty cool.
That's classic.
I like how the fight songs are generally about the other school.
Oh, yeah.
Obviously, Texas A&M has the kind of graphic when you think about it, like sawing varsity's horns off. Like, kind of messed up, yo. PETA? Saw varsity's horn off. Varsity's horns are off. It's like, whoa, easy. It's kind of culty.
These college rivalries, they get brutal.
They do.
They get brutal, and it's so petty.
They're
it's like
petty. But it's great.
Ultimate in pettiness when it comes to college football.
Colin, you said something in my ear. I missed it. What is that?
I was just wondering if we want to grace the people that are listening to here on Sports Radio 610 and grace the people with the Aggie.
Oh. Well, this was last year's. I think this was last year's Colin Aggie yell, the one that I emailed.
Yeah.
This is the one this was the one from last year. This is the midnight yell for before their game against Texas.
And that's exactly what we're going to do to them, Ags. We're going to beat the ever-living, ever-loving, compound, complex, Fighting Texas Aggie. That's some real little brother energy. Fighting Texas Aggie. There's nothing more disgusting than burnt orange. Fighting Texas Aggie. Saw that fat steer's horns off. Fighting Texas Aggie. Coach Jim Schlossnagel never belonged here anyway. We're going to beat the Fighting Texas Aggie class of 2026 hell out of those Texas Longhorns.
Man, you guys just make it too easy. And I don't have a dog in the fight. I just so this is the big request that I've always had for the Aggies in the midnight yell. Okay, you're at a school. There's a ton of people that go to this school. Texas A&M, it's a good school. There's a lot of great students who have gone there, and I'm sure some of them are comedically inclined. Someone's got to write these guys better material. They got to write these guys better material.
Bring in some professionals, huh?
Yeah. Can we get a stand-up comic? I mean, shoot, like just off the top of my head, my girlfriend's favorite podcaster, Brittany Broski, she's a big deal. She can't help out with the midnight yell. Can we get some better jokes?
I mean, come on, we need Shane Gillis. What you talking about?
Shane would help too, but I don't know. He might because he's living in Austin now. Can he get away with crossing the state lines?
He might not want to do that.
I don't think he would.
He might not want to risk that.
No, and he's a Notre Dame guy too, and I think he probably thinks, oh, this is kind of weird. Most people think the Texas A&M thing is weird. And you go up online. I looked up a couple of things like, hey, what are the best
What'd you find? What did you find?
Here's some bad ones. How do you get a UT graduate off your porch? Fighting Texas Aggies. How do you get them off your porch? You pay them for pizza. How many UT football players does it take to change a light bulb? Only one, but he gets 3 credit hours, a new car, and about $5,000 in cash for it.
Wow.
Okay, that's all right.
That's actually pretty good. That's not that bad.
How many Longhorn fans does it take to screw in a light bulb? 4. 1 to screw in the light bulb. 2 to talk about how great the light bulbs were when Daryl K. Royal was there.
Oh, wow.
And 1 more to walk away halfway through.
Damn.
Oh, yeah. What's that in reference of?
I don't know. I'm just reading it off of Texags forum. Texags noted sane and rational message board.
Of course.
Shout out to my guy David Nuno.
What is the Tex Ags equivalent for UT though?
Orange Bloods, maybe?
Ooh.
Yeah.
Chip Brown and all that.
Orange Bloods. I actually worked with him.
You did?
At when I
back when you were in Austin. Yeah.
I produced his morning show with Sean Adams.
It's going to be an interesting experience tonight. I'm bringing my my mom and my stepdad straight from the airport into all of it so they can experience it.
Oh, wow.
And I know.
So do they get into today? Like,
yeah.
What time? Like right after the show?
Right after the show. These are my confessions. Another confession. I think it's ridiculous that I have to pick up my mom from the airport when she didn't pick me up from the airport the last time I
Damn!
But I'll do it because I'm a good boy.
That's your mom.
I'll do it because I'm a good boy.
That's your mom.
Yeah, I know. She could pick me up from the airport last time.
Damn.
I'm just saying. I'm driving through rush hour traffic to George Bush Intercontinental Airport.
That's true.
I'm going to want to kill myself.
Yeah.
Of course, tongue in cheek here, but jeez.
Oh, my goodness.
I actually went to DKR a few months ago.
You did?
Yeah, because Sam Houston played them, and the 55-0 arch looking good game.
Yeah.
I was sitting up in that press box.
Tough day.
Yeah, sitting up in that press box. So that press box is kind of no disrespect, but it's kind of a rough press box.
No disrespect. No disrespect.
All disrespect, actually.
I'm just saying,
that was all disrespect.
Hey, it was pretty cool though. I got to stay right next to Evo.
Hell yeah! Did you saw his horn off? No, you can't. That's all. That's what the Aggies have that as a fetish, though.
They would murder you if you touched Bevo.
Well,
they're not letting Revier to DKR tonight with her one eye.
The thing is, though, Sam Houston is called a place where all the Aggie rejects go. So,
damn.
Oh damn!
That's cold-blooded right there.
I never really had a thing in with the Aggies in Texas. I was a Colt McCoy fan, but that's about it.
Okay.
And I love me some money.
Johnny Manziel.
Yeah.
Johnny Football.
Old Johnny Football.
Johnny Football. But but Sam Houston, that's where I aligned. I have no dog in this fight. I kind of hope that there's no ties in college football, but you know what?
You want a tie?
I would love a tie.
Bring
just
back
for
ties.
some reason. Bring back ties.
Most un-American take ever the day after Thanksgiving.
Are we normalizing ties now?
No. F that. Ties are un-American.
Ties don't bother me.
They don't?
They don't happen all the time.
Says the Irish guy.
They don't happen all the time.
Well, the Irish have been losing the history. Goodness. We wish we were tying. Anyway, call Neil behind the glass. Chris Partee, I'm Paul Gallant. In for John and Reggie. It's In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Stay there.
Credit DeMeco's defense for coming up big in a 23-19 win against the Bills. 8 sacks, 3 turnovers, and relentless pressure all game long. The Texans D put on a show against one of the best in the game. If you didn't know before, you know it now. The best defense in the league is here in Houston.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Zadig Jewelers.
This is Sean Morash with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Nobody is saying it, but it needs to be acknowledged as we head toward the NFL's home stretch. The Seahawks can go to the Super Bowl with that defense and complementary offense. The huge blemish? Can Sam Darnold not fall apart like he did last winter? A first test for that happens versus the team he left, the Vikings. Sam Darnold, you are now on Pumpkin Watch. I'm Sean Morash.
When something breaks, you gotta ask yourself, who you gonna call?
What's it going to cost you?
Where you gonna find them?
And?
Will you trust them to do the job right? Start with Tom Tynan on Home Show Radio. Tom's been giving advice on home improvements longer than there's been internet, and has a list of trusted home show pros to help you. Saturdays 9 to noon and Sunday mornings 8 to 11.
And anytime you want.
At homeshowradio.com.
D&M Leasing just delivered a new truck to a customer who'd heard the ads for a long time about D&M. He always thought leasing was just, quote, renting. But when the dealership offered him an 84-month loan, he realized he'd be stuck upside down in those payments. That's when he remembered D&M Auto Leasing, and that's when he knew. D&M Auto Leasing isn't just about what you can afford. It's the smarter way most people pay for their vehicles these days. Are you ready to stop financing negative equity and start driving smarter? Call 713-290-1000 or go to dmautoleasing.com.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
Listen up, y'all. Game day is locked in this winter for the 2025 Kinder's Texas Bowl, when the Big 12 takes on the SEC at NRG Stadium on Saturday, December 27th. The Texas Bowl has welcomed top college football teams from across the nation for 20 years. And in honor of our anniversary, we're ready to have a year like no other, with bigger events and better moments. This will be a Texas-sized celebration you cannot miss. Join the waitlist now at kinderstexasbowl.com to be the first to know when tickets go on sale this December. That's kinderstexasbowl.com. And Doug.
There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game.
Boo! 42! You're going down, Doug!
Oh, yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down.
Hey!
Limu? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
On the golf tee, it's Skechers World Champions Cup. Watch it live December 4th and 5th on ESPN and ESPN Plus, 12 to 4 p.m. It's PGA Champions Tour golfers from all over the world. Team USA versus Team Europe versus Team International. Watch it live December 4th and 5th on ESPN and ESPN Plus, 12 to 4 p.m. The competition will be tense, but feet will be comfy. Tune in to Skechers World Champions Cup. Final round of golf on Sunday, December 7th on ABC, 1 to 5 p.m.
Our city is growing fast. More people, more traffic, and yes, more wrecks. I'm seeing lawyer ads everywhere, and for someone who's been hurt, it's tough to know who to trust. Choosing the right attorney is a crucial decision for your case. At Mokaram Injury Lawyers, they've helped thousands of injured Texans recover hundreds of millions of dollars over the past 30 years. So when the insurance companies try to lowball you, they fight back and won't stop until you get the justice you deserve. They're there when you need them 24/7, 365 days a year. Just call 281-222-2222. And best of all, there are no fees unless they win your case. That's why so many folks in Houston trust Mokaram Injury Lawyers. They fight for your rights so you can receive fair compensation for your injuries. And remember, there are no fees unless they win. Call 281-222-2222. That's 281-222-2222. Or visit MokaramInjuryLawyers.com. Mokaram Injury Lawyers, Principal Office, Houston, Texas.
I love a day on the water with friends, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis sometimes holds me back. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
Teaching music is my passion, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm treating my joint symptoms with Skyrizi.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin at 4 months.
Or if you are an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from IQ Bar. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at eatiqbar.com/policy/terms of service.
I've got good news and bad news. Here's the bad news. Most protein bars are packed with sugar and unpronounceable ingredients. The good news? There's a better option. I'm Will, and I created IQ Bar plant protein bars to empower...
access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Paul Gallant and Chris Partee in for John, for Reggie, Colin, Neal, working the marathon shift behind the glass. Yeah. We appreciate your effort today, sir.
I'm starting to feel it, my good sir.
Yes.
Hey, man, you in the home stretch now.
You know you're tired when you start speaking like it's the old English times. My fine sir.
Is that the indication?
Huzzah to you,
The
sir.
hour is within.
There we go. By the way, Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 brought to you by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days. You just can't. But you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game all season long, including our juicy Week 13 matchup between the Texans and Colts. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. We do have some breaking news.
Uh-oh.
Texans head coach DeMeco Ryans announced today the quarterback situation. Are you guys ready for this? I'm telling you. This is crazy.
So what we think it is?
CJ Stroud is cleared of concussion protocol and will start Sunday against the Colts. I was wondering if anyone thought, is he about to say Davis Mills has been announced as the starting quarterback? No.
You know people were nervous.
Some
people were nervous on that.
You're right, Chris. There was actually some question this week. I've seen it from some Texans fans. And now we can celebrate because he's officially going to be under center. And I think that we saw the most that we could possibly see out of Davis Mills. Second half approach for the Texans against the Bills. Very conservative. Davis Mills did not have a great start. I think he began the game 1-9. He's missing lots of targets. There were some drops, too, and Jaden Higgins got to figure out the sideline. He eventually did.
That doesn't help.
But Stroud's going to be back under center against a Indianapolis Colts team with Daniel Jones dealing with a broken fibula, which I guess he can play on. But if you've seen videos of him from practice and look it up for yourself, it does not look good for him.
I mean, the fibula supports 15% of the body weight, like Sean Pendergast noted in the morning show. But as
Dr. Sean,
as a guy, though, that has suffered a broken compound fracture with the tibia and the fibula, it's the tibia that's the more important one. If it was the tibia, I wouldn't see him play in this game, in my non-medical opinion, but as someone that's gone through an injury like that, sort of.
You had a compound fracture?
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Yeah,
sorry, bro.
Oh, my goodness.
That's traumatizing.
Yeah. But in my non-medical expert opinion, Daniel Jones can play on it. It's just a matter of, I mean, if he takes one bad hit from either Will Anderson Jr. or Daniil Hunter.
That's what I said earlier. I don't think he finishes the game. I don't think he'll start it. I don't think he finishes it.
Because he's got to escape those guys on a regular basis.
Yes.
And, I mean, Josh Allen was running for his life.
They're going to be coming after him.
And Allen's mobile, and Allen's tough to break down.
And he don't have a broken leg.
Right, he doesn't have a broken leg. Remember that one sack where Will Anderson missed him and still tracked him down and eventually got him on Thursday night? I mean, imagine you're hobbled. You know, you're Tiny Tim out there.
Trying to get away from that guy.
From Chris Carroll with a crutch. You're like, God bless us, everyone. Meanwhile, like Will Anderson, a.k.a. the Terminator's bearing down on you, and Daniil Hunter's coming from the other side with his massive biceps. And then just, right in the middle, and you're like Lenny from Not Another Teen Movie.
At that point, you just got to take a dive, man. Just go down. Live to play another down.
Yeah.
What do you do?
Do you think that's a legit conversation?
What?
Like, they're like Steichen and coaching staff probably talking to Daniel Jones like, hey, listen,
you got to be careful out there.
Yeah.
We need you for the long haul.
If it don't look good, throw it away or go down. Don't try to extend the play.
That has to be a conversation.
I would tell him
It has to be. It has to be.
Because, look, you're 8-3 if you're the Colts. And while it's not ideal to lose this game because it tightens everything up in the AFC, especially because you have 2 games against the Texans, including on Sunday. You got 2 games against the Jaguars the rest of the way. And you're playing the Seahawks. And you're playing the 49ers. They have a tough schedule the rest of the way. They could easily lose all 6 of those games. I don't think they will, but they could easily lose all 6 of those games in some way, shape, or form. Like, each of those is a blow game for the Jaguars, of course. Like, are they going to beat them twice?
Right.
But if you're the Colts, I think you do look at this game and say, okay, we're not going all out in this one. We still have the lead in the division, barely.
Yeah.
Daniel Jones being healthy for the rest of the way
for the long haul
is much more important than seeing if you're going to be able to go all out and win this game and Jones gets hurt along the way. If you win, but Jones gets hurt, that's a win for the Texans.
Yeah,
it would be a tough uphill battle to get back into the thick of things, but you feel pretty good.
No, if the Colts lose this game, it's not the end of the world. No, you don't want to lose it. You don't go in thinking you might lose, but it's not the end of the world for them. So if anything looks funny with Daniel Jones, I think they might pull him. But again, like I said, I don't think for one reason or another, I don't think he finishes this game. I just don't. I don't see him finishing this game.
Well, if he doesn't finish the game, and I just looked this up, so we're all in the same boat here. Mm-hmm. It's not Anthony Richardson because Anthony Richardson injured himself by hitting himself with
a slingshot or something like
a stretching band.
There you go.
He
it's
broke
like a slingshot.
Orbital fracture with. I'm bewildered by how that actually happens in the year of our Lord 2025.
It is baffling.
I've looked this up, so I know the answer. Chris, can you guess who the backup quarterback for the Colts is? Oh, you know? Okay.
I looked earlier.
Okay,
yeah.
So he knows. Colin, do you know who the backup quarterback for the Indianapolis Colts is? Putting you on the spot.
Years past, I would have said Jacoby Brissett. But
yeah.
Years past, you would have been correct. Well. He's still playing all right.
Setting records with the Cardinals in a loss, but
losing, but yeah.
Yeah.
Better than Kyler Murray. Anyway. Man, is it?
I'll give you a hint. Notre Dame.
Oh, Riley Leonard.
There you go.
There you go.
That's a good hint.
So Riley Leonard is in the game if Daniel Jones gets hurt.
Hey, next man up, right? That's what we say, right? He's next man up.
I'm not going Greg Williams here. I'm not putting a bounty.
No bounty gate here. Bounty gate too.
But I mean, you get Jones out of the game. I mean, the AFC South is up to you in Jacksonville.
So how does Sean Pendergast feel about it when Riley Leonard goes into the game?
Ooh, is he going to be torn?
No, I don't think he's going to be torn.
I don't think so.
It'd be kind of funny.
Yeah. So I got a text here from they didn't leave their name, but it's from the 281. Are y'all surprised that Daniel Jones' injury is even public knowledge? I think I try to keep it.
Yeah,
I try to keep that within the organization if it was me.
You know, that's a great point, and maybe this is his agent putting it out there because he did sign.
That happens.
He did sign LeBron.
That happens all.
And how many basketball players?
LeBron's a whole different.
But how many basketball players you hear? Oh, he's hurt. He's playing through an injury. Well, I mean, Daniel Jones is on a, if I'm not mistaken, 1-year contract for $14 million.
Yeah, 1-year deal.
Jets signed Justin Fields for $240. Daniel Jones perhaps is getting this out like, hey, he's trying to play through an injury to potentially get paid next season. So I'm assuming that that's why this happened. But you watch the video. Maybe it's about the video that was posted. Because these people see the video of him at practice and they're like, what in God's name is going on right now? Because it really does look like it's affecting him.
Yeah.
I don't know what they're going to give him, like a horse tranquilizer before the game or whatever they give the NFL players these days.
They're going to shoot him up. He's getting shot up.
It's going to be
He's going to be shot up for real.
The biggest needle.
They're going to numb the hell out of that thing.
And I still don't know if that
helps. Just go out there and play.
Because they have to run the football extremely well in this game. And I think that the Chiefs proved last week that Indianapolis cannot win a game by running the football to throw. Like that's just not going to open things up enough for Daniel Jones right now. Yeah. Right. Jonathan Taylor probably should be the MVP to this point this year. They're going to give it to a quarterback, but I mean, how many 3-touchdown games does he have this year? I think 4.
Yeah, and I mean, even that thing, I'm with you there. The whole MVP thing with quarterbacks, that's something we can get into at another time. But yeah, he right now he would be MVP
for sure,
or should be. I'd say he should be.
But this game, and the other news for the Texans today too, Jalen Petry's out of the concussion protocol, and Jalen Petry, while from time to time in coverage, not the best. Jalen Petry in run support and Jalen Petry blitzing as a nickel guy that hangs up in the box. Yeah. That's a great person to have back for a game against a team that is going to have to run the football to beat you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, Jonathan Taylor, his career statistics against the Texans, I don't want to traumatize you guys.
He's pretty good. He's pretty good. Let's just say that he's pretty damn good.
Career number against the Texans, 8 games. He has run the ball 172 times for 964 yards and 9 touchdowns. So he's averaging 120.5 a game.
He almost has 1,000 yards against the Texans.
Correct. In 8 games.
In 8 games.
And he's averaging 5.6 yards a carry. And I still can't believe, like, in 2023, Texans do not make the playoffs, I'm convinced, if they have Jonathan Taylor on the field for that 4th and 3.
Yeah.
And Taylor was playing banged up in that game, but for whatever reason, they subbed in Mike Goodson. And Mike Goodson, poor guy, ball right off his hands. That's it.
Didn't get it done.
No. But that's what they're going to have to do to win this game. And, I mean, you got to feel pretty good about the Texans going into this one. Obviously, we have seen the Texans blow games that they should win, specifically this Texans team with DeMeco Ryans and with C.J. Stroud, and Stroud's going to be back out there. But to me, no excuse for a loss. None. Even if it's on the road, you're going up against a quarterback that's banged up. Your defense is great. It's just a matter of your offense being adequate.
Yeah.
Which is the story of this entire season.
That defense is so locked in right now. Talking about the Texans. They are so locked in. There's been games this season. Most of their wins this season, that defense has willed them to winning most of these games.
Yep.
It's willed them. They just will not allow them to lose.
Right.
That's what's been happening.
No, and
that's what's been happening.
But can the offense, with C.J. Stroud back in there, hold up their end of the bargain? And that's really been the big question all year.
Give them 17 points. Can you give them 17?
Does 17 win you a game against the Colts? I don't think 17 wins it.
This week, I think it might.
I think the Colts will still. Shane Steichen's figured out a way to move the football against DeMeco Ryans, but you think it might?
I think it might this week.
Oh, I got a low-scoring game.
I think it might this week.
Godforsaken hellhole, Indianapolis.
Now that
I've never been there, by the way. I just like to say that.
Now they know that's banking on them being able to, I won't say shut down Jonathan Taylor, but limit him. And have them rely on Daniel Jones, who's hurt right now.
Yes.
If he's actually going to play, because that's what they're telling us, he's going to play.
Right.
And he's telling us that he's going to play. If that's going to happen,
you got to win. And if Daniel Jones beats you, I mean, yikes! That's a black eye.
It's a broken leg.
It's a broken leg for the Texas defense resume, and for their case as the best defense in the league, which a lot of people have been saying, myself incled, after that win that they had on Thursday against the Bills. I mean, they have shut down the MVP of the league in their last 2 games against him. Josh Allen. Is Josh Allen the MVP? I know that's a subject for another day maybe, but they should win this game. I don't think there's any excuses. Shortstop Cannon on the Twitch at 610 Houston says, listening to y'all, Texans will win by 20+ points. I'm not going that far. I don't think they blow them out. I do think this is one of those games that comes down to the wire.
I don't know if the offense can score that many points to beat them by 20+.
Right.
Well, I guess you can beat them 20-0, but I don't see that.
No,
I think I can see 17-10, 17-13, 21-14, something
for sure.
like that. I can see that.
I mean, look, the Bills had their moments offensively there, that big touchdown run, and the special teams were talking about
Cook,
a little bit suspect of late. But I think there's no excuse for losing this game because of what Daniel Jones is, because of what your defense is, and because you have C.J. Stroud back out on the field. Any of the last 3 games, I mean, it would have been embarrassing to lose to the Titans, but you lose a game with Davis Mills under center against the Jaguars, who are competent this year, or a game to the Bills with Davis Mills under center.
Yeah.
You can understand that. But for this game, with where Daniel Jones is supposedly, there's no excuse to lose. No. So you better take care of business, guys. If you don't want people second-guessing you when you guys are trying to gaslight people at the press conferences saying, like, yeah, everything's great. We're taking steps forward. No, man. I'm not accepting that.
If his leg is as bad as we're led to believe, you have to win this game if you're the Texans.
Right. And
there's literally no excuses here. None.
Any chance of a Trojan horse, rope-a-dope kind of situation where the Colts are playing some some tricky things, like when they pump in crowd noise, which no one talks about?
They may try stuff. I don't think the trickery is going to work out here.
Right.
No.
Okay.
I don't see it happening.
Okay. Fair enough.
Texans are going to win this game.
Texans are going to win this game?
Not by 20, but they're going to win the game.
By several points.
By several points.
Okay.
They can win by a touchdown.
It would be nice if
I give them that.
They like a blowout. I would like a blowout. I know it's not going to happen.
I don't see it.
I just don't want to stress out.
Offense is just not there for me.
No, it's not.
To predict a blowout.
They looked really good against San Francisco with Stroud under center in his last full game, and they were moving the football before Stroud got concussed against the Broncos.
Yeah.
And now it's almost going back.
It's been a while now.
Right, for sure.
It's been a while now.
For sure. He is Chris Partee. I'm Paul Gallant. You're in the loop. Sports Radio 610. Coming up next on this fine radio program of ours. I don't know why I'm talking like that all of a sudden.
Got the Holy Spirit got you.
Win because, lose because. Texans win because, they lose because. And Figgy's mixtape. I guess I'm going to be Figgy. How about that?
We can all be Figgy.
We are all Figgy deep down.
We all three of us cannot equal to the great.
There we go.
That's true. That's true. In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Stick around.
Our guy Lopez made a bold proclamation about the Texans after their breakdown is here on Sports Radio 610. The day after every game, join Payne and Pendergast in the Loop and The Drive on a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday. Supported by Shoppers John Deere. Game analysis, inside info, coaches' comments, and your reactions starting at 6 and going all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
No John, no Reggie, and no Figgy. It's Paul Gallant. It's Chris Partee. It's Colin Neal in the Loop on Sports Radio 610.
Holding down the fort.
So one of us, at some point, has to take up the mantle of the one, the only, the Figgy Fig, for this segment.
It's probably I feel like I kind of have to.
Colin usually does a great job filling in for Figgy Fig, even with the Figgy's mixtape. He usually does a great job.
I mean, I do all right. All right, you know what?
So modest.
All right. It's Figgy's Mixtape. Colin Neal filling in for the great, and I mean the great, Figgy here on Sports Radio 610. You, of course, can tune in every weekday at around 1:20. Figgy Fig would usually hold it down for Figgy's Mixtape, but it is me. And yes, I can tell some of y'all are very disappointed. But guess what? I don't really care. Let's do Black Friday, okay? I want to know real quick, if you are shopping on Black Friday, if you are going out, please be safe. There are crazy people out there.
For sure.
We all know that. What items or what things do y'all go out for? Like, y'all can get specifics. I mean, I'm pretty sure electronics is a big thing, but what are specific things y'all think are pretty popular for people to go grab on Black Friday?
It's a good question today because TVs have never been cheaper. They've never been cheaper.
Yeah,
all these TVs. I mean, shoot, Chris, you go to Costco and you can get a good 50-something inch TV with all the brand new tech for probably less than $400.
I got a 55-inch TV about not even Black Friday. This is like 6 months ago.
Yeah,
55-inch. Was it $300?
Wow.
Like I added the insurance as well.
Yeah,
it was like $340.
That's
total.
It's impressive. So I'm almost like, why would you on Black Friday go for electronics unless you're getting a new phone?
Maybe.
But even then, like, what is the difference? And for all the dorks out there who are about to say, well, actually, the Android's the better phone. Whatever, F off. I'm just saying, what is the difference between a 16 and a 17? You know, difference between an 11 and a 16, which I just upgraded to. Like, okay,
that's
like,
a huge difference.
That's a massive difference.
That's a few generations there.
But if you're upgrading from the last phone to the next phone, like, is that worth waiting in line around the corner at the Apple Store?
For some people, it is. Why? For some people, it is. Man, it's a status thing.
But it's like, oh, I have the iPhone 17. Okay, it'd be one thing if it's back in the day where, you know, like I have the iPhone 4.
Right.
Now we're at Model 17, and I think everyone's kind of in on it where I'm only getting a new iPhone if all of a sudden the battery stops working. He said in quotation
air
marks.
quotes.
Because it just stopped working. It's time for you to upgrade. I mean, it's just stopped working. So I don't know, Colin, to answer your question. I don't know what people are going for the Black Friday deals now, especially since you can order so many things online and get deals that are similar to Black Friday deals online with Amazon and other things.
Maybe you need a fridge or like a washer dryer or something like that. Maybe those big appliances, you get like 60, 70% off, allegedly.
Okay, well, I open up a Wired article.
Huh? Okay.
Okay, and y'all probably wouldn't guess the first thing it mentioned when it comes to deals that you should go after or whatsoever.
So it wasn't
Drugs.
TVs.
Okay,
it's an electronic, but I just don't think y'all would ever guess it, and I didn't think about it.
Vapes.
I'm kidding.
It's just a joke, people.
Those are pretty popular.
Routers.
Okay, I can see that.
Interesting.
Like internet routers.
That was my wireless
routers. Yeah, I could see that.
There's some dead zones in my condo.
Really?
Yeah. It sounds so cool when I say condo. It's just a 2-bedroom apartment.
So I'm
The
guessing.
condo does sound pretty cool.
Why do I feel like though, Paul, you're setting up for your podcast and then you probably set everything up and you're like, oh, there's no Wi-Fi here.
I'm directly wired in. I don't trust
you got
Wi-Fi.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I got an Ethernet cable that goes right into the wall.
Yeah.
Okay. What about
that's the best route always.
Do you think? I mean, grocery shopping's got to be pretty popular for Black Friday, right?
You got to stock up.
I mean, yeah.
Probably couldn't go anywhere yesterday.
I mean, why not
save
unless you got out early yesterday. Was that?
Save a little bit on the grocery bill.
But do stores they don't like groceries don't have Black Friday deals?
I don't think
they?
so. No, I don't think so.
Groceries are high as hell, man. What you talking about?
Yeah. Yeah. Thanks, insert president, whoever's in. Yeah, just blame it on them. I don't know. Truly, I do not know. Maybe it is groceries. Maybe it is electronics. But here's what I can tell you. I ain't going outside.
I ain't going to be out there.
I'll order online. I am not ordering in person. I am not waiting in line to go into somewhere.
So you're waiting for Cyber Monday then?
Yeah.
I love me a good Cyber Monday and Cyber Tuesday.
Mm-hmm.
Might have a
Cyber
Cyber
Tuesday
Wednesday
now?
Yeah, they might have a Cyber Wednesday next week. I don't know.
For the procrastinators out there like myself.
Yeah, that's what we do. We just wait.
It's okay if you
just wait.
Just wait a little bit.
It's not that bad if you admit it, okay? That's all I say. If you admit your downfalls, they're not as bad.
That's what we're telling you.
I feel
okay. So, all right,
the mixtape.
It's
Oh, okay. There's a sound effect. Good. I would have done it for you.
Slim Shady.
It's Figgy's Mixtape here on Sports Radio 610. Colin Neal alongside Chris Partee and Paul Gallant. I'm going to ask y'all this as well, keeping it kind of Thanksgiving themed a little bit. Y'all's favorite, what was y'all's or is still y'all's favorite Thanksgiving activities? For me, it's like a little turkey bowl, like going outside in the front yard.
Yeah. Back as a kid, yeah.
Throwing football, my cousin being the all-time QB, because why not? Because he's the older one. He can make all the rules.
Of course. As a kid, I would agree. And I think that's for most, especially young men growing up, that's like the highlight of Thanksgiving, is playing football with family, friends, the turkey bowl. It's got to be.
I mythologized it in my head. I thought I was in the midst of NFL films, was humming the theme.
I think we all thought that, though.
Oh, for sure.
But we all had our highlights.
And for me, it was my time to shine. I wanted to demonstrate my value to my family. But,
I can play football.
Yeah, I can play football.
Listen, if there was film, if NFL Films was out there filming my turkey bowl and like the film, the NFL teams would be calling. I swear. I'm telling you, I would have gotten full ride offers.
Yeah, same.
Full
same
ride,
here.
man.
Same here. I was.
But what are besides that, or maybe it is, what are some of y'all favorite Thanksgiving activities outside of eating? That I gotta preface that. Do not say eat. Do not say eating. That's cheating.
Ooh. It is cool to see your entire family, and I'm very fortunate in that, drama-wise, I have not seen a lot of dramatic interactions between family members at holidays, despite being part of a massive family. My dad is one of 8. My mom's one of 5.
Okay.
And I also have my stepdad's one of 8, too. So, like, there's big families. But I really do enjoy getting to see everybody. Normally, I'm not working, but hey, everyone's coming to town this year for me.
Yeah.
I'm working, and then I get to see everybody. So lame and cliche, and you're like, wow, Paul, sentimental. And I'm like, no, the best part to me is I barely get to see my family. So it's awesome to see all of them.
Y'all watch the Thanksgiving parade?
Not anymore.
I've never been a parade guy.
Okay.
I couldn't give a damn. I'll be honest with you.
I used to like it. But no, not really into it. I will say sometimes it's hard for me to actually get to watch sports on Thanksgiving. I have found myself at a lot of holidays
because
they just do not put it on, and I have to find a way to go in and watch it. And I would say last Thanksgiving, my nephew / godson wanted to watch Cars for the 8 millionth time.
Heck yeah.
And we stopped watching NFL for a little bit so that we could watch Cars. And listen, good movie. I'd never seen it before. But I was like, but very often when I'm around family, Chris, I'd
have been like, hey, kid, how many times have you seen this? You can watch it later. Go sit down. Today is football day, sir. Have a seat.
You got to teach the kids that they got to get in on the ground floor of this great sport.
Exactly. No. Yeah. Sit down, kid, watch football.
Become a degenerating addict like
the rest of us.
Gambling addict like your uncle, yeah.
Like the rest of us.
Yeah, like all of us.
You want to watch Cars for the 9 millionth time. No, go sit down.
Yeah, get out of here,
Do
kid.
some homework. How about that? Go do some homework, kid.
Mow my lawn.
Yeah.
Although it's a lot late now, so maybe not.
Oh, that's the wrong one.
Hey, we can confess all these things.
Confession, I'm tired. I'll send it off on the phone one, folks.
All right.
What are some, as Paul Gallant alluded to earlier, what are some grenades that you can toss into Thanksgiving to get people riled up? Always politics.
Just throw a big juicy piece of rage meat on the table. You know, there's turkey and there's ham and maybe there's steak.
You could throw religion in there too. You have blended families now.
Hell yeah.
So religion is one of those where it's kind of because nowadays everybody might not be Catholic in the family or Christian or Muslim, whatever it is.
Yeah.
If you want to see a fight in drama, religion and politics. Oh, yeah. They do it every time. Definitely. Every single time.
Definitely.
It never fails. It'll never fail.
No, there's a couple of there. I think if you could create awkwardness over sexuality as well,
that's a conversation today.
You could definitely.
That is a conversation.
You could definitely throw that out there and be like, hey parents, I identify something else.
Hey parents.
I might just do it every now and then. Like, actually, Dad, I'm a woman, even though I have a mustache. Like these are theoretically, if you want to throw a grenade in there, that is a grenade that you could do as well. The religion one's an interesting one. I was raised Catholic. Were you raised Catholic?
No.
Okay, good for you.
Good for you.
I feel guilty all the time. That's all I ever do.
Okay, what on a smaller scale though? If you wanted to get on someone's nerves, maybe if you go to so you got a special someone, you got a significant other.
So like the personal life.
That is such a good one. Now
the personal life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's tough.
The dating thing. Yeah. Or why don't you have you're 35, you're 40, you don't have any children yet. What's going on?
Oh, yeah, exactly. That's right there. Yeah.
For sure. I mean, so this is the first holiday season that I've ever had a girlfriend. First ever. Because I generally I'd go 4 months and that's it for most of my life.
Get rid of it? Hey, I understand.
Props. Not really. That's usually I would fumble it somehow.
Hey, I said.
Yeah. Fist bump again. I'm very blessed this Thanksgiving. I truly love this woman, Maddie. I love you. You're the best.
That's awesome.
But a lot of holidays for sure. I was asked so you dating anybody? Definitely a little bit of judgment in the air.
No, a lot of bit of judgment. Ain't no little bit of nothing. Especially if it was an older family member. There's a lot of judgment there.
Oh, you're gonna have kids. You're gonna settle down. And, I know.
When is that going to happen?
Well, I know for some of them, and listen, I lean into this, but when I was over across the street on the other station, every now and then people will ask me all the time because I'm a little metro. They're like, Paul, you gay? And definitely I know some family members were wondering that. And that could have been a grenade they lobbed at me, like, Paul, you like dudes. They could have done that.
Just tell us.
I don't think any of them had the stones to ask if I like stones, but that could have been a way to throw a grenade out there for sure.
That could have been a grenade, yeah, definitely. But apparently none of them had the grenades to do it.
Nice, got it, love it.
Yeah,
there's a lot of ways to create absolute chaos in your family on Thanksgiving time.
There is. In sports, is like the least of them.
Yeah, really.
Okay, but maybe if your family members are Cowboys fans.
Okay, yeah, if you got Cowboys and Texans fans, yeah.
Or maybe you got someone in your family who's a really intense Shedeur Sanders fan.
Ooh.
That's the most militant online fan base these days.
Most powerful black man since Barack Obama.
Kendrick Perkins.
He did actually say that. I thought it was AI when I first saw it.
Yeah, I thought it was AI.
So it wasn't actually AI.
No.
He
Kendrick Perkins
said that.
He was feeling himself too, and he had two guys. You know what? Kendrick Perkins saying that's fine.
Oh, who was on with him?
I don't know, but these two guys were like, yep, facts. And I was like, what?
Was it Richard Jeffers? Because I know he was on NBA Today.
It was two guys I didn't recognize. But this is one of the big problems with podcasts these days. They'll have a bunch of co-hosts, but they're really just hype men. And these people can say anything.
And they don't.
And the other guy's like, yeah, facts. For real.
Yeah.
No,
nobody pushes back. Nobody pushes back on anything. And that irritates the hell out of me.
And it's like, this one is like, please push back. It's the most ridiculous thing that's been said this year about
I wish
sports.
I would have been on there, because I would have pushed back for sure. Like, dude, are you serious?
Are you on the PCP? The weed?
Goodness.
The drug-a-lugs?
On the weed, as Stephen A. Smith
That's where you
would
need
say.
Stephen A. Smith to check him.
Yeah.
Or anyone.
I think Stephen A. would have pushed back.
I do too. I think Ryan Clark would have apologized to everybody afterwards.
He likes doing that.
He does.
He likes to apologize.
You know what though? I give Clark a lot of grief, but I apologize all the time. I apologize way too much. I say sorry for a lot of things. I shouldn't too. My girlfriend's like, "Why are you saying sorry? You didn't need to say sorry for that." I'm sorry for saying sorry.
I'm sorry,
babe. Sorry about that.
My apologies.
Hey, that was Figgy's mixtape on Sports Radio 610. Of course, Colin Neal, Chris Partee, Paul Gallant filling in for the great Figgy Fig, Reggie Atula, and John OG Lopez. Paul, I toss it back to you.
All right. Great job, Colin. Jeez. You're running ragged. You've been up since 3:30 in the morning. Man. Goodness gracious. Get yourself some coffee.
Got a few minutes left, man.
A few minutes left.
Almost at the finish line.
We're very close. Last chance to dance. We got the toss up next. Who's hanging out today in the drive?
It is B. Scott and Clint Stoerner.
B. Scott and Clint Stoerner. All right. Well, we will see them in just a couple of minutes.
Well, in a way, virtually. You all be just talking because they're on site at BB's in Pearland.
Yeah. Oh, they're at BB's in Pearland. All right. All right. So we will do a little crosstalk with them. We'll also draft the best games this weekend and maybe some final thoughts on the Texans and Colts. CJ Stroud has been cleared from the concussion protocol, so he will start on Sunday. Stick around. Sports Radio 610, your home of the Texans.
The Drive is live on a Football Friday. Join Clint and Ron at BB's. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyer Studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
No John, no Reggie. It's Paul Gallant. It's Chris Partee. It's... Oh, boy. Colin Neal. I almost said Chris Neal. Sorry, I'm getting tired, too.
Just mixing us in.
I have no excuse
That's all
for
right.
that.
Funnily enough, that is one of my uncle's name.
Chris
His name
Neal?
Chris?
Well,
Okay.
there you go.
Well, we're landing the plane. It's been a lot of fun. This show has flown by.
It has.
If you're just tuning in right now, C.J. Stroud has been cleared in the concussion protocol. He will be the starter for the Houston Texans against the Colts on Sunday.
All is well in Texan land.
Mm-hmm. And
right?
It is all well because also on the other side of things, Daniel Jones is dealing with a broken fibula. He's playing through it. And Shane Steichen said today that he's good to go for Sunday's game.
All right. Hey, that's what he's going with.
So a hobbled Daniel Jones, who mobility is a big part of his game, is going to be under center against Stroud and this Texans defense that just for the second time in over a year emasculated Josh Allen.
Yes.
And that offensive line in front of him that's supposedly pretty good.
Good luck with that, Colts.
Yeah, good luck.
Good luck with that.
But then again, I mean, hey, we have seen the Texans drop gimmies before. I don't want to get too cocky with this one. I do think there is no excuse for a Texans loss on Sunday. I understand it's the road.
They gotta win this game.
And then the Colts, blah, blah, blah. But Jonathan Taylor. But,
and especially after everything they've done to climb back to respectability and get back above 500 after starting 0-3, don't lose this game. Do not lose this game.
Don't. You're in a great spot. You're going to have a really tough game against the Chiefs, who will be playing like it is an elimination game in that Sunday game to follow. So this is a game you got to take care of business. Generally, every football Friday, got to get down on Friday. The In the Loop fellas draft the best games of the weekend. So let's do a little draft.
Ooh.
It's college football rivalry weekend. Ole Miss is starting to run away from Mississippi State.
Yeah, they're separating.
In the Egg Bowl. Lane Kiffin is very excited. No longer a candidate for the Florida head coaching gig. It's between Ole Miss and LSU per a report that we saw today.
He's a passionate young man on the sideline.
Yes, he is. Chris Partee, I'm going to give you the first pick for this
really?
weekend.
You're going to give me the first pick?
I'll give you the first pick because I think there's only one first pick, and I feel like it's the gentlemanly thing to do.
Yeah. I mean, A&M, Texas, that's number one. At least around here.
For sure.
In this state, that's the best game, biggest game. You said it earlier. A&M, you can't lose this game.
You can't.
Kind of like the Texans. You can't lose this game this week against the Colts. A&M, you cannot lose to the Longhorns.
Some Aggies I saw today are very frustrated that Texas players were doing some dancing on the logo after last year's game. Now, on one hand, win the game and you don't have to deal with that.
Yeah.
But I wonder if the Aggies win, if they will do a horns down a nation on the middle of the horn.
Someone will do it.
And I wonder, and listen, we make fun of the Aggies a lot, but I will say to the Texas folks out there, if you guys act like a bunch of little you-know-whats over
and cry about it
over the logo getting stomped on and the horns downing, like the Aggies are going to clown you forever.
Oh, of course.
On that.
Of course.
So this is big for Texas. If you want to make Texas A&M feel like the little brother that you constantly talk down to them like, you have to pull this off. And Texas A&M, this is your year. And you're going to make it to the college football playoff. If you win, you're in the SEC championship for the first time. You cannot blow this.
Let me ask this question real quick.
Hit us.
If A&M loses this game but goes on to win a national title, does it really, then what, does it matter then?
Texas fans will never recognize
They
it.
still won't give a damn, They won't.
mean, shoot.
Yeah.
In one of the games that we'll see tomorrow, okay, this Michigan team, not very good, but Michigan beat Ohio State last year. Ohio State won the national title. How many Michigan fans do you keep on saying, well, we beat them, so does it
Very
matter?
true, yeah.
It kind of bothers me, too, that we have added the college football playoff.
Yeah.
Because if Michigan wins that game, Ohio State should be out. Now, they did win the national title. Give them credit. They were the best team. They beat Notre Dame in the national title. But I'm of the belief that, like, you lose a game like that to your rival, do you deserve to play in the national championship? But that's what Texas fans will be saying if Texas wins and the Aggies go on to the college football playoff and even win the whole damn thing. Texas fans will say, like, asterisk, much like we do the asterisks for the Los Angeles Dodgers titles during the pandemic.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, hey, you got a point there. Mm-hmm. And I think it'll be the exact same thing.
Yeah,
It
sure.
will. It will. So A&M, guess what? Aggies, go win.
You got to go do it.
Go win it.
So number 2 overall pick. What's the game of the weekend? Take a look at the NFL slate. It's a bit of a dud. We had some good games on Thanksgiving.
We did. Those were some good games, yeah.
And in a couple of minutes, you got the Bears and the Eagles.
That might be the one.
On Amazon Prime.
That might be the one.
I don't know, though. This is the Bears.
They're 8-3.
I know, but
Ben Johnson.
The Eagles, too. It's a tough watch recently.
They have been. They've been rough.
I want to pick this game, but you know what? Call me biased, call me a panderer, but I think it's Texans Colts.
Yeah,
I think it's Texans Colts. Yeah. Hey, if the Colts are legit, you win this game. The Colts are what they think they are based off that 8-3 record. You got to take care of business.
Like I said earlier, I'm not buying in. I still haven't bought into the Colts overall.
It's tough. It's just Daniel Jones' face.
It's his face.
Just something about it. It's unfortunate for him. Like he's a good looking guy.
It's just his
hundreds of millions in his pocket, but I just look at him. I'm like, I don't trust you.
Colin, how you feeling?
Ready to go home.
Well, Colin,
give us a pick.
So you can't pick Texas A&M. You can't pick Texans Colts. What is the game of the weekend as we do this little roundtable draft?
I mean, I'm a bit of a sicko. I mean, I'll watch all of them. I'll watch.
I can't believe you're going to watch all of them.
I'll try my best to watch all of them.
How are you going to stay awake?
He needs to go to sleep.
Yeah,
that's what he needs to do.
Yeah, you can't take PEDs; they're illegal. Okay, none of the sniff, none of the Adderall, none of that.
I'm not an athlete though. That's the thing.
You're not an athlete, so you're allowed to.
He doesn't have a governing body testing him every other week.
Chris gets it.
I mean, you got to worry about that.
Sorry, I was in the middle of something. Have any of y'all mentioned Ohio State, Michigan?
We have not.
Nope.
Come on. Ohio State, how many days has it been since they beat Michigan?
What if they blow it again? Oh, man. What if they blow it again? I mean, Ohio State fans, the most insufferable in college football. That would be something else if Ohio State and Texas A&M lose.
Ooh,
that would be something else. I doubt that happens. Chaos. I wonder what the parlay odds would be on that.
Man.
But
tonight, though, you have Arizona State.
Okay.
Last year, it ended in a fight where as a Sun Devil player put a pitchfork onto the Arizona logo.
Hell yeah.
So I wonder if there's still some hard feelings over there.
For sure.
I believe it's in Tempe this year. Yes, it is. It is in Tempe. Man, kind of a wacko, sicko one a little bit. Air Force, Colorado State.
Oh, yeah.
They do have a trophy.
Ooh.
It's a Ram Falcon trophy, I think it's called. So I might tune in on that a little bit. I mean, I'm a sicko. Like I'll watch any I'll watch any game.
Colin's all in, man. You gonna watch any and everything football.
Yeah,
man.
I mean, on Saturday though, I'll be down the road at Shell Energy Stadium covering the Bearcats.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, baby.
Can they avoid going 2-10? Let's see.
Listen, that's a real mark of a Big J journalist is that you're going to cover the team.
Yeah.
When
I'm biased. I'm biased.
Oh, you're biased?
I graduated from there, so obviously. Yeah. So I'm
gotta be neutral. Got to be neutral.
You gotta hold yourself in a little bit. And if they make a fantastic play right in front of me, I feel on the inside. I'm yes,
jumping
let's go.
for joy.
And then I'm like, and on the outside, I'm like, straight face. maybe the nod ahead. Like, yep, that's the spot.
Got to be professional.
You have to be.
Couple underrated options for this weekend. I mean, obviously, everyone's going to talk about the Iron Bowl, blah, 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 blah.
Yep.
The SEC game that I think will be the most fun. Ooh. Vanderbilt, Tennessee. Because Vandy, you got the dorks. And you got Diego Pavia, who everyone loves now. And then you got Tennessee. And I'm sure in the crosstalk, Clint, as someone who's played in the SEC, can tell you.
Right.
These people, Tennessee fans, are the absolute worst. I cannot stand them. I grew up as someone who didn't go to the University of Florida, but I've always liked Florida.
Yeah.
And they have such an irrational sense of self. Guys, 1998 happened a long time ago.
Damn.
Okay? And by the way,
just taking away all the joy.
I'm sure the great state of Tennessee loves the fact that Peyton Manning could not win a national title when T. Martin could. Like the greatest player in your program's history, 0 for 4 against the Florida Gators.
Couldn't get it done.
Tennessee fans. Oof. So I hope that Vanderbilt sticks it to them, because this might be the last time that we ever see a good Vanderbilt team, because I get it. Hey, they've done a really good job the last 2 years, but what happens in a post-Diego Pavia world?
Yeah.
I don't know.
We're going to find out soon.
We are going to find out soon.
Find out.
Do we have the gentleman of the drive, hanging out with us at BB's in Pearland. It's B. Scott, Brandon Scott, it's Clint Stoerner. Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing, KALT AM, KALT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. Gentlemen, how's it going?
What's going on, Polly Kittens? My man, what is good?
Happy Thanksgiving, happy Black Friday.
All of the above.
Man. Hey, Chris Partee, I hear you, man. Same to you boys, man. We're out here at BB's Texas Orleans in Pearland. For those that need a specific address to plug in your navigation, it's 9719 West Broadway in Pearland. We're in the house. It's got that Cajun smell every time I walk in here. I can't help. I get excited. If my bride was here, I'd give you a little something else I get. But, boy, they got TVs rolling everywhere with them games going. We got good games. And we got dollar chicken wings as long as the drive is in the building. Chicken wings, cold beer, and football. BB's Texas Orleans in Pearland. So we're having a good one, boys. I don't know that I've ever had a crosstalk lead me into that 98 Tennessee National Championship that I won.
I love that.
Well, I won it for him. Hell, I gave it to him.
Yeah. I love that he put that on a platter.
Yeah, he teed that thing up. I'm still waiting. Hey, Paul, I'm still waiting on Philip Fulmer to send me that old.
He should. Yeah.
You know how they were giving all them damn recruits them little McDonald's bags with money in them?
Yeah.
Where's
your money?
Send me one. Where's my bag?
He still owe you.
Yeah, I get a torch. I mean, I'm getting hammered on social media right now because I just made the broad statement, man. I said, boy, Arkansas Razorback football right now is in a bad spot, y'all. And all of a sudden, Tennessee, to your point, them crazy-ass fans jumped in and started hammering me. I was like, hey, mind y'all's own damn business, man.
Beat Vanderbilt. Take care of business, which you might not even do.
Worry about Diego Pavia and his mama who's straddling the edge of the stands up there dancing, man. What is his mama doing? I mean, look.
Is she dating Theo Vaughn now?
Yeah. Hey, y'all better leave that man mama alone.
Hey, man, I'm going to tell you, his mama better get off that damn pole. And I ain't talking about the vertical and the shape either. Did you see that video?
I did not.
She up there twerking to them.
She was straddling the bar like that, like when you at the first row of a stadium, the wall, but that keeps the stands in the stands. And she got one leg hiked over that thing, and she's dancing.
Look, everybody come from somewhere, Clint.
Hey,
right?
Yeah, you're right.
Everybody come from somewhere.
You're right, and that bar is getting real familiar with where Diego Pavia came from. Hey, man. Hey, I'm telling you, man. I said, boy, my mom has embarrassed me a time or two, but I thought
this is a little different.
This is a lot.
Nothing to that extent.
Yeah. Thank you for not shaking it on that rail up there, Ma. I appreciate you, baby.
My mom talks a lot. She's never twerked in public.
That's it, man. Boy, as far as I know, she did it.
long before cameras.
I'm gonna tell you, I know my dad, Big Earn, and he wasn't much of a twerker either. So I think if they did, it was better off they kept that behind closed doors, boys. Hey, ITL in the crosshairs. I don't know if y'all have heard our crosstalk much, but when I get a chance to listen on the way in, which is more times than not, I like to put you boys in the crosshairs. And I'm gonna tell you, Paul, I've had a lot of thoughts about you, but I never thought you were gay, Bob.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
I never.
Tip of the hat.
I'll take that as a compliment.
Metro, a man that looks in the mirror before he leaves the house and makes sure he looks good and got a good head of hair and all that. Yeah, I mean, I thought all those things. Like, hey, man, Paulie's putting it together now, works out, stays in shape. I ain't never thought about, which
you know what's funny?
Paulie swinging?
I wasn't sure if you felt that way because back in the day when we did a couple of shows together, I was trying to get you to watch The Bachelor, and I was talking about all the cats I have in my house.
Oh, my God.
I was dating someone at the time
the cats,
who got me into both of those things, baby.
Even the cat, Paulie Kittens, that's where it stemmed from, man. I mean, look, even the cats didn't. I mean, I'll be honest with you. I judged you, but it wasn't on your sexuality, to be completely honest with you.
Gotta love Clint's honesty, man.
Hey, I'm just being honest. I never did. I would completely avoid this topic had I. But here's the other thing, man. Just, I mean, for what it's worth, not that you need relationship advice from anybody, much less my ass who got married at 45, 44, I think, whatever it was. But, man, you got to quit saying I'm sorry, man.
I know. I'm sorry for saying I'm
sorry.
Apologize.
Hey, I deal with it with my wife, man, and I'm like, Mama, you ain't even done nothing yet. Quit saying you're sorry. Damn, I'm just having a conversation with you. I just want to get to the bottom of this. So you got to quit it, Paula. You're going to run her off. You got to quit it. It's a serious deal, man.
I will try.
She may love you with every bit of her heart, and at the end of the day, man, that sorry stuff may run her off. Now,
that's good advice right there, Clint.
She rules,
hey,
so
man.
Thank you for the advice. I appreciate that.
Hey, that's it, man. You know when you need to say sorry. Hell, it ain't all the time.
No. Every woman I've ever said sorry to is like, Yeah, you are sorry.
Sorry, SOB.
Sorry ass is sorry. Damn right.
All right.
Sorry ass is sorry.
Well,
Party, I'm going to let you off the hook today, man. I ain't got nothing for you. Man.
All right, it's all good. You'll get me another time.
That's right. That's right. Get back in the gym, son.
It's been a lot of fun today in the loop. Shout out to Colin Neal with the marathon shift. Shout out to Chris Partee. Chris, it's been a whole lot of fun, man. I am merely Paul Gallant. The drive from BB's in Pearland with B. Scott and Clint Stoerner starts now.
Yeah, it's Polly Kittens. Ain't no merely Paul Gallant. Hell, that is Polly Kittens right there, baby. It is Black Friday, and the drive is live. We are on the road at BB's Tex Orleans in Pearland. And again, if you need that address to plug in your navigation there, it is 9719 West Broadway in Pearland. Come on out. Everybody's always giving me a hard time or giving us a hard time about not being on this side of town, and we're here. And it's Black Friday. I know you ain't got nothing else to do, baby. You're shopping on your phone and you're watching football. Come on down here and get you some good eats, get you some good drinks, and enjoy this this great atmosphere at BB's. And look, if you can't make it to this one, there's 11 BB's locations around the city, baby. It ain't hard to get into BB's Tex Orleans. I've been to several of them, and they are all absolutely tremendous. Not just great establishments, but the staff is always tremendous. And as I said, the food is off the charts. The drinks are cold. And I'm going to tell you, I mean, I think the best way, B. Scott, the best way to get to this is, I mean, it reminds walking a tremendous restaurant in South Louisiana.
Yeah.
And I mean that from – obviously, the food and the build out and the what they want to present, their forward-facing part of their restaurant. But what I love about South Louisiana more than, well, I can't go into too much, all of it right here because, you know, things have changed over the years. But what I love about it is the people. What I love about it is the people. There's always a smile. It's easy going. It's not quite ready to party, but we're kind of leaning that direction. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it seems like every BB's Tex Orleans I go into has exactly that vibe in it. And I wouldn't want to be in any other place on this Black Friday than sitting right here next to my man B. Scott, B. Skeezy, Brandon Scott, doing a little radio with all this live sports going on in and around the city of Houston and today all over the great state of Texas and all over our country. B. Scott, what's going on, baby?
Yeah, man, it's the one thing that we know Texas and Louisiana, Houston and New Orleans have in common is that we like to eat and we like to have a good time. And we like our sports as well, man, and this is a
pretty
good day.
Women too. Pretty women too.
Pretty women as well, and that does not go, unnoted, of course. And so, yeah, man, it's a good day for all of that. Every day is a good day for pretty women, but especially for sports and to be out here, man, it's a good time. We also got some news that we're going to get to as well. Man. It's a real newsy day. Obviously, we had the Thanksgiving Day, so it's Black Friday. We had the Thanksgiving Day games to talk about. We've got a huge game coming up over the weekend. We got a game tonight. You know, depending on what side you lean on, you're behind enemy lines, whether you're Texas or Texas A&M. So it's a lot going on. It's a good time to be on the radio, man.
It is, man. It is a great day to be here, and we do have a big show lined up for you. As we mentioned, we've got college football on every TV in the building right now. And, look, I think the big news around the college football world is Lane Kiffin.
Yeah.
And it's a big story. Can Lane Kiffin get Ole Miss to 11 wins in a regular season? It'll be the first time that it's ever happened in program history. And then the headliner with Lane Kiffin is there is expected to be some kind of decision made and announced of what he's going to do. Is he going to stay at Ole Miss? Is he going to go to LSU? Is he going to go to Florida? I believe right now, for what it's worth, that has come down between LSU and Ole Miss.
Yeah.
Being Lane Kiffin, I don't know if he is going to build this thing up to get the most eyes on it, so he can prop up Ole Miss even more than he already has, or if he's going to let them know that he's going to move on to greener pastures, if you will, at LSU or Florida. So that is a real thing going on. We'll keep you updated on that.
And I agree with you, just by the way, because the latest reporting that we've got out there is that even Florida has kind of shifted its focus away from Lane Kiffin. Now, who knows what degree of truth there is to that. Maybe they're seeing the writing on the wall or reading the tea leaves themselves. But the way it's being reported right now, seems like the the front runners would be Ole Miss and Florida.
Yeah, and
I'm sorry, Ole Miss and LSU.
Ole Miss and LSU. The offshoot there is the Summerall cat that's it's killing it at Tulane right now would be Florida's first choice if indeed they did move on from Lane Kiffin. But the Lane Kiffin move, if he goes to LSU or Florida, opens up Ole Miss, then that's shake. Unfortunately, I think it's going to shake up what's going on at Arkansas with potentially landing the cat out of South Florida or even Memphis. So a lot could unfold today right here while we are live on Sports Radio 610. So stay plugged in. There's obviously another or a bigger game for all of us here going on in the state and from a college football perspective. Texas A&M is tonight at 6:30. Thank you for kicking off late. I've been asking for the Texas A&M rivalry to be back on. I think it's bigger than any rivalry out there. I know a lot of folks. I know the Michigan-Ohio State has been going on longer, and then maybe that part of the country is bigger. For me, the Texas A&M rivalry is the biggest, and it's a crying ass shame that we've gone so many years and not been able to watch that game. And I don't have a dog in the fight, right? I have zero skin in the game other than my wife's a Longhorn. But personally, I don't really care one way or another. But that rivalry I grew up watching needs to be part of the Thanksgiving holidays. Needs to be part of something that we celebrate in a big way, B. Scott. So we'll hit that as well at some point today.
Oh, I've already decided that I'm staying, man. It comes on at 6:30. We're off here at 6. I don't want any time to go by, so I would miss this game. I grew up rooting for Texas. I didn't go to either school, but I grew up rooting for Texas, and so that game does mean something to me. I'm at least a little bit old enough to remember when the game meant something. Like we went a decade. We got a generation of adults who don't really identify with the game as much, which I think is really a crying shame that you got Texans, people that are from the state, that don't really understand how big of a rivalry that once was or can't really fully appreciate it until now. So we get to kind of kick off a new iteration or new generation of said rivalry, and so I'm here for it.
That's right, man. It's going to be beautiful. The NFL Thanksgiving slate was absolutely priceless, y'all, by the way. That week, I don't keep up with the greatest Thanksgiving slates of games of all time, but I think you're going to be hard-pressed to find three better games, better matchups, played out better, more star power. That meant more to all of us here in Houston. We'll get to that.
No doubt about that.
We'll get to that point at some point. The Texans, they go to Indianapolis Sunday, and we got big news on that front.
We do.
I know B. Scott's over here going, damn, would you get to it already?
No, man, look, I'm on the edge of my seat, man.
Hey,
and
man,
we got 4 hours to do it.
Well, it's been, I'll be honest with you, we've all felt like it was leaning this direction, but until you get official word, you don't want to overthink it, or you don't put the cart before the proverbial horse. C.J. Stroud has been full go at practice this week. And they have announced that he is officially out of the NFL concussion protocol and will play versus the Indianapolis Colts. And B. Scott, this is the news that you wanted to hear. This is the news that you wanted to hear to confirm that there was no backsliding with the different symptoms of a concussion through all the different 5 or 6 steps that it takes to get there. But C.J. Stroud is going to play. He is cleared. This is big news on the Texans front.
Yeah, I think it's the biggest regular season game of his career at this point just because of what it all means and the adversity that they face. Obviously, him personally being out these last 3 games and whatever it is he's gone through dealing with this concussion, I can't imagine what it must have felt like to have to be out for 3 weeks, what those symptoms must have been. But, man, if you're watching on YouTube or on Twitch, I'm wearing my C.J. Stroud T-shirt because I'm excited for the Texans. I think there's no better time to get your starting quarterback back when your offense is looking a lot better than it had back when he got hurt. Of course, you were able to win those 3 games with your backup quarterback out there, and now you're facing the leader in the division, at the very least a playoff caliber team, one of the actual good teams in the league. What was one of the criticisms earlier in the year is that you weren't beating good teams or you were beating bad teams. This is objectively a good team, even with a hobbled Daniel Jones, which I'm sure we're going to get to. Well, what an opportunity for the Texans and for C.J. Stroud. Great time. And I was at practice earlier. They didn't do anything. Okay, I saw C.J. Stroud at practice today, just kind of standing around talking, stretching a little bit. You had Jalen Petrie out there throwing the football around with the other guys in the secondary, Kamari Lassiter, Derek Stingley, Kalen Bullock, just kind of having a good time. It was light. It was just a walkthrough. But they've had plenty of time to prepare for this game, and I'm pretty excited about the fact that C.J. Stroud's going to be out.
That's Brandon Scott of Sports Radio 610. He is in for Ron the Show Hughley. I'm Clint Stoerner. We are live at BB's Tex Orleans in Pearland, and the news is C.J. Stroud has officially been cleared from concussion protocol, will play on Sunday, barring any injury between now and then. I guess I need to say here's what's clear with C.J. Stroud. Here's what's good. Obviously, this isn't he was clear today. He started practicing today, right? He's been practicing all week. I mean, there's no reason that they would drop the word full in participation in practice all week long if he wasn't participating. So, yes, being cleared is the final hurdle. But the truth of the matter is the big story here is C.J. Stroud should be fully prepared. He's been getting reps all week with his guys. He's been studying. He's been thinking through, processing everything that you need to as a starting quarterback, which I can't stress how important that is in a game that's this big versus a defense that is this multiple and has been getting better as the season goes along. He's had 10 days. He's had 10 days to prep for the Indianapolis Colts. That is an absolute game changer. Yeah. That is an absolute game changer. And he may have even had longer because he probably knew he wasn't going to play on Thursday night against the Bills. So he's probably been prepping for him even longer. Brandon, this is not just getting your starting quarterback back and you found out, at the final hour. This is getting your quarterback back early enough on a long week to know that he's got plenty of time to prepare. So I think there'll be a little bit of rust, B. Scott, but I expect to see a C.J. Stroud, as good a C.J. Stroud as we've seen all year long.
See, and that's the thing that I was going to ask you about, because I'm trying to get a good sense for this, and I don't have one for which one is more of a benefit or a takeaway. Is it the 10 days to prepare or the rust of having not been out there for 3 weeks? I guess my question would be to you, how hard is it to go out there and play high-level, high-functioning quarterback after you haven't done it, once you have a gap of 3 weeks in play, never mind to mention whatever it is might be the impacts of the concussion itself. Kind of just set that part even aside. That's the challenge that I don't have a great for, but I am a little bit worried about when you talk about a defense that is more. I'm not as much scared of the defense itself as I am the defensive coordinator and his ability to kind of move some chess pieces, kind of the way DeMeco does, the same way. Yep. And so that's what concerns me, a concussed, recently concussed quarterback going up against a really smart defensive coordinator, and he hasn't done it in 3 weeks. What does that look like?
Well, I'm going to tell you, I'm not the caliber of C.J. Stroud, obviously, but I can tell you it impacted me greatly. It was like the difference between the first game of the season, coming out of training camp, a little action, all of a sudden things get real around you, get real chaotic around you, and guys are moving a lot faster. And in the SEC, it was as close to the NFL caliber defensive and offensive line as you could see. And so it was a major deal. Now, if you watched Thanksgiving Day late night football last night and you watched Joe Burrow come in there and spin that rock around like he's been playing all season long, fair. Then maybe that caliber quarterback is a little different. So that actually gives me some hope, because I think we're going to go into this a little bit when we talk about yesterday's slate of football, but I think Joe Burrow stylistically, right, is right in the lane of C.J. Stroud. And so, it was good to see that guy come back from a toe injury. Obviously, he's not been able to drop. He's not been able to participate, step right back in there and get it done. Now, obviously, I'm not trying to put C.J. Stroud on Joe Burrow's tier of quarterbacks right now, but there was a time and a place not too far back in history where we felt like C.J. Stroud was at least approaching that tier quarterback. So he damn sure made it look easy. So I would expect C.J. to navigate it well. Now, I'll say this. I think last week I hammered home to everybody, 3 days is not enough time. It's just not enough time. There's not enough action. 10 days, on the other hand, is plenty. You got 10 days of practice. You can get enough done in them first 2 or 3 days and over the weekend to where when you come back, now we can structure some things if you're DeMeco Ryans of, hey, I'm not asking anybody to rush the passer and bend the corner and cut anybody, but let's make sure we get C.J. Stroud some live pads popping and helmets moving and guys running by him, so that the game day isn't the first day he sees that level of heat, right? I mean, that's you've got time over a 10-day span to accomplish that with C.J. Stroud. So I feel better than I expected with C.J. Stroud, not being on the shelf for 3 weeks.
I think another big question is, are the Texans built, and does the matchup dictate a situation where they can properly protect C.J. Stroud, right? And what I mean by that is being built, that defense, right? The defense is going to keep them in the game. That obviously helps C.J. Stroud in the offense overall. But in terms of the offense itself. Can you run the football, right, and open up things for C.J. Stroud, not put as much pressure? Now, he's going to have to make plays. I'm not saying you're going to go out there and baby C.J. Stroud or treat him like a backup quarterback or anything like that, but you're going to need to run the football. I think that the matchup dictates that you should be able to run the football. I think Indianapolis, were as good as they are at some points defensively, they are vulnerable against the run. They haven't had to do it as much because they play from ahead as much, but with your defense, they shouldn't play from ahead against you. So the question for me is, how much is the Texans' infrastructure and how they're built something that can actually protect C.J. Stroud and to where he doesn't have to do as much?
All right, again, that's Brandon Scott. I'm Clint Stoerner. We're discussing the C.J. Stroud announcement that he is out of concussion protocol in the NFL, at the NFL concussion protocol. He's out of it, not in it. I'm sorry, getting tongue-tied here. Also, want to remind everybody out there, Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days. Boy, ain't that the truth. But you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game all season long, including our juicy Week 13 matchup between the Texans and the Colts. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. All right, y'all, look, we've got another quarterback in this game that we've got to get to. There's some video. A video has surfaced of the Indianapolis Colts quarterback, and I'm going to tell you, the lower leg injury report has taken a little turn, in my opinion. I'm not afraid to go ahead and put it out there. We'll tell you about that, as well as at 2:40. At 2:40, we're going to play C.J. Stroud from NRG. The first time we've heard from the quarterback in the last handful of weeks before he goes to Indianapolis and starts fresh out of NFL concussion protocol. We'll do that at 3:40. I'm sorry, at 2:40 we're going to do that. But next, we got to catch y'all up on the Indianapolis Colts quarterback Daniel Jones. It ain't looking good if you're in Indy, if you know what I mean. We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610.
Credit DeMeco's defense for coming up. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from BB's Tex Orleans and Pearland, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Ron Hughley is out. Well, I hear myself. I didn't know if I was in this piece or not, but
We
I
got
am,
you.
y'all.
We got
Ron
you, Clint.
Hughley is out. Brandon Scott of Sports Radio 610 is in, and we are on the road. We are live at BB's Tex Orleans in Pearland. And what is that, 9719? Is that the number?
9719
Broadway,
West Broadway
in Pearland. Come on through and hang out with us. Again, BB's in Pearland. If you can't get to this location, get to a location because the vibe is real. There's 11 different locations around the city. And chicken wings, cold beer, and football, baby. When the drive is on the air, you can get $1 chicken wings. So the rest of the food is tremendous. So if chicken wings ain't your thing, it don't matter, baby. You can't go wrong here on this menu. I do want to. I got so excited out of the gate, man. I forgot to remind everybody. The big voice guy did a good job of it, but I got to remind everybody. It is a Football Friday here on the drive. Big shout out to Academy Sports and Outdoors and our Houston area Ford dealers for making it happen. We do have some giveaways, and I'm gonna make a little tweak here, by the way, on these giveaways. We got 4 $25 Academy gift cards to give away. So if you're in the building, you want to drop your name right here in the raffle box, you can win one of them gift cards. We are also giving away a pair of tickets to the final game of the season, the Texans and the Indianapolis Colts. Don't know what that game is going to mean for the Colts, but I'm pretty sure it's going to mean a little something for the Texans. Crazier things have happened, maybe not.
Maybe if they not if they win every game before then.
Big game either way, right? If they do that,
they'll at least be a wild card. They might be fighting for the division.
If they do that, it ain't gonna matter. It's gonna be a hell of a time. But 4 $25 Academy gift cards, a pair of Texans tickets, Texans Colts game late in the season, free oil change courtesy of Tomball Ford as well. And here's what we're gonna do: if you're you gotta be here to win it now. You got to be here to win it now. If you're a loyal listener and you showed up early, you can put your name in that box once every hour. Once every hour. So you put it. If you already put it in there, that's great. And 2 o'clock comes around. 3 o'clock comes around. You can put it in there again. And then at the 5 o'clock hour, we will give away the tickets and we will do them the gift cards as we roll along here. Also, what I'm going to do is if you win the gift cards, if you win the oil change, we're going to put everybody back in that box when we pick for the tickets. So everybody's got an even shot at the tickets. I think it's only fair. So those two things there. You can put your name in the box once an hour. If you're here already, you got it in there once at 2 o'clock. When the clock turns 3, we can do it again. So keep your head on a swivel. I will make sure that I remind everybody out there. We talked about C.J. Stroud. The big news is C.J. Stroud has cleared the NFL's concussion protocol. He will play Sunday. He has also been participating in practice, a full participant in practice. And so you're getting a full go CJ. You're not getting a guy that hadn't practiced and he's just been cleared. You're getting
all week, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, full participant.
That's right. And stay tuned at the 2:40, the next segment. In the next segment, we're going to play C.J. Stroud talking to the media from over at NRG Stadium. So stay plugged in right there. We got to stay on the topic of quarterbacks, but we're going to leave ours alone for a little while, right? We got to leave C.J. You'll hear from him next. But Daniel Jones, guys, they're the Colts quarterback who has been really, really good this year. Again, he's leading the best offense, at least the most productive offense, I believe, in all of football from a points perspective. And so they've been really, really good. And I'm not one that sits around and waits for the quote-unquote Daniel Jones will be Daniel Jones. I think he's better than people have ever given him credit for, even though the owner in New York came out and said we've done everything we possibly could to make sure this guy wasn't successful. People still seem to doubt him, which fair, to each their own. You fan how you want to fan. I just think that the kid's in a good spot right now. He's a good player. The reports are, B. Scott, that there was a lower leg injury that he was dealing with, right? And then all of a sudden – it comes out that the lower leg injury is a broken fibula.
Yeah.
Right? And those folks that are close to him claim that it's no concern, right? That the tibia is the main weight-bearing bone in the lower leg, which all of this is wild to me, having played the position and people hitting your legs all the time. If one of them things down there is broke, I ain't going to feel real sturdy.
Yeah.
But he seems to be confident. He seems to be playing through some pain, but confident that he can get the job done.
That's wild. I wouldn't have shown up to BB's with a broken leg, much less to Lucas Oil or whatever it is they playing at these days.
The interesting thing here is not just playing, but playing versus this defense.
Yes, Will Anderson Jr. Have y'all seen Daniil Hunter?
Yeah, playing versus this defense. And here's what
Azeez
happened.
Al-Shaair.
Well, here's what happened yesterday was a video surfaced on social media. If you hadn't seen it, go out and check it out. It's all over social media. And he's just taking a snap. I believe he gives a little play action ball fake to a ghost running back. He's obviously just going through warm-ups, kind of just testing some stuff. And he ain't moving well. I mean, he looks like a guy that now this may be an old video. I have no clue, but he looks like a guy that's moving gingerly and in no way, shape, or form is physically preparing full speed to play a big game, a big division game. So I don't know about you, B. Scott, but when I saw that video alone, I thought, boy, there's something fishy here from a standpoint of what all he's going to be capable of doing. Full go at practice, dealing with a little lower leg injury and dealing with some pain. It looks like he's dealing with more than that.
Yeah, it looks like he's dealing with a lot more than that. But this was from Shane Steichen, okay? And this is via Stephen Holder, who covers the Indianapolis Colts for ESPN, okay? This is from, I guess, their press conference today. Shane Steichen on Daniel Jones. He says he talked to our trainer and talked to our doctors and talked to Daniel Jones himself. We would never put him out there if we thought that there was something that could go wrong there. So our trainers and our doctors have cleared him to play. He's good to go. He wants to play, and we're excited for the opportunity. That's from Shane Steichen talking on Daniel Jones just earlier today. So they feel good about it based on that video and just the thought of, the notion of a broken or fractured fibula does not sound like a good idea, especially to be going up against Will Anderson Jr., Daniil Hunter, perhaps Azeez Al-Shaair if he gets his hands on you. G-Tree sounds like it's going to be back. All of these guys, Kamari Lassiter. You want to be on a broken leg with Kamari Lassiter running after you? It does not sound like a good idea, but they're going to try it anyway.
Well, the interesting thing here is as I see it, like if you're Daniel Jones, you got to be willing to do things like this. Like, and I understand they're clear; they're not putting him at risk. But as a player, you would think like, hey man, let's get some second opinions. Let's make sure this thing's okay. But if you're Daniel Jones right now, you wonder, is he afraid to give up the position?
He might be. He's on a 1 year, $14-15 million deal?
You're on a 1 year deal. You got a really good supporting cast. You got a really good play caller. You got a top 5 or 6. What was he? He was number 4 overall. Wasn't he, Anthony Richardson?
Yeah.
You got. I mean, they would want nothing more than that pick to turn out to work. Even though it looks like they're out on that, they would love nothing more than to insert him and he plays well, and all of a sudden you're a better team with a quarterback that can run and doesn't have a broke leg and all this kind of thing. I wonder how much of Daniel Jones pushing this thing is really, hey man, I'm not real secure here, and I got a chance to win a title, win a Super Bowl here. I don't really want to. I don't want to give up my spot now.
But see, I can see that better if Anthony Richardson was healthy. I haven't heard anything about Anthony Richardson.
Is he not healthy?
He's had that broken orbital fracture from that. When he broke his eye, his orbital fracture from earlier in the season with the band. With the band.
Boy, if that's still a problem.
Yeah,
at this point, he needs going.
He's been out of sight, out of mind. I think the backup is the kid from Notre Dame. What's my kid's name?
I can see his face. It looks like he's about 12.
Riley Richardson?
No, it's
Leonard.
Riley Leonard. Yeah, there we go. I was going to say, man, I couldn't remember my guy's name, but yeah, that's their backup quarterback.
Are we sure of that?
Man,
I saw Anthony Richardson hugging the Minnesota. The thing went viral last week. The Minnesota coach was mic'd up.
Yeah, he moves well. He can't see, man. He messed up his eye. Pretty bad, it sounds like. And from what I've been hearing from Indianapolis, they have not heard from the guy.
Yeah, okay.
So
that would make it a little easier if I was Daniel Jones and be like, hey man, let Riley Leonard get a couple.
Imagine that. Daniel Jones go out there for a half of Riley Leonard, and they'll want to re-sign him immediately.
That's right.
They want to give him that. They want to give him that Sam Darnold deal.
It would be the exact opposite of what I thought. Hell, I thought I saw Anthony Richardson hugging what's his name, the Minnesota head coach's neck in full pads last week. I thought he was back, but nonetheless, the quarterback report is we got ours back. He's been preparing for 10 days. Has been full go, and he's cleared to rock and roll. Their quarterback, the Indianapolis Colts, Quarterback looks like he's limping around with some a serious, at the very least, a serious mobility issue, which, again, I'm not going to minimize the kid's ability to tuck the ball and run, the kid's ability to be a dual threat when Shane Steichen needs him to be. So him being, lacking mobility is a win for the Texans as well. So there you have it. There's a C.J. Stroud update, a Daniel Jones update as well. Now, let's hit this break and come back and listen to C.J. Stroud, fresh out of concussion protocol, live from NRG Stadium. We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610.
Our Guy Lopez made a bold proclamation about Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from BB's Tex Orleans and Pearland, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Ryan Hughley is out. Brandon Scott of Sports Radio 610 is in, and you heard the man. It's a Black Friday, and we are at BB's Tex Orleans in Pearland, 9719 Broadway in Pearland. Come on through. We got dollar chicken wings while the drive is live here, but the menu is can't miss. The drinks are tremendous. The staff is tremendous. The vibe in the building is great. All of the live football action is on, and yes, we've got the college games that are rolling. A couple of them are over. I think Iowa just beat the doors off of Nebraska, and it looks like Ole Miss is doing the same to Mississippi State. But we've got a little NFL action that is kicked off. I almost forgot we had NFL action today.
Yeah,
Chicago
Bears over there making some noise, man.
The
we
Bears,
got some Bears fans in the house too,
and the Eagles. Big NFC matchup there. We'll see what comes of it. A lot of folks think the Bears are out over their skis leading that division. And
man, they have been one of the surprises of the league, man. Ben Johnson's going over there. Caleb has figured something out with Caleb Williams in his second year. So it's an interesting outfit, man.
You fix that interior offensive line for that young quarterback that can play. You find out he's all right.
Yeah.
Figure out things there. And the Eagles, obviously, with the drama that is there, I think that score is 7-3, I think I just saw. So come on down, watch all these college and NFL games and hang out. But for the time being right now, C.J. Stroud, the big news for everybody here in Houston with the Texans is C.J. Stroud has been cleared and is out of concussion protocol and officially will play this Sunday. Here is C.J. Stroud meeting with the media over at NRG Stadium.
C.J., to officially clear the protocol and to get back on the field, what's this mean to you? What did you go through, some of the things that you experienced with this concussion?
Yeah, I'm excited to be back. Blessed, man. Super grateful, to, be able to be healthy again and, have some peace, knowing that my body and my brain and my thoughts feel, pure and clean. So it's a blessing. Yeah, I just, took it one day at a time. It was kind of eye-opening, to kind of get a bird's eye view, which I haven't had in a long time. So, I just am grateful for, all the prayers. Just want to say, to the Broncos defense, some of them, I heard them praying for me, and I really appreciate that, like Hufanga, and Singleton and some of those guys, so I really appreciate them doing that. Of course, my teammates and our fan bases, so everybody's prayers and just, thoughts, really, I appreciated that. But yeah, it wasn't fun. I wanted to play really bad. I wanted to be back out there, but, I thought, we put ourselves in a great position. I thought Davis did great. He balled out, 3 games in a row and put us in position to win. So really proud of him and everything he's done. He's been a great teammate, great brother of mine. So, I'm just really grateful, to be back finally.
I know injuries are part of the game, and you know the risk. But is an injury like this frightening for you? Was it scary?
No, that's part of the game. I kind of had it was kind of the same thing I had in 23 against the Jets. Literally the same situation at the back of my head, and had a concussion. And so yeah, I think of course having like a short week too, because I played that one, only missed 2 games, and then I played that game in week 17 against the Titans. And so I think if we would play the Bills on Sunday, I would have been able to go. But since it was a short week, wasn't able to practice. I thought we made the right call, our doctors and stuff, on just holding me out. But yes, I'm not worried. I'm covered in the blood. I'm going to continue to be confident and trust my talents and my gifts and try to do it for the glory of God.
You talked about from your purview being on the sideline. Of course, you'd much rather be playing. Anything that you can think of that you take away from watching these past few weeks?
Yeah, just see how great our defense is, and if we can just, find a way to score in the red zone and, find points, I think, we can go as far as we want because, we have a really, really strong, talented defense, and it was really good to see, and for me, to see from a bird's eye, and that's been the case, but it's a little different when you just get to sit there and watch and be like, dang, other quarterbacks got to go through this. Like, I got to, when I get back, I got to make sure I make plays and put these guys in position to win and, reward them for stops and then turnovers, So I think that's huge. Our special teams, playing well, and then, offensively, I thought we did really solid, but I think we can take another step as well.
CJ, how will you be able to flush out, that hit
you were using your legs, you were getting out of the pocket. How do you push those, those cobwebs or those thoughts to the back of your mind and still be able to, get out of the pocket without thinking about taking another hit like that?
Just play. Yeah, I mean, I think when you think about getting hurt, you think about, bad things when bad things happen. So I'm going to just play free, and try my best to trust my instincts and, do what I can and, of course, stay healthy. But I want to put my team in position to win. So I'm going to do that. And, whatever happens, happens. But, I've trusted I play this game the right way. And, I know when to slide, when not to, or, try to do my best to protect myself as well. But so I'm not going to second guess that and just try to go, and play fast and have fun.
Anything you were able to pick up from watching Davis and how Nick Haley's calling it as things that may benefit you on Sunday?
I mean, yeah, I got to hear Kels and his process a little bit more, which is helpful. So, I think as the season goes on, we get on one accord more and more and more. So it was helpful in that area as well.
You guys are 0-3, but now you guys are right in the thick of the division race, right in the thick of the wild card race. How always were cool, but what was it like watching your team be able to rally? Obviously missed a couple of games, but watching them rally and put you guys in position to now, where now you guys are more healthier, ready to kind of get ready for the stretch run. Yeah,
I think it's amazing. I think at the right time, you see guys step up and start to take more on the plate and rise to the occasion. So I think it's dope. And of course we didn't start off the best, but I think when you know what type of team we have, we're very talented and we're a couple plays away each game, winning. And then of course you're also a couple plays away from losing. So I think the better we finish, then the better results we have. So that kind of was something that stuck out to me as well.
You have to be away from your team for injuries like this. What do you miss most?
My teammates. Yeah, my teammates. Being in the building, just laughing, smiling, cracking jokes, being at practice. I think that's probably the most is I just miss my teammates and being in the room and with Davis and Graham and Jerry and Gerard. So that's probably the suckiest part.
CJ, when you were on the sideline watching the rookies, how much did you see them grow up as far as with Higgins and especially with Woody, with the way that he's excelled with more playing time? Yeah,
they're all very mature, and I think they approach it the right way. And I think the more time on task and time in the game, I think they've been able to have some confidence. You can see how they play. They're dancing, having fun, and running great routes. Woody's toting the rock, protecting the ball. So you just see their confidence. I think that's really what this league is about. I think the more confident you are, the more that you can make plays for your teammates and go out there and execute your job. So I just see that them doing that each play, and it was cool to see Jay Reed out there last game. I thought he made a lot of great plays, and somebody who I played against in college who I thought was really good. So cool to see him out there, and hopefully he gets some more opportunities. But yeah, I think our rookie class is they're very mature and they want to play and they want to do the right things, and I think it takes time, but to see them have early success is amazing.
Kind of a follow-up to what Sarge said. The offensive line continues to gel and get better. That has to be so promising to see.
Yeah, it's cool, to see, just big trend out there, Ed coming back, Jake, always playing solid, and, Titus being, being an anchor, man, playing a lot of positions and doing them all very well, and then Tay, another rookie who has rise to the occasion and, done a really good job these last couple of weeks. So we're just proud of that unit, and, I'm excited to be back with them.
Is there any extra excitement added to the comeback being in Indianapolis and such a big game, division opponent, place where you've had some success?
Yeah, I always love, playing in Indy and against the Colts. It's a great environment, great fan base. They've always been a really good team, really good defense. So it's gonna be cracking, man. They're gonna be playing hard. We're gonna be playing hard. So yeah, it's very exciting. Division opponent. Like I said, a great atmosphere. So I'm very excited and really cool that I get to come back this game.
Obviously, right before you got hurt, you were playing some of your best football this season. How do you kind of pick up where you left off? Once you get back out there on Sunday? Yeah,
I think just doing the little things right, take care of the football, getting out my hand, going through my progressions, my reads, being clean in the communication in the huddle, and just trusting myself, trusting my instincts, being confident, and trusting my God-given talent, and go from there. So I thought I was playing decent, coming out out of that Seattle game. I thought I played a good game against San Fran, and then the Broncos, I thought I had a good first quarter, but it sucks that happened. But I think I'll be able to kind of catch my mojo back, but we don't know when. Hopefully it's the first play of the game, but whatever it is, I'm going to just keep fighting and try to find my rhythm.
That is Houston Texans quarterback C.J. Stroud, fresh out of concussion protocol from NRG Stadium after practice today, after being full go all week long. Couple of things there that stuck out to me, B. Scott, was – and I said this, I think there's a bunch of conversations to be had. There's a lot of topics to discuss that are very fascinating around Davis Mills, C.J. Stroud, being on the shelf for 3 weeks, coming back. Is there rust? There's a lot to unpack. But I said this the other day, and I firmly believe it, man. Like, I just want to I want to see C.J. Stroud, whether he balls out or he makes a few mistakes. I want to see C.J. Stroud get back to playing with the instincts that we know C.J. Stroud has.
Man, I'm so glad you said that, because literally as I'm listening to him talk, or as we got to the end of that audio, I'm like, hey, man, let's go. Let's do a Nico Collins go ball to start the game for old time's sake. Y'all remember that 2 years ago, how they went and walked down Indianapolis at their place to handle business at the end of the season. Like, let's have that type of bravado. And if you're ready, right, and they're saying that you're ready, and you're talking about the preparation that he's had over the last 10 days, if C.J. Stroud is truly ready, I want to see him go out there and ball out the way he used to.
Yeah, I think two things are very real. I think C.J. Stroud had been coached into a corner, and I'm not blaming the coaches. I'm just saying that the situation, the way things had unfolded along the way, I think he had been coached into a corner and was taking some of the natural instinctual things that he does really well, that's made him great, and him overthinking and trying to be what they wanted him to be had taken away from that. I think that's very real, right? And so I want to see him get back to playing with his instincts. And then when I couple it with one thing Davis Mills did really good, he did several things really good, a lot of it that doesn't even get discussed, but one thing he did really good was manage not letting him taking a shot and not hitting it on first down, and your team being in 2nd and 10, all of a sudden, boy, we're just behind the chains, we can't play.
Right.
This offense was really good with Davis Mills out there. More times than not, when it was 2nd and 10 or there was a penalty, they were able to overcome it when they got behind the chains. All this talk about being behind the chains and just we can't get there, it's killing us. Our offensive play caller can't even call plays if we have penalties and all that. Like that can't. That's why I hated those comments when they were making them, and I hate it now. Like Davis Mills in this offense was able to overcome some of those. They weren't great, but they were able to overcome some of those situations in critical moments and win games. And that's what you've got to do. Let's not focus on, the reason our offensive coordinator can't call plays is because we're always behind the chains. Let's overcome. Let's adapt and overcome and be great in adversity. It's easy. When you stay ahead of the chains, hell, you ought to win. Yeah. Hell, I can call plays when you're doing that. So
some of the best moments that the Texans have had offensively has been exactly that, when they have overcome, right? When, hey, a penalty did not kill a drive, or a sack did not kill a drive, right? They were still able to overcome on 2nd and long, 3rd and long, and make some plays.
Just watch football. Watch the better teams in the league or the better quarterbacks in the league, and when they get sacked and it's 2nd and 13, it's not now we just can't call plays, man. We just can't, or there's a penalty and it's 1st and 15 or 1st and 20. It's not like we just can't do anything. No, you overcome it. I mean, and everybody in the game that's worth a damn, they have those problems and they overcome them. Now, you want to emphasize being better, sure, but the whole thought of the penalties and the sacks and the negative plays, they just kill our ability to score points. I hate that approach.
Yeah, I came on this show a couple of weeks ago and said the best thing that the offense had going for them was the element of surprise, because in these obvious situations, if it's 3rd and long, or even if it's or at the goal line, obvious play situations, they were not good enough. They were making the plays, and so you want to see that change, especially with the starter out there.
Yeah, well, when you've got a guy like C.J. Stroud, you've got half the battle is won. You got a guy that can make certain throws. You got a guy that's got ice water in his veins. You got a guy that can stretch the field when need be. And so that shouldn't be just one of those all the wind is out of our sails types.
Right.
And what my point is not to live in the past, but my point is Davis Mills and this offense did a good job of overcoming that in moments. It'd be nice to see C.J. Stroud take that to a whole nother level and do it pretty consistently instead of focusing on it negative. And I think if he plays with them instincts, I think that's one thing that we'll see. All right, the season for the Rockets has been a lot about the addition of KD. Obviously, the conversations when you add a great like that, a lot of the conversations are going to revolve around him. But if we're talking title contenders. Right, the conversation quickly shifted to young players having to develop. Right, one of those guys, B. Scott, is developing significantly quicker than I think anybody expected him to. We'll tell you who that is, and we'll discuss next right here on Sports Radio 64.
5321.
Must qualify for enrollment. Results may vary.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from BB's Tex Orleans and Pearland, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Ron Hughley is out. Brandon Scott of Sports Radio 610 is in, and we are live on the road at BB's Tex Orleans in Pearland. 9717 West Broadway, I believe, is the address. If you want to throw it in that navigation, put BB's Tex Orleans in there and find the Broadway location in Pearland, baby. Up to the door right here. I just got through doing it about an hour and a half ago. I want to remind everybody it is a Football Friday. We're giving away Texans Colts tickets. We're giving away 4 $25 gift cards to Academy Sports and Outdoors. And we're giving away, courtesy of Tomball Ford, we're giving away an oil change up at their dealership. By the way, the Texans tickets are the Colts game to end the season, and they are courtesy of our Houston area Ford dealers. Big shout out to our sponsors that make it happen. Big shout out to BB's Tex Orleans. Boy, and this as it should. This old gumbo got that nose. Yeah. Got that nose running a little bit,
hit you in the chest and in the nose.
Got that nose running a little bit, man.
On you.
Hey, I know we got a monster game this weekend. I know it's Black Friday and we got a ton of football on. But damn it, there's one old boy playing for the Rockets that deserves a conversation on Black Friday. There's one old boy on the Rockets that deserves a conversation 2 days after we last saw them on the floor.
Yeah.
There's an old boy on the Rockets that I probably owe an apology to, because I'll be honest with you, about a month ago I was going, man, I just don't see it. Man, Buddy looks like he's intimidated. I mean, it just doesn't look like it's going to pan out. Well, man, Reed Sheppard, 37 minutes, 31 points, 12 of 25, 4 of 12 from the field, 9 rebounds. I can't even get my finger to run across here. 5 assists. 2 turnovers.
He was all over the court, man.
And the
full stat sheet.
The Rockets, he got extended playing time, right? I mean, more than, I don't know, you'd probably tell me better than that. You're probably better.
No, it was extended playing time. No Kevin Durant. Nope. Tari Eason's been hurt.
Yep.
Obviously, Steven Adams did not play.
Yeah.
They asked a lot more of him in this game, clearly. I mean, Clint, you just read it off. 25 shot attempts. He had never shot more than 17 in a game before that night.
Well, here's what is why I feel like we need to talk about him on this Football Friday. Because though I looked at Reed Sheppard, and it may or may not have to do with the fact that he's a white dude, but I looked at Reed Sheppard and I thought, if we can just get a cat that'll stand over in the corner and Ray Allen this piece, just knock down threes, knock down shots from distance, then we'd be all right. Help the shooting with this team. I flipped this TV on, man, the last 2 games where they beat Phoenix and Golden State without Kevin Durant, without Steven Adams, without Tari Eason. And the guy that I'm watching handling the rock, I mean, it ain't the guy standing in the corner. It's a guy that's aggressively getting to the rim. It's a guy that's aggressively orchestrating offense and driving the lane and pulling it out back to the elbow and knocking down a short jumper. I mean, it's a guy that, of course, knocking down threes, but he's creating, I guess, is the biggest difference. It's the easiest way to put it for me. I did not expect to see a guy that was going to constantly create in the NBA and get his shot. I thought I would see a guy that would benefit from KD and Şengün and Amen Thompson. This cat has developed, which I think the season was dependent on, by the way, if we're talking championships. The season was dependent on several guys developing, and Reed Sheppard in 15 games has developed in a way that I hoped we had seen a fraction of by midseason.
Oh, but see, they would have been good so long as he was just playable. Like if he had done that thing that you were talking about, that bare minimum expectation that you were having of him of, hey, just stand out in the corner and be this complimentary piece, be Derek Fisher, be somebody like that, right? That would have been good enough. But it looks like it's happening. Like the thing is happening a little bit more than just be a complimentary piece, where now we're seeing game to game now they'll have 5-8 minute stretches where they'll just say, hey, man, Reed Sheppard's in charge. You've got the ball. You are our number one offense. And Alperen Şengün is still out there, right? And that, I think, is also to kind of give him a little bit of a break of being the facilitator and being the hub of the offense. Now you can rely on Reed Sheppard, I don't think for an entire game, but for long stretches now, to be your best offensive player. You're seeing him get it on all three levels of the floor, right? He's shooting from three. He's getting his mid-range game. He's getting to the cup. I think his most impressive play in that Warriors game was kind of a touch pass to Amen Thompson, or was really a Amen Thompson almost like an alley, and Amen catches it in midair and puts it up. It's really like a bullet pass.
Yeah.
And it was an amazing moment, really, when you think about all of it, from the playmaking, the shot making, the passing. The defense isn't as big of a liability now as it looked like it was earlier on in the season, where he was just a cone. And he's still going to get hunted, right, because he's a smaller defender, and that's just going to happen. But he's blowing up, right? He's frisky on defense. He's getting his hand in passing lanes, creating steals and fast break opportunities. Like right now, you're seeing Reed Sheppard, I think, play his way into the starting lineup. I think once everybody's healthy, we are at some point going to have a conversation of, is Reed Sheppard really a six man, or have we gone beyond just fill in for Fred VanVleet, and now we've got Reed Sheppard fully ingrained into the mix of what we do? Yeah,
I mean, it's consistent. Every time I turn the TV on, man, it looks like the dude belongs in the starting lineup doing what he's doing. And the box score will back it up. You know, I think my question for you is more along those lines. Is this development, do you think it's true development, or do you think we just got a flash in the pan early in the season? A lot of guys aren't dug in the NBA season, as NBA teams typically are. The later the season gets, the harder they play. Or do you think are we seeing something that's got real legs here?
See, we've watched him do this against some of the better teams, right? Like against Golden State. You watch him kind of break down Brandon Podziemski, who is a fairly decent, I would say, not a great, but a fairly decent defender for NBA standards. We've seen him do it against other really good teams. We saw him do it against Oklahoma City last year, the best defensive team that's out there. He had his, up until that point, 25-point career high. So, like, he's against Denver in a loss, right? It was his career high up until that point. So yeah, I think this is for real, just because of the quality of competition that we've watched him do it against, and just the way that it's looked. He's able to get to his spots. He's able to knock those shots down. It's just a matter of him kind of staying steady defensively. All right, well, 15 games in with the Rockets, and there's no doubt about it, I was dead ass wrong. I got no problem admitting it. He already has sunk my ship, and I watched him, and I'll be honest with you, I saw Jacob Myers type vibes, and was like, man, he's overwhelmed at the NBA level. He looks like he's borderline scared. Well, look, I mean, he is. Now we're before who's going to step in for Fred VanVleet? Fred VanVleet is hurt. Can Reed Sheppard and Amen Thompson, can they by committee figure it out how to fill that role? I think now we're beyond that now. Yeah. Now we're beyond the Fred VanVleet fill-in role, and now we're trying to figure out exactly what is this Reed Sheppard thing, because I think it's beyond just filling in for one guy. I want to go another direction with this while we're on the topic of the Rockets. The Reed Sheppard thing, to me, has to be the story of the first 15 games of the season for the Rockets. Like his development, or kind of how he's arrived, I would say. Whatever you think of him, I think he's arrived as being a player for this team that's going to be a difference maker, that's going to at least book some minutes.
Alpi Şengün, I think, had his moment probably in the offseason and some of that World Ball or whatever the hell Euro Ball they were playing.
Yep.
I think people realized then, like, well, he's taking his game to the next level.
Yep.
I think the guy that got all the hype this offseason, Amen Thompson. And I'm not minimizing who Amen Thompson is, because I watch the games, and I mean, there's clearly a special player there. Has he developed? Has anything about Amen Thompson developed?
I would say that we are just more exposed to what – I don't know if he's developed as much as he's just more – his game is more exposed, and we are seeing him more. Like, I wouldn't say he's a noticeably better shooter or noticeably better ball handler or noticeably better anything. And so the thing that's benefiting him is just the experience and the exposure more than anything. He's had some rough moments, I think, sometimes where you either wanted him to be – I've had moments where I wanted him to be more aggressive. I've had moments where I wanted him to be less aggressive. I wanted him to reel it in a little bit. But, man, as long as Amen Thompson is getting downhill, and just by sheer force, man, he's just athletically different than most guys that are out there. And so he's going to benefit from that. I think over time he'll kind of become just a better overall basketball player. But I think Amen Thompson has been fine. Has he set the world on fire? Is he all NBA type? No, not necessarily, but I think he's been fine.
Well, I just, as I watch it, and again, I love the player. I'm okay with him just being super athletic and explosive on the offensive end of the floor and being aggressive to the rack and being a lockdown defensive player. I mean, he's an all-NBA player if he can do those things at a great level.
Yeah.
But Ron and I on this show have had a lot of conversations about, man, if he can just develop that jumper. If he can, and I've always just doubted, like, I just don't. That's a huge stride. And I wonder if, like, Reed Shepherd playing well and even Aaron Holiday stepping in with a couple 20-point games playing well, I wonder if that's kind of been a smoke screen for, you know, a guy that we thought was going to take a little bit more of that role and develop his game and do a little bit more of just that, who we thought he was.
Yeah, and I think we all understand that he needs to be a better shooter, but you can't lose sight of some of the things that he does. Like, he's able to create these floaters out of nothing, right? Some of these odd shots.
Well,
sometimes to me it looks awkward.
The play that you were just talking about, where he looked like he was going to catch it, go to the floor, and then get back up at the rim.
But instead, he decided not to go to the floor.
He torques his body, and somehow I'm like, wow, it's freakish. I think we know who I'm. My point is this: I think we know who Amen Thompson is.
Man, I watched him against. I went to the game against Denver the other night, last week, and I'm watching Jokic just fixate on Amen Thompson as he's roaming that baseline, because he knows it doesn't take but a quick second to lose attention, and if he gets the ball, it's over with.
Yeah, it's over
with. So he kind of applies differently. It's not jump shooting necessarily. It's not three-point shooting. It's his awkward, raw athleticism that kind of creates a problem for you matchup-wise.
And I see that. I see all that. I've watched. We've talked so much about development. It seemed like the headliner of that conversation was always, boy, Amen Thompson, and it looks like the other two guys are the ones that have taken their game to an entirely different level, and Amen is exactly who we thought he was, which is fine, which is still a great player and a significant piece of what the Rockets want to do. It's just, these other guys, it seems, have taken it to the next level.
I've been saying since last year, I want Amen Thompson to take the Kawhi Leonard mid-range game leap.
Okay.
Like, you remember when Kawhi Leonard was a raw defensive player? Now, he was a better offensive player, I think, than
that was back when he played every now and then, wasn't it?
Well, I'm talking about all the way back in the San Antonio days, and then when you look up, and now he can get anywhere he wants and get all the mid-range that he wants. I think that Amen Thompson has that in him. That's the leap that I'm waiting on him to take offensively.
That's Brandon Scott. I'm Stoerner. We are live. The Drive is live at BB's Tex Orleans in Pearland for a Football Friday, giving away Academy Sports and Outdoors gift cards, giving away Texans, Colts tickets later in the season, as well as an oil change from them fine folks up at Tomball Ford. Them tickets are courtesy of our Houston area Ford dealers, by the way. So come on through. In Pearland off Broadway, BB's Tex Orleans. We got a table. We got some good times. We got some cold drinks, some good food to be had. There's no doubt about it. All right, the Texans injury report, as we know, is an absolute beautiful thing because C.J. Stroud has been cleared. But there's a few more folks that the Texans are adding back to the mix here that I think will be could be significant game changers. I'll explain, and we will discuss that injury report next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about them.
analysis, inside info, coaches' comments, and your reactions starting at 6 and going all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers 212-2222. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from BB's Tex Orleans and Pearland, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Ron Hughley is out. Brandon Scott is in, and we are live at BB's Tex Orleans in Pearland. We've already given away one of the Academy Sports and Outdoors gift cards. We got 3 left, as well as a free oil change, courtesy of Tom Ball Ford, and a pair of Texans Colts tickets, not this week, but at the end of the season, courtesy of our Houston area Ford dealers. Big shout out to them for making it happen. We've got some big announcements coming, and they've been good. The Texans injury report is a beautiful thing. I mean, one of the running jokes this year with the Astros and the Texans as well has been the injury reports have been 20 people long, right?
Yeah.
And this is our time to get a little positive news here, if you will. And obviously, C.J. Stroud is the headliner here. C.J. Stroud has not only been full practice Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, but C.J. Stroud has been cleared from the concussion protocol and will play. It's been announced he will play this week. He met with the media earlier today. We played it live at 2:41. If you want to download that Odyssey app, AUDACY, download that app, and you can go back and listen. Use that rewind feature and listen to that live. Do that about 6 o'clock. Don't do it between now and 6 though. Wait till. I've always been curious about that. Like, do we really want to mention that old rewind feature in the middle of our show?
No, it's cool because if they rewind, just stick around.
Just stick around.
Don't rewind and then cut the app off. Rewind and listen to the rest of the show.
That's why I get text messages at like 8 o'clock like, boy, you're an idiot. And I'm like, what the hell did I do, man? I'm just sitting here. Somebody's listening to that damn Odyssey app, and they got it in rewind.
That's right.
Rewind shape. But anyway, CJ was met with the media. It was about 8 minutes long. Get back there and listen to it if you'd like to. It's really good, man. CJ appears to be in good spirits, appears to be back to himself. But that's the headliner. But Ron, there's several other players that are listed here that we need to talk about. But when I look at this injury report for the Houston Texans, other than C.J. Stroud, I quickly move on to Jalen Petrie.
Yeah.
Jalen Petrie is another player that's been out with a concussion. He was limited on Wednesday, and CJ was full, so it was thought that maybe Jalen Petrie isn't completely out of the woods yet. But Jalen Petrie was full on Thursday, and Jalen Petrie was full on Friday. Have we announced yet that he is officially out of concussion protocol?
He is officially out of concussion protocol as well. And also the lack of designation as well also would indicate that he is cleared to play.
Gotcha.
So him not being questionable or probable or any of those, obviously not out, means that he's cleared to play. I also got to lay eyes on him too as well, Clint. I was at practice earlier today. Didn't stick around for the media availability because I needed to be here, but did get to lay eyes on C.J. Stroud and Jalen Petrie. Seemed to be in good spirits out there playing catch with Kamari Lassiter and Kalen Bullock and Derek Stingley Jr. So everything seems to be a full go with him as well.
Blake Fisher, Trent Brown, DeMeco Autry were all limited Thursday. They were full go today, so all is well on that front. The other interesting one on this injury report is Will Anderson Jr. with a chest. Did not practice Wednesday, did not practice Thursday, and was limited today. So keep an eye out on Will Anderson Jr. What does this mean? I mean, we had him in the postgame presser. He was happier than all get out. Maybe he was still running on that adrenaline and didn't feel it or something, but or something maybe happened on Wednesday at practice. I don't know, but keep an eye on Will Anderson, the chest. I would be willing to bet you that Will Anderson plays no matter what. But Jalen Petrie, I want to highlight how important that is. This is a game where they're going to throw everything except the kitchen sink at you, right? I mean, it's going to be a lot of variety from the offense. Now, they're probably not going to run the football with their quarterback. There's probably not going to be some of that quarterback plus one or even any of the read plays in there because of the leg injury to Daniel Jones. But you're going to get a little bit of shot. There's a chance you're going to get a shot of a heavy screen game, quick game, mid-range game, deep shots. You're going to get play action. You're going to get RPO stuff. They're going to throw everything at you. Now, I think Jalen Petrie is always a really good player, but against offenses like this, a guy that leads with his instincts, whether we're talking about rushing the pass or playing the pass or we're talking about playing the run, I would imagine if he stays healthy and if he's full go, I would imagine he's going to be a big part of this game, B-Scott.
Yeah, no, I think it's somebody that plays around the line of scrimmage, and you're talking about a team that runs the football as well as this one does, but also one, especially when Daniel Jones is playing well. And I know that's going to be its own question as far as how effective is Daniel Jones with this injury, but it's an offense that doesn't really have a whole lot of weaknesses when he's right. Now, again, that's its own question, but when he's right, they can beat you short, middle, deep. And so Jalen Petrie is going to be one of those guys that's going to be hovering around passing lanes, going to have his hands in the air, trying to get his hands on deflected passes, also getting into the backfield to get to Jonathan Taylor. Like, he's going to play such a critical role in both your run defense and your pass defense, not just necessarily covering a guy, but making a play, like being around the ball wherever the ball might be on a given play. That's the role that he plays, kind of that hybrid, not really a specific position, linebacker, defensive back, whatever he is. They just want him near the ball. You're going to want a guy like that that's a ball hawk in a game like this with an offense that's been as effective as the Colts has throughout the year.
Yeah, I mean, this is just I think DeMeco deserves a ton of credit for what he's able to do with particularly secondary players being injured over the handful of years that he's been here. He's been really good. It's almost like they don't even miss a step when they're missing 2 or 3 guys in the secondary.
Yeah,
I think this is an opponent, and this is a game that you would feel no Jalen Petrie. I think they do so many different things, and they've got so many weapons that I think you feel Jalen Petrie. I think you feel any player, any especially impact player that's not in the game. I think defensively, I think you feel it. And so good to know that they're going to have all hands on deck, again, with the exception of Will Anderson Jr. And by the way, DeMeco Ryans, we'll hear from DeMeco Ryans at 3:40 here. We'll play him at 3:40 live from NRG Stadium, in full from NRG Stadium. And maybe he mentions Will Anderson Jr. I don't know if he addresses that or not. I would imagine, if I know DeMeco, he's not going to address it in any kind of depth.
Probably not. For whatever it's worth, I saw Will at practice as well. Him over there dapping up Danielle Hunter. He did not seem – no, they're not doing anything, man. They're out there stretching and kind of just doing little minimal drills. But he seemed fine. He has no designation. I'd be shocked if Will Anderson is even really affected in this game.
Now, on the Indianapolis Colts front, their practice report from today, Neville Gallimore, defensive tackle. He was limited on Wednesday, full to yesterday and full today. Sauce Gardner with a back. He was limited on Wednesday, full Thursday, Friday. So it looks like he's fine. Daniel Jones obviously was limited Wednesday, full on Thursday and Friday. He's got no game designation.
That's wild.
Kenny Moore, we've talked about the secondary with the Colts. I think it's a big part of the matchups, assuming they play. Hell, they're all 3 of the guys that you would highlight if you're talking about the Colts secondary. They're on this list. Sauce Gardner obviously has been full the last 2 days. Kenny Moore, their nickel defender, with an ankle, did not practice Wednesday or Thursday, but he was full on Friday. Charvarius Ward, the corner that's going to be opposite Sauce Gardner, did not practice Wednesday or Thursday and was limited today. So, they're all 3 of their cover defenders being on this list. I don't care if they go or not, which it looks like they are. I mean, hell, those guys being any kind of injured at all is going to be advantage Texas.
And even without the injuries, I like the matchup. Like, I like the idea of C.J. Stroud and Nico Collins testing Sauce Gardner. I like the idea of them testing C.J. Stroud and Jaden Higgins testing Ward, right? Especially if Kenny Moore – now, Kenny Moore is a hell of a slot corner, but if he's going to be injured, I like the idea of them finally finding something in Christian Kirk last week, and can they find more from that if there's a matchup there, if Kenny Moore is not exactly right. So I like the position that the Texans are in going into this game.
I love it. I love it as well. I like it more right now than I have at any point previously. That's for damn sure. Getting CJ back is just it's a shot of energy, man. Just getting him back and getting him behind center and knowing that he's had the 10 days to prepare is just a huge. I mean, the fan in me is stoked to see it. I'd have been a little concerned if this was last second. He hadn't practiced all week and we're going to throw him out there with limited to no reps. And I don't like the way that sounds, but boy, knowing he's got an extended period of time to prepare is big. And I just think Jalen Petrie, man, I just think this is one of those games where you need your dudes, man. You need obviously Daniil and Will. You clearly need them two corners, and you need Jalen Petrie in the middle. Obviously, Aziz is a big part of the communication piece, but some of those other guys, you can move and shake on those guys and still be pretty damn good, boy. Jalen Petrie's one you got to have.
It's the beauty of the defense that they got no less than 4 to 5, maybe even 6 guys that can swing a game entirely.
Yep.
And Jalen Petrie is one of those guys.
All right, we mentioned C.J. Stroud was back. He spoke to the media. We played it in full at 2:40. Let's hear from the head coach. It's quick, it's sweet, but let's hear from the head coach after practice on this Friday before heading to Indianapolis. DeMeco Ryans next, right here on Sports Radio 610.
Credit DeMeco's defense for coming up big in a 23-19 win against the Bills. 8 sacks, 3 turnovers, and relentless pressure all game long. The Texans.
infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Call 1-800-526-7736 or visit Tremfya.com.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from BB's Tex Orleans and Pearland, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Ron Hughley is out. Brandon Scott is in. You are listening to Sports Radio 610, and The Drive is live at BB's Tex Orleans in Pearland off Broadway. Come on through, hang out with us. The vibe is what it always is at BB's. It's right now. The food is off the charts. I feel like I'm in South Louisiana when I step inside the doors of BB's, man. I greatly appreciate it. I appreciate the vibe. I appreciate the people. I appreciate the food, the drinks. It's all good. Come on through. We got some giveaways to make it even a better, nicer, a better little, more entertaining little stop into BB's Tex Orleans. We got some Texans tickets. We got some gift cards. We even got oil change, which this weather's getting a little cooler. You might want to get that oil changed. We're going to hear from DeMeco Ryans here shortly. Come on through to BB's. We got all the football that you could want on TV, and we got some big ones going on right now. The Bears are up on the Eagles 10-3. And is that in the fourth quarter?
In the third quarter. Last I just looked. Yep, third quarter.
In the third quarter, 10-3. Chicago is up on Philly. 3 points out of Philadelphia. That's not going to make A.J. Brown happy, y'all.
No, man. No.
You've also got Georgia Tech going on right now, which I don't know how much this game really means for Georgia, even though I know that well, hell, it's not a conference game, so it still wouldn't change the traffic jam of one-loss teams at the top of the SEC.
Yeah, exactly. Georgia's going to be fine.
So there, I don't even know how they're going to break up the tiebreaker if all those teams finish with one loss. But nonetheless, the 3-3 ball game. Georgia Tech. Georgia's 10-1. Georgia Tech is 9-2. You got a couple of other games that are going on right now as well. Get on up here and check them out. But we've got the Texans head coach. He spoke to the media today, fresh off the field and fresh off of the announcement that C.J. Stroud had cleared concussion protocol. Here is DeMeco Ryans from NRG Stadium.
All right. So just to start, I'll let you guys know, Jalen and C.J. have both cleared the concussion protocol, so we're expecting both guys to participate on Sunday.
Having C.J. back and obviously you said already he's your starter, but what does it do for the offense to have someone?
Yeah, we got to go out and play efficiently and with our offense, really, no matter who's at quarterback, right? CJ will be out there, but we just got to go, all guys play together, all 11.
How excited was both of the players to know that they cleared concussion protocol?
It was just a process, so it wasn't over-excitement. It's just making sure they clear the process. And overall, as I stated before, just making sure both guys are as healthy as they can possibly be.
Look at also on the having Will Anderson. I did practice yesterday, but back today.
Yeah, Will is fine.
Coach, Jalen Petrie coming back. You're saying he's cleared as well.
Yes.
He'll be ready to go. His versatility with the defense. What does he kind of allow you to do? We've talked all week about the chess match against Indy in their own.
Yeah, Jalen. He opens our playbook up. The full playbook. We can do a lot of different things with Jalen. Everybody sees he's been a dynamic playmaker for us, right? Whether it's in the run game or passing game. The kid flies around. He plays with his hair on fire. I just love watching him play the game of football because he does it in such a relentless way, and he's going to be in position to make a ton of plays, right? We know offenses have to have awareness for JP and where he is at all times because he's that type of impact player for us.
What will CJ kind of bring back? Not bring back to what does having CJ Stroud bring back overall for you guys?
Yeah, the same. We're happy to have CJ back. As I mentioned earlier, whoever's playing for us, whatever the position is, just asking everybody to go out, do their job to the best of their ability. Offense, play as efficiently as possible. Defense, everybody playing together, swarming to the football. We do that with whoever's on the field, we'll be in a good spot.
That is Houston Texans head coach DeMeco Ryans. I hate to say I called it, and I honestly did not see anything on Twitter, but the Petrie cut is going to be live, isn't it?
Yeah.
I felt pretty good about the take of like, hey, man, Jalen Petrie is going to be important in this game and could be a big-time difference maker. Well, I mean, hell, DeMeco Ryans.
He opens up our playbook, the full playbook.
Dynamic
a direct quote, yeah.
Plays with his hair on fire, plays the game in such a relentless way. He's going to make plays for us. I mean,
that tracks, though, to be fair, right? We've seen that. I think that tracks into just in terms of the fact, and we talked about this even last year when they moved Jalen Petrie into this role, the fact that their nickel defense looks like a base defense. It's kind of a hybrid type of defense just because of how multiple he is of a player.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely tracks. I mean, and the thing is that when you've got defensively, they've got an embarrassment of riches. I mean, they really do. I mean, they're so good defensively that you can afford to have a couple of guys miss a couple of games if it's the right games, and you really don't feel it on the stat sheet. You really don't feel it in the box score. Offensively is a different story, but defensively they've got that luxury. They've got so many good players, and they're coached so well, and they're so good as an 11-man unit that you almost don't feel when one or two of those really good players is out until you go up against an offense that knows how to identify a duck, if you will,
right,
and go after that guy. They got a play caller that can do it. They got a coach, a quarterback that understands. They got the supporting cast, the pass catchers that understand. And then all of a sudden, you get a guy out there that's the duck, and all of a sudden Steichens and Daniel Jones and them are taking shots at him. You eliminate all of that when you get your full arrangement of players, and getting Petrie back is just huge. It was good to hear DeMeco mention that. The other thing there that I think is noteworthy in a big way is clearly there's no concern for Will Anderson.
No, he didn't even seem to have much patience for the question.
Well, I don't know if that was Aaron or if that was the actual question. But
yes, or both.
But yeah, like the Will Anderson, because I mean, I'll be honest with you, when I saw it again today, and it's a chat, and it happened on Wednesday or whatever. However, there's a dash on Wednesday, Thursday didn't practice, Friday limited or whatever it was. That's a concern. So to hear the head coach say Will Anderson is fine, he'll be back. That was really good to hear. And I'm gonna tell you, man, I can't help but also hear, and I think it's a side of the ball thing. But I can't help but hear a real difference. Like if I'm a head coach, I'm probably going to be a little more excited about getting C.J. Stroud back than I am Jalen Petrie.
Yeah.
And I love Jalen Petrie. And Jalen Petrie's a big-time player now. But I get my starting quarterback back, especially the way this team is set up. Hey, man, I feel like I can make me a little run here and get in these playoffs.
Did he not talk like he basically just wanted C.J. Stroud to go out there and play similar to how Davis Mills did? He basically, go out there and be efficient. Go out there and just don't lose us the game.
Hey, man.
Similar to the way that our backup quarterback, or the way that we would expect our backup quarterback not to do.
Whoever's playing quarterback, we just need to go out there.
Whoever it is. If it's me, you or the other dude.
Yeah, it's hard to ignore that part of it. They just got to go out and play efficiently. All guys got to play together. Almost straining to not boost CJ. But then, boy, Jalen Petrie, boy, them eyes light up, don't they?
Yeah, because I was talking the opposite. I said, hey, man, let's do a go route to Nico Collins on the first play of the game for old time's sake. Like, I'm wanting to put him on the table.
Yeah.
And DeMeco's talking about, no, just go out there and be efficient. Let's handle business like a backup quarterback would do.
Yeah.
This C.J. Stroud we're talking about.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, man, it's interesting. B. Scott, let's sink our teeth into what we saw yesterday, man. I don't have the history of the Thanksgiving Day lineups of what Thanksgiving Day football has looked at. I know in my memory serves me well. There's a lot of Lions. There's a lot of Cowboys.
Yeah.
Other than that, it's kind of spewed around. Maybe a lot of Minnesota back in the day.
Yeah, I mean, I grew up on Cowboys, then at the time Redskins, going at it on that. I mean, that's how I remember Thanksgiving as a kid.
Well, I remember getting cut in Dallas and Jerry going, man, I'm going home, man, enjoy your Thanksgiving. I'm going to bring you back and you'll be fine, you know?
Yeah.
And I was like, hell, I ain't never going back. So I came home and spent that old Thanksgiving holiday They acting a fool, boy. You know, and sure enough, boy, said Monday morning, Jerry called, "Hey, man, come on back to Dallas, man. We're going to put you back on." Okay, I'm coming. I'll be back. I thought I was done. It was that game. It was the game that Randy Moss caught three touchdowns or whatever, had the career day and all that everybody talks about. Obviously, this time of year, everybody's talking about it.
Yeah.
But there were some good games yesterday, man. Some monster games, probably better than expected, man. Green Bay goes to Detroit and wins 31-24. I think Green Bay may be the scariest inconsistent team in the league. I mean, because if they play like they played yesterday on both sides of the ball, really with Micah Parsons on that defense now, they're a problem. But boy, Jordan Love was lights out yesterday. I mean, he looked like the best damn quarterback in the league yesterday. And Jared Goff struggled mightily. And I wonder right now, with Jared Goff struggling, with the play caller situation, with Ben Johnson leaving now, Dan Campbell is taking the play calling duties from his, I think, an O-line coach. Amon-Ra St. Brown got injured in that game. Now, They don't expect him to be out but a week or two at this point. But Detroit may be in trouble. By the way, that's who Dallas catches next. But Detroit looks like they may be in trouble, and Green Bay look like they may be spreading their wings a little bit.
Yeah, man, it's another example of just how quickly the league could change, or the league can change, because Detroit looked like they were going to control that division for however long, and now we're talking about this. We're looking at this game right now. The Bears are surprise of the season, taking care of business right now against the Eagles. And as you mentioned, man, the Packers are such a difficult team to figure out, because the defense is ferocious, especially with the Micah Parsons addition. Like, that's a legitimate defense. But the fluctuation and different possibilities that you can get from Jordan Love at times where he looks just completely out of it. But when he's on and when he's right, I can remember last year when the Texans were about to face the Packers, and they'd already handled business against the Buffalo Bills, and DeMeco Ryans called Jordan Love the best quarterback that they will have faced at that point in the year. Now, mind you, they had played against Josh Allen. And so, I've never forgotten that. That was almost essentially him saying that he thinks Jordan Love is better than Josh Allen. But that's how good he can be. He can be in that conversation, be that caliber of player. And then when he's not, that's when those inconsistencies that you're talking about come into play. But when he is right here, they're just as dangerous as anybody.
All right, that game right there was an NFC game. The other two games were both games that the Texans felt, that all of us here felt and should have felt and could end up benefiting from, and we're gonna highlight those in the next segment. I'm Clint Stoerner alongside Brandon Scott. We are live on location at BB's Tex Orleans. Come on through, hang out with us. We got to give away some more gift cards, some Texans tickets, and an oil change. So come on through, have some good food, have a couple good drinks, and watch this NFL action that's going on. And one of the bigger college games is rolling. Georgia Tech right now as well. So we'll chop up those two games, B. Scott, as well as. Did this Bevo and Rivalry drama, did it take over y'all's Thanksgiving the way it did mine? Did it take over y'all's Thanksgiving the way it did mine? I got to be honest with you. I look at my sister-in-law and my wife a little different right now. We'll cuss and discuss next right here on Sports Radio 610.
Our guy Lopez made a bold proclamation about the Texans after their win against the Bills.
Listen, Houston, we do not have to put qualifiers or conditions or buts at all anymore with this team.
Go ahead and at me.
This is that good of a defense. You can get to and win a Super Bowl with this team.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
From Attorney Steve Lee Traffic Center, 713 call Lee. Looking really, really good on the roadways. Lots of folks are still on Thanksgiving holiday, so it's going to be super light today. We did have a problem. Actually, we still have a problem. I-69 East X northbound at Parker Road. Sold out vehicle. It looks like it's blocking one lane. They're trying to get that off to the shoulder. Partly cloudy, 65 degrees. I'm Laura Houston, Sports Radio 610.
Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Zadig Jewelers.
This is Linnell Willingham with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Don't look now, ladies and gentlemen, but America's team, not the Chiefs, the Cowboys. Red hot right now after beating the Kansas City Chiefs on Turkey Day 31-28. Dak Prescott throwing for 300 yards and looked the part, but it was their defense that continues to be the story. And I know George Pickens and CeeDee Lamb have had a great connection with Dak Prescott, but football is a simple man's game. When you win up front, you're going to have a shot each and every week. That's why the Cowboys are the most dangerous team in the conference, not named the Rams. I'm Linnell Willingham.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-507-9701. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-507-9701. That's 800-507-9701. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS for Kids.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
There are only about 4,300 public companies on the U.S. Stock Exchange, but there are an estimated 33 million companies in the U.S. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. The average investor is missing out on over 99% of the investment opportunity that's happening in this beautiful country until now. True portfolio strength is found beyond the confines of the S&P 500, investing in promising companies before they go public. Private real estate, infrastructure, world
92 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the chute here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
What is that, ostrich?
Hell no, that's python.
It's Sturdy's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Yeah, Ron Hughley is out. Brandon Scott of Sports Radio 610 is in, and we are live. We are live on the road at BB's Tex Orleans. Not only do they have the best boiled crawfish in Houston when crawfish season comes around, but did you know that they are also the home of the best perfectly boiled seafood, oysters on a half shell, Mama's Cajun dishes with a Texas twist, as well as them game-changing wing and that Texas trio. By the way, I'll add that boudin and that gumbo to the mix. Spice up your holidays, Tex Orleans style. Do it at BB's, y'all. Come on through.
I don't know how y'all did not get hungry just hearing that.
Come on through, man. We are at BB's in Pearland off of Broadway. And, we'll be here for another couple of hours, man. So come on through. A lot of good football going on. That Bears-Eagles game got tight.
Yeah.
Got tight real quick. It was 10-3. Eagles went down, and A.J. Brown caught a touchdown. And then I guess they missed the extra point because it's 10-9. And then Caleb Williams just tried to throw a little screen pass, and one of them linebackers jumped up and caught it. And Philly is threatening to score. Georgia Tech is the big college game going on right now. And it is 10-3 Georgia, and Georgia is threatening as we speak. Come on through BB's, Tex Orleans, chicken wings, cold beer, and football. We got dollar wing special going on right here, and we got to hit a couple of these games that happened yesterday. Great NFL slate of games yesterday, but a couple of these games that went down, Ron, we felt them here in Houston. Starts with the Dallas Cowboys. The Dallas Cowboys actually. What'd I say?
Yeah, you gave me wrong.
Oh, I gave you Ron. My bad. I thought I cussed or something. I was going to say, oh hell.
No,
here we go.
Byron got you on the dump button if you cuss, but that's that muscle memory.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Ron. I mean, B. Scott. But them Cowboys.
It's all right, Sean. I mean, Clint.
Them Cowboys.
My bad, Seth.
Up 45 did us a little favor, man. They the Cowboys in a hell of a football game. The Cowboys beat the Kansas City Chiefs 31-28. The Chiefs now are sitting at 6-6, and pretty much the conversations I'm hearing, they got to win out, which would include beating the Texans. They got to win out in order to have a shot. But Dak Prescott and the Dallas Cowboys, 460 total yards, 31 pints against the Kansas City Chiefs defense. Man, that was a solid outing for the Cowboys, beating Philly last week, Kansas City this week, and then they're on the road at a beat-up Detroit next week. But most importantly about this game, Kansas City falling to 6-6. The Texans, obviously, here in Houston, we feel that one a little bit, and we greatly appreciate it.
Yeah, man, but the Cowboys beating the two teams that were in the Super Bowl last year in back-to-back weeks, that game specifically yesterday, man, George Pickens, you want to talk about a pickup. Yeah. And I know George Pickens has been kind of a character, a little bit of a sideshow at times, especially in his Pittsburgh days. And even now with Dallas, he had to sit out for a little bit of a game because of whatever, coaching decision, disciplinary reason, or whatever it is. But when they line up and play and tell that dude, they run that slant route, we need to ice the game. I mean, George Pickens was there for them, but as far as how it affected the Texans, I mean, getting the Kansas City Chiefs to lose a game, you need them to lose as many games and all the games that they possibly can, including the one against you. So shout out to the Cowboys for doing an in-state favor, a hat tip to them for handling business against them guys. And
scoring 31 points. And as you said, George Pickens, CeeDee Lamb, I think they ran it well. They did some really good things. And so if you want to, this is a monkey see, monkey do league, man. You watch that game plan, pick up a couple of things, and you can go score some points on Kansas City's pretty good defense.
Yeah.
They got a pretty good defense. And if you can go score some points on them, that would be big, obviously. Now, the other game is the Cincinnati Bengals 32, Baltimore Ravens 14. Now, look, I enjoyed the hell out of this because I'm a Burrow fan, right? He is a bad man. But look at the Texans, B. Scott. Again, there's obviously a chance that you could go win the division. That'd be great. Good. That's not what I'm looking at right now. When I look at the Texans and the way everything's laying out is whatever weakens the pool of wild card teams is what I'm here for. And last night, the Ravens losing put the Steelers back in the lead of their division, bumped them back into that pool of wild card teams with the Texans, and so this one went exactly how we would want it to go as well. Cincinnati's out of the pit.
Like you mentioned, the Chiefs losing before that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so both of them losing bumps them back and by proxy bumps you up. And then in the case of the Chiefs, since you play them, you get to control sort of both of the basically your destiny and theirs now. Since they lost, shout out to the Cowboys, they lost, but now you can do yourself a favor in addition to that by beating them next week. Not to get ahead of yourself, but that's what's in front of you.
Right. I'm for anything and everything that's still in the hunt column that they keep showing on all the different sports shows. How do we weaken that? How do we get that still in the hunt to where you get to 9 wins and it means something? Right now it's that 10 win mark. But if 9 wins ends up getting you there, it's going to be because of that hole that we dug in early season. So here's another thing I think worth noting is Cincinnati, they can help us in a big way. Not just last night against Baltimore, but they could help us in a big way.
Yeah.
Their next 3 games on their schedule are all teams that are right now are in that wild card pool, if you will. They got Buffalo, Baltimore again, and Miami. Now, Miami's got 4 wins. They're on the bottom of that in the hunt. Somehow, some way, they're figuring that those guys could still win out and get there. But Cincinnati, with a healthy Joe Burrow, can help the Houston Texans in a big way, not just this past week, but the next 3 weeks as well. So keep an eye on their schedule. I think that's probably fair, right? I mean, I think you and I are on the same page in the sense of we're looking at weakening that wild card pool as much as we can, more so than winning the division. Now,
it's why you're a Titans fan this week, because you want them to beat the Jaguars, even though you know that's far less likely.
Absolutely.
Right? But you would love them to be at home and to beat the Jaguars. You would love for the Bills to lose to the Steelers, even though they're right there in the mix with you. But you've already beaten the Bills, so you want to weaken their record. It's why you're kind of looking at everybody else and wanting everybody that's in the mix with you to lose as many games as possible.
Absolutely. I'm right there with you. That's Brandon Scott. He is in for Ron the Show Hughley. I'm Clint Stoerner. We are live at BB's Tex Orleans in Pearland. Come on through and hang out with us. By the way, Dirty's Daily today. Daily today. Can't leave this out. It's powered by Brooks Brownie.
All right, Brooks.
Brooks owns the place. Brooks owns all the BBs, and he's apparently got a brownie that's for some big brownie guy. Okay. Big brownie guy. Probably going to treat myself since it is the holidays. But it's powered by Brooks Brownie. I was told multiple times, like, hey man, you gotta have one. So I thought, well, hell, why not? Let's throw it in there as the title sponsor today for the old Dirty's Daily.
All right.
Something about Dirty's Daily and Brooks Brownie kind of goes together somehow.
Yeah. Is that alliteration going on? I'm with it.
I got a question for you, B. Scott.
All right.
Did this silly-ass drama about Bevo and Rivalry, am I saying that right?
Yeah, I think so. You know, me and you we'll both be in somewhere mispronouncing the thing.
I'm going to tell you, this took over my Thanksgiving yesterday 2 different times. Now, I will tell you, I got my wife is a Longhorn and my sister-in-law Aggie. And if you hadn't heard, apparently, last year when the University of Texas went to College Station to play the first game in a long time against the Aggies, the Aggies said, Bevo ain't welcome.
Yep, I remember
Now, there's a little bit of a backstory there. Apparently, the Aggies were redoing their stadium, renovating their stadium.
Yeah,
and
Bevo be acting a fool sometimes.
Well, even if he wasn't, that's my first thought was we're talking about a cow versus a dog. This is a different deal.
Exactly.
But the reasoning is that apparently those sidelines are super tight the way that they designed that stadium, and there's just not room for that big of an animal. Even if he acts right, there's not room.
Right.
All right. And so you fast forward to now, and the Longhorns said we're gonna return the favor here. That old pup y'all got to run around the sidelines.
He ain't welcome.
He ain't welcome over here either. I mean, this just absolutely turned my Thanksgiving gathering upside down 2 different occasions. One time my sister-in-law started in on it. The next time my wife makes a comment about it, my sister-in-law comes barreling out of the other room, and she is hot about this damn dog not being able to be there.
Dude. Well, how? But why? It's returning the favor. It's returning the same energy. Look, my mascot can't come to yours. Your mascot can't come to mine. That is tit for tat. That is mano y mano. Fair is fair. Why we got to be bitter about it? Nah, I mean, I get it. Now, they want to say the only reason why Bevo couldn't come is for logistical reasons. It wasn't because we hated Bevo. You ain't got to be like that. I get it. But we rivals. We supposed to be bitter. We supposed to not like each other. It ain't supposed to be sunshines and rainbows all the time. So if that's how you going to do our mascot, we going to do yours like that.
Well, I'm going to tell you, in this, again, I said it before, I don't have any skin in the game, or never have. I guess my wife being a Longhorn, I do now. But I've never had any reason to be mad that the game wasn't there, but I was pissed off that this game was not one of the rivalry games that was existing. So now that it's back, I absolutely love it. Now, Aggies, if you built a stadium, even though if you didn't do it purposely, if you built a stadium that's too tight and you're not going to allow their mascot to be there, when they turn around and say, hey, man, well, your dog can't be here either. And you got to live. It's rivalry, man. That's what it's all about, right?
Come on now.
It's all about. Now, if it was because you were under construction and you just at that time didn't have fit, but what I'm hearing from Aggie Nation is, hell, that stadium's so tight, Bevo ain't never coming back.
Yeah, well.
I mean, I don't know that I blame them for playing the petty mascot games here.
Yeah, but mascot wars, come on, like it is both ridiculous and delicious at the same time, because it's like, what are we really talking about? What we're talking about is a hatred and a bitterness that leads us to a certain level of irrationality. Because, like, why are we mad that the bull and the dog can't go places?
Right.
Sometimes bulls and dogs can't travel with us.
They can't travel together.
Can't always take your dog with you everywhere. Can't take your bull with you everywhere you go.
I'm gonna tell you, I can borderline relate. I mean, our mascot's big, not quite bull big, but it's big, but it can't get out of the. It can't get out of the pen. We just drive him around on a trailer and don't let him out of the pen. So you just park the trailer over in the corner and everybody's all right.
You know who's relieved? That damn dog and the damn Bevo. They don't want to go. They want to be wherever home is at. They want to watch the game from home.
They got the weekend off, huh? All right, what who you going with right now? What I'm looking at, now this may be a hook off or two, but the Aggies are a 2.5-point favorite.
Yeah.
In Austin, 11-0 Texas A&M Aggies, 8-3 Texas Longhorns. Aggies minus 2.5. Who you taking there?
Yeah, I got the Aggies covering the spread reluctantly, man. You know I'm a Longhorn fan, and I'd like to say that they're going to win, but I don't like their chances, man. I'm going to just be real with it. I'm not going to be that fan that's like, oh, yeah, we're going to do it just because I want them to. No, man, the Aggies defense is what everybody told me the Longhorns defense was going to be. And now, while I think Texas is better off than they were earlier on in the season and have found some things, obviously Arch is playing a lot better than he was earlier in the season. A&M plays a lot more like what I was expecting to see from the Longhorns earlier in the season. I got, this is a 2.5 point spread. Yeah, I got them covering. Aggies covering.
Yeah, look, man, I'm doing everything I can to side with my wife to keep everything, happy at the house.
I wish I could too. I wish I could side with Lowe on this.
Well, I'm gonna be honest with you, man. I was in Austin last week watching my lowly Razorbacks, who are 2-10 or 2-9 or something like that.
Lord have mercy.
Started out 2-0, and they have just messed the bed since.
Y'all had no SEC wins this year, huh?
And not a nary one.
That's rough.
It's been ugly, man. But they beat the brakes off of us. But I'm going to be honest with you, man. Everything is so hard.
Ain't it?
For Arch, man. I mean, it is so hard. He gets the hell. Our defense is as bad as you're going to find in the country, not in the SEC. And they beat him to death. It's almost like he just invites it. By the way he plays, he just invites it. He holds the ball to the very last second all the damn time. And now I think the offense has a lot to do with it. And his youth has a lot to do with it. But I just don't know how he's going to survive. This A&M defense is for real.
He's in for a rude awakening with that.
Yeah, man. So I've got to go with A&M as well. Now, I'll say this. I like the over. I know a lot of folks like that under because the two defenses are kind of the headliners here. But I like the over. I think it's still at 52. So I like them to score some points here. For those out there that follow the drive on a daily basis, quick reminder that Tyler's T-Mill's best bets were Ole Miss, Mississippi State under 63. I believe that one's already hit. U of H plus 2.5 at Baylor. Not sure if that one's tipped or not.
Yeah, I don't think so.
But the two that have to do with the 6:30 game tonight, T-Mill's best bets, Aggies, Longhorns under 52. I like the over. He took the under. And he, of course, likes the Aggies -2 in Austin, and he puts in parentheses there, it won't be close. So that's where old T-Mill is at. I do think it's a closer game. I think the Aggies cover and the over hits in tonight's game. But what do you like about that? What do you think about that over?
Yeah, I like that over. I like that over. I think that, I'm looking at Marcel Reed. I'm looking at these wide receivers that the Aggies have. They're like, it's a legitimate operation that they got over there. It's to me, again, everything that they said Texas was going to be, the Aggies actually turned out to be.
All right, we've heard from C.J. Stroud. We've heard from DeMeco Ryans. We are getting closer to kickoff, our Friday show. We got to do some keys to the game. We got to do our the Texans win if segment, and so we got a lot rocking and rolling here. Brandon Scott's in for Ryan Hughley. We're at BB's in Pearland. Come on through and hang out with us, and we got to revisit this. Almost said Ron again. We got to revisit this, B. Scott. The big news of the day. The big news of the day. C.J. Stroud is out of concussion protocol, and it's not just that he's out. It's what's happened over the last 10 days that I think is an absolute game changer. We'll talk about that next right here on Sports Radio 6.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from BB's Tex Orleans and Pearland, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Ron Hughley is out. Brandon Scott is in. Well, I see that's one of them old school songs that boy when you play that thing. Why'd you turn it down so quick, man? It's like several.
You gotta let that beat it run.
It don't even matter. It don't even matter how old you are, how young you are, what generation you're from. That song right there just makes you kind of just one of them that makes you bob your head a little bit. Turn that thing back up, B. What's going on with you, man? Hell,
Figgy did a segment earlier in the week on his mixtape of how beat it Michael Jackson had it and Billie Jean nominated for Song of the Year one year, and neither of them won. That's how crazy. That's how crazy the '80s were.
That generation was spoiled, right? I guess I was on the front end or the back end of that generation. But that's Brandon Scott. He is in for Ron Hughley. We are at BB's in Pearland. Come on through and hang out with us. And BB's right now, chicken wings, cold beer, and football. $1 chicken wings while the drive is live on air. And monster games in college football right now, none bigger than that Texas A&M game tonight. I got a sister-in-law that's an Aggie, and my wife is a Longhorn, so that is going to be a hell of an evening for you, boy. As if the Bevo and Rivalry stuff wasn't enough yesterday, I'm going to go home to a house divided, at least for a few minutes. Me and my brother-in-law will be able to sit back and enjoy. But monster college football games. Iowa beat the brakes off of Nebraska. Ole Miss handled Mississippi State pretty well. I think the biggest story in college football is obviously Lane Kiffin. Yeah. And now that Egg Bowl is over, the Ole Miss-Mississippi State game is over, so we expect some kind of announcement of, is he going to Florida? Is he going to LSU? Is he going to stay put at Ole Miss? We'll see. We'll see what that does. Either way it goes, the interesting thing about that is it's going to shake up the college football landscape. Anybody that that has an opening right now obviously could lose their top candidate, or Lane Kiffin leaves Ole Miss. Ole Miss is coming off of their first 11-game win, 11-win regular season. Yep. That's going to be a hot job right there for somebody to step into. So somebody may lose a coach over Ole Miss, although it's not an LSU or a Florida or obviously Alabama kind of deal. But somebody may lose a coach there. We shall see. But we'll stay plugged in to see if Lane Kiffin actually makes that announcement. Monster games last night that impacted us. And the big news of the day is definitely right here in Houston. C.J. Stroud. C.J. Stroud, it's been announced. DeMeco Ryans announced it. C.J. Stroud has cleared concussion protocol. And obviously it's good to see the final report, B. Scott. It's good to get final word from the head coach. It's official. C.J. Stroud is going to play this week, but I think it's bigger than that. I think it's bigger than that. Before we get into it, let's hear from C.J. Stroud right now. Here's C.J. Stroud a little earlier today, right here on the drive, talking about finally being back.
Yeah, I think it's amazing. I think at the right time. You see guys step up and start to take more on the plate and rise to the occasion. So I think it's dope. And of course we didn't start off the best, but I think when you know what type of team we have, we're very talented and we're a couple plays away each game, winning. And then of course you're also a couple plays away from losing. So I think the better we finish, then the better results we have. So that kind of was something that stuck out to me as well.
C.J. Stroud spoke a lot about his instincts and getting back to playing with his instincts, which I thought was music. I mean, it was music to my ears. That's really, ultimately, if I had to put it in a nutshell, that's exactly what I would say is I just want C.J. Stroud to start trusting his instincts again and playing like the guy that we saw that first year and quit trying to satisfy an offensive coordinator or a head coach or a certain scheme and just go play. We know the dude can play. He's going to make mistakes. It's part of football. Guys make mistakes all the time. And I just want to see him getting back to his instincts. But he's officially back. And I think the big part of this story here is that C.J. Stroud has been full go all week in practice. Right? Which obviously led us to believe that he was going to be back. But it is a different animal to play the quarterback position just fresh off the shelf and not having any reps and being on the shelf for 3 weeks than it is to have 10 days ultimately to ease yourself back into the pocket, to make decisions with chaos going on around you, right? Guys yelling, screaming, pads thumping, and you're sitting back there trying to make a decision, trying to see around and over everybody, watching safeties rock and corners bail and reading leverage of nickel defenders and all that. Like, you gotta spend some time knocking that rust off. And it just seems like with 10 days of being able to get out there and do some stuff, I feel a lot better. Hell, I'm borderline excited about C.J. Stroud, seeing C.J. Stroud and expecting him to be the C.J. Stroud that had started that Denver game as well. I was a little concerned. Where I'm going with, I was concerned before of like, hell, man, throwing him back in there with no reps is going to be rough. But the way this thing has worked out, winning 3 games, getting back in the mix, and having 10 days for him to prepare, you couldn't have writ the script any better.
Yeah, so I think
it's the script.
Yeah, you couldn't have writ the script, wrote the script, written the script, however you want to do the script. But the thing is, like we talk about, and I think he even mentioned this, because it was a short week going up against the Buffalo Bills, like he said, I think I could have played if that game had been Sunday.
Yeah.
So obviously that being a short week, that hurts you from able to have C.J. Stroud out there. Well, now this is the other end of that, right? Now you get that extended time. Right, so this is the inverse of that, basically. This is the benefit of having an extended period of time, not only to recover, but also prepare, right? So whether he would have been available on Sunday or not does not matter. They didn't play Sunday. They playing this coming Sunday. That gives you more time to get C.J. ready to clear the protocol as he has, and then to your point, to also prepare for this opponent, which, look, man, if there's something that concerns me the most about going up against the Indianapolis Colts defense, it would be a Lou Anarumo, who I've watched give some of the best quarterbacks in the league fits before, and that's when they weren't coming off of missing 3 games and being concussed and all of that, and whatever the challenges that are facing the Houston Texans or offense, I should say. So going up against a Lou Anarumo-led defense, okay, after missing all of this time that he's missed, yeah, I'm glad that he's kind of been fully engaged all week, and that's kind of really the most that you could ask for at this point.
Well, being fully engaged physically and getting the reps is huge. I would argue that being fully engaged and getting the reps mentally is probably been going on for longer than 10 days. He actually said that if the Bills game had been on Sunday, he probably would have played. So he's probably been locked in more than 10 days. But getting those mental reps is big, man. I mean, the other part of this is, and he mentioned it earlier in his press conference, Davis Mills balled.
Yeah.
The offense did some good things. The offense seems to be coming along. So he's
stepped up.
I mean, it'd be impossible for him to not be aware of how the offense, and that wasn't tremendous, but how the offense was able to produce in critical moments and win games. That pressure being there as well, I think is a good thing.
Yeah.
I think it's a really, really good thing. And he talked about the bird's eye view. It was good for him. Hadn't happened in a while where he could get the bird's eye view and kind of understand how good this defense is and understand how the offense needs to play and how the quarterback needs to play. I'm paraphrasing now, but it seems like he at least vocalized having seen that kind of, that while he was sitting out.
Yeah, so I'm really curious to see how does C.J. Stroud's return impact Nick Haley's play calling and DeMeco Ryans and Nick Haley overall, their approach to the game. Like we heard from DeMeco Ryans earlier, and he talked like somebody that just expected his quarterback to go out there and not lose in the game as opposed to being a difference maker and being the reason why they win it. But does C.J. Stroud's return mean that they call it differently, that they're more aggressive? Let's say if C.J. Stroud had been their quarterback in the second half of the Buffalo game, does the play calling look the way that it did? Like, how does that impact things? And then the bird's eye view that you're talking about or that C.J. Stroud talked about, how does that impact his actual play? Or like his execution, how he views himself out there in terms of making his reason and the throws that he makes, the decisions that he makes out there, and just his overall approach. So I'm curious of both things.
I'm gonna tell you, man. If we had DeMeco Ryans on a little earlier, and if you listen to DeMeco Ryans now, defensively, Jalen Petrie may allow him to call some things differently, but offensively, he don't give a damn what quarterback's in there. He just wants them to protect the football, make the right decisions, stay ahead of the chains.
I wonder, does DeMeco have something against quarterbacks? This happened before. before a couple of weeks ago when they were asking him about Davis Mills, and he kind of gave a bland, generic answer like the one he gave today about C.J. Stroud. And then they asked him about M.J. Stewart, and he couldn't stop talking.
Yeah.
Like he just couldn't stop raving about the guy. So I wonder what exactly is going on there with maybe not wanting to blow too much smoke up the quarterback.
Well, I think when we talk about the offense here, I think there's some Nick Caserio, some Nick Caley principles that are applied. When you're talking about defense, that's DeMeco's deal.
Right.
I'm going to do what the hell I want to on my defense, and I'm going to tell my guys about it. I'll listen to y'all on offense because that's y'all's show, and I'll play the game over there. But on my side of the ball, I'm going to treat my guys just exactly how the hell I want to. What a monster swing in this Chicago-Philly game. Chicago turned the ball over on an interception. Philly was going inside the 10-yard line, tried a quarterback sneak, and Jalen Hurts fumbled. And somehow Chicago has scored twice since then. It was a 10-9 ball game when that happened. And right now, I believe it's 23. Is that what it is, 23-9?
Yeah, just hit Cole Kmet, it looks like, in the end zone there.
Yeah, man.
Over the top.
Yeah,
Man, so are they for real? Are we buying in? We got some Bears fans here at BB's in Pearland. Are we buying in, man? The Bears, man, they look kind of frisky, man.
Well, I mean, look,
kind of nice.
When you got love or hate Caleb Williams, man. He is a gunslinger, and if you'd have watched them early in the season, the little bit that I saw of them, there's no question. Like Ben Johnson was cooking.
Yeah.
I mean, Caleb was missing throws, guys wide open for touchdowns, huge chunk plays. You know, you just sit back and you go, hey, I'm going to be patient, young dude, new offense, let it happen.
He struggles with easy stuff sometimes.
Well, I mean, he's got them
difficult things well and easy stuff.
He's got that Pat Mahomes syndrome where it's a lot of it tries to do a lot of it off script, off schedule, and it's yet to be determined whether he can physically accomplish that. But he's getting better in that system. He starts hitting those shots that Ben Johnson's dialing up. All of a sudden they can score a boatload of points. This is a monster win for them. I don't study Chicago, but I know listening to the guys that do study Chicago that there were some questions out there. Are they a legit leader in the division? Can they really carry this division and keep the lead over Green Bay and Detroit and yada, yada, yada? There were some questions, I think, about Chicago, and rightfully so. But I'm going to tell you, this is a monster win right here. And on the flip side of it, boy, A.J. Brown's liable to walk out on him, ain't he?
Hey, look, if he ain't over there reading a novel already, he about to be.
Reading books, boy, I tell you what.
But he's got a point, though, man. That offense just does not look good.
It's
not good enough.
It's not good enough right now. I wonder how different it is from what they won a Super Bowl with. That's my question. I know they're got some lesser dudes, but I do wonder how different it is. All right, let's circle back to these to the Rockets real quick before we spend the last hour on this college football and the Texans that are going to Indianapolis. Has Reed Shepherd arrived? Is Amen Thompson living up to the hype? We got a lot to discuss here with Brandon Scott about these Rockets. We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about
COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from BB's Tex Orleans and Pearland, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Big voice guy typically gets it right, but he's got it wrong today. Ron Hughley is out. Brandon Scott is in. The part he does have right, if he did mention, we are at BB's in Pearland. Come on through. It is a Football Friday, y'all. Academy Sports and Outdoors makes it happen. Big shout out to Academy Sports and Outdoors. We're also giving away 4 Academy Sports and Outdoors gift cards today. We've already given away 2. We'll give away 2 more here moving forward. We got a pair of tickets to the Indianapolis Colts Texans game at the end of the season, courtesy of our Houston area Ford dealers, as well as a free oil change up at Tomball Ford. You only got over 700 F-150s on that lot up there?
What?
Over 700 on that lot up there, man. They push a lot of rigs through that Tomball Ford now, so we got to get on up there. But if you can't get to this BB's location, there's 11 of them around the city. There's 11 of them around the city, so make sure you stop through. The food is great. The drinks are cold. The vibe is what makes it. I mean, I feel like I'm in South Louisiana every time I step inside one of these joints. I smell it. I see it. The people are somehow, I don't know, I wonder if they train them like that. You think they train them?
No, man, I don't know. Remember the last time we had a Joe, what was that? We had a Joe Ray.
Ray, that's right.
We ran into a Joe Ray, man. It's just some kind of charm about these places.
Yeah,
and
man.
And then you can taste it once you order the food. I'm on these boudin balls now. I mean, it is chef's kiss in here, man.
Yeah, man, it's good. All right, we're gonna take a little bit of a break from the NFL, from college football, from my wife and my sister-in-law going at it. These Rockets, man.
They're exciting, man.
They're exciting to watch, and they're, with the exception of KD, there's some development that has to go on for them to be, I think, real contenders. I think coming into the season, the big I guess storyline was, okay, if these 2 or 3 players can develop and become either integral part or just a supporting cast, then the Rockets are going to have a shot to compete literally at a championship level. And I just want to put it out there to you real quick, because I know you cover them closely. You go to a lot of the games, B. Scott. What is this thus far? What is the story? What is the story of the Rockets' early season? 15, 16 games in, what's the story of this season?
Well, I think the big story is that a lot of the questions that you had about the Rockets are being answered in real time. Like the whole thing about, do they have a closer? And where are they going to get their closer from? Okay, they go out and get Kevin Durant. Turns out they don't just have Kevin Durant, but they got closers in Durant. They got a closer in Alperen Şengün. And, of course, they've given the reins to Amen Thompson, I think, in a way that is a lot different than it was last year. So they've already matured in a way that just was not there, even as recently as the playoff series that we just watched them lose against Golden State. So they've matured in a way to where not only can they be competitive throughout a game, but they can close a game. They know how to win a game, and we're seeing that happen in real time. I think Alperen Şengün, and we saw a little bit of this in the summer with his Euro ball, but the steps that he's taken just from, again, that playoff series against the Warriors to what we're seeing from him now, like he's arguably, Clint, right now a top, I think you could say a top 15 player in the league right now. Like Alperen Şengün is a top 15 player in the NBA right now. I think you could say that confidently. And then this Reed Shepherd revelation, last but not least. I think this is another big part of the Rockets' development. I said this going into the season. If one of their 2 number 3 overall picks, and who are those guys, Reed Shepherd and Jabari Smith Jr., if either one of those 2 guys could play something like a number 3 overall pick at some point this year, it changes the whole dynamic and outlook of the Rockets team, and it looks like it's ready. And I don't want to take anything away from Jabari Smith Jr. because I think he's playing lights out as well. But it's Reed Shepherd that's looking a lot more like the player that it felt like they drafted. If you were confused, why'd they draft this little white kid, number 3 overall out of Kentucky, nobody really knows. Hey, no, the game translates. The ability to get to his spots, the ability to knock down the shots. I think it's there, and we're seeing it in real time.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you, man, I am I'm ready to obviously I've been ready. People that listen to the show have heard it, but I'm ready to admit that I was dead ass wrong. I mean, Reed Sheppard, he had that deer in the headlights type look when I watched him in the preseason. And I thought there ain't no way this kid gets comfortable enough to even be who's potential of being. You know what I mean? Possibly can be. And boy, he made a fool out of me because we're 15 games in, and when I turn the Rockets on, man, it looks like the last two times. I mean, it's looked like a veteran point guard.
He outplayed Steph Curry the other night.
Yeah.
He did.
It's nuts.
It happened.
He just looks like he's in complete control of not just himself but the floor, the system. I mean, he looks like he's. You know, they used to say like Barry Sanders and the great running backs have already in the open field have already made the guy that's closest to him miss. They're thinking about how to make the next guy miss.
Yeah,
like that's Reed Sheppard playing. It look like I'm watching him playing. I'm like, I mean, he's setting these guys up to do something different, or to kick it out here, or to get through to the elbow and take that. Like I'm shocked at what I'm seeing from Reed Sheppard.
He's doing it in transition. He's doing it in the half court. He's getting his hands active in passing lanes. He's being disruptive defensively for as small and as easy as he might be to take advantage of. He's actually out there getting after it. He's picking his spots. I mean, that play where he's going left and then does the behind the back to his right and pulls up and rises over Brandon Przemski.
Yep.
I mean, that's an elite. I think it might have even been Tim Legler who was marveling at it. That is an elite-level offensive play. Like, that's not just any old body go out there and do that. That's high-level offensive basketball from Reed Sheppard right there, so you love to see it.
Well, you mentioned Legler. I literally took note and wrote it down last night. Richard Jefferson was calling the game as well.
That might have been who I was
This may be what you're talking about. But he just matter-of-factly said, this is not the same Reed Sheppard that we were watching a month ago.
Yeah. So that's what Jefferson said, and it was Legler who was pointing out the play.
Maybe he said it was the best play that he's seen him make or something like that.
But both of them, the thing you're talking about, Clint, the confidence, like the whole deer in the headlights thing, that's gone.
Yeah,
that's gone.
No
Whatever it is, they put the battery in his back, and I shout out Kevin Durant, too, who has shown an immense amount of confidence in Reed Sheppard for whatever that's worth. I don't know how much it is worth, but they have put the battery in Reed Sheppard's back and said, hey, man, 5 minutes, 8 minutes, it's your show. Go run this show.
What does it look like moving forward? What does all of this mean? Because I mean, as a fan, I can watch it and tell that the kid's, a step ahead of where I thought he was, for damn sure, light years ahead, really. And I can look and go, hey, man, regular season, early NBA, they look like a pretty good team. Even the times that I've watched them with Kevin Durant, pretty good squad. What does Reed Sheppard's development? You mentioned Şengün earlier. Amen Thompson being Amen Thompson. Hell, I left Barry out, and he's arguably my favorite player to watch.
Yeah, he's a dog.
But he obviously looks different. I don't know that it's necessarily development as much as it is freedom. But
I think it's a little both.
He looks different.
Yeah.
What does all of this mean for the Rockets? Like, what? I mean, do you look at them and go, okay, now this is a title contending team, or do you look at them and say they're just ahead of schedule? Like, where are you at with them?
Yeah, so I think it completely changes them. I wouldn't even say it's ahead of schedule because it was the unknown. Like, you really just didn't know exactly what you were going to get out of Reed Sheppard, even knowing that you were going to expect more of him and put more on his plate. But I think that right now what we're watching, the version of them we're watching, they're definitely a top 3 team in the Western Conference. They're right there in that conversation with Oklahoma City, who they lost to, with Denver, who they lost to. But I think they're right there with those teams. And now I'm starting to wonder, what does it look like with Reed Sheppard? They got 2 different versions of their offensive lineup, right? Or their starting 5, I should say. Yeah. They've got the double big lineup, which he would not be a part of. But in their non-double big lineup, is he now in that Josh Okogie role, right? And Josh Okogie had been amazing for them to start the season. But we're talking about something different here with the Reed Sheppard thing. Is that now what we start to see when they don't go big? I think so. And I thought it should have been the case even going into the season. Clearly they thought they should slow pedal that, but now we're seeing enough development for him to feel pretty good about it.
Yeah. It's been fun to watch, man. It's
a new dimension for the Rockets, I think. Definitely a new dimension for them.
I just don't. I'm going from one extreme to the other because I was obviously out, and then I get to a point where I'm probably over. Like I look at it and boy, I get really excited. Like it's exciting to turn the damn TV.
I mean, even if Durant.
Even if Durant's not going to play, I'm still excited about turning the TV on because this kid looks like he's owning the floor. And I'm thinking, man, is this fool's gold? Is this something that's really that late NBA season, playoffs? I mean, does that really translate kind of deal? Either way it goes, I'm going to have fun. I'm going to have fun watching it. Either way it goes. I'm Clint Stoerner alongside Brandon Scott. He is in for Ron Hughley. We are at BB's in Pearland, y'all. Come on out. We got one more hour left in the show. You can grub. You can grab you some food. There's seats at the bar right here. They got plenty of drinks. They're cold. The people are tremendous, as I've mentioned multiple times. We got injury reports that are out. We got big-time news on the Texans front. We got to check back in with Daniel Jones, the Colts quarterback. What the hell is going on with that video? And we got some games that have gone final at the college level and one that's going to be final here at the NFL level in about 2 minutes, probably by the time we get back for 5 o'clock fire. All of that's next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before
To Houston, insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
Ron Hughley is out. Brandon Scott of Sports Radio 610 is in. And I'm going to tell you, man, these old Mexican candies right here ain't bad.
Oh, we sure got another one, didn't we?
I'm telling you, they ain't bad right there. If you're looking for a little something, I'm telling you, this one right here ain't a bad decision. I mean, it may be a bad decision, but it's not a bad choice. I'm sorry. It's not a bad choice.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
It's one that I can live. Bad decision that I can live with.
Hey, man, let's go ahead. And I mean, the fire is that we are in. No, I wasn't ready to do that yet. I'm talking about the fire.
I was putting it to the
I said,
side,
let's go ahead.
I wasn't going to drink.
Okay, I got you. I thought you was fixing to knock it back without me, man.
No, I'm not going to do that.
We are at BB's Tex Orleans in Pearland. Come on through. If you hadn't been to BB's Tex Orleans, shame on you. Shame on you. They got 11 locations around the city. They are known for their crawfish during crawfish season, but I'm going to tell you, it's about more than that, man. They got some tremendous food on this menu. I've had the gumbo and the boudin, which to me are Cajun staples that you got to have them down. You got to have them down, Pat, baby, if you're going to be a Cajun restaurant.
Hey, man, I'm working on the boudin balls from earlier in the show, man.
Come on.
Still got them right here, man. They had a little fried shrimp earlier. So, yeah, I didn't dip my toe in the water, man.
Mama's favorite Cajun dishes with a little Texas twist to them. So, come on out. And so that's where the fire starts, is at BB's Tex Orleans. But we do have big news today, and that is that C.J. Stroud and Jalen Petrie have been cleared. They are both officially cleared and out of concussion protocol. They will both play on Sunday, and this is big news for several reasons. But this is a game that if you get this game, I don't think this is a must-win. You don't think this is a must-win?
It is not a must-win. No,
I don't think this is a must-win for the Texans, y'all. But this is a win that, boy, you can open the door of potentially winning the division if you do win it.
Yep.
And or show yourself a ton of grace. Give yourself a ton of grace moving forward in the games that you do, quote unquote, have to win. So, I mean, at the end of the day, this is a big game for multiple reasons, and there's a big time opportunity there for the Texans, and they get two of their big guns back in C.J. Stroud and Jalen Petrie. So C.J. Stroud back. B. Scott, your first thoughts on just we've had a good feeling he was going to be back, but now we know it's confirmed he's back. He's ready to go, ready to rock and roll. Your thoughts?
Yeah, man, you're in a race to 4, right? You're in a race at this point. Out of the 6 games that you have left, you really need to win 4 of them to feel like you're in a good position to make the postseason, whether that's winning the division or getting in as a wild card, you really need to win 4 of those games. And so what winning this game would allow you to do simply would be to just knock off one of those 4, right? To be able to check off 1 of 4 would be, I think, a tremendous step for the Texans overall, just in that pursuit. But then specific to C.J. Stroud, like I just look at some of the strides that we've seen the offense make at times, right? I think a couple of those things are Woody Marks and Jaden Higgins specifically. Like, they're emerging in this offense over the last 3-4 weeks or so. Jaden Higgins specifically over the last couple of weeks. Like, I think you're getting C.J. Stroud back at a time now where Jaden Higgins looks like more of a man beater than he ever did back when C.J. Stroud was quarterbacking for this team before he got injured. So to me, that's great timing. I think if you're able to do what you've been able to do with your backup, you should be able to do even more with your starter out there. My only question and my big concern is how much are we talking about the benefit of preparation versus the downside of rust, and having not done it for 3 weeks, having not played, aside from whatever the impact is of actually having the concussion. I don't know how limited he is or might be or what to actually expect of him. But if he's going to be out there, you got to at least hope and expect that you're going to get the real C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, look, I don't know what we're going to get, but I love the fact that he's officially cleared. I love the fact that he's got 10-plus days to prepare. I love the fact that he's been full go and getting reps at practice. That's absolutely huge. And then on the other side of that is Jalen Petrie. I mean, Jalen Petrie being available, him being part of this defense is it's not necessary for him to be available the entire season long against some of the lesser opponents.
He's a luxury item for sure.
Yeah, but that's the key, man. When all of a sudden he matches up against an offense that's so versatile the way that the Colts are, he could be an absolute game changer in pass defense, rushing the quarterback, stopping the run. He's just such a great player. We'll hear a little bit from DeMeco later on in the show on Jalen Petrie. We'll hear that a little bit. The Texans injury report, the official injury report overall, is out. And as we mentioned, Jalen Petrie, C.J. Stroud, both full practice yesterday and today and will play. There was one concern on this list, and it was Will Anderson, chest. I don't know why there's a dash on this injury report for Wednesday. Did not practice Thursday. He was limited Friday. But DeMeco Ryans came out and said, hey, Will will be fine. Don't worry about Will.
The dash, just to be clear, the dash tells you that the injury wasn't there. There was no injury as of Wednesday. So that tells me that either they hadn't detected the injury or the injury must have literally happened on Wednesday.
Yep.
Right? Because everybody else has a designation that's been on or categorization, I should say.
Wet Wednesdays, they'll get you every now and then. You know what I mean? It happens. It happens. Will, we understand. But DeMeco Ryans said, hey, don't worry about Will. He'll play.
Fine.
He's fine.
He's fine.
Right? So, and then you move down a little bit further on this injury report. Blake Fisher did not practice Wednesday, was limited Thursday. He was full Friday, no designation, good to go. Trent Brown was limited Wednesday, limited Thursday, full participant Friday, good to go. Denico Autry, who, by the way, Denico Autry is one of those players you love to have him on your squad, but he's either making a damn game-changing play or he's causing some penalty that's taking points off the board.
I want to know, man. He's a dog.
Oh, yeah, there's no doubt.
He is a dog.
No question. It's just one of those where it's like, damn, Denico, can we just meet in the middle somewhere?
I know, right?
I mean, good. I mean, I can think of 10 points he took off the board. The block in the back on the interception return for a touchdown and the roughing the snapper on the field goal.
But also block you a field goal, too.
Yeah, no, he got a couple of them, too.
He can get to the quarterback.
He got a couple.
They know about him out there in Indianapolis. That's where he was at one point. So, yeah, man, that's how I know about him. So, yeah, man, he's a dog.
It looks like, according to this injury report, we are all clear. I mean, Bijani Carter and Jamal Hill are out, but everybody else that was on this injury report have no designation and looks like they will play.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, let's flip over to the opponent here, the Indianapolis Colts. Daniel Jones, I don't know if you guys have heard, but Daniel Jones has been dealing with, it was first communicated as a lower leg injury. It's turned into a fractured fibula, which everybody says somehow, some way, nobody around him is concerned. It's not a big deal. He's going to play through the pain. It's not a weight-bearing bone in the lower leg. And then a video surfaced of Daniel Jones yesterday, I believe it was, at practice, and it doesn't look like he's moving well at all. It looks like it hurts like hell. So that's the latest on Daniel Jones in terms of what we've seen and kind of just painting the picture of this lower leg injury. Now, the injury report for the Indianapolis Colts Friday, November 28th, today. Neville Gallimore, one of the defensive tackles, used to be with the Cowboys, followed Eberflus. I'm assuming. Isn't that who's there?
Well,
no. Eberflus is in Dallas.
He's with the Cowboys now.
Anarumo is in.
Anarumo was in Cincinnati and is now in Indy.
Yes, but Gallimore used to be with the Cowboys. I was going. This is a Gallimore that came out, I believe, Oklahoma. Was with the Cowboys, and now he's with Indy. Nonetheless, he's a defensive tackle, good player, been full all week, no designation. He's rolling. Sauce Gardner back, limited participation on Wednesday, full practice Thursday, Friday. He is going. Daniel Jones, that old fractured fibula, limited in practice Wednesday, full participant Thursday and Friday. He is going to go, and again, those around him are saying zero concern. Kenny Moore, the nickel defender for the Indianapolis Colts defense, ankle, no designation Wednesday, Thursday, full on Friday. Looks like he's going to go. Charvarius Ward, groin, limited in practice today, and looks like he's going to go. I think the one takeaway from this injury report for me is that all three of the Colts defensive backs, their top three cover guys in Sauce Gardner, Charvarius Ward, Kenny Moore, are banged up to some degree, and on this list at all is a plus Texans.
So let's paint this picture for the people here real quick, just so you have a sense here. The Colts defense, the best thing really that they got going for them these days is that secondary, and those guys are banged up. Beyond that, they don't necessarily stop the run particularly well. They're okay against the run, but they're not great. I think they're actually vulnerable against the run. They don't get after the passer all that great. And so C.J. Stroud is coming back on a week where you're going up against a defense that doesn't really threaten you in this pass rush. You can get after them a little bit in the run game. And the best thing, their most redeeming quality, is their secondary, the fact that they can match up with you with their corners. And those guys are hobbled as well. And you got your fully healthy set of pass catchers and Nico Collins, Jaden Higgins, Christian Kirk, you found something, Davis Mills, and Nick Haley at least did in the last game against Buffalo. What a perfect timing and opportunity here to go over there and make some noise against this Colts defense that isn't all that impressive, and a few impressive spots that it has are somewhat injured.
Well, I tab this as, for me, the part of the Colts defense to watch. Like DeMeco Ryans went on and on about how big and how long. Ward was like 6'1", 190, 195, and then you got Sauce Gardner, 6'3", 200. And then their nickel defender obviously is a good player. This was the part of like, hey, man, we hadn't really seen the Texans against this kind of secondary. If we have, it hadn't been very often.
Right.
And to know that all of those guys and their quarterback are banged up at the very least to some degree, that's advantage Texans. So there you are with the Colt injury report after today's practice.
5 o'clock fire.
Well, sound like that old muffler right there is popping, man. On the college football front, obviously got a monster game that's going to kick in about an hour and 15 minutes. Texas A&M in Austin, big game. Look out now. I got some family there's going to be a cat fight at the house tonight, y'all, and got one Longhorn, one Aggie boy. It's going to be a fight. But the college football action that has that's gone on today, I think the headliner obviously was Ole Miss, more so for Lane Kiffin than necessarily the game. The Egg Bowl, Ole Miss wins 38-19. That's the first 11-win regular season in Ole Miss history. They are 11-1. They are one of 4 teams right now in the SEC and SEC play that have one loss. One of 3, and then you've got A&M who is undefeated. So the SEC championship could be in question tonight, depending on how this thing goes. So Ole Miss beats Mississippi State. We are awaiting a Lane Kiffin announcement of whether he's going to stay at Ole Miss or he's going to go to LSU or Florida or elsewhere. But those are the 2 teams that are in the mix. So we shall see. Also, Utah beat Kansas. The significance there is Utah was playing for a potential spot in the Big 12 championship. Although it's a small % chance, they do still have a chance to get in. if the other three teams, if it all falls accordingly, the dominoes fall accordingly. Iowa beat the brakes off of Nebraska 40-16. And then the game right now that is rolling that I think most folks are watching is Georgia Tech. It's a 16-6 game. Just started the fourth quarter, and Georgia Tech has the football. The old A&M quarterback, Haynes King, still alive, making a little noise.
Still making it happen, man.
Could potentially win 10 games at Georgia Tech. That's wild. Boy, they went through some quarterbacks with Jimbo, didn't they?
Yeah, they did. Haynes King, you see that Willie Fritz at U of H has got him one. He got Connor Wegman over there.
Calzada was at Kentucky.
I saw Calzada at Kentucky. Yeah,
he done went off the deep end with that NIL money. You seen him he got benched for a freshman and ended up throwing. He's on Instagram throwing money around like he's a billionaire. So
hey, man, you only live once, I suppose.
I suppose, man. I'd rather not show it off on Instagram.
No.
If you don't have a stream, don't show it off.
No.
Stack it, don't show it off.
Do like James Brown said, and bury your money in the backyard. That's what he needs to do.
That's right. Also, Arizona State tonight. 2 8-3 teams. Arizona State has been the team in Arizona's getting all the talk because of what they did last year. But Arizona quietly running up to 8-3. Arizona State, same record, in-state game. Tonight, that's another one that's going to rock and roll, but obviously the Texas A&M game.
Is this similar to Texas? And did they go a stretch there without playing? I feel like maybe
who?
Arizona and Arizona State.
Well, they were both in the Pac-12, so weren't they?
Well, I tell you what, they were always the Black Friday game or the day after Thanksgiving game, right? It was Texas and Texas A&M. And it was Arizona and Arizona State. My whole point being, it seems like all is right with the world in terms of tradition and getting the games that you're used to getting this time of year.
Yeah, interesting. You made a point earlier about the Texas A&M game that was interesting. What was that stat?
Yeah, it's actually the highest-ranked Texas A&M head-to-head that we've had since 1977. Forget even the fact that they went a decade plus without playing each other. It hasn't been since 1977 when my mama graduated from high school was the last time
that's when I was born,
that these two teams were this highly ranked going up against each other. So it's literally a generation since they've been this good at the same time going against each other.
We shall see. We'll keep you up on this Georgia Tech game, and as well as if Lane Kiffin makes an announcement. I imagine that's going to come on a nice big stage scheduled somewhere. He's going to get the most juice out of that squeeze as he can.
Oh, yeah.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, on the NFL landscape, earlier I had forgotten there was even a game today, but it was a good one. Actually, the Chicago Bears at the Philadelphia Eagles. Chicago goes into Philly and beats Philly 24-15. Philly was down 10-9, had the ball inside the 10-yard line, and Jalen Hurts fumbled a quarterback sneak, and Chicago just opened a can on them and ended up winning 24-15. I would say that Chicago seems to be for real now, sitting at 9-3 atop that division. Who would have thought that? Chicago atop the division with Detroit, Green Bay, and Minnesota looking up at Chicago, and then Philly slips to 8-4. You'd think they were sub 500 the way that they act up there. They slipped to 8-4, and with another rough offensive outing, I would say there's probably going to be a little bit more drama up there Philly way.
Yeah, it's bad enough that you would get the fumble in the red zone on the QB sneak, but really I'm just looking at the fact that they couldn't do better than score 15 points. This is exactly what, and I don't necessarily agree with his method or the way that he's going about it, but this is what A.J. Brown is talking about. Right? Like this is exactly what he's talking about, the fact that they got all of this talent, they just won a Super Bowl, but for whatever reason cannot get out of their own way, or at the very least just be a little bit better than this. I mean, they had 9 points till late in the game. You got 15 to end the game. They should be better than this. They definitely should be better than this.
Well, yeah, they should be able to shift gears. I don't have a problem with what their identity is. I mean, I think it's how they win and how Jalen Hurts. You got to build it around Jalen Hurts. He's just not a guy that's going to dissect the defense consistently. It's just not who he is. It's not his strong point. But you've got to be able to shift gears when need be and be able to go get teams and score points. And, I think it's fair to argue whether they're able to do that right now. There's also an argument out there that their offensive line is injured. Yeah. Their offensive line isn't who they were. They haven't changed schematically so much as they're just not the same group that they once were. And
they don't run it as well as they used to. Certainly not as well as they did last year. Well, that's a big difference.
We'll see. We'll see how they right that ship. I tell you what, if I'm going to have problems to any degree, those problems are smaller at 8-4. They're less of an issue at 8-4 than they are if you're sub 500. So
yes, correct.
Got a good thing going. If they can be 8-4 with all this controversy, then they got a pretty good organization. All right, the Colts and the Texans this Sunday. It's a monster game for many reasons. The NFL's top scoring offense versus the NFL's top defense. What are the key matchups in this game? We'll cuss and discuss next right here on Sports Radio 610.
Our guy Lopez made a bold proclamation about the Texans after their win against the Bills. thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from BB's Tex Orleans and Pearland, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Yeah, Ron Hughley is out. Brandon Scott is in. We are rocking and rolling at BB's Tex Orleans in Pearland. And we'll be giving away a couple of tickets, Texans, Colts tickets. We'll be giving away tickets here in the next break. Isn't that right?
That's right.
Tickets in the next break. Got to be here to win them. Got to be here to win them. Need a ticket in that. Make sure you got a ticket in this raffle box right here. Got to be here to win a pair of tickets courtesy of our Houston area Ford dealers. All right, the Texans got a big matchup this week with the Colts this time of the day into the show. Last time you're going to hear from us before the Texans kick on Sunday. Key matchups, B. Scott, key matchups in this game. We will get to the Texans win if we'll get that in the next segment. But right now, just key matchups in this game. Give me your top couple of matchups that you think impact the outcome of the Texans-Colts game on Sunday.
So, and this matchup is key. I'm going to admit, in part for the entertainment factor of it, but I think that it is a key matchup, and that is not just Nico Collins and Sauce Gardner, but I'm going to go on both ends. Collins, Gardner, and on the other side, depending on how they attack Collins, I don't know if they'll just let Gardner handle him by himself or if they'll shade coverage over there. But I'm looking at Jadarius Ward against Jaden Higgins, right? The Ward, Higgins, Collins, Gardner, whoever gets the one-on-one, and I don't know what the game plan is going to be, but whoever gets the one-on-one or the most one-on-ones, the outside corners versus the Texans' outside wide receivers is, to me, a major matchup, especially with C.J. Stroud coming back, knowing who his man beaters are, knowing how C.J. Stroud, we've seen historically how much he trusts Nico Collins in these man-to-man situations, Jaden Higgins being somewhat of a revelation over the last few weeks. That's me.
Look, I agree with you. I'm going specifically with Nico Collins, though. I don't think the Texans have a chance of winning this game unless Nico Collins gets off. We watched George Pickens yesterday do his thing. I mean, when you look at these big games like this, and I know there's a couple of teams out there that have multiple players like the Cowboys who got CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens.
Yep.
But, you look at last night, Jamar Chase went off for 110 and six catches or something like that. Like, this is one of those games where it has got to be a circled matchup. When the Indianapolis Colts acquired Sauce Gardner before the trade deadline, this has to be a game where Nico Collins circles that game and says, this is one where I got to show out. Not only does Nico Collins got to show out against Sauce Gardner, and is that a key matchup, but we got to talk about it. We'll talk about it in the next segment. But C.J. Stroud has got to find a way to make sure he feeds Nico Collins consistently the way Davis Mills fed Nico Collins. I think in the two games, hell, you can argue the four games because he played mostly in Denver as well. Those were the heaviest target games for Nico Collins. So I think the key matchup for me when the Texans have the ball is Nico Collins, Sauce Gardner. But I do like where you're going with it is all of the wide receivers versus their secondary, because I do think their secondary is a problem. When you look at the two corners and the nickel defender, I don't think they're as good as the Texans when they're healthy at those three positions, but they're good. They're damn good.
Yeah,
they're damn good. And to your point is, can Higgins do what he's been doing against a really good corner?
Yeah, that's right. I mean, that's a good question.
Can Kirk do what he did last week against a really good corner and not when he's matched up on true linebackers,
right?
And things of that nature. So I do think those three guys in particular, I'm rolling with Nico Collins, but you can roll with Nico, Christian Kirk, and Higgins, because those are the three guys that are going to get most of the run and are going to be up against what I would think is one of the better trios of cover defenders in football. Again, not quite on the Texans level, obviously, but a really good group of cover defenders. All right, now I want to flip over to the other side of the ball. When the Colts have the football, this is going to be an interesting one, but because he's kind of down the list. You start rattling off the weapons that they have for the Colts, I think it's going to be a while before you get to my key matchup here. But I think this is going to have the ability to swing the game. We know that the Texans, not necessarily so much this year, but in the past, this defense, their issue is big plays.
Yep.
Right? And, hell, we've seen this guy with a different quarterback. We've seen him go get a couple of big balls.
Yeah.
Alec Pierce versus Kamari Lassiter.
A burner now.
I think getting him on Kamari Lassiter, more so from a size advantage than a burner, but he can absolutely burn. I'm going to go specifically with that matchup. I think they're going to target him multiple times in this game and try to swing field position and swing momentum. And I think Alec Pierce is going to be the one that is a key matchup with Kamari.
So this is an interesting one to me because Alec Pierce is absolutely a dude that can change the game in the favor of the Colts. I do know from listening up there to some of their radio and some of their podcasts and broadcast up there that one of the criticisms of Shane Steichen is that they haven't done as much with Alec Pierce as they would like. They would like to see more of Alec Pierce. So does he take – I'm sure he's not listening to what the fans are saying, but does he take on that challenge and try to do more with Alec Pierce? Is he a game breaker? I don't know. For me, it's more so of – like Alec Pierce is his own thing, but it's more so of daring Daniel Jones to beat you. Like, I love the idea of the Texans loading up that box, and we already know – that Shane Steichen doesn't like to run Jonathan Taylor against loaded boxes. But just to say, hey, Daniel Jones with your one-legged Daniel Jones, I'm a dare you to go out there and find the Alec Pierces and Michael Pittmans of the world and Downses of the world and see if you can be the one to beat us. The way that you were beating teams early in the season, he's not playing as good as he was earlier in the season. Yeah, he's obviously injured, as we've seen that hobbled leg. And I think that, and this is another thing, he hasn't been as good against the blitz. I don't know how much the Texans plan on blitzing. We know Jalen Petrie is going to be back. It's not a heavy blitz team to begin with. But Daniel Jones against the blitz from weeks 1 through 8 was brilliant. Daniel Jones against the blitz since week 9, and I know he's a veteran and he should be better against the blitz, but he hadn't been very good.
Yeah.
So him against the Texans' pressure and them sort of daring him to beat them as opposed to allowing Jonathan Taylor, who they know is great, to beat him in the run game.
Well, it's going to be interesting because I do think there's a key matchup. I like to talk one-on-one. I mean, like the groups are obviously the matchup, but I think stopping the run and Tyler Warren is going to put a lot of pressure on the linebackers.
Yeah,
I think that's a key matchup as well. So when you got a team like Indy, man, that does so much and they're so they're so multiple on offense, it's hard to pinpoint one thing. But the big play aspect of Alec Pierce has bit us in the tail before, and we got to keep it from happening again this time. All right, y'all, Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can dang sure count on Sundays with the NFL on Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL games all season long, including our juicy Week 13 matchup between the Texans and the Colts. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. All right, we're at that time of the show. The Texans win if. We'll tell you how they're going to get this dub next right here on Sports Radio 6.
Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from BB's Tex Orleans and Pearland, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, we made it to the last segment of the show. Gave away a couple of tickets, Texans Colts tickets to the last game of the season. Those are good as gone. Academy Sports and Outdoors. It is a Football Friday. Big shout out to Academy Sports and Outdoors for making it happen. We gave away 4 Academy gift cards here today, as well as big shout out to our Houston area Ford dealers for those Texans tickets. And Tom Ball Ford for that free oil change. Appreciate you. We'll thoroughly enjoy that one right there. We got the big news today. We'll hit it because not only did we get the good news of C.J. Stroud is cleared out of concussion protocol, so is Jalen Petrie. Both of them big announcements. Both of them obviously star players on this team that are going to help us win some games down the stretch. Let's start with, we heard from DeMeco Ryans and C.J. Stroud today on the show. Let's hear from DeMeco Ryans first. This is DeMeco Ryans on Jalen Petrie, just how important he is to this defense.
Yeah, Jalen, he opens our playbook up, the full playbook. We can do a lot of different things with Jalen. Everybody sees he's been a dynamic playmaker for us, right? Whether it's in the run game or passing game. The kid flies around. He plays with his hair on fire. I just love watching him play the game of football because he does it in such a relentless way, and he's going to be in position to make a ton of plays, right? We know offenses have to have awareness for JP and where he is at all times because he's that type of impact player for us.
Well, there you go. That's the kind of guy you're getting back. You got Jalen Petrie back in the fold at nickel defender. Now they're whole in the secondary with the exception of obviously the safety, down M.J. Stewart, down Jimmy Ward, down C.J. Gardner-Johnson, but that hadn't been a problem. You got
the rookie Jalen Reed out there.
You got Reed out there that's played well. Jalen Petrie is back. That's a big development, or at least a big confirmation. We had a good idea that they were going to be back. Now, C.J. Stroud, as I mentioned, is back as well. Here's C.J. Stroud talking about being back in the fold and off of concussion protocol.
Yeah, just see how great our defense is, and if we can just, find a way to score in the red zone and, find points, I think, we can go as far as we want because, we have a really, really strong, talented defense, and it was really good to see, and for me, to see from a bird's eye, and that has been the case, but it's a little different when you just get to sit there and watch and be like, dang, other quarterbacks got to go through this. Like, I got to, when I get back, I got to make sure I make plays and put these guys in position to win and, reward them for stops and then turnovers, so I think that's huge. Our special teams, playing well, and then, offensively, I thought we did really solid, but I think we can take another step as well.
Well, for our Texans win if segment, obviously, if they get those two guys back, is going to bode well for winning games. So they're back. Beside your take, the Texans win Sunday at Indianapolis if.
The Texans win Sunday at Indianapolis if they simply run the ball effectively. Now, I'm not saying that's all they need to do because we need C.J. Stroud to have a big game. We talked about Nico Collins having a big game. I mentioned Jaden Higgins needing to have a big game.
Yep.
But I think a lot of that, kind of similar to how I feel like the Colts want to operate, everything kind of starts with the run game. I think that they can open things up so much if they're able to run the ball effectively. And this is a key part with the Colts, and people don't really. I don't know if they watch them enough to understand this. It's not so much that they're as good against the run because they're not very good against the run. What it is that teams haven't really had an opportunity to run against them because they've been playing from behind. The Colts so much and so often this year have played with a lead to where the opposing team hasn't really had that opportunity to run it down their throats. I feel like the Texans win this game because and if they are able to run the ball effectively. And I think that's to me where it all starts for the Texans. If they're able to run the ball, I think they're able to play keep away from the Indianapolis Colts offense, which is good. I know Daniel Jones is hurt. But if they're able to keep the ball away from the Colts and run the ball effectively, I think that they'll win this game. And that'll help them, I think, in the red zone as well.
Look, if they're able to run the football effectively, they can beat anybody in the damn league. I mean, because if you can run the football effectively, and that's gonna create one-on-ones outside, it's gonna create the play action. It's gonna make it easier for the O-line to protect. I mean, if they can run it effectively, because effectively to me is a little bit more than just complimentary. That means, hey man, we're gonna run it when we get out there on most of our drives. We're gonna run it, and we're gonna stay ahead of the chains, and we're going to be able to do get our play action rolling, which means you're impacting the linebackers and you're able to throw it over their head. You're forcing the defense to put an extra man in the box, those kind of things.
Yeah.
If they're able to run it well, they can beat anybody in the league, and they can damn sure beat the Indianapolis Colts. Now, the Colts are one of the best teams in the league, and until their record says otherwise, I'm going to believe them. We'll see what happens on Sunday. I'm going to go with C.J. Stroud. I think C.J. Stroud's got to throw. He's going to throw for 250 or more yards. I don't think this is a game. I don't think this is a game where you're going to be able to nickel and dime yourself to a 75% completion and throw for 180 and win this thing. I don't think this game is going to be a game where you protect the football, you don't turn it over, you stay ahead of the chains, and you win. I don't think. I think there's certain teams that you can play that style of football against, whether it's because their defense dictates it or it's because their offense can't score. I don't think this is one of those games. I think this is one of the better. I think Indianapolis is for real. I think this is one of those games where it's going to take it's going to take all three phases.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, I can't believe we did a whole show not talking about how bad the special teams have been over the last couple of weeks.
And conversely, Indianapolis special teams is spectacular. So yours has been bad and theirs is notably good.
Yeah, so I think I'm going to go with C.J. Stroud's got to throw for over 250 yards. C.J. Stroud's got to have a day.
Yeah.
I think early on they're going to put it in the hand. They're not going to let us run the football. I think they're going to force us to they're going to try to suffocate us and force us to throw it, not just throw it, but throw it mid-range and try to get the quarterback to hold the football, kind of create some of the problems that we've seen in the past from the Texans. But I'm going to go with C.J. Stroud throwing for 250. Now, a big part of that is what we saw from Christian Kirk last week. Has he really arrived, or was that just a flash in the pan? Did he make a play because he's been on the damn field so much?
It's fair to question because he has not been. He's been noticeably not explosive this year.
Yep. And is Higgins really a man-beating wide receiver already? Because I think he will eventually, but already.
He's a problem, man. Like we've seen a couple of times, not just has he beaten man coverage, but also where he's caused a penalty, like caused a pass interference penalty because he runs across your face and you wait a minute, he's too big, he's too fast, what do I do? And then a guy reaches his arm out there and grabs him. Like he wins one-on-one battles, but he also puts, I think, the defensive back in the bind and makes them have to make a really tough decision.
Yeah, I think for me the jury's out, right? I mean, a lot of what we've seen that's turned into points, which are the bigger, more wow moments for him, have been catching the ball inside the corner, outside the safety, or catching a seam route when it's a perfect play call and it's schemed up against that particular zone. Now, we saw him last week was contrary to that, right? We saw him last week win on a cut split go route and Davis Mills hit the DB in the damn back.
Yep.
Right. We saw him score a touchdown on the cross face Texas route, little post route underneath. So last week was an exception to that. Which one is he?
Yeah.
Right? It's a better secondary you're going to face. Can we really line up in this more of a stagnant offense that Nick Caley wants to run? Can you really line up? They're going to roll a safety over the top of Nico Collins and take him away. And can Christian Kirk and Higgins do their thing against this particular secondary?
Yeah.
How real is it? You definitely need them to.
Yeah.
But how real is this? Is a big game for Jaden Higgins in a sense of following up on what he's done, because there's no doubt he's coming, and it's a beautiful thing. But can he do it in a monster game like this against a better secondary?
Yeah, and I was with you earlier on, feeding Nico Collins. But if it turns out, and I suspect that this is the case, we'll see. Jury's still out, like you said. But if it turns out that they've got a man beater not named Nico Collins, whether that's Jaden Higgins or Christian Kirk or whoever it is, they got somebody that could beat man coverage that's not Nico Collins. We're cooking with grease here. We're cooking with grease. We're talking about something here.
Fish grease. It's an absolute game changer for the Texans. I said it earlier this week. If Jaden Higgins is for real, and if he turns in, because it's not only is he playing better, but he's significantly more confident as you watch him every week. And he's becoming, you see that dog coming out of him. You see him beating the man. You see him, winning consistently, and the quarterback feeding him over feeding Nico.
Yeah, finding the end zone, I think does a lot. I mean, just a young player like that, a rookie, finding the end zone a time or two, what that can do for their swag and confidence, what that does for the quarterback's confidence in you, seeing you catch the ball in the end zone, I think it goes a long way.
Well, I'm glad our keys to the game here couldn't be any further apart. You got them running the ball. I got CJ to throw for 250. So
how about they do it all?
So we compliment each other. Each other well.
Hey, run it down their throat and throw that go ball. Let's go. Let's beat them 40-0. Why not?
That is absolutely beautiful. All right, we've got a few minutes left, man. What's your score prediction, man? You got a score prediction for anybody today?
So on the show yesterday, I did 30-27, but I also admitted this is when I was on with you guys on Wednesday. I had the Texans winning 30-27 when I was on the show on Wednesday, but I also did have the caveat that it doesn't have to look like that. Like I got it being a high-scoring game just out of respect for what the Colts offense has been. Now, that was before I realized how bad that leg really was, Daniel Jones. But that's in respect or out of respect for the Colts offense and with anticipation that C.J. Stroud would be back and that they're playing indoors. Like it's a November game in Indianapolis indoors. I don't see why these offenses shouldn't be able to let it loose other than the fact that you got the number one defense out there in the Texans. But aside from that, there should be plenty of opportunity for them to go out there and put up points. I got the Texans winning a close one, 30-27.
30-27.
It's rich.
57 pints. Huh?
It's rich now. It's
what
rich.
Is the total in this game? Do we have?
It's not. Yeah, that's definitely going over the total. It's got to be.
You're up there, huh?
That's definitely going over the total. Let's see. I got college games.
46.5, 47. Boy, you're way over the total. Not way over. Would you say 30-27?
Yeah.
57. Yeah, you're over.
Yeah, I'm over the total. Yeah.
I'm golly, man. I was gonna say I'm gonna go 24-21 Colts.
Okay.
I'm gonna go 24-21 Colts.
I think that's a reasonable score.
I know it hurts. It's painful, man. But I think the Colts are a really good football team, and I think we're coming, but I don't think we're ready to go on the road and beat the highest scoring offense in the league. That's where I'm going with.
Not after you watch them take down the MVP and the Buffalo Bills on Thursday Night Football in front of God and everybody.
Look, it was impressive. This is a different animal, man. They got some dudes now. They got some guys. They can run it. They can throw it. They schematically come at you a million different ways with what they do offensively. And
well, if Jonathan Taylor's running the ball, it's going to be a long night. It's going to be a long night if Jonathan Taylor is Jonathan Taylor. Well, all bets are off at that point. My idea is predicated. They got to stack that box, and they got to determine that Daniel Jones with one leg is going to beat us. And that's what it's got to be. That's what it's got to be, man. It can't be Jonathan Taylor.
That is Brandon Scott. He is in for Ron the Show Hughley. I'm Clint Stoerner. We are at BB's in Pearland. Big shout-out to everybody that came out to the show, all of our winners. Big shout-out to all the people at BB's Texas Orleans. I mean, I'm going to tell you, serious business. When I come to BB's, I feel like I'm in South Louisiana. I love the vibe in the building. The food is always tremendous. Now, I'm a big fan of everything from crawfish etouffee to boiled crawfish to boudin to gumbo. I love it all. It's my last meal. If I do indeed know when I'm going to go, I want that as my last meal one day. But the people, man, all the people that are here typically, as well as definitely the staff, from Brooks, who owns the place, all the way down. Tremendous people, great vibes. Always a treat to be in the building. I encourage everybody out there, if you have not been to a BB's Texas Orleans location, I encourage you to get to one soon. Gather your friends, gather your family. If you're watching games or just grabbing a meal, get it done. There's 11 locations around the city, so you ain't got to travel far. If you can hear me right now, you don't have to travel far. It doesn't matter if it's crawfish season or not, baby. The food is off the charts. So get down to the nearest BB's. And big shout-out to Academy Sports and Outdoors for making it happen. Big shout-out to our Houston area Ford dealers. Byron back in the studio for keeping us rolling here. Hell of a job, my man. We greatly appreciate you. B. Scott, thank you for sitting in for Ron the Show Hughley. And until Monday, go Texans, and we love you, Houston.
Our Guy Lopez made a bold proclamation about the Texans after their win against the Bills.
Listen, Houston, we do not have to put qualifiers or conditions or buts at all anymore with this team.
Go ahead and at me.
This is that good of a defense. You can get to and win a Super Bowl with this team.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
From Attorney Steve Lee Traffic Center, 713 call Lee. Looking really, really good on the roadways. Lots of folks are still on Thanksgiving holiday, so it's going to be super light today. We did have a problem. Actually, we still have a problem. I-69 East X northbound at Parker Road. Sold out vehicle. It looks like it's blocking one lane. They're trying to get that off to the shoulder. Partly cloudy, 65 degrees. I'm Lord Houston, Sports Radio 610.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-507-9701. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and help individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-507-9701. That's 800-507-9701. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
At MD Anderson Cancer Center, our goal is to cure cancer, not simply treat the symptoms. We go beyond standard diagnostics and conduct in-depth tests to ensure our patients receive an accurate diagnosis and the right treatment plan from the start. This deeper level of precision gives our patients peace of mind and the best hope to overcome cancer. Because at MD Anderson, we know cancer inside and out. Choose us first at mdanderson.org.
Hey, football fans, tune in this week to kick off with Boomer and Valenti, where the guys break down the biggest headlines and storylines from across the NFL. Kickoff with Boomer and Valenti is brought to you by the Home Depot. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Available at the Home Depot. How pros get more done.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
See the newest in-home fitness equipment at Johnson Fitness and Wellness. Step into their stores and try Peloton's latest cross-training bike, plus the Tread and the Tread Plus with help from certified experts. You can also experience Tonal 2, the ultimate strength training system designed to fit your space and your goals. With 100 stores nationwide, including 4 in the Houston area, there's one near you. Visit johnsonfitness.com to find your closest location and try the latest in fitness today.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 346-200-6700. That's 346-200-6700.
Annuities, not advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with AutoPay, plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off earlier. Cancel contest. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
5 nights a week, we talk Texans.
Go, 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 go! Intercepted! Here we go! Touchdown, Houston! Unreal! Let's go, baby! Attack the ball! Sacked! 3 and out! Texans!
This is Texans All Access.
Happy Friday, everybody. Happy Black Friday. Happy day after Thanksgiving. Happy holidays to all of you, wherever you may be. Welcome in to a Friday night edition of Texans All Access. We've got you for not the next hour, not the next 2, but the next 3. We have plenty for you on Friday night, and we are John Harris and Mark Vandermeer. Mark, first of all, happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Black Friday.
Yes.
Glad to be back doing radio as we are less than 48 hours away from Texans v. Colts for the 47th time in regular season history.
Yeah, regular season. I know. There's a playoff game between these two,
Yes.
which I think makes it a better rivalry that you have a playoff game in this series, right? Because that's how it really gets going. Great rivalries get going when you meet in the postseason in addition to your regular season matchups.
Very true.
And side note here, is Ohio State-Michigan the greatest rivalry in sports as ESPN is billing it?
In sports?
In sports. The greatest rivalry in sports. I'm like, you guys are only saying that because your Yankees-Red Sox thing isn't working out as well as you want lately.
Yeah.
That's
when
why
Yankees,
you're saying
Red Sox, I feel like there are fits and starts wherever. First of all, when it I don't even know that Ohio State-Michigan is the best college rivalry. I mean,
know. It's a
Alabama,
great one.
Auburn, Army-Navy.
Army-Navy's great. You know what? Here's the measurement. Every rivalry is great when it's your school versus your biggest rival.
Right.
I mean, I was part of Central Michigan, Western Michigan. Let me tell you something. That was a hell of a rivalry unto those two schools. But when people from the outside care about it, that's when you know you've got something. Clearly, people care about Buckeyes, Wolverines. They do. Alabama, Auburn, when they're both at least good.
Yeah.
That's a really big one. Of course, we can name all of them. Army-Navy, though, is special because Army-Navy, it doesn't matter how the teams are playing. That game is humongous.
Very, very much so. Congratulations, Navy. Big win yesterday on Thanksgiving Day. Got a big one over Memphis. There's so many rivalries, even across sports. There are some that are kind of microwave rivalries. But for that time frame, kind of like heating something up in a microwave, it goes a little too long, and all of a sudden you can't even eat it. It's so damn hot. Miami, Notre Dame.
Got too hot.
And
And
they had to shut it down.
It wasn't even one where they played every year.
Right. But they hated each other. It didn't help with the Catholics-convicts thing.
But I get asked this because it's Colts week. Are the Colts the biggest rivals? And I can't even definitely say yes in terms of, well, the series isn't even, like we've said.
Right.
You've won 13 times against the Colts. When I put it in those terms, it sounds ridiculous. Only 13 wins? Now, before DeMeco coached here, it was 10.
Yeah.
That was the 10th victory when Davis Mills hit Jordan Akins in the end zone. That was it. That was the 10th victory over the Colts.
I'm still seeing that play in my mind.
History.
Yeah.
Yeah, I still see it too.
Yeah.
Anyway, I just think for the Texans, this is the nemesis. This is the white whale that you'd conquer, and lately it's been much better.
Yep.
So, Johnny, I'm getting so fired up for this one. I was really measured throughout most of the week, and I knew Thanksgiving was on the way, so let's enjoy Thanksgiving. And this morning I woke up, I thought, let's go.
That's the demarcation line for me. When we saw the media, so Omar Maju, who is the king of PR, sent out the media availability list. He always does it after the game, whatever game we're playing, whether it's Sunday, Thursday, Friday, whatever. He always sends out the media availability. So he sends it out, and I see Thursday we don't have radio because there are 3 games on. That's what Sports Radio 610 played. And so at that point, there's no availability. Like, okay, you essentially have the day off.
No media.
So you have the day off.
But the team practices.
It was like that was a demarcation line for me.
Yeah.
Like, once Thanksgiving's over, when I wake up on Friday, I've been thinking about the Colts already.
Of course.
But it was like once Thanksgiving Day is over and we get to Black Friday today, it's on.
It's on.
We leave for Indy tomorrow. We then take them on at noon, which I love. I love the night game atmosphere in 2023, and especially the way that we came out. Like I think a lot of people forget they had a long drive to start the game with a field goal. And then we answered with the touchdown. It was
haymaker.
Like, oh, that's the haymaker. And that's why I asked a question to DeMeco earlier in the week. I said, do you feel like you have to land a haymaker? And I feel like what that did when CJ hit Nico was it just put everybody back in their seats like, uh-oh.
We're coming to play tonight.
Like, those two guys might be for real. And it's been interesting how Nico against the Colts, people have been talking about that. I know Sean Seth talked about it. Sean Bijani was on with Sean today, and they talked about it. Nico's success against the Colts was definitely not immediate. In his first 3 games against the Colts, he had 6 catches for 70 yards.
Yeah, but the team. And I know you're not making that point.
But then the next 3 games, 458 yards on 22 catches and 2 touchdowns.
You get CJ, you get DeMeco, you get the new Texans.
Yeah, right. And everything sort of changes. But now it's going to be this, okay, now Nico gets to face Sauce Gardner. And, again, people, you played the Jets twice. They've already seen each other. No, I haven't, because Nico didn't play last year at all, and he only played 3 plays in the first game in 2023. So they really haven't had a chance to go against each other. And I think that is of all the matchups that could be happening around the NFL, the Colts trading 2 first-round picks and Adonai Mitchell to get a corner that they think can go man-to-man with Nico Collins.
That's it.
And
right?
this is the test.
This is for the division. And the Jags have something to say about this as well.
That's true.
Even though Thomas hasn't played, look, they have other weapons, and they get him twice too.
Right.
And we're rooting for, I guess, a split in that one because we need the Jags to take some losses down the stretch here. But we also need the Colts to take more losses. So we'll worry about that later. Just worry about Sunday. Sauce said something to the effect of, yeah, I've played him. He wasn't cocky or anything. He didn't say anything disrespectful. But you really haven't, Sauce. You haven't seen much of him. He got hurt. So I don't think Sauce remembers that as well as you do.
Yeah.
So this will be interesting, and a lot of microphones in both players' faces after the game, no matter what happens.
Yeah, no matter what. But the great news this week. Now, Thanksgiving, as I'm getting my creme brulee corn ready.
Oh, no.
The injury report comes out.
Yeah, I saw it too.
And Will Anderson Jr. showed up on the injury report in a DMP, and I no. I mean, I just had these thoughts going through my mind. And then on Friday, he was at practice.
Well, hang on. Let's just say it. You and I are there at practice.
Yeah.
The rest of the media is on the other side.
Right.
We're standing there.
Right where the players are coming out of the tunnel.
D linemen start to walk in. Usually the groups come in sort of together, not entirely.
Friday practice is a little different than how they do everything else.
A little bit different.
Right.
So, and we see the earlier part of it, too. We see those massive stretching and getting ready, and we see less action on Friday. Yeah. They get us out of there.
Right.
Meaning the media out of there.
Yeah, you get to see good stretching and activation.
So anyway, we see some D linemen come in, and Daniil comes in. And then maybe DB comes in, Barnett. And that was it for a while. And then and I'm thinking, oh, no.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, 51 walks right by us.
Fingers taped.
And I'm like,
wrist taped. Like ready to go for practice.
I was thinking, it is on. Let's go.
I think I said something. I think I said something to that extent. Like we couldn't sit there and we can't
cheer.
Overreact at that point. So it was like, ooh, okay, ooh, boy. Don't want to say we dodged that bullet, but it was good to see.
And DeMeco said he's fine. That's
good to go.
Now let's hope he's fine. I don't know what chest means.
Right.
Maybe he got his heart broken. He broke up with somebody. I don't know what chest means.
Maybe they meant heart. Yeah.
Well, let's just hope that he's 100% because he's been absolutely amazing. But the big news Friday is C.J. Stroud coming back. Now,
and
Jalen Petrie, which is huge as well.
Yep.
I mean, with Daniel Jones, having to deal with Jonathan Taylor.
Yeah.
We'll get to the Jones video in a moment here, and I know you want to address that. But with C.J., Johnny, I think people forget that the last full game he played, he threw for over 300 yards, and the Texans took down San Francisco.
Yep.
Now, he goes out in the first half of the Denver game. He's 6 of 10 at the time. I know he went out on a scramble. That was a tight game early. It was a tight game all the way through.
Right.
I don't know what the universe would have been like had C.J. remained in that game, but I got a feeling that he would have played okay and that maybe you get over the hump in that one, but maybe not. I don't know.
Yeah. You're right.
But C.J. was playing pretty well when he went out. I know Seattle did not go well, but he had won 3 or 4 starts, okay? They were starting to turn around. And he threw for over 300 against the 49ers, who know exactly what's going to happen with this Texans team, and they couldn't stop it.
Right.
And I shouldn't say exactly, but, these two teams know each other well because of the coaching personnel.
Shanahan, DeMeco Ryans, they know each
the
other.
Trees and all that, the branches and the trees and the twigs.
They're all merged together at some point.
I'm ready. Let's go. C.J. Stroud, having practiced or, done a couple of things last week late, and then gets out there Monday, gets the full week this week. You know that they've simulated enough full-speed stuff. He's good to go.
And all signs had been pointing towards him being ready for this one.
Yeah. Even during the Buffalo game.
Yeah, and he was on the sidelines for the Buffalo game. And that's kind of been my formula in a sense. Guys that have had concussions, if I see him on the sidelines, then the noise, the bright lights, the cameras flashing, all that kind of stuff is not bothering me anymore. So that means the symptoms are gone. So I've seen guys that have had concussions this year. When I see them on the sidelines, they haven't missed the next game.
Yeah,
they've been ready to go after that. And I think what's going back to our discussion about Nico and Sauce, that 49ers game, he threw for 300 yards without Nico.
Yeah,
Nico had missed that game after the concussion on Monday night against the Seahawks. Yeah, and he didn't have Kirk. So Braxton Berrios stepped up. Tight end stepped up. Dalton had a great game. Jalen Noel, Jaden Higgins, those guys all stepped up. And I think while CJ's been out of those 3 games, I think the young guys continue to step up. And he talked about it in his press conference. He talked about how those guys started stepping up, really taking it to another level. That Woody toting the rock, as he said, taking it to a different level. So there's going to be a little bit of an adjustment period with CJ stepping back in. Just think about the cadence. The cadence is going to just be a different kind of rhythm as well. So there's going to be a little bit. What's that?
In the loud house?
The loud house. It's not the loudest house, but it's the loud house. Well, anyways, there's going to have to be a little bit of a period of adjustment. But if you land a haymaker early, something big early, then that quiets them down a little bit. And I remember when I first went up to Lucas Oil in 2014, I just remember I kind of anticipated this being louder than what it was.
No, it's not the craziest place.
So RCA seemingly was, you could speak to this, was much louder.
Much
louder
Johnny,
than it was in Lucas Oil.
It was a bandbox. It was like a basketball arena. Yeah, that's what it felt like.
Right.
It was crazy because Lucas Oil, as you know, has the big cavernous end zone. It's kind of cool for the fans. They can mill around there, sort of like Dallas-ish, where you can mill around in the area. But it creates this place for the sound to go to, I think. Right. And maybe the way the roof is constructed, I don't know what it is. It does, and you're on the sideline, so you know better than anybody about the volume. But to me, it never feels like it's that crazy there.
Yeah, it doesn't.
But the teams have been very good early on, obviously, and good enough from time to time lately. And obviously this year they've enjoyed some success. So let's see if we can knock them off at home. I just love the fact that CJ was pretty hot when he left. Now, I know the Denver game started out sluggishly, but the trouble they had punching it in, it wasn't like they called CJ rollouts and find somebody open. They were trying to pound the rock, didn't work. But don't you, to use a Formula One, you're a big F1 guy, right?
Yeah.
Or at least
like
enough of an F1
F1
guy. The car he's getting in now is improved, like you said.
Sure.
Woody is established.
Right.
That's a big word. He's just become the guy.
Right.
With Nick being the complimentary back, but still getting his carries. And the offense is improved that he's stepping into. Trent Brown at right tackle.
Right.
I think it's a better vehicle that he's in right now than it was 4 or 5 weeks ago.
I agree.
So let's see him operate this vehicle and get to your highest level. Now, it might not happen against the Colts. It might still be a work in progress. It always is, but it might be a lot better than it was.
But you can start getting in a rhythm with what you have on the field.
Yeah.
It's going to take a second. It's not, it may not happen on a 10-play 70-yard drive to start the game. It may not happen then. It may take to the second quarter to kind of like, all right, we're in rhythm. We know what kind of game this is. CJ, as he's talked about, has unlocked the box that is the Colts defense, and away we go. Now, let's talk about the Colts offense real fast.
Yeah.
A video emerged at some point on Thanksgiving Day showing one Daniel Jones, quarterback of the Indianapolis Colts, making a drop and a throw as they were doing some sort of individual period or whatever the case might be.
Which is all you're allowed to shoot in these practices.
I watched that, and I thought, I remember the one thing that I wrote over and over again in his draft report was how tough he was.
Yeah.
I saw him get the absolute you-know-what knocked out of him against Clemson, at Clemson. And he still kept coming. He still kept running the ball. He was diving for first downs. They were down 34-17 at some point, I think, in that game. He's diving for first down. He's wearing white jerseys. His jersey is just covered in grass stains. He's taken and gotten the hell beat out of him, and he kept coming. If there's one thing about Daniel Jones, it is he is a tough dude.
Okay.
So I give him that. However, you can be as tough as you want to be, but if you are walking with a noticeable limp, as he was showing in that video, against this defense, and 51 is playing, with 55,
he better hope Jonathan Taylor is all that and more, and he's the number one running back in the league. But I looked at that video thinking the same thing. I thought a few things, though. When exactly did he get hurt?
Right.
How many plays has he made or not made on the injured leg? And where are the rest of the videos of other dropbacks? Because is that the only one he looked like that during, or did he look fine during the rest of them? Because the media can shoot with their phones, and some guys with the cameras, the TV people, a lot of individuals. So he must have had at least 5 other dropbacks minimum.
Yeah.
Of that nature, even though they're kind of half speed or whatever. he must have had that during Colts practice. I haven't seen any other video. That one that we all saw went viral, and everyone, doctored it up. Dr. Vandermeer was commenting, Dr. Harris. We were all over it. So who knows? He's going to play on it. Shane Steichen today said he's fine. Kind of like DeMeco said, Will Anderson's fine. But I think Will Anderson is more fine. But that's just Dr. Vandermeer's thought. So let's just see what Daniel Jones has on Sunday.
Here's the thing. If this thing is, that's legit. If he can barely walk, he'll go as far as he can. If they get to a point where it's like, well, we just can't put him back out there. The backup is not Anthony Richardson. Anthony Richardson is on IR.
Everybody forgot about that, including me yesterday.
Riley Leonard, the rookie out of Notre Dame. Now, I would love to face a rookie with this defense. However, Leonard is a great athlete. He is tough. He will run the rock. If they do use him in lieu of Daniel Jones, this fibula or whatever being the case, I don't know.
Unpredictable.
Either way, I think the Texas defense has to just take over. They got to take the ball away. They have 8 turnovers in the last 3 games. Now, they didn't turn it over against Kansas City, but they had 6 against Pittsburgh and then 2 against Atlanta.
They beat them up. They got sacks. They did not allow a sack against Kansas City, yet lost the game.
Right, because they ended up using a lot of max protection, taking us out of the routes to give Daniel Jones time to throw. So this is going to be a tough one. There's no doubt. I mean, the Colts are 8-3 for a reason. They're better than they've been. They've added Sauce Gardner. One of the guys they don't have is DeForest Buckner.
That's nice.
That is nice.
That's the first guy you always bring up on the defensive side.
Stewart and Buckner and Stewart. Now there's no Stewart. There is a Stewart, but there's no Buckner. A guy who knows DeForest Buckner well will lead your Texans into battle on Sunday. DeMeco Ryans sat with Mark Vandermeer to talk about this one.
All right, Coach, first of all, getting ready for this one. You had that extra day of practice on Monday. How was that, and how was the week gone for you overall?
It's going really well. We took advantage of that Monday to get the cobwebs out, get the guys back, get them doing football things. And it was good to have CJ back out, running the offense, just getting them as many reps as possible. And I thought our guys have approached and handled the week, very well. I'm really liking how we, just finished the week. We got better as the week went along, and I'm excited to see it all pay off on Sunday.
CJ's last full game, he throws for over 300 yards, and you've won 3 in a row now. What kinds of things has the offense done well that you want to see continue?
Yeah, the first thing, especially important in this game, is protecting the football. We got to take care of the football. We've done that over these past 3 games, so we got to continue to do that. And then when it comes to, we had plays in the passing game that there were some explosives out there that I feel like we have to take advantage of, right? We got our receivers downfield. Can we make the throw? Can we make the catch? Can we finish and get some explosives going? If we can do that, I think it opens up everything for our offense.
How tough is it to run on and protect against this Colts front?
Yeah, really good team, really good defensive front, with Grover Stewart, big guy inside. They mix it up. Their linebackers are very aggressive downhill, so you're running the ball. We have to be aware for those guys shooting gaps. So we can run the ball, but we just had to make sure we have a hat on a hat. Everybody's accounted for, everybody's blocked, and our backs got to run it really well.
So we talked about this earlier in the week, but number 1 running back in the league, and the swarm mentality has to be in full display on Sunday.
Yes, Jonathan Taylor. He is, a guy I have a ton of respect for. He does it the right way. He plays hard, fast player, very good with his balance. One guy isn't taking him down. So when we talk about swarm, we talk about finishing to the football. It's going to take all 11 guys truly finishing, making sure we finish him in the ground every single time that he touches the ball.
How about their receivers, including Ty Warren, who's another problem you got to deal with?
Yeah, their receivers are good. They do a great job of utilizing the guys to their strengths. Tyler Warren has done a really good job, whether it's the short passing game on the boot, they design plays to get him open. Also him coming out of the backfield, running deeper routes. They do a great job of disguising it, so we have to have awareness for Warren at all time. He is Daniel Jones. I feel like that's the go-to target, right? And then you have Pierce, who can take the top off. He's the explosive deep threat guy. So we have to make sure our corners are on top covering him. And then you have Pittman and Downs. Downs more of a third down guy. You have very shifty player in the slot. Man, just awareness, playing sticky coverage, challenging him every single time that he's getting a pass attempt.
Coach, thanks a lot. Good luck.
Thanks, Mark.
That's Coach DeMeco Ryans.
All right, great stuff there from Mark and Coach. One guy is going to have his feelings all over the place on Sunday. That's E.J. Speed, going back to the place where he played in his NFL career prior to coming to Houston. He caught up with Greg Bailey to give his thoughts about going back to Indy.
6 really good years in Indy. You're going back. What are you looking forward to? What stands out from your time with the Colts?
To compete. Got a group of guys here that I went for a long time, earned some respect for them. They earned some respect for me. And I just want to go take that stage at a place that I played in for years with these guys and go out there and compete and do what we do.
North Crowley native, that's North Texas, back home in the state of Texas. How much fun has that part of the experience been for you here joining the Texans?
It's been super fun. A lot of family members and people that I respect from my city has gotten a chance to see me play just being so close. So just having that opportunity to play in front of some people, little cousins, uncles and stuff like that, it means everything to me. So that was a good thing. That's what I was looking for coming back to Texas, and it's been working to influential, and it's been good for me.
You have seen Jonathan Taylor, probably tackled Jonathan Taylor more than anybody in this locker room. What makes him so special with the football in his hands?
Man, we all know who Jonathan Taylor is, a guy that's been doing well in this league for a long time. We competed many a times in practice, and I expect his best, and he expects my best for sure. And we'll go out and just play football on Sunday, and a brotherhood that I got in this locker room, a brotherhood that I got in Indy, and it'll just be a good thing.
You mentioned brotherhood here with the Houston Texans. You are part of something special with the #1 defense in the NFL. What have you noticed about the standards here with DeMeco Ryans and Matt Burke's defense?
Everything I said, like day one since I got here, the star players on this team are so humble and willing to work every day, and nobody expects anything except for our outcome on Sunday, and that's on both sides of the ball, and I love that about this team. And like I said, when I first got here, I just wanted to buy in and prove myself that I belong, and it's been working out to influential this whole year.
What have you guys done so well, particularly recently, that you can carry over into a huge division matchup with the Colts?
Just holding each other accountable. That's the biggest thing. We've been doing that since day one, just holding each other accountable. Do your job, do your 111, and go out there and play hard with tenacity and swarm to the ball.
How much fun is this old high school quarterback having playing linebacker here for the Texans?
Oh, man, I'm having hella fun. Just being on the #1 defense means everything to me. I want to hold that standard all the way through the season and just keep upholding that standard. For sure.
Look forward to a great show in Indianapolis. Thank you.
For sure. Thank you.
All right, great stuff there from EJ and Greg. Appreciate them being with us. All right, if you haven't seen it on YouTube, and I'd advise you to go see it on YouTube because we're two pretty guys, so you definitely go watch it on YouTube. But Mark and I dove deep into this one. We give you Modelo matchups. We give you sleepers to watch right here in our game preview.
Game preview, Texans at Colts. Let's go, John Harris. It is the 47th meeting between Houston and the Horseshoe, and the all-time series, not good. 13-32-1. I will not rest. I will not have peace until the Texans have the edge in the series, and that could take a while. Even with the recent success, you've won 3 in a row against Indy. DeMeco Ryans 3-1 against the Horseshoe. It is a beautiful thing, but you've got to find a way to keep this thing going, this positive momentum in a series that was once owned by the Colts, and they still own the all-time record.
They will, and they will for a little bit, but we've gotten to even with the Titans.
Yeah.
And we own it against the Jaguars.
Yes.
So, okay.
Progress.
We have one more wall to climb, and that's going to be tough because of all the years initially that Peyton Manning was there, et cetera, and those years built up your hate for the Colts. But like you said, 3 in a row. Swept them last year, won the last game of 2023. You've also won 3 straight at Lucas Oil, starting with Davis Mills, comeback, the 32-31 game in 22, and then obviously Week 18 in 2023 that led to Week 1 in 2024. So that building used to be a house of horrors.
Right.
But it's a place where the Texans have gone in and landed some haymakers and come out of there with wins.
And you might be able to rename this Nico Collins if the trend continues. Back-to-back great games by Nico Collins in that building, as that takes us to Modelo matchups of the game, and I know you've got a good one.
Yep. Nico versus Sauce, man. It is the matchup, I think, in this game. Yeah, we can talk about the trenches, and it's going to be big in the trenches. There's no question about that. But the Colts went out and got Sauce Gardner because they couldn't cover big physical wide receivers with anybody they had. Even Charvarius Ward. They signed Charvarius Ward in the offseason, but he was hurt for a while. Now he's back. But they couldn't cover anybody on the outside, in particular Nico Collins. And Nico has lit them up. Now, Nico didn't play in the Week 8 game here. So the last time he played the Colts, it was those 2 back-to-back regular season games in Lucas Oil, and he went off. and the Colts just couldn't cover him. That's why they went and got Sauce. Let's be honest. Yeah, there are going to be some great receivers that the Colts are going to face, but they got to face 12 twice a year. Texans faced the Jets, Sauce's former team, twice, but Nico in the first contest only played 3 plays, and then he missed 2024's game because he was dealing with a hamstring that he hurt against Buffalo last year. So they haven't faced one another. But this is the kind of game that you watch those two because it's going to be a physical battle. That is going to be a football war with those two because Nico likes to get physical, not so much in his route running and all that, but after he catches the ball. Sauce wants to grab and hold and clutch and pull and do whatever. That's just the way he plays because he's that physical. So that battle, that Modelo matchup right there between Nico and Sauce is going to be worth the price of admission.
All right, Colts offense, #1 scoring offense in the league. Now, they've dropped down a bit in recent weeks. They're 8-3 now, but the low water mark in a win is 29 points. They usually get well over 30.
Right.
In the losses, the high water mark is 20. So when obviously they have trouble scoring, they have trouble winning. Big surprise. The turnover factor with Daniel Jones in New York was a big problem, obviously. He's fumbled the ball 8 times. He's lost 3. But 8 fumbles have been on the ground, available to whoever could recover them. So the Texans have to obviously get after Jonathan Taylor. So that's a big matchup. Front 7 versus Jonathan Taylor.
Right.
And then you can go after Daniel Jones. Take it as it comes.
Absolutely. And you say front 7, and I agree with you. But I think it's got to be all 11 when 28 has the ball. It's got to be everybody arriving at the ball. I mean, he's had 964 yards in 8 games against us. He had his best game against us, ironically, in the Week 18 game in 2023. We're at 188 yards, and they were gashing us in the third quarter. And it wasn't until he went out with an ankle injury where he really got slowed after that. But he's had 4 games, I think it is, of 30-plus carries against us, and I think that's what it's going to take. So that's a massive matchup for all 11 arriving at the ball when he has it and really limiting his impact on this game. You can't miss a run fit. You can't be out of your gap because we've seen it. You've called it. He can take it 80 to the house in a blink. He's got that kind of vision and ability, and you got to wrap him up. That's huge. If I'm a Texans coach, as soon as I start preparing for the Colts and I get over to fumbles and I see that number 8 on Daniel Jones, my first note is, look, beat them up front, get to the quarterback, but chop at the ball. Get your hands on his hands, and the ball will come out. Make sure it's not just the sack. Now, you got to ensure the sack.
Right.
But make sure it's a little bit more because if you can get your hands on his wrist, his elbow, whatever, you've got an opportunity to knock the ball out like the Steelers did to him.
Yeah, he's the second leading rusher on the team, Daniel Jones, but it's under 200 yards. He hasn't been going crazy running the football. It's Jonathan Taylor and really nobody else with any kind of volume, so that'll be interesting. Mattress Firm, sleeper of the game. Mattress Firm, the official sleep partner of the Houston Texans. Who do you have?
Well, I know you're going on defense, so that means I'm going on offense. And I think, talking sleeper, I think Jalen Noel.
Okay.
Because I'm going to steal some special teams, too, because I think special teams has got to have a game.
Yeah.
They've got to have a Frank Ross-like special teams studly game.
Going up against his former employer.
That's right. We haven't had one in a while, and I think it's time for that. We can't allow a punt return for a touchdown. We cannot fumble the ball on a kickoff return. We cannot give up a 98-yard kickoff return. If we are controlling the game and we give up a big return, it can flip the game. We cannot allow that to happen. So special teams got to be big. But for me, I think getting Jalen Noel involved offensively, Christian Kirk stepped up, made some big plays last week against the Bills. I think Jalen, getting him the ball on certain opportunities, his ability to get down the field. When I see Josh Downs, I think of Jalen Noel. And Downs just continued to get more opportunities, and he's become a star for them. So my sleeper of the game is going to end up being Jalen Noel.
I love it because the way the receivers have played lately, Kirk's coming off a big game for the Texans, right? Huge. Higgins is really coming along. Nico is Nico. Noel, we've seen him make some big plays. You have X making big plays. You have playmakers all over the place. They're spreading the ball around. This is what you want to see. My sleeper is, he's hardly a sleeper on the roster. It's Azeez Al-Shire. But Azeez, in this way, Johnny, Azeez getting a takeaway. He's had his hands on the ball a lot lately. Unable to haul in picks. He will find a way. He wants to find a way. I believe he will find a way to have a big impact in this one. He always has an impact with this defense, number one defense in the league in yards allowed. But Azeez, maybe an extra special game for him against Indy.
I'm going to give you one of the obviously every player's got a to-do list.
Yeah.
I think one of the to-do list items for Azeez is making sure that his running partner, EJ Speed, just keep the emotions in check. EJ's going against a team that drafted him, that he played for a long time. He's going to want to he's going to have to keep EJ. And EJ's pretty level-headed, but still in a game where you're facing your former team, you want to make every play possible. Azeez is going to have to be that captain and say, hey, man, we're good. Just take a breath.
Let me go off.
Just remind him of that throughout the game. Stay focused, make your plays. Don't try and do too much against your former team. So I think that's where Captain Azeez is going to have to step up.
Both teams want this and need this so badly. It is a huge outing. Texans and Colts Sunday at noon. Go Texans.
All right, it's fantastic if I should say so myself. All right, coming up, there are games throughout the league. Yes, 3 on Thursday and then a Black Friday game going on. But we have plenty of games to discuss. I give you my predictions straight up and against the spread next right here on Texans All Access.
This is Texans All Access.
Texans fans, the Caesars Viva Las Texans sweepstakes is your chance to win a VIP Vegas experience that includes a 3-night stay at Caesars Palace, a $1,000 flight credit, $250 for dining, and a Texas autographed item. Hurry, the sweepstakes closes December 21st as the Houston Texans battle the Las Vegas Raiders at home. To enter, go to HoustonTexans.com/Viva Las Texans and rank your favorite ways to redeem Caesars rewards now for your shot at Vegas.
Tito's Handmade Vodka is America's favorite vodka for a reason. The first legal distillery in Texas, Tito's is 6 times distilled till it's just right and naturally gluten-free, making it a high-quality spirit that mixes with just about anything, from the smoothest martinis to the best Bloody Marys. Tito's is known for giving back, teaming up with nonprofits to serve its communities and do good for dogs. Make your next cocktail with Tito's. Distilled and bottled by 5th Generation Inc., Austin, Texas. 40% alcohol by volume. Savor responsibly.
Never settle, unless it's into the electrifying BMW i4. Blend the lines of cutting-edge and classic with groundbreaking technology at your fingertips. And experience M-engineered precision while you twist around every turn. After all, electric doesn't have to be static. If you thought EVs couldn't live up to your expectations, then you've never experienced the ultimate electric driving machine. The 100% electric 2025 BMW i4.
Take advantage of exceptional offers today.
H is up, H-Town. The Houston Texans are bringing the heat on the gridiron, and we want you to keep turning the temperature up. C.J. Stroud, Will Anderson Jr., Nico Collins, and the rest of your Texans need you to be loud and in the stands this season. Be a part of the action, and don't just watch Texans games from your couch. Experience them with thousands of other fans live. But tickets are going fast. Secure them now at HoustonTexans.com/tickets or call 832-667-2390.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
Looking for a little Vegas-style fun? Whether you're going with a group or getting away for the day, take a short 2-hour drive to Golden Nugget Lake Charles for the ultimate casino resort experience. Savor your favorite Landry's restaurants, catch an A-list concert, experience Bayou Beauty on our championship golf course, or simply soak your cares away in our luxury spa. With 1,100 rooms and suites and 1,600 slots, there's no better place to stay and play. Visit goldennugget.com/Lake Charles to book today.
When the Houston Texans take to the gridiron this season, Reliant will be there to bring the energy. That's because Reliant is the only energy provider the Texans trust to power every electric moment, every punt, pass, and kick, every touchdown or takeaway. Reliant will be there, powering every game day. And when you have Reliant and Vivint, they're smarter together, giving you the power to manage your electricity and your smart home all in one place. Reliant, proud to be the official energy provider of the Houston Texans.
PUCT number 10007.
Texans fans, who wants 50% off Pizza Hut? You do. Duh. Texans win, you win. 50% off your total order of Pizza Hut on Mondays following the winning game. Every winning game. Use code Texans on pizzahut.com and start your winner's party off right. What are you waiting for? Texans win, you win. It's just that simple. Let's do the math. Texans win, you win. Boom, 50% off. No win-out Pizza's the Hut.
50% off your total order, valid Mondays following the winning game only.
Our guy Lopez made a bold proclamation about the Texans after their win against the Bills.
Listen, Houston, we do not have to put qualifiers or conditions or yeah buts at all anymore with this team.
Go ahead and at me.
This is that good of a defense. You can get to and win a Super Bowl with this team.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
It's Texans All Access. Now, back to the show.
Yes, sir. Happy Friday, everybody. And a happy Black Friday to you. I don't know if you went out shopping today or took advantage of sales or just sat at home and ordered on your computer. But either way, welcome back to the show, Texans All Access. I am your host, John Harris, football analyst, sideline reporter for your Houston Texans. And because it's Friday, it means it's our last show before the bulk of the weekend's games take place. So, time to do predictions. Straight up and against the spread for fun. Mark always asks me to put that in there for fun. But I love picking these games. It's a great opportunity to kind of talk about the teams, where teams are, what their records are, what's happening with each of those games and all that kind of stuff. So let's do it. Let me get my music rolling, and let's predict these games and have a little bit of fun while we do it. Okay, Sunday, noon, kicks off with the 49ers taking on the Browns. The San Francisco 49ers are 4.5-point favorites on the road, facing Shedeur Sanders. Shedeur Sanders will get his second start of the year of his NFL career. I think the 49ers are going to house the Browns. And by that, I mean it's going to be like 20-7. Because Browns' defense is really flipping good. They kept sacking Geno Smith, and then it turned out this week that part of the reason that Geno Smith kept getting sacked was because Chip Kelly was sending in the wrong play call and screwing up his own play call, which is kind of bizarre. Either way, I think the 49ers will battle. It'll be a struggle, but I think the 49ers will win that thing 20-7. Being a 4.5-point favorite, that means San Francisco is going to cover, and they're going to win that game on the road in Cleveland. Okay, this is tough to pick heart and head. My heart so badly wants the Titans to win this thing, playing the Jaguars. It won't happen. Game's in Tennessee, though. Tennessee was a little better last week against Seattle. A little bit better. Forced an onside kick in the last 45 seconds that Seattle had to recover, or the Titans would have had a shot at the end zone. But it didn't happen. But the Titans are better. Are they better enough to beat the Jags? No. Jacksonville's a 6-point favorite. But here's what I'm going to say. Jaguars are going to win this thing. But the Titans are going to get inside that number. That's going to be a 3 or 4-point game. Jaguars might, like the Texans, have to do something late in the game to win it. But they're going to win it. They're going to 8-4. God, I cannot believe I have to say that. Jaguars going to 8-4 on Sunday. Heart, Titans, which I don't like doing either. It makes me feel dirty and gross. But do want the Titans to win, beat the Jaguars. You know, it's like Week 18, 2023. Maybe it happens again. Maybe the Titans get that upset win. Jags would fall to 7-5. But it won't happen. The Jags will win, move to 8-4. But the Titans will cover, getting inside those 6 points. Okay, Saints and Dolphins. On the surface, not a lot going on with this one, you would think. Game's down in Miami. Miami's a 5.5-point favorite in this one. I think the Dolphins do win this thing. I think they'll win it by 10. Let's go 27-17. There's really not a lot on the line for either team. One's a 4-7 team. One's a 2-8 team. 2-9, sorry. 2-9 team. So I don't really see a lot of sexiness with this one, but I got the feeling the Dolphins will win. And they're going to stay in the hunt. You know, they do the playoff picture now. They put it on all the games. And it's like, who's in the hunt? And they'll put the Dolphins in there at 5-7. They're already in there at 4-7. They'll be in there at 5-7. Dolphins win. They cover that 5.5 against the Saints. Down in South Florida. Okay, Falcons, Jets. Man, we got some snoozers. Falcons going to take on the Jets. There's still some, I guess, some intrigue anything that the Jets end up doing. But the Jets are a 2.5-point underdog at home. I don't really see them winning this game, and 2.5 doesn't make me feel good either. But it is Kirk Cousins for the Falcons, and he did a decent job in the Falcons win last week against the Saints. So I'm going to go with the Falcons to cover. They're going to win this by 3. It's going to be 20-17, kind of ugly game, but that's what we're going with. Falcons to win in MetLife by 3, so they cover barely, but they get their 5th win of the year. Congratulations to the Falcons for doing that a couple days in advance. Okay, this one's got a little intrigue, I guess. The 9-2 Rams, thought by many to be the number 1 team in the league, travel to Carolina, take on the 6-6 Panthers. How good are the LA Rams? They're a 10-point favorite. East Coast game, Rams traveling to face them. I do think the Rams might sleepwalk a little bit early on. They did Tennessee earlier this year. They'll turn on the gas in the second half. They'll win that by a couple touchdowns. Let's go 35-21. No, let's go 31-17. Rams win and cover, beating Carolina in Charlotte. Okay, the last of the noon games. The Cardinals played decently. Could have done us a solid and beaten the Jags last week. They go to the Buccaneers, and the Buccaneers are reeling a bit right now. The Bucs are a 4-point favorite at home. All the injuries, all of that's catching up to Tampa Bay, but I think in this one, Tampa Bay circles the wagons and gets it done. They'll win by a touchdown. Let's go 24-17. Buccaneers beat the Cards. So that's a win and a cover by the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. The Vikings kick off the afternoon games against the Seahawks in Seattle. Sam Darnold faces his 2024 team. The Seahawks are favored by 11.5. I think they crush the Vikings. They win this by 21. Let's go 28-7. The Seahawks get the win over the Vikings at home. That is a really good football team, the Seattle Seahawks. The Vikings struggling right now. Raiders-Chargers. Let's go Raiders. We're cheering for Raiders. But it's in L.A., where the Raiders do have a lot of fans. The Chargers are favored by 8.5. Now, the Raiders making a change at offensive coordinator could help them. They might get a little bit of a bounce with that, but Greg Olsen as OC doesn't really doesn't excite you a lot. But can they keep it inside 8.5? I think the Raiders do that. I think the Raiders get it inside the 8.5. Chargers win this thing by 7. Let's go 23-16 as the Chargers get their 8th win. Let's go Raiders. I just don't think it's going to happen. Bills-Steelers, great afternoon game. It's in Pittsburgh. Buffalo's favored by 3. The Bills are without their 2 starting tackles. I'm going in an upset with the Steelers at home to beat the Bills. Man, would that be a story if that happened. The Broncos are taking on the Commanders in Sunday Night Football. Commanders will have a couple players back, but I don't know if they're going to be able to handle the Broncos, even in Washington. But because I want it to happen, I'm going to make it happen. Denver's favored by 5.5. Commanders in an upset over the Broncos on Sunday Night Football. Let's do it. All right, we get back. We're going to hear from Kalen Bullock. He was on Good Morning Football, had some good stuff to say. It was a fun interview with the crew on Good Morning Football. We'll have it for you next right here on Texans All Access.
More Texans All Access coming up in a moment.
Sometimes a girl in my class doesn't bring anything to eat for lunch.
The truth is, in America, 1 in 5 kids worry about their next meal.
I want everybody to have yummy food.
So do we. That's why Kroger donates surplus fresh food from our shelves to your local food bank. We've provided over 3.5 billion meals through our Zero Hunger, Zero Waste plan. Visit Kroger.com to see how you can help fight hunger and waste in our community.
Because nobody should have an empty tummy.
Hey, Dad, I gotta come clean about something.
Okay.
I only paid for a brand new Hyundai Tucson.
Oh, you might be on the naughty list.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on all Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid models. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today. Offer ends December 1st. Call 562-34-4603 for details.
Sky Vodka is now made with water enriched by Pacific minerals and filtered through California limestone. Sky Vodka, a smoother, fresher tasting vodka that's also gluten-free. Just in case you've ever wondered what a subtle ocean breeze tastes like. Sky Vodka, born from the blue. Sky Vodka distilled from grain, 40% alcohol by volume. 2021 Campari America, New York, New York. Please enjoy responsibly.
Our Guy Lopez made a bold proclamation about the Texans after their win against the Bills.
Listen, Houston, we do not have to put qualifiers or conditions or yeah buts at all anymore with this team.
Go ahead and at me.
This is that good of a defense. You can get to and win a Super Bowl with this team.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
Whether you're playing with your kids or playing for the Houston Texans, a sprain, tear, or nagging ache can set you back. Until your expert orthopedic team at Houston Methodist uses advanced technology to personalize a treatment plan that's minimally invasive, healing your pain and getting you back to life on your terms. That's the difference between practicing medicine and leading it for you. Houston Methodist, leading medicine. Official healthcare provider for the Houston Texans.
Seaside Events is your home for memorable events at sea. Cruise ships are the perfect venue for your next business or industry meeting, music festival, sporting event, or any other type of group activity. Our expert team works hand in hand with our clients to identify the most suitable cruise ships with the ideal combination of cruise length, destinations, and facilities to meet our clients' needs for a memorable event at sea. Visit seasideevents.net for more information.
Texans fans, want to give your child a moment they'll never forget? Ashley, proud partner of the Houston Texans, presents the Ashley Kickoff Kid Giveaway. One lucky kid will run onto the field at NRG Stadium and retrieve the tee after a Texans kickoff. Visit any Ashley store in the Houston area or visit HoustonTexans.com/Ashley Kickoff Kid to sign up. Ashley, proud partner of the Houston Texans.
There's no better way to watch C.J. Stroud, Will Anderson Jr., and the rest of your Houston Texans on game day than in a luxury suite. From hassle-free VIP parking to James Beard award-winning, chef-curated food selection served by your own private suite attendant. Texans Luxe is unparalleled. But hurry, suites are going fast and already sold out for select games this season. Call 832-667-2299 or visit HoustonTexansLuxe.com to reserve your private suite today.
Now, more Texans Radio.
Welcome back, everybody, to this Friday edition of Texans All Access from the Monday Texans Radio studio. I'm your host, John Harris, football analyst, sideline reporter. It's time to hear from Kalen Bullock. He was on the Good Morning Football show on Friday morning and had a good time talking to Jamie Erdahl, Manti Te'o, and the hosts of that particular show. And he kicked off with the highlight of all highlights, Kalen's interception. And Jamie Erdahl, well, she mimics Mark a little bit, so I guess that's the most sincere form of flattery, right? Well, take a listen.
Allen, back to throw. Allen, airing it out. Allen, picked off by Bullock. It's over. The Texans are going to do it. There's a flag down in the secondary. What's this? It's against the Bills. The Texans pull it off. They're going to knock off Buffalo tonight.
It's against the Bills, which means that Kalen Bullock can be counted for that interception again of Josh Allen. Man, it was game sealing. It was electric. Houston went off after that game, which rightfully so. The Texans defense is fantastic, and we got him. We got Kalen Bullock. 5 tackles, a forced fumble, 2 picks. My gosh, what a week 12 takedown. What's up, Kalen? Woo, woo, woo. Kalen, I got to ask, though. Rewatching that highlight was fun. We loved it for you. Did you know that you chest bumped the official immediately after that play? Did you know who that was?
No, I did not. I just got up happy, and then I seen the flag, and I was a little worried. Everybody was worried in the stadium. We didn't know what the flag was, so I did not even notice I bumped the official right there.
You were so hyped. You bumped right into him. He's like, no, I think it was clean. You're all right. He understood your excitement. And rightfully so, because The Bills, they're having an uncharacteristic season, and you guys pounced on them. So what did it feel like to take down a Bills team that has an MVP at quarterback? How did you feel the momentum change as that game went on for you guys?
It felt good. We knew the Bills was coming in, and we knew what type of team they was, especially with Josh Allen at quarterback. We know he was the MVP last year, so we were trying to get after him, man. Our D-line, they got after that boy, and we made some plays in the back end. And we were just out there just fighting.
No, and, dude, you got to him, what, 8 times? 8 times? Like, that is a very difficult dude to sack. I don't care anybody sacking anybody 8 times that much. How about that defensive line? Will Anderson Jr., your guy, we love him. Just talk about them because they had a day.
That D-line, they the best. They the best in the league. That D-line was getting after him all day. We've seen on film. Josh Allen, he likes to run around the pocket and extend plays, and he's one of the best at extending plays. And our D-line stopped that the whole day. He wasn't able to do what he liked to do. Now, like you said, it was getting to him. It seemed like every single play. I looked up. The D-line was back there.
Yeah, no, the D-line definitely, Kalen, balled out. But after your performance on Thursday, your head coach, DeMeco Ryans, said, the way our D-line hunted, of course, that was great. But Kalen Bullock is the guy for me. What was a piece of advice that your coach gave you that has really stuck with you so far?
Really just be myself. Go out there and make plays. He always tell me he got me here for a reason. Go out there and play fast. Don't overthink. Don't hesitate. I know what to do. Go out there and just play the game of football like I know how to play and be the best at it.
And, Kalen, y'all got through the Bills last week, sending them boys home needed a cold tub. Shout out to y'all for that one. But now y'all travel to Indy playing the top-seeded Colts. So tell me, what's the game plan to slow down Jonathan Taylor? We know he's a beast.
Yeah, of course, we got to stop the run. That's their whole offense. The whole offense go through Jonathan Taylor. He's the best back this year for the Colts. And that's just our game plan. Go in here, stop him. And once you stop him, we pretty feel like the offense don't have nothing else, I would say.
I hear you, dude. And look at him. We're watching these highlights right now. Like, he's nasty. He's talented, bro. I mean, you guys have your work cut out for you, and Daniel Jones as well. I want to pivot a little bit. Kalen, you're an SC guy. And you're a Southern California dude. You know Caleb Williams, and you've played with Caleb Williams. Have you been watching him from afar? And, like, what do you remember from him back at SC that you're seeing now and how he's changed? Like, tell us a little bit about Caleb.
Caleb, he's a dog. I know his work ethic. I know what he brings to the table every single day at USC. I know his mindset. So just seeing him and him balling week in, week out, I knew it was going to come. Last year, media, they was killing my guy. They was killing him every single week. Now, everybody love him. It just shows what he could do. It shows why he was the first rounder. He was the first pick.
Kalen, I got to ask, this division, the AFC South, is fascinating everybody this season. And the last time we had a Texans player on this show, it was actually Will Anderson Jr., and it was on Halloween. And just as you and I sit here on the screen right now, I was dressed up on Halloween in my costume as the Colts owner, Carly Ursay-Gordon, as she stands on the field in all her glory. And I had to ask Will these questions. You have to imagine how uncomfortable that was for him, probably just be staring at the Colts owner. What have you learned of this specific rivalry within this division? And when you turn on the Colts film this season so far, what have you seen from them? Why does Daniel Jones have this thing working?
This rivalry, we know what type of game we about to go into. It's going to be a dogfight. Last year, both games came to the wire. We know they about to come in, and we about to go in their house, and, they're going to try to take us down, but we going to take them down. We about to go in there. It's going to be a hard-fighting battle. And like you said, it's gonna be tough. It's gonna be tough. Daniel Jones, he makes a lot of throws. He believes in his receivers, and they just execute. Their offense, they execute. They execute plays they're supposed to execute.
Kalen, you mentioned the word rivalry. That there's allegedly this rivalry that goes on between USC and Notre Dame. And we got a Heisman finalist from Notre Dame named Manti Te'o in here. Manti, speak on it. We got a Trojan here, baby.
Hey, Kalen, I'm not even going to talk about what happened this year because I do have a little gift right here.
Okay.
Look at that.
Look at that.
We already did our work with this school, but you have a game against UCLA, so I know that rivalries are big for you. How excited are you about the Trojans taking on the Bruins?
I'm very excited. We don't like them guys across town, so we got to go in there and beat them up. We got to go do them bad.
Oh,
there we go.
There we go.
Look at him.
That's fresh.
Look at him, Kalen. Well done, Kalen. Happy Thanksgiving. Manta, I'm surprised your hand isn't on fire holding that helmet. We appreciate you so much, Kalen Bullock. Good luck this weekend. Stay healthy.
Great job,
stay
dude.
awesome. We'll talk to you soon again.
Fantastic stuff right there. Now, we know Kalen's in. Who's also in and who's out? We'll do our status report next right here on Texans All Access.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610.
The same things that help your favorite team win are also the same things that can help family business win. Things like hard work, dedication, and knowing how to make a big play. It's how teams win and how businesses succeed. And to secure your success, adding a committed, dedicated team member like Amity Bank. Because when you do that, there's no way you can lose. We're here, we're available, and we're ready to go to work. Amity Bank, we put the family in business banking. Amity Bank, a division of Zions Band Corporation, N.A., member FDIC.
Tired of blending in with the crowd? Want to make a lasting impression? Look no further than 6J Marketing, trendsetters in the industry. Our team of creative minds will take your brand to the next level. Your vision is our priority. Don't settle. Choose 6J Marketing and watch your business soar to new heights. Visit us today at 6jmarketing.com. Let us help you shine bright in a sea of competition. 6J Marketing, official partner of the Houston Texans.
Gearing up for game day? Look no further than King Ranch Ag and Turf, your local John Deere experts. Whether you're a farmer, landscaper, contractor, or homeowner, King Ranch Ag and Turf has you covered with 14 dealership locations to serve you. Right now, score big savings during our exclusive season kickoff sale. Get unbeatable deals on mowers, tractors, construction equipment, and so much more. Let us help you prepare to tackle your next project like the pros. Visit online at kingranchagandturf.com or stop by one of our stores where Texans gear up for success.
What could be better than watching your Houston Texans from the stands this season? Watching the exciting matchups with 10 or more of your friends and family. Plus, get exclusive benefits like discounted ticket prices, recognition for your group on the video board, and more. Experience the sights and sounds of NRG Stadium with your squad and secure group tickets now at HoustonTexans.com/tickets or call 832-667-2390 to learn more.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
Each home game, nonprofit groups are given the opportunity to staff concession stands at NRG Stadium with members from their organizations. In partnership with Aramark, the Houston Texans donate a portion of each game's profit back to the organizations who dedicated their time to a successful game day. Since the 2002 season, over $8 million has been donated and reinvested in the Houston community. Be sure to stop by the concessions this season at NRG Stadium to help support Houston.
Tito's Handmade Vodka is America's favorite vodka for first legal distillery in Texas. Tito's is 6 times distilled till it's just right and naturally gluten-free, making it a high-quality spirit that mixes with just about anything, from the smoothest martinis to the best Bloody Marys. Tito's is known for giving back, teaming up with nonprofits to serve its communities and do good for dogs. Make your next cocktail with Tito's. Distilled and bottled by 5th Generation Inc., Austin, Texas. 40% alcohol by volume. Savor responsibly.
The Houston Texans and Chevron have teamed up with the Boys and Girls Club of Greater Houston and the Houston Food Bank to create the Chevron Market Pantry at the Houston Texans Team Club. The partnership provides food to the local community and is run by Team Club members and Chevron volunteers. Together, we're helping make Houston a better place to call home.
NRG Stadium will be packed this Houston Texans season as our 2025 season tickets have sold out. If you're not already a season ticket member, join our 2026 priority list and be the first to know when tickets become available next year. Plus, you'll benefit like access to 2025 playoff tickets and last-minute Texans tickets. Exciting offers from select Texans partners and more. Join now at HoustonTexans.com/tickets or call us at 832-667-2390. Go Texans!
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Now, more Texans Radio.
All right, here we go. Second hour of the program coming at you from the Hyundai Texans Radio studio. I am your host, John Harris, football analyst, sideline reporter. You know, every Friday we've got to do our status report. Who is in, who is out. This one actually not as extensive as we have seen in the past, especially going into week 13. Kind of bizarre that in week 13 that we would have on both sides so few players out or even questionable. There's no questionables on the list, but let's not bury the lead here first. CJ Stroud, Jalen Petrie. Now, CJ was a full participant all week. Jalen was a full participant at practice the last 2 days. CJ Stroud on offense, Jalen Petrie on defense. They are both in for this weekend. Now, on Thursday, talked a little bit about this in the first segment. On the injury report on Thursday, sitting around Thanksgiving Day, kind of getting food together, watching games, and look, oh, there's the injury report from Thursday. We weren't at practice, so we didn't know anything. Look at the injury report. Now, on the injury report, they put in italics and bold someone that's new or a change in designation. And we saw Will Anderson Jr. with a chest DNP. You talk about heart drop. Holy smokes. Now, Will was a limited participant in practice today. He was all taped up, ready to go. He is in. The only two players out for this one for your Texans, Johnny Carter with a hamstring, the corner, and linebacker Jamal Hill. Everybody else is in. Will is in. DeMeco Autry kind of managed that knee injury throughout the year. He is in. Trent Brown is in. Full participant today, dealing with a hand. Blake Fisher was back the last couple of days at practice, ramped up each day after missing on Wednesday. He is ready to go, so that 6 offensive lineman jumbo package is still in full effect. Now, on the Colts side, someone popped up that had not been there all week, and that's Travarius Ward. He had been banged up earlier in the year. He was a limited participant in Friday's practice. Now, there is no game designation for him, so he's in, but it is worth watching with Travarius Ward, that groin issue. Everybody else, Neville Gallimore, Sauce Gardner, Daniel Jones, who we talked about, Kenny Moore, they're all in. Jalen Carley's a linebacker. He is out. So only 3 players out in this one, and not really anybody that's going to start on either offense or defense on either side. Now, the Colts will be without DeForest Buckner. He's been on IR. That's a big one for the Texans. But Sauce Gardner's in. Daniel Jones is in. We talked about that earlier in the show. All right, coming up next, we had a chance to catch up with Nick Caserio earlier this week. He gave us the scouting report on the Colts. Let's catch up with Nick next right here on Texans All Access.
This is Texans All Access.
The Houston Texans are proud to partner with Houston Methodist in support of the Texans Girls Flag Football League. The partnership focuses on the health and safety of the athlete by providing opportunity, access, equipment, and other resources. Through this program, over 2,000 female student athletes across the state of Texas are impacted. To learn more and support the movement, visit HoustonTexans.com/girlsflag. Again, that's HoustonTexans.com/girlsflag.
Houston, we have a great problem. Branson Cognac and Le Chim de Wa Champagne are the official sponsors of the Houston Texans. Now, as we get ready for game day, you've been hearing the hype, you've been hearing the real. Now you're going to experience the great taste of Branson Cognac and Le Chim de Wa, because it's available starting August 1st at all sideline bars of the club level of NRG Stadium. That's right, Branson Cognac and Le Chim de Wa will be available at all suites in season. So bring your friends, bring your family, and taste the great taste of Branson Cognac and Le Chim de Wa.
Picture it, your holiday table, the family cooking together, the scent of golden brown bread, rosemary from roasted potatoes, and a salad so crisp it snaps, spiced cider in every glass, laughter around every plate. At Kroger, we know these moments matter to Texans, and we make it easier to bring them to life with quality that's affordable. This season, don't just host, bring home big Texas flavors and make every moment unforgettable. Kroger, proudly serving Texas for over 70 years.
Houston is home to one of the greatest food scenes in the United States, so the Houston Texans are hosting the city's finest restaurants at NRG Stadium on Monday, December 1st for an evening of sampling mouth-watering food selections alongside Texans rookies, legends, and celebrities. And the best part? All proceeds will benefit the Houston Texans Foundation in supporting deserving communities across Houston. Secure individual tickets or premium packages now for Taste of the Texans, presented by Coca-Cola at HoustonTexans.com/taste.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
Hey, Dad, I gotta come clean about something.
Okay.
I only paid for a brand new Hyundai Tucson.
Oh, you might be on the naughty list.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on all Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid models. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today. Offer ends December 1st. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Sound familiar? At Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems that can keep you up at night, like snoring, aches and pains, or sleeping hot. Our sleep experts have the unrivaled know-how to match you with a mattress that can help. And now at Mattress Firm, save up to $500 on Tempur-Pedic, plus get a $300 instant gift. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Think Verizon's best 5G network is expensive? Think again. This season, bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to a Verizon store for a better deal. Then use those unwanted bills to wrap up goodbye gifts to AT&T. Or cut them into snowflakes to celebrate your switch from T-Mobile. 'Tis the season to save at Verizon. Just bring in your bill to your local Verizon store and we'll give you a better deal. Rankings based on root metrics which score report dated 1/8/2025. Your results may vary. Requires postpaid consumer mobile bill dated within the past 45 days and same name as person redeeming deal. Additional terms apply.
Our guy Lopez made a bold proclamation about the Texans after their win against the Bills.
Listen, Houston, we do not have to put qualifiers or conditions or yeah buts at all anymore with this team.
Go ahead and at me.
This is that good of a defense. You can get to and win a Super Bowl with this team.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
It's Texans All Access. Now, back to the show.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to this Friday edition of Texans All Access, a Black Friday edition of Texans All Access. Glad to be with you. I'm John Harris, football analyst, sideline reporter for your Houston Texans, and your host for this evening. I also get a chance to catch up with Nick Caserio, as we do each and every Monday. Mark and I do. We had a good time catching up with the Executive Vice President and General Manager this week to talk about what happened against the Bills and looking forward to the Indianapolis Colts.
In studio with us now, Executive Vice President and General Manager Nick Caserio. Nick, happy Thanksgiving. How are you doing?
Happy Thanksgiving. No, fellas,
right.
Good to be here.
We'll get to more Thanksgiving stuff later.
Sure we will.
But
he's been preparing. We know.
We're grateful for a big game this weekend at Indianapolis, and it's been a few days since the Buffalo game, but let's go over that first, Nick, because it was a tremendous outing for the defense especially, but a total team win at the end of the night.
Yeah, you said a good team win. Did a number of good things in the game. Contributions really, in all phases. Offensively, did a good job there in the second quarter, kind of converting some touchdown opportunities. Defensively, we're able to put a lot of pressure on the quarterback. We've talked pressure and coverage are kind of tied together, so we were matched up there. And then Tommy Townsend, I'd say, did a pretty good job just from in the punt game, kind of controlling field position there. So good Buffalo team. It's always given us problems. We played well, and it's always good to come out with a victory, against a conference opponent.
Nick, there are so many different vital points in that game, and I don't want to overstate the significance of it, but after Ray Davis runs back the kickoff return, the building's kind of deflated, and all of a sudden Davis leads a drive and takes it all the way down and get a touchdown. How big was that moment, not only to get points, but to go get a touchdown and run the time off the clock so they can't come down and kick a field goal or anything like that?
Yeah, for sure. The first quarter was kind of a little back and forth, 6-3, and then, we get the kickoff return, and to be able to go down there and kind of respond as a team says a lot about kind of our group and our team. So to be able to put points on the board, you and I have, talked a number of times about the different keys, talked about touchdowns in the finish in the red area. There were times we did that well. Other opportunities we kind of let slip away there, but to be able to convert some of those scoring opportunities at that point in the game certainly was a critical component. Yep.
Nick, the receivers, they're really working well as a group because Kirk has a great game. Higgins really coming around. Nico is Nico all the time, so you have a dynamite ensemble to work with.
Yeah, it's probably one of the deeper groups that we have on the team just collectively. There's games we've played without Nico and Kirk. And go back to the San Francisco game. I mean, you had the Iowa State contingent that was out there, but I mean, we feel confident with any of the receivers when they're on the field that they have the ability to make a play. When Braxton's been active for games, he's kind of helped us and made contributions as well. So overall, it's we talked about this before the season. They're kind of complementary of one another. They're not all the same. They kind of do, each of them does certain things well. Nico is probably the one guy that kind of does everything well, which is why he's one of the better receivers in the league. But a lot of position flexibility. They're asked to do a number of different things. I'd say the improvement in a run blocking, especially with Higgins, is probably an area where he's improved the most. I know receivers on the field to catch passes, but our receivers are a big part of the running game to be able to make contributions in those areas. Higgs is a big part of that. Hutch, he's probably one of the better blocking receivers in the league. So overall, it's a good group. They've all contributions at different points.
Nick, it's labeled the Will Anderson trade for a reason because Will obviously was the big piece you made the trade for, but you also got another piece back that I think people forget. You got a future fourth-round pick in that trade with Arizona. You then used that to move back up into the third round in 24 to get a safety from USC named Kalen Bullock. The other night, Will Anderson has his game, but Kalen has a game where he has 3 forced turnovers. What was it that you saw in Kalen that you wanted to bring him here, and what have you seen in him, the growth from year 1 to year 2?
Yeah, the thing that we really liked the most was his playmaking ability. He showed the ability to get his hands on the ball throughout the course of his career at USC. And the safety in his defense, he's kind of the eraser. DeMeco talks about it quite a bit. You're kind of the last line of defense, whether it's in a run game, making a touchdown save and tackle, which I would say in Kalen's case, there's multiple examples of that, where he's given us a blade of grass. And then the game the other night, I'd say it was kind of continuation to carry over some of the things we saw as a rookie where he took the ball away. He was among the league leaders or amongst the league rookies, led the rookies in interceptions. But Kalen's always had the ability to make plays on the ball. He's very instinctive. He's got really good range. He's got good hands, and he can finish plays. The forceful was a big play because it was really a third down conversion, and then we were able to force the fumble there. So Kalen's worked hard. He's got a good attitude. He's got a good approach. He's continuing to improve, and I think the big thing that we want to see with the younger players is the continual improvement.
Yep. How about the ability for the entire organization really to turn things around quickly, short week, and just put the Titans game in the rearview mirror, then get to work on Buffalo and to execute?
Yeah, for sure. We've had some experience here over the last few years. Even going back to last year, we had, 3 games in 13 days, whatever it was. So whatever the outcome or the result of the game, whenever we're scheduled to play, we have to be able to kind of flip the page there and prepare and do what we can to get the team ready to go. And we talked about this last week. It was more of a mental week more than anything, and getting the players physically ready to go. And it was a great atmosphere the other night, and you could kind of feel pregame like this, the environment that we were in. Players are ready to go, had a lot of energy, had a lot of juice, which is what you want to see, and the players went out there and they left it all on the field.
When you do not give up a sack, there are a lot of things that go into that. But obviously the offensive line will take a lot of that acclaim for not giving up a sack that night. Your thoughts about moving Titus over to left guard, Ed moving back in, and the 5 that we saw on Thursday night and the performance they had?
Yeah, they did a good job. I mean, really, the passing game it's timing. It's a quarterback playing on time. It's understanding where the issues are in protection and try to mitigate those the best you can. And ultimately, the 5 linemen, they're going to have to block at least 4 or 5 down just about on every play. And those guys did a good job. I mean, let's say Titus, we've talked about this. He's essentially played every position on the offensive line other than center, even going back to my first year here in 21 where he had to move him out there to left tackle. So to be able to do that, it says a lot about Titus. Honestly, it's not easy for him to probably do that because he played really well at right tackle, but to do that because that's the best thing for the team. And I think we always felt like, we've had a lot of moving parts in the offensive line, that we had a lot of solutions in-house. Nothing's really ever linear in terms of how it manifests itself, but overall that group did a really good job. Trent has played, good football here over the past however many weeks. Trent's played a lot of football, started a number of games. So each week was trying to figure out who the best five, who's healthy, who's available, what do we think makes the most sense, and then let's prepare for the opponent and understand what the issues are on the other side of the ball.
How about the job Davis Mills has done for you? 3 starts, 3 wins. I know the effort, no question, but he's the quarterback, so what about that?
Yeah, he deserves a lot of credit. He deserves a lot of credit. The coaching staff deserves a lot of credit. Davis is a smart kid who works really hard. He's improved himself each year, and even when you go back and watch training camp, this is probably one of the best training camps that he's had since he's been here. So then to translate over into production on the field, and when you're a backup quarterback, you never really know when that opportunity is going to come, but you always have to prepare as if you're going to play. Then when you're the starter, it's a little more certainty. You can maybe structure your week maybe a little bit differently or not. Maybe you go about the week the same way. But Davis is a smart kid, works hard, has a good grasp of the offense. He has a good overall skill set, and we're fortunate to have him in the building.
It was pretty obvious on Thursday night to everybody watching, and it was all everybody talked about afterwards. Will Anderson, Danielle Hunter, the pass rush, and those are the two a lot of people brought up. It was interesting. DeMeco mentioned the interior guys and what those interior guys bring. Nick, what did you see from those interior guys? They got a couple sacks. I think Rio had one, and I think Settle had one. He also had TFL. How have those interior guys been playing, and how do they kind of fit all together with what you got on the edge?
For sure. When you're rushing 4 players, you have to make sure that it's coordinated, because if you have space in the middle of the defense, then if you have a quarterback that sees an opening, like in Allen's case, he can make a lot of plays with his legs. And you're seeing more and more of that if there's a little bit of space. So you have to make sure that you're disciplined with the rush. Obviously, when you're rushing from the edge, you know where that pressure's coming from. And on the inside, you just have to make sure that you stay disciplined, you stay in your lane. And if you have a one-on-one opportunity, which we had multiple in that game. Settle's sack was a one-on-one opportunity where he was able to beat the left guard and then finish the play with a sack. So it's not just about the edge players. It's a coordinated rush if you're rushing 4, and then if you have a pressure package where you're rushing 5 or 6, you still have to make sure that you're coordinated, because you want to make sure there's not open space for the quarterback.
Nick, it looks like the offense is getting better step by step here. We see overall improvement no matter who's out there. In defense, it feels like this is the 3rd year of the program when you look at what they've been able to do execution-wise. Can you compare and contrast, really? You look at the whole thing collectively, I know, but when you look at the Texans in 2025, on the rise.
Yeah, our defense has sort of been in place since DeMeco's been the head coach systematically. We made an adjustment or modification offensively, and anything that's new usually takes a little bit of time to kind of get where you want it to be. And I'd say we're certainly not there right now. And there's things collectively as a team that we can improve defensively, offensively, and in a kicking game. Unfortunately, we've given up a couple long returns here for touchdowns, punt returns, and kickoff returns. So I think overall you're just looking for your team, whatever is going on in that particular year, for gradual improvement. And at the end of the year, you go back and you kind of evaluate what are your strengths, what are your weaknesses, what do you have to improve? Is it a personnel-related thing? Is it a scheme-related thing? So all those things go into the calculus.
Fantastic win Thursday night, 23-19. Awesome, we got the 6-5. But I know how you think. I know how we think. It's on to the Colts. It's a team that we've seen a lot. We know them. However, you said this often, Nick. Every year is a different team. And even though the personnel looks very similar, there have been a couple of key pieces added to the Colts on both sides that have kind of changed their outlook and changed maybe what they do. Let's get the scouting report on the Indianapolis Colts.
Yeah, they've been one of the better teams in the league, really, from start to finish to where we are now. I think Christian and Shane have done a really good job of putting this team together. 3rd year of their program, and this is the best year to this point. Probably the biggest change made was on the defensive side of the ball, hiring Coach Anarumo. Coach Anarumo is one of the best defensive coordinators in the league, and he's kind of made his imprint, on their program. Offensively, this is probably as diverse a skill group as we're going to see. They play 4 or 5 receivers, really good tight ends. Warren's made a pretty significant impact. He was probably one of the best players coming out of the draft.
Yep.
I'm sure you thought pretty highly of him, which the whole league did. And he's very versatile, does a number of things. And they play all of them. Play Ellie Cox, they play Ogletree, and then on the perimeter, Pierce is among the lead leaders in yards per catch. So he's a chunk player. Downs has his role. Pittman's been one of the more consistent, more dependable, one of the more reliable receivers in the league. And they've gotten a lot of explosive plays out of Doolin as well. And then he has an impact offensively, and he's one of the best kicking game players as well. And they've gotten good quarterback play from Jones. And really, in the end, everything starts with Taylor. He's one of the best backs, if not the best back in the league. league. He can change the complexion of the game really in one snap because of his explosive big play ability, and there's multiple examples. And they've kind of had a core group there in the offensive line, and they've played well. So offensively, they're amongst the top, just about in every category. They've played well. And then defensively, it's schematically some changes. There's some carryover at the front relative to their personnel. Let's say without Buckner, he has a big impact, but I'd say Grover Stewart's probably as formidable a run player as there is still in the league. They're really strong up the middle. Grover and then Zaire Franklin he's led the league in tackles or been among the top 2 league, 150, 160 tackles, over the last however many years, and that Nick Cross as well. So they're strong up the middle. They added Pratt, who played for Coach Anarumo in Cincinnati, and he's kind of made a seamless transition. And then they kind of overhauled their secondary, honestly, other than Cross. And Kenny Moore, had 3 or 4 new players. So buying them in free agency is safety, who gives them a very formidable veteran presence back there. Before they traded for Gardner, they signed Javarius Ward in free agency, but then they traded for Gardner, and then Kenny Moore has his role in the slot. So it's really good secondary. And then on the edge, they kind of roll multiple players through there. You got Kwity Paye, who's been there for a number of years now. Latu's kind of coming on. Talk about a young player that's improving. And then Lewis and Buchanan give him some depth there on the edge. So, it's a good football team. They're 8-3 for a reason. They've beaten a lot of good teams. So, we're going to have to play really good football in order to have an opportunity to win on Sunday.
Nick, what the style of Jonathan Taylor? Because you did a great job against Derrick Henry and Christian McCaffrey, and they're both so different. They're both so good. But what is Taylor like? How would you define his style?
Yeah, if he's very athletic for his size, but he's also very strong. He's got good playing strength. He's got really good balance, and you have to get multiple hats to the football just when you think you have him down. And then his ability to get to his top-end speed, I would say, is rare. Maybe Gibby in Detroit, but Gibbs is a different kind of back. But he just, whenever there's space, he has the ability to kind of put his foot on the gas and then go 75, 80 yards if you don't have the ball leverage. And unfortunately, we've seen that in our stadium. John and I have seen that. Mark, you've seen it as well. So you just have to make sure that you get multiple hats to the ball. And even the longest run that he had the other day against Kansas City was on 3rd and 1. He got around the edge, and there was space. Cook was able to kind of just trip him up there along the sideline. So he just has the ability to make a big play as soon as he gets his hands on the ball. So you got to be disciplined. You got to tackle. You got to make sure you have good angles and leverage to the ball.
Early in the year, they didn't have Ward due to injury. Then Ward came back. Then they trade for Sauce. Now that they've got Ward and Sauce, Nick, how has Lou changed the defense? Are they playing more man? We've got a couple of physical corners. Are they playing different types of zone? How have they changed since they've gotten Ward back and added Sauce?
Yeah, Lou does a good job of kind of mixing it up. So, they're not going to necessarily overhaul the scheme. They might make a couple tweaks. Maybe there's some things Gardner does better than maybe some of the other corners that they had. So they may want to play him a little bit differently. To your point, Ward's been out for a little bit because of the injury. But, they want those guys basically put them on the perimeter and kind of let them handle their responsibilities. And then Kenny kind of gives them a versatile player inside the formation, who's involved in the run force. So they're a heavy nickel team. So they're going to be multiple defensive backs on the field. And then you're going to get some dime on 3rd down. So Lou has a very complex scheme, puts a lot of pressure on the offense. So we're going to have to do a really good job of making sure we have an awareness of what group's on the field and what's a situational, what's a situation that we have to deal with.
How much does it help the scouting operation that last weekend you're off, and maybe that has nothing to do with it, but the next 2 opponents are playing each other?
Yeah, it's more when you're watching a film. You're watching one team, but you're obviously cognizant on what's going on the other side of the ball. But to your point, those are our 2 next opponents. We have to deal with Indy here this week, and then once we get through the Indy game, then, Kansas City is kind of next. The fact that those 2 teams play, it doesn't always work out that way because you see a lot of crossover. Maybe it's not the preceding week. Maybe over the course of the year, you're going to see teams that you're eventually going to play. So you're keeping track and making notes, and then you'll do a little more of a deeper dive on the actual opponent for that upcoming week.
Nick, when you brought up Kenny Moore, it made me think about last week facing Taron Johnson, and it made me think about Jalen Petrie, and then Nick Emenwari of the Seahawks. We talk about the nickel position. And it's kind of funny to me because that you say the nickel, everybody thinks of one thing, but it's like nickels are all different kinds. There are some guys that are more linebacker than they are cover guys, some that are more cover guys, more corner than they are safety. How have you seen the nickel position evolve over the last couple of decades since you've been doing this?
It's absolutely evolved. I think you don't really have a traditional kind of nickel concept. I think it's what are you trying to do defensively? What are you asking that player to do? And then who are the players that fit that profile? The nickel position is an inside the formation player. Yeah. So that's going to come from – and there's a lot of players that don't necessarily – we've seen this more in college football, but you didn't see a lot of players, defensive backs, playing inside the formation. Most of the corners play on the perimeter. Very few play on the outside and then go inside. So then you're projecting, can a guy plays on perimeter, can he go inside and play inside the formation? Safety, you're seeing a little bit more kind of hash to hash or inside when you go back and look at Petrie. Mm-hmm. That's the position that Petrie played at Baylor. Yeah. So it's kind of his most natural position, but that also player, maybe he's able to play another spot. But you have players like Petrie, Imanwara, Kenny Moore was an undrafted corner who hadn't really played inside the formation, and then that's kind of where he's been able to make his mark. Mike Hilton's another player who's been a nickel only. So you have some nickel onlys, you have some safety nickels, you have some corners that can play nickel. It's really who's the player, what are you going to ask him to do, and then just try to figure out what makes the most sense.
I'll tell you how it's changed. PR departments never used to put out a two deep with the nickel. Never, right? Yep. 7 years ago, you never saw
defense.
That. Right, base defense.
Three linebackers at 4-3 or 3-4 and 4 defensive backs. But say the league has kind of graduated to a five defensive back league. So where are those players coming from?
So it's Omar's fault.
It's not really his fault.
Really.
He's an innovator, actually.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's do this. I have a question about a rule, and maybe you can help me out. All levels of football, maybe at least college and pro. So player running toward the sideline gets just hot, runs out of bounds. Oh, but we're going to keep the clock rolling. Nick, if they were in the open field, they wouldn't call the play dead right there if he kept running. If he's able to get out of bounds, why doesn't the clock stop?
Yeah, a lot of it is based on whether it's a 2-minute situation or kind of end a game. You know, like the Kirk play was an example where it looks like he was out of bounds, but it's really where the contact is first made on the tackle. It's how they interpret it. Sometimes it's clear, sometimes it's not. So, you know.
One of those iffy situations. Don't want to get you fined.
Yeah, exactly.
I didn't bring up Kirk.
Like the money, keep it in the wallet. Yeah, exactly.
I wasn't going to bring that up. Okay, now we have a Thanksgiving question, Nick, and this is very important, of course. We're not going to bring up food.
The most important part of the show.
Yes, of course.
No food, though.
We're not bringing up food this year, Nick. No food. You have to tell us which NFL relatively recent rule change you are most grateful for, okay? Most grateful for, all right? Overtime, both teams getting a possession, roughly, all right? Kickoff rule, 17-game schedule, and replay assist. So you have those 4 things. Replay assist, 17-game schedule, kickoff rule, the 35-yard line.
Would have said none of them. No.
None of the above. There is none of the above.
Honestly, of those 4, probably the one that's probably impacted the game the most this year is probably the kickoff rule.
Right.
Because you're seeing more returns now. Also, you're also seeing more injuries, which that was kind of part of the discussion. So player safety is always a part of this. But we made a tweak to the actual kickoff return setup from when it was implemented, not just initially last year. So that's probably a play that has certainly impacted a lot of teams, and there's more strategy involved. Do you want to kick back, touch back? Do you want to keep the field in play? Do you want to force returns? So I think it's created a little bit more activity. Certainly create a little bit more excitement, which is what the league has wanted. And by the same token, there's been a few more injuries as a result of it. But, overall, I think that the league is trying to keep that play in the game, and they feel like this is the best way to do it. So I would say sort of half-heartedly would say that I'm most thankful for that.
The strategy, Nick, of the kickoff has been kind of interesting to watch it evolve. And on Sunday, watching Red Zone and seeing a lot of kickoffs, at the beginning of the year, it felt like teams are like, do not kick in the end zone, do not give them the ball at 35. Watching on Sunday, it felt like, bleep it, just kick it in the back of the end zone, give them the ball at the 35. It feels like the strategy is almost flipped in some, not 100% across the board, but a lot across the board where they're just like, just give them the touchback.
There's probably a few reasons for that. Maybe it's part of their overall strategy, and some of it could be personnel related. If you're losing players on coverage units, so not that you're trying to protect the coverage units, but maybe, okay, you're down a few guys.
Right.
All right, let's take one less play off, or let's just not put them in a position where potentially it could lead to a big play. plays. So, I mean, I think every team has kind of gone through the year now after 12, 13 weeks, figured out what works for us, what makes the most sense, and let's try to get the most out of the play.
Now, Thanksgiving, I lied. If you're forced to take stuffing or mashed potatoes, which one are you taking, Nick? Which one?
Oh, my gosh.
You have to pick.
I won't eat.
All right. That is the answer. Nick, happy Thanksgiving. Good luck this week.
Happy Thanksgiving, fellas. Appreciate you.
Great stuff from Nick Caserio. All right, it's a Friday. You know we all want to feel good. On a Feel Good Friday, you know where we turn. The Cap, DeMeco Ryans, head coach of your Houston Texans. Cap's up next right here on Texans All Access.
More Texans All Access coming up in a moment.
NFL fans, when it's time to get Texans tickets, you can tackle game day with total certainty with Ticketmaster. With 100% verified tickets available all season long, you can count on getting in with ease and spend time focusing on the good stuff. Even if you're headed to the game last minute, you can still score seats. Want to meet up inside the stadium with your crew? Transferring your tickets is an easy handoff. So get those touchdown celebrations ready and score your tickets today at Ticketmaster.com/Texans.
Tired of blending in with the crowd? Want to make a lasting impression? Look no further than 6J Marketing, trendsetters in the industry. Our team of creative minds will take your brand to the next level. Your vision is our priority. Don't settle. Choose 6J Marketing and watch your business soar to new heights. Visit us today at 6jmarketing.com. Let us help you shine bright in a sea of competition. 6J Marketing, official partner of the Houston Texans.
At Mustang Cat, we understand that the work never ends. As the Caterpillar dealer for Southeast Texas, we deliver the equipment, service, parts, and rentals you need to keep doing the work. For a limited time, Mustang Cat is offering 0% financing with no money down on all equipment. Learn more at MustangCat.com or call us at 888-MyCat20. Mustang Cat, building Texas, powering the world.
Our Guy Lopez made a bold proclamation about the Texans after their win against the Bills.
Listen, Houston, we do not have to put qualifiers or conditions or buts at all anymore with this team.
Go ahead and at me.
This is that good of a defense. You can get to and win a Super Bowl with this team.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
When you partner with CDW, you get more from your devices with solutions purpose-built for your toughest tasks. CDW experts are creating seamless workplaces using HP's suite of PCs, printers, and peripherals, so remote teams can work flexibly and designers can display their brilliance, all while keeping your customer data safe. Make amazing happen. Learn more at cdw.com/HP.
The same AI-powered technology that helps Texans fans move through security efficiently at NRG Field is also available for Houston area schools, hospitals, and workplaces. Evolve Technology, preferred fan screening provider of the Houston Texans, helps identify potential threats and create safer experiences at football games and wherever people gather. Visit NRG Field to experience Evolve live or check out evolve.com for more information. That's EVOLV.com.
Seaside Events is your home for memorable events at sea. Cruise ships are the perfect venue for your next business or industry meeting, music festival, sporting event, or any other type of group activity. Our expert team works hand in hand with our clients to identify the most suitable cruise ships with the ideal combination of cruise length, destinations, and facilities to meet our clients' needs for a memorable event at sea. Visit seasideevents.net for more information. With Houston Texans Lux, we take you and your guests beyond the game with exceptional premium services and amenities, host clients, reward employees, and build intentional connections, all while watching your Texans take on opponents like the 49ers, Broncos, and Raiders. From the moment you arrive, we guarantee you and your guests will have an unforgettable luxury game day experience. Visit HoustonTexansLux.com or call 832-667-2299 to speak to a representative today.
Now, more Texans Radio.
It's a feel-good Friday, Texans All Access. I want to finish up my 2 hours, as I always do, because hearing from DeMeco Ryans makes me feel good. And on a Friday night, I want to feel good. Welcome back to the show. I'm John Harris, football analyst, sideline reporter. We caught up with DeMeco early in the week to talk about the win over the Bills and getting ready for the Colts on Sunday. Let's feel good on this Friday. Chat with DeMeco and me and Mark.
In studio with us now, head coach DeMeco Ryans. Coach, how's it going?
Hey, going great, man. Good to see you guys.
Good to see you. It's been a few days since the Texans have played, and it's Colts week. It's a huge game coming up, but let's review a little bit about what happened against Buffalo, Coach. Everything came together, and on a short week, I'd be really proud of that.
Yeah, really proud of the preparation. That's why our approach to the game, I thought our guys handled it like outstanding. They attacked the days the right way. They took care of their bodies the right way. I mean, guys were healthy. I felt the energy. I felt like guys were ready for that moment. And that's what I'm most proud of, the preparation, right? And then because when you prepare the right way, then you can go out and play well. And that's what the guys did. They played really well, played complimentary football, although everything didn't go great for us in that game. That's right. Football, the ebbs and flows, the ups and downs of the game. But for us to come out, we get the lead, and we kind of held it there for as long as we needed to. We made the plays in the critical times we needed to make. When bad things happen, like the big return they got on us. Again, nobody went in the tank. Nobody's head down. Offense came back out, responded with a great 2-minute drive, and that's the signs of a really good team, and that's what I want to continue to see us doing, playing complementary, uplifting each other. No matter what happens in the game, let's just finish it the right way.
Coach, one of the things that stands out so much and stood out the other night to me, I think you can watch Daniil and Will and the guys rush, and guys are physically impressive. There's no question about that. But it felt like the other night there was such a high level of intelligence in how you went about rushing Josh, because it wasn't like, hey, let's just go. Yeah. Everybody seemed to have a spot where they were going. They knew not to go to certain spots, and they were rushing really intelligently together. How did that all come to be in such a short amount of time against a guy that has made a living getting out of the pocket and making plays and doing those things? How intelligent was the pass rush to get after him?
Yeah, when you see a guy like Josh Allen that's gut so many defenses taking off, whether it's up the A gap or outside, he's put it on film so many times that he can escape the pocket. And it's something we've been harping on as a defensive line. We have to do a much better job of rushing with awareness, understanding where the quarterback is, not losing our eyesight and our vision as we rush. Don't bury our head. Let's make sure we're keeping our hands up. Let's rush with extension so we can come off blocks and make those plays. But the rush, I always talk about 4 guys rushing together. So with those sacks, where our ends were able to make a lot of plays, you got to look at the 2 guys inside. I thought they did a much better job, probably our best job this year, of really collapsing the pocket, not allowing Josh to really truly step up through the A and B gaps. And that's when our guys won their one-on-ones on the edge. Neil, Will, Barnett, those guys won their one-on-ones on the edge, and not just won them, but they closed. They finished on the quarterback, and it's a beautiful job of 4 guys rushing together. That's what it looks like.
How do you coach that, though? Because in a basketball setup, you might say, you're going to get your points, just play within the offense, right? With defense, you're going to get your sacks, just play within what we're trying to do here, right?
That's very true. Everybody just has to, first and foremost, I thought, it was a scheme that we don't see much. Most of the times we're getting a lot of chips. There are a lot of 7-man protection schemes. So they really put a lot on their quarterback's plate to really, all right, guys are going to have one-on-one matchups, and they really were hoping that he could escape the pocket and get past guys. And he's such a big guy, such a tough tackle. So not only were they able to get to him, but to get him down, that's a really tough tackle. And it was impressive the way those guys got him down. But everybody did what exactly they needed to do. Coach Rod did a really good job. He does a great job of coordinating the games and the stunts that we run. And I thought this was the best game that we had of guys being really in sync, whether we were sending the end inside and wrapping our tackle outside. It was even on our last play of the game, the 4th down play, Sheldon Rankins is wrapping around outside. He's coming free to the quarterback, and it forced Josh to where he couldn't step through and finish his throw. He had to let it go sooner than he wanted to, and that's why Kalen got the pick.
Along those lines, Coach, when it was evident, at least I thought it was, that Josh was getting frustrated. Yeah. He was getting frustrated couldn't get out of there. He couldn't run around and get away from everything. Did you guys sense that? And did the guys sense that, like, okay, kind of like a wounded animal, like, man, we got to pounce right now? Did you guys sense? Because we talk about Davis. Calm, doesn't get rattled. You don't see a lot of emotion from him. Josh, you could kind of see it was a little spurts, but you could see where he was getting really frustrated with what was happening. Did you kind of feel like that was the time to, all right, he's frustrated. We kind of got him where we want him?
Yeah, we definitely saw the frustration on his face, but you still had to remain disciplined. Yeah. This game was all about, remaining disciplined. And the reason the guys were able to rush that way, I don't think enough gets said about the coverage piece.
Sure.
Our back-end guys, they covered exceptionally well, knowing that they would have to cover a little bit longer than they normally have to cover. Those guys, they were sticky in coverage. There was nowhere for the quarterback to go, forcing him to, run around, let's buy some time, allowing the D-line to get the extra time needed.
Miles said something when he was in here I thought was really interesting. He talked about 2 plays, and we kind of like, what does he mean by that? And he's like, there's the first play, and then when he starts to scramble, that's the second play. And I thought it was a really interesting way of looking at it, that you're actually facing 2 plays in one.
Yeah, you are, and that's where I talk about you have to cover them twice. Right. Like he's going to hit his back foot. Okay, I cover my guy. We're on him. The ball isn't coming out. Right. Now the second play starts, and now those are the plays that get you really tired, as well as a defense.
How about defending against the run, Coach? Because he had that long run, James Cook, but other than that, you had it under control as the game wore on, a lot better against the ground game.
Yeah, they got us. We were in a short yardage call there. Guys were thinking sneak, and he bounced out. We got to get that guy on the ground. Don't want to see a run go for that long on us. We got to close and finish. But for the most part, I thought, we held James Cook in check. I mean, he's a really talented player. Like, seeing him up close, like he's faster, more physical than you think. He's a really good player, and our guys did a really nice job of making the plays we needed to make in the run game. And I think 2 plays in the run game there in the 4th quarter. It's 3rd and 2. Tommy slips through and makes a huge stop, to get it to 4th and 1. And then the next play, Kamari comes up, and he sets the edge on their fullback, and Rankins beats his guy and makes that play on 4th. Now, those are 2 of the biggest plays in the game, and that was us making those plays in a run game to help us get a 4th down stop.
Yeah, I think Kamari saw him in the locker room because I seen that play, and I said, "That's the fullback, man. That dude's 260. Well, he wasn't gonna beat me." I love
Kamari,
that from a corner taking on a split blocker, and he just took him on. It was. I don't know that he gets enough credit. He gets TFLs. Yeah. Kamari in the run game has just been incredible. Speaking of run game, so to speak, our social team put out a graphic, I think it was today, and on top it had 8, and on the bottom it had 0. 8 sacks on the defense, but 0 allowed by the offensive line, only 4 pressures. And Mark and I talked about it. We're, 72, 96 hours removed from the game, but really nobody has kind of talked about the offensive line, which might be the best news of all, that nobody's talking about the offensive line because they gave up no sacks. The run game in particular early on, they did a really good job. Coach, what do you think about the offensive line, how they played?
That is good. Nobody's talking to them. So that's good
for them to be quiet.
Yeah, they did a really good job in protection. Again, I thought we handled, they had a lot of different pressures and a lot of different funky looks that we had to communicate on. I thought the guys did a really nice job of that. They handled the stunts well, and Davis did a really good job of getting the football out on time and not holding on to it. So collective effort, but O-line, can we continue to build off of what they did in a short week, getting a new lineup in there? For the most part, thought we did well. Run game wise, we had some good runs. We had some lanes. I think we have even more to gain in the run game. Some lanes are there. We can finish some blocks even better, and we'll need that this week for sure.
Coach, during the winning streak, Davis had the early pick against Jacksonville. Other than that, no turnovers from him. That was huge. Ball security for the entire offense, a big factor.
Yeah, it's been great for us. I mean, like you said, that one pick, which, they got us on a play, but, man, overall, the way we protected the football over the past few weeks has been really great. We got to continue that, and we've been taking it away. You always want to be plus in that turnover margin, and that's where we are. To take it away 3 times defensively and then not give it up offensively like that, it's always, for me, the key to winning the game. get the offense on short field, whether we're in field goal range or we can go punch it in for a touchdown. At least can we get points off of those turnovers as well? And our offense has been doing a great job protecting it. We got to keep that going.
I hear takeaway and turnover, and I just immediately think of Kalen, Coach. I do think that Aziz got to get on the jugs gun and catch a few, but that's okay. We'll get there with Aziz. But he made a nice play to tip it to Kalen, and he has the interception at the end. The play that he made on the fumble where Shakir's got the ball and he knocks it away and punches it away, I mean, that one's incredible. But you and I talked about this after the game, and what you saw in Kalen when he was coming out of USC. What have you seen from year 1 to year 2 in the growth in Kalen?
Yeah, I seen a step up in just his communication. Like, he really understands the defense, but how he's really running the show, communicating in the back end, he's taking a huge step there. And that's what you have to have at that safety position, that leadership. Most of the time you're looking for veteran guys who can come in. But, no, Kalen, you can do it, man. Just communicate. You know what to do. You know how to do it. Get the other guys on the same page, playing together. And, man, that play, you said, like, that was a beautiful play by him. That was it would have been an explosive by them. But for him to come, he's improved his tackling. Like, that's one area seen a huge jump as well, for him to come up and think about punching the ball as he's wrapping the tackle, not just blindly going for the ball, but he's secure and going for it. That's textbook of how we teach it, get the ball out there. Man, what a huge game by the kid, and I just see even more big games by him. What we saw at USC was him taking the football away, and when you do it in college, it carries over into the NFL, and he's continued to be a ball hawk.
Yeah. Coach, offense in general, you talked about the offensive line, but it's getting a little bit better bit by bit. You're seeing some progress here. When CJ went out, he was 6 for 10 in that Denver game. The week before, he played really well against San Francisco. Davis comes in, plays well. What are you seeing improvement-wise out of this offense in general?
Yeah, I think for the most part, we're not having the negative plays. And that's the one thing you have to mitigate the negative plays, right? We've done that. Like, we've been gaining positive yards on first down, right? And we've been able to win on some third down. So we're getting there. The red zone has gotten better. We've been able to get in the end zone the past couple weeks. So we're taking those steps as an offense to put us in position to win games, right? And they gave the team enough points against Buffalo to go win. And that's what it's going to take. Whatever we need, I'm always trying to get at least 21.
Yeah.
That gives us a chance, right? But they've done a good job, I say, overall in the red zone, just running the more, the scheme plays with the run, getting Woody on the outside more with some of our perimeter runs. Done a good job pulling our tackles, just a lot of variety in the run game. I like that about our offense, and I think it just keeps defenses on their toes, keeps them out of balance, out of sync. They don't know really what's coming. So the more and more we continue to thrive on what we're doing well, and the more we lean into what we're doing well, I mean, with our play-action pass game, we got to run the ball well to open it up. So Nico and Higgins, they've been a great job as well. Higgins, he doesn't get talked about much, but I think as a rookie, like, he's come on in our offense. He's been the guy who's really lighting it up, making some big plays, explosive plays on early downs, and in the red zone, he's been the guy who's getting in for us. So we got to lean on him a little bit more as well.
Sure.
Coach, on Friday, I know you don't reside in the same world that Mark and I do, where we're watching everything and reading everything that's on Twitter and TV and radio. I'm sure Omar probably gave you a few things. I'm sure you weren't up Friday going, hey, what did Stephen A. Smith say about me? What did this? Well, you couldn't miss it because it was all over the place talking about the defense and the performance and the win. And, hey, don't forget about the Texans. Early in the season when we were 0-3, I mean, we would talk after tough losses, and you would say you got to flush it. Is this the kind of situation, the same thing, like, hey, we had a win, we celebrated it, now we got to flush it to make sure that we're ready for the Colts?
Oh, yeah, you have to. Everybody's patting you on the back wherever you go.
You're so great.
Oh, yeah, it's great. My father-in-law's like, oh, you're the talk of the town. And it's like, oh, thank you. I got to keep moving.
Right.
Like, you can't allow that. Which is great. I'm happy that, people are fired up. A lot of people are saying, oh, this is the best game I saw. I'm happy that our community is fired up. Our fan base is fired up about that game. That's what we want to do, bring that excitement right to Houston. And it's here. And we love the support. But we also know there's more ahead of us, right? We can't hang our hats and just rest on one game. That's not what it's about. Great job of finding a way to win. Now here we go, Indianapolis. Let's go again. The more we continue to do that and not allow, the positive stuff that we're hearing to blow our heads up and walk around with the big heads like, oh, we arrived. No, we still got a ton of work to do. We still have improvements in all three phases where we can get better. And, man, what a week that we can make those improvements right now going up to Indianapolis.
Yes, we have the little matter of the Colts, Coach. And you know how I feel about this team. Here we go. Last year at this point, we were done with the Colts series. This year, we're just starting it. So here we go, playing Indianapolis on the road. And the Texans, in your tenure, very close games. You're 3-1 against them. I know it's a brand-new year, brand-new situation. So what about the 2025 Indianapolis Colts?
Yeah, the thing that sticks out to me is that their offense is operating very efficiently. They've been very explosive. Pierce, I don't think he talks about enough. Like, he's the down-the-field targets, the deep shots. Then you have the running game with Jonathan Taylor. He's always been one of the top backs in our league just for his explosiveness, his home run playmaking ability. And I think Daniel Jones is playing the best that he's played in his career. Shane has done a good job of paring things down, and he's doing a great job of executing. The play-action game is working for them. They stay out of third and long situations. They're really in those manageable spots where if it's close enough, they're going for it on fourth down. So, I mean, they're doing a good job offensively. And switching it up, the defensive coordinator, I think they've added a lot more variety on their defense than what they've had in the past. So we'll see a ton of different looks from Lou Anarumo. Sorry there, Lou. But he's done a good job with the defense as well, mixing up. They got the two corners now with Charvarius Ward. They got Sauce Gardner. So they have some players on the outside. It's going to be a tough matchup, as always, versus Indy, and one we're always fired up for. It's like you play guys in the division, but Indy it means a little bit more. It's something about playing Indy. So we're fired up, to be going up there against them, and they playing well. They're the top team in our division right now, and we're on the hunt. So we're climbing the charts trying to be on the hunt, and Indy is the team we're after this week.
Coach, I don't know how much you've gotten into game prep being this early in the week, but what have you seen from them different with Sauce being part of their team? And you mentioned Ward, too, because Ward was out. So they were playing two different guys. Now they got Ward and they've got Sauce. How have things sort of changed with those two being in the lineup versus when they didn't have them?
Yeah, the biggest thing, I think, in any defensive coordinator, when you get two corners of their caliber, okay, now I can – Let's lock up. Let's get in a little bit more man coverage. So they have shown to play more man coverage. That's what Sauce has done a good job of. I've had Charvarius in San Francisco. He's a really good player, talented guy. Both are big corners. When you see them in person, both big, long corners, physical. So that's the change up that you see more, not as much zone.
Okay, well, here we are playing them. And what is different about Jonathan Taylor as opposed to some of the other backs you've seen? You've done a good job of Derrick Henry, Christian McCaffrey. They're very different. And J.K. Dobbins, and we talked about Cook. What about Jonathan Taylor and what he specifically brings to the table?
As I watch him, I'm just, okay, they're going to make this. Oh, no, he breaks. It's like guys are there. Guys are there to make plays, and he just finds a way to slip through a block and slip through a tackle and continue to just run past the defense. Like, he's extremely fast. He's physical. You talk about a contact balance when when backs get hit. Some backs easily fall to the ground. Taylor just has his knack of when he does get hit, he can stay up, like his balance being on one leg even at a time. Like, he just finds a way to continue to press forward and make plays. So I talk about Swarm all the time and who we are defensively. Like, you cannot assume that one guy has him tackled. Like, everybody has to come to the party. You have to show up, and you have to finish him to the ground. If you didn't finish him to the ground, it's not good enough. He's still going. So that will be the key this week.
Coach, we've come from behind in a game this year against Jacksonville where we fell behind and then obviously roared back in the fourth quarter. We've had games where, like Baltimore, where we got out ahead. And in this series the last couple of years, we've landed the major haymaker early. Like, we've landed the shot, DeMeco deep in 23 up there here, landing a big blow early. How important is that? I know you got to play 60 minutes, but to be able to get, in Rocky IV, when Rocky finally gets a shot on the Russian, it's like the Russian's cut. It's like, whoa, and it changed the fight.
Obviously, it's movie, but you get the point.
Yeah.
How important is it to land that first shot on them?
You know, it's so important. I go back to your question, what's different for them? And I think that's what they've done this year. Like in the first half of games, that's what they've done. They've thrown those big haymakers, and they've jumped out to huge leads in games, right? And when they're not doing that, that's when the games have been close and come down to the fourth quarter. So that'll be huge. For us, we got to come out. We got to strike first, and we got to continue to strike because we know that's what they're trying to do, and that's what's worked for them throughout this year. They've thrown that haymaker, and that's what allowed them to be in the spot they're in with 8 wins.
Coach, this time of year we get the possible distraction of holidays and interfering with the game of football possibly. But I know you're a family man and everything, so how do you handle Thanksgiving with the team?
Yeah, it's always tough, right? Because my focus is strictly on Indianapolis. The guys probably think I'm crass. Young guys, we don't celebrate Thanksgiving. But I understand, Thanksgiving, how important of a holiday it is, the family time, everybody being around. Like, it's truly a special time of year, one of my favorite holidays. Just you see the joy, the smiles on everyone's faces, so I really enjoy it. But I also understand, like, that's for the family. I love you guys. Put me a little plate to the side. But we'll be working. I'll try to keep our schedule as normal as possible. Our guys come in and work, and then we'll just cut our afternoon meetings to allow guys to go and have lunch with families. If that's the case, don't eat too much, guys. Please don't. But understand, we have a big one ahead of us, and that mindset, our focus has to be on Indianapolis. We're going to take a moment. Of course, we'll always take a moment to be grateful, things that we're thankful for on Thursday, really thankful for family, friends, and just the love that everybody's shown us. But we also know our family's going to be much more fired up and much more excited if we come out with a win on Sunday.
That's true. All right, the M&G Bank Ask Coach question of the week. So you're an Alabama alum. So you have to invite one of the following Auburn alums to your Thanksgiving table, Coach.
I love this.
Okay. So you have the choice of one of these four: Bo Jackson, Tim Cook, the CEO of Apple, Charles Barkley, Cam Newton. You have to pick one of those four Auburn alums to sit with your Bama family.
But if you pick Cam, you have to wear one of his hats.
Oh, man, that would be sweet. Well, man, that's a tough one. So many great guys. I'm going to roll with Bo Jackson.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm going to roll with Bo just because Bo – he can sit with my family because he knows my family. We're from the same hometown.
Okay.
He's from Bessemer. We actually both got inducted into the Cotton Bowl Hall of Fame together.
Beautiful.
Earlier this year in May, and his family couldn't be there, so he said, "Hey, Miko, can I use your family?" And he said, "Family, can you stand up for me?"
That's great.
So Bo's a great guy, man. Bo's a great guy. He played football with my uncles in high school, so hometown guy, I'll go with him.
Absolutely outstanding. Coach, thanks a lot. Good luck to you.
Guys.
It's going to do it. Appreciate DeMeco, Nick, Mark, all of you for listening. Kalen Bullock, everybody else that was part of this show, Greg Bailey, and linebacker E.J. Speed, who will be returning to where he started his career. Hopefully he's got a great ball game in store for his former team. And all of you, thank you so much. We got another hour of All Access. Keep it locked right here on Sports Radio 610. We'll see you Sunday. And as always, go Texans.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610.
What a matchup we've got, folks. Just nonstop action. The energy is electric, and the fans are all in. An intense game like this calls for a Coca-Cola. Ah, crisp and refreshing. That's a game changer. Yeah, that taste scores every time. And just like that, they're back at it. Passionate fans and an ice-cold Coca-Cola. Now that's a winning combo. No matter team, no matter the sport, everyone knows fan work is thirsty work. Enjoy a Coca-Cola.
Throughout time, man has expressed himself through dance. The Charleston, the two-step, and yes, even the Macarena. But few dances have captured the imagination like the victory dance. It says, "I'm a winner." In your face, world. With Houston Texans scratch tickets from the Texas Lottery, it's time to start working on your victory dance. You could have lots to celebrate with top prizes of $100,000, plus enter for a chance to win VIP Texans experiences. So, dust off your victory dance and play today. Must be 18 or older. Play responsibly.
In football and in life, having the right team makes all the difference. That's why the Sheriff Injury Lawyers are proud to be the first ever official personal injury law firm of the Houston Texans. If you've been injured in a car accident or on the job, don't let insurance companies call the plays. Let the Sheriff Injury Lawyers fight for you. Call the Sheriff Injury Lawyers today at 832-600-0000 or visit myinjury.pro.
Now, more than ever before, girls across the country are redefining what it means to be an athlete. Join the Houston Texans in inspiring the next generation as we host the 2026 Girls Flag College Showcase presented by Houston Methodist, Head & Shoulders, and HEB on Saturday, January 31st. High school athletes will have the chance to display their talents in front of college coaches and earn a flag football scholarship. Register for the showcase at HoustonTexans.com/girlsflag. The time is now. She's next.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
Rooting for the family team has become quite the tradition at Amity Bank. It's something we grew up doing, and it's something that defines who we are. We're also big fans of rooting for family businesses, because in all of our years of banking, we found that when we treat every business like family, they tend to prosper. So, if you're a family business and you need a bank, come see us today. Amity Bank. Here you grow. A division of Zions Bank Corporation, N.A., member FDIC.
Republic Boot Company is proud to partner with the Houston Texans and is the proud partner of the Houston Texans cheerleaders. Our handcrafted boots bring Texas pride and unmatched quality to every step, from the field to your feet. Visit our store in the Heights at 1133 East 11th Street or online at republicbootcompany.com. That's republicbootcompany.com. Republic Boot Company, built for Texans, worn with pride.
We believe in possibilities at Texas Children's. As the nation's largest women's and pediatric healthcare system, we believe all lives can be changed for the better. We're inventing revolutionary in utero surgical procedures, finding a cure for difficult-to-treat brain tumors, solving the world's most complex neurological disorders, developing life-saving cardiac technology, and so much more. Texas Children's. The difference is life-changing. Come see why at texaschildrens.org today.
Empower girls, provide opportunities, sanction the game. She's next. Join the movement to support Girls Flag Football. When you support Girls Flag, you help provide opportunity for girls in Texas to play the game they love. More support means more access to resources, equipment, scholarships, and helping flag football become an official UIL-sanctioned sport in Texas. Help us make Texas next to sanction Girls Flag. Join the She's Next movement at HoustonTexans.com/girlsflag.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Now, more Texans Radio.
Hello, Texans, and welcome to the bonus hour of Texans Radio this week, the 8 o'clock Friday hour, where we go over some of the best content of the week and anything that we need to talk about that we might not have addressed or anything we want to readdress. And one of the things I want to make sure everyone knows is that it's Colts week. Of course you know that because the Texans play the Colts on Sunday in Indianapolis. And in all my appearances this week, I do a few appearances every week that are standard and some extra, sometimes with the out-of-town media crew, sometimes with a national show, whatever. But the question about the Colts, especially those who know me a little bit, know that I despise the Colts in a healthy football way. I actually like a lot of the people that work there. Matt Taylor, one of them, the voice of the Colts, we'll have him on later this hour. He's a good dude. But I will never get over the fact that the Texans, and brace yourselves, have only beaten the Colts 13 times in the history of this series. Think about that. The history of the rivalry, 13 wins for the Texans. This is meeting number 47. You do the math. Yes, there's been one tie. That was the opening game of 2022. We all know about it. But it did take 14 tries to beat the Colts up there. The Texans were 0 for 13 in their first 13 trips to Indianapolis. And the frustration built over the years trying to win up there. And I remember all of them very well. RCA Dome, it felt like you never had a chance against Peyton Manning and Robert Mathis and Dwight Freeney on that carpet. Reggie Wayne, Edgerrin James giving way to Joseph Adai, all of that. That whole era was just a blur. Then they opened the new stadium in 2008, and Rosenfels plays in that game for the Texans, and you just can't make headway, right? 2009 was a great shot to beat them, but mistakes and a missed field goal at the buzzer by Chris Brown, who I love, but that was a rough year for Chris because he missed that one, and a couple of weeks later, was it a couple of weeks? It was a week later. He missed one on Monday Night Football against the Titans, but he made a lot of big ones for the Texans, including the one that beat the Colts for the first time ever in 2006. Hey, it's a field goal kicker. Things happen. But anyway, the big picture is it just took so long to get competitive with them, and it basically took Peyton Manning to retire because Manning dominated the division. That was a little more even earlier on in the Manning career. But the AFC South did not exist when Manning started to play. It did not get formed until 2002, and Manning started in 98, so you get the picture. So here we are in 2025, and the Texans have won 3 in a row. DeMeco Ryans is 3-1 against Indy, and you're 6-4 in your last 10 up there. Things have certainly changed. They're heading in the right direction, but I will never rest, and I've said this before this week, I will not have peace until the Texans have the overall advantage in this series. And even then, I don't know. I'll tell you when we get there, because it's going to take a while, because they own the lopsided advantage in the overall series, but certainly the Texans doing a lot better lately and need to do really well on Sunday. All that series stuff doesn't matter year to year as far as the current guys on the team, except for a few, because this is year 3 of the DeMeco Ryans era. And you have players who have played against the Colts 4 times already. And I always talk about division games, and we talked about this earlier. Division games are super special. It's obvious. Oh, you play them twice a year. Okay. But think about this. It is year 3 of the DeMeco Ryans era. We are Jaguar series. That means that players on this team have played the Jaguars 6 times, and we could say in the last 3 years, but it's 3 seasons. In calendar years, it's basically like 2 years and 2-3 months. You've played the Jaguars 6 times. That's why you have such great familiarity in the division. That's why you have things like the Bengals not afraid to go into Baltimore and play well and put up their best show because they're used to it. Yeah, they know it's going to be tough to stop Lamar Jackson, but they are accustomed to going into that building and playing. So they're not really fazed by the environment as much as some other teams might be. Just like when teams used to go to New England or Seattle, places with a big home field advantage, and get intimidated by the home field advantage. But divisional teams are less likely to do that because they're accustomed to going up there. Anyway, that's today's lesson. I know you all feel the same way about this. You're all diehard football fans. Let's get into some things that we did this week. One of them was catching up with Tim Settle, who's always a fun visit. Tim, defensive tackle, playing against his former team, the Buffalo Bills, last week. Doing well and needs to do well against Indy. Here's our visit with the former Hokie defensive lineman, Tim Settle. Tim, how's it going? Good to see you.
Hey, always amazing to be on set with you guys.
All right, it's Colts week. We have a lot to discuss here, Tim, and I know you've been out and about in the community. You were out and about in that Buffalo backfield last Thursday. What about that game? What about the defensive effort specifically, Tim?
I feel like when it came down to understanding our keys to the game, being able to stop 4 and being able to contain 17, I feel like we were really good at that. I feel like we were good at getting him off the spot, and I feel like we was good at just maintaining him, not letting him get comfortable, not letting him get momentum, keeping him poised, just keeping the fire down. I feel like we did a really good job swarming, and we did a really good job tackling. We could have cleaned up a little more tackling in some areas, but I feel like we did a really good job swarming. And when we can play and be dominant on defense, I feel like it's not really much teams can do. Obviously it's complimentary football, but like when we lead and we can lead defensively and we can lead and keep getting the offense back the ball and keep giving them opportunities, this was a defense dream.
Mm-hmm. Tim, we talked to Coach Ryans, and one of the things he talked about was the push from you guys inside. He said was probably the best you guys had done all year in that regard. And obviously you had a sack, Rio had a sack. It's been good, but he was like, it was that much better. And I said one of the things that stood out to me was how intelligently you guys rushed. It wasn't just four guys just screaming upfield, just looking for a gap and going. You guys were really smart about how you went about it so that Josh really had no escape lanes, that you guys on the inside kind of bottled that up. Daniil and Will and Barnett and DeMeco Ryans out there, you guys were containing from the outside. They didn't go all the way high around him, let him find a seam. You guys really rushed him intelligently too. So
it's crazy. I would say, like, playing inside, you know, especially when it comes to rushing, you got to be a little selfless. You know, you got to kind of give to get. You know, I feel like a lot of teams or a lot of guys, they kind of get frustrated with, you know, trying to even out the rush. But as you see, like, the more you even out the rush, the more things open up. You know, teams start to, you know, especially when D-Hunt and Will get going, like, teams start to kind of favor them. So, like, the guards is coming off faster. Yep. Like, the passing game's faster, the pass sets are faster, so the game kind of speeds up, like, the more that we disrupt the game. And all you got to do is, like, inside, it's all about being patient, and it's all about just even out the rush. You know, obviously you want to take your shot, but, you know, I feel like their shots come over time. And, like, the more that we can stay as one, like, and it's crazy because we understand each other. Like, when I'm rushing with one of them guys, like, they know that you got this opportunity to go inside if you want, and I got you. So it's like being on the same page with them guys is really a big thing. Like, I feel like we don't really get off when it comes to, even like if it's a play and I'm talking to my other D tackle, like, we know how to communicate, we know how to even out the rush. So it's really being on the same side and just being able to play with who you're next to.
Tim, what about preparing for that game on a short week? Because you were coming off an emotional win over Tennessee. That was a last-second win. And coaches in the locker room during his speech, all right, we got to move on right now. We're going on to Buffalo in a few days. And you don't have that full blast practice. You got to get mentally ready, and you executed well doing that.
You know, it's crazy. I apply, Coach. You know, this how mentally detailed he gets us, you know, as far as understanding how we need to be, the places we need to be, how we need to attack, see the formations. Like, and I feel like he slowed it down for us to speed it up. And it was, I feel like it was easier during the game because it's like when you get a picture that's slowed down, it's kind of like, all right, okay, you get your keys, you see here, you do this, you do that. And I'm not gonna lie, we practice extremely hard. Mm-hmm. So, you know, like, being able to have that change up of being able to see the picture is kind of easier to play faster when you can see it in a different lens. And I feel like he's been doing a great job, you know, how he's been practicing us and how he's been just, like, the focus and the key to details of our success.
Mm-hmm.
So Friday, play Thursday night, awesome win. We celebrate in the locker room. I'm sure family, people around you are like, Tim, attaboy, nice job. Yeah, your defense is great. You guys are, you know, Super Bowl this and Super Bowl that. And they're telling you everything is great. You turn on the TV, there's y'all's picture. There's the defense. They're talking about everything. Everything is great. It's all rosy. Everything is fantastic. Then you got to come back to work on Monday. How do you flush all of that rat poison, if you will, to get ready for Monday, Tim?
You know, it's crazy. You know, I've been in the league 8 years. You know, I have, like, a next play mentality, and it's crazy. Like, even when it comes to games, like, I might forget what happened because you got to move on.
Yeah,
like, you
have to do that.
You can't dwell on, you know, a dynamic game that we have. You got to be able to pick up from it. So, you know, and I feel like coaches also done a good job of all right, okay, we did what we did, but we're not gonna pat ourselves on the back for that. You know, that's our standard. That's what we expect. If a team want to sit there and drop back, you know, and we expect to get there. And if a team want to sit there and pass the ball the whole game, you should see a lot of Texan helmets and a lot of swarming going on. Like, that's just what it is.
All right, one more on the Buffalo game. Your celebration. Tell us what's going on.
So when I was in high school, I used to have a celebration. So when I used to show people my highlight tape, I used to clap, and I used to hate it. I used to be like, man, don't look at my celebration after I make a play. And I just feel like as a football player, you got to have swag when you're playing. And, you know, so when I got to college, I kind of, like, I was playing around, and I did this thing, and my teammates was like, man, do that. So I kind of, like, stuck with it. And I call it the penguin. So I don't know why I call it the penguin, but I do a thing when I bounce left to right. But this year, you know, they call me Tim Time here, so I made sure I added my little Tim Time part at the end, just to stamp. Like, yeah, this the defender, like the cherry on top. So, you know, it's just something that I got swag. I like to play with swag, and, you know, you got to have fun.
No doubt.
You definitely have fun. There's no question about that. Okay, I want to this relates to the Buffalo game, but it also relates to playing anywhere in the league, especially on the road. But this happened at home. But I was walking back behind the pregame, and I could hear this fan. I could hear it. And the fan is just, he's saying your name, and he said something about, you're on the wrong team, you should be on the other team, all this kind of stuff. How do you drown all that out, all that noise that comes from fans, and they're razzing you, and, hey, 98, and they're saying things about you. How do you kind of block all that out as a player, Tim?
Shoot, I've had my ups and downs with the fan interactions, but I feel like the thing I learned over it, they're fans for a reason, and I'm a player for a reason, and if you don't let it affect you, it's not, and if you entertain it, just back it up. Yeah, that's one thing I'll say. Fans are going to be there to try to throw you off your game, or they're going to be there. Obviously they're going to be diehard. I play for the team for me, but shoot, I move on. You can't live in the past, and it's just. It's part of the game. We play football. You get criticized. You got people talking trash. You deal with it, go on about it.
Tim, you've done well against a lot of running backs this year. Now you have Jonathan Taylor, top rusher in the league. And is there a secret sauce, without giving away the secrets, but what do you guys need to do to help slow him down?
Make him uncomfortable. He's a dynamic back. He's obviously one of the home run hitting backs in this league. Kind of comparisons like Saquon. If you let him get an inch, he's going to take a mile. So, just keeping him composed and just keeping him caged and making sure that we're just making him uncomfortable all game we play him twice a year. So, we know how he gets, and we know he wants to expand plays. We know he wants to kind of get outside, and we know he wants to try to get on the littler guys and kind of make them miss. But, we're going to do a good job swarming them and keeping them composed.
Okay, every time we visit with you, it's a Virginia Tech question. So, James Franklin, the new head coach, what are we thinking here?
Man, great move. Shout out to Virginia Tech. You guys got somebody that can recruit his tail off. Definitely players coach. He gets a lot of respect. I got teammates, every teammate I played for, it's all good things about him and how he runs things. And, I feel like that's what Virginia Tech needs. Just somebody that can kind of get things back on track and just get Virginia Tech to where it was before. A team that takes pride in special team and defense and win football games.
Okay, I'll ask the question I know Mark wants to ask, but I'm going to steal it because we're getting near the end here. All right, I know you got to work on Thanksgiving, but at some point you do get to go have your Thanksgiving meal and get away for a little bit. What one Thanksgiving staple do you want to kick to the curb, and which one do you want to have double helping of?
I don't like cranberry. I don't like that little whatever the little jam.
That comes out of the can. Nobody likes that.
Whoever says, or the dressing. I don't like dressing and stuff or whatever.
Okay.
Ooh,
all right.
That's controversial.
It's a different.
Cranberry is no controversy.
I like stuffing. I don't know the difference between dressing and stuffing.
Oh, okay.
There is a technical difference.
Yeah, I might say but I'm not a fan of it.
Okay.
But my go-tos is I always did this. I was a big kid growing up. I like to mix my yams with my macaroni and cheese, and I like to like whatever Cornish hen or turkey.
Okay. Yeah.
It's like I mix that, and then I gotta take a bite of the turkey with the bite of the both of them. And I'm trying to tell you,
and put it all together.
If you want to get into like some, like you want to get into like a flavor high. Like I'm telling you, like you want to go over. You might hug whoever cooked it. You might.
It's like a Jay-Z Linkin Park mashup. Is what you're saying.
I'm telling you, every year and every time I put somebody on it, they be like, "I see what you're saying."
You got to combine it.
Yeah.
All right.
That's it.
I like
it.
You got to mix and master.
That is bold. That's the
good.
boldest thing we've heard for a Thanksgiving meal.
Sounds great. Tim,
Tim Settle stamp.
It's a Tim original. Tim, thanks a lot. Good luck.
Thank y'all so much for having me.
All right, there's our chance that we had to visit with Tim Settle. Coming up, Corey Undlin coaches defensive backs. He's the defensive passing game coordinator. Yes, that is a title. We will explain. He's next. He's a great guest. It's all happening on Texans Radio.
This is Texans All Access.
Picture it. Your holiday table, the family cooking together, the scent of golden brown bread, rosemary from roasted potatoes, and a salad so crisp it snaps. Spiced cider in every glass, laughter around every plate. At Kroger, we know these moments matter to Texans, and we make it easier to bring them to life with quality that's affordable. This season, don't just host, bring home big Texas flavors and make every moment unforgettable. Kroger, proudly serving Texas for over 70 years.
When the Houston Texans take to the gridiron this season, Reliant will be there to bring the energy. That's because Reliant is the only energy provider the Texans trust to power every electric moment, every punt, pass, and kick, a touchdown or takeaway, Reliant will be there, powering every game day. And when you have Reliant and Vivint, they're smarter together, giving you the power to manage your electricity and your smart home all in one place. Reliant, proud to be the official energy provider of the Houston Texans.
PUCT number 10007.
Hey Texans fans, it's CJ. I'm teaming up with TDECU and you should too. Whether your favorite look is deep steel blue, battle red, or the fan favorite H-Town blue, it's all 15% off at the Texans online shop with your TDECU Texans debit card. Upgrade your Texans game day gear and show off your loyalty while you do it. Visit tdecu.org/Texans and get the MVP of your wallet today. Insured by NCUA.
H is up, H-Town. The Houston Texans are bringing the heat on the gridiron, and we want you to keep turning the temperature up. C.J. Stroud, Will Anderson Jr., Nico Collins, and the rest of your Texans need you to be loud and in the stands this season. Be a part of the action, and don't just watch Texans games from your couch. Experience them with thousands of other fans live. But hurry, tickets are going fast. Secure them now at HoustonTexans.com/tickets or call 832-667-2390.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
When it comes to unique experiences, pick TickPick. You're picking the official fan experience partner of the Houston Texans with no hidden fees ever. So pick TickPick for your chance to enjoy an all-exclusive experience at NRG Stadium at every game. A chance to experience the national anthem on the field, or exclusive suite access during the game with an opportunity for post-game field access. Don't let fees get between you and a great game day. Download the TickPick app and enjoy the best experiences supporting your Houston Texans this year.
Sky Vodka is now made with water enriched by Pacific minerals and filtered through California limestone. Sky Vodka, the smoother, fresher tasting vodka that's also gluten-free. In other words, it's the best thing to happen to vodka since vodka happened. Sky Vodka, born from the blue. Sky Vodka distilled from grain, 40% alcohol by volume. 2021 Campari America, New York, New York. Please enjoy responsibly.
Gearing up for game day? Look no further than King Ranch Ag and Turf, your local John Deere experts. Whether you're a farmer, landscaper, contractor, or homeowner, King Ranch Ag and Turf has you covered with 14 dealers locations to serve you. Right now, score big savings during our exclusive season kickoff sale. Get unbeatable deals on mowers, tractors, construction equipment, and so much more. Let us help you prepare to tackle your next project like the pros. Visit online at KingRanchAgAndTurf.com or stop by one of our stores where Texans gear up for success.
Our guy Lopez made a bold proclamation about the Texans after their win against the Bills.
Listen, Houston, we do not have to put qualifiers or conditions or yeah buts at all anymore with this team.
Go ahead and at me.
This is that good of a defense. You can get to and win a Super Bowl with this team.
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
It's Texans All Access. Now, back to the show.
It's the Friday night extra hour of Texans Radio, Texans All Access, the bonus hour, as I call it. Mark Vandermeer, your host, Texans and Colts, noon Sunday, 9 a.m., Texans Countdown, presented by Modelo Especial. So check out the entire pregame show with Sean Pendergast and Seth Payne. It is awesome. And after the game, always react. Get your reactions out. Listen to other people's reactions on Texans postgame with Sean and Clint Stoerner. All right, let's get into this now. Corey Undlin, he's the defensive backs coach and defensive passing game coordinator. Wait, what kind of title is that? Well, you have run game coordinators, passing game coordinators. That's what Ben McDaniels is for the Texans. And defensive passing game coordinator with Corey Undlin, who's coached DBs for a long time in this league. And he went to Cal Lutheran. What? Yes, Cal Lutheran, played safety there. You never know where coaches come from, right? Sometimes they come from smaller programs, and coached linebackers there when he graduated. I won't give you his whole bio, but he's been with the Patriots, Browns, Jags, Eagles, Broncos. He was defensive coordinator for the Lions for one season in 2020 when they're in a transitional period. Actually, the Texans played the Lions in 2020 on Thanksgiving. Watt with a pick six. That touchdown is not on Corey Undlin. Then the 49ers and worked with DeMeco there, and now, of course, with the Texans since 2023 when the DeMeco Ryans era got started. And we had a great visit with defensive passing game coordinator Corey Undlin. Coach, how's it going?
Outstanding. How you guys doing?
Doing great. Let's talk about your let's start with Kalen Bullock, year 2, making big plays, had a huge game against Buffalo. What are you seeing in the improvement, the progress overall, Coach?
Yeah, I would say probably just his confidence and in the defense. I mean, year 2, right? That's what happens after you play for a year. He's been in every probably position the safety could be in. So the more you're out there, he's obviously got a very, very special knack for finding the ball, whether it's in the air or like he did on Thursday night and punching that ball out. So his arrow is still going up. I think he's still got a long way to go. I think he would say the same thing, but it's nice to have him out there. His ability to make plays on the ball anywhere it's thrown is special. So I'm glad we got him. Yeah.
Coach, Jalen's been out for a few weeks, and Miles Bryant had to step into a role, and for Miles, he can do a lot of different things. What's he given you since he's been out there?
Yeah, I'm glad he's here. The kid's IQ, as you guys know, we probably talked about him last year, and his ability. I mean, I don't even know if he took a snap for whatever the gap was.
Yeah.
And for him to come out after JP and then in the middle of the game with MJ and all that stuff that went down, his ability to play both spots, to see the game, the two positions, I think a majority of people think, like, man, if you play nickel, it's like playing safe. It's not even close.
Yeah. Right.
Whether you're in the deep part of the field or whether you're a down safety, it's a different position. So the fact that he can play the nickel spot, this is boring, but I mean, just the amount of motions and the adjustments that the nickel makes when somebody motions. It's a little bit different than a safety. A safety has to do a lot of that stuff the same, but it's amplified when you play nickel, and especially all the teams they mess with JP and with him, and the fact that he can go out there on short notice and play both spots. I mean, we're fortunate to have him, and in those 2.5, 3 games that he played for us, I mean, it was like he never missed a snap. Yeah.
Sometimes we'll talk with Ben McDaniels, and he talks about the receivers looking for work, blocking downfield, doing those kinds of things. With the DBs, you're looking for work too. Like Kamari Lassiter coming into the backfield, big hit on the fullback. They're looking to inflict some damage, not just covering guys and making tackles, making picks, but inflicting damage that way.
Yeah. Kamari, and I think Sting has grown a lot since we've been here too, as far as just showing up on the perimeter. But Kamari Lassiter, like DeMeco said it in front of the whole team, like they're. And I'm not saying this because he's here. It's because that's why we drafted him. I mean, this kid's mindset, the physical side of it, doing everything else, covering, picking the ball off, finding the ball at level 3 down the field, and then his ability and his want to, whatever you want to call that. I mean, I think the kid enjoys the physical part and tackling on the edge and the perimeter as much as he does picking a ball off on the sideline, whatever game that is. It's special, and there's not. You could ask any DB coach in this league. There's not a lot that are wired that way. So, yeah, it's impressive.
Coach, you mentioned a little while ago, you talked about eye candy, and you mentioned messing with JP being Jalen Petrie, and messing with the nickel. How much movement, shifting, trades, all of that are you seeing now, maybe versus, 5, 7, 10 years ago? How much are you seeing of that now, just to get maybe one guy out of position because his eyes are going over here when they should be over there? How much of that are you seeing from teams throughout this year?
Yeah, if you went back 5 years, I would say it's probably a little. It's not even as close as it is now. I think most offenses in the league, they're doing it on purpose. Obviously, it depends on who that team is, who the quarterback is. Right. The quarterback's got to be able to handle all that stuff too. But I would say the game has shifted a lot. I go back to this is almost 8 to 10, and when we were playing the Rams and Sean McVay, that's when when Goff was there. That was like the first time we had seen it to that extent. To the point like almost every single play. Yeah. And it kind of got us to a point where like, all right, well, we can't play half of this stuff because we don't want to be chasing that guy all over the grass. And I think now defensive, you have to, or you can't play half your defense if you can adjust and you don't have rules for whether it's jet, we call it jet and helicopter motion, depending on where the guy gets snapped at. But it's over double. It's probably more than doubled as far as, I mean, we don't play a team right now that doesn't do it. Some teams do it a lot more. So if you can't deal with that, then, you're going to get simplified a lot by the offense.
And that kind of goes along with, sometimes we see you do these walkthroughs with, you're looking at bunch formation, you go here, and it's slow motion in that case, but you have to translate that very quickly, not only in a game, but you do it in practice, right?
Yeah. I mean, you could argue we spend just as much time, and maybe not like if you go out to practice, but when you talk about OTAs in the spring, and I'm talking about phase 2 to phase 3, if you're not spending time on just the motion piece, don't even run the play, but you have to put everybody in that spot, whether it's 2x2 going to 3x1, 3x1 going back to 2x2, because every one of those adjustments are going to be different. So offenses, to your point, like how much has it changed? Now that teams are doing that stuff so much, you need to give time and put the players in. And again, without even running the play, let's just do the motion and make sure once the guy gets across the ball, everybody's in the right spot, or it's not going to matter. Yeah.
Coach, how much has continuity mattered? You guys got here in 2023, and since then, Sting had been here, but then Kamari comes into 24, Kalen comes into 24. So those guys have been together for almost 2 years. How has the continuity helped with the communication piece of that, having those guys together for a little while?
Yeah, I don't think you can put I don't think you can measure it. The more you have guys on the same page, to the point, going back to the motions, sometimes there might not even be communication. JP knows, and CB usually ends up, Kalen Bullock ends up in the post most. So depending on the coverage, it's those two that are adjusting to that stuff. And a lot of times you can just watch them even during the game. JP will just turn around, you can just point to them, and they know what page they're on. So to have that piece and you're right, I mean, whether it's just for a year, or 10 games, 12, 14, whatever it is right now, I don't think you can measure that, because the more you have of that and the more that they trust each other and they know what the other person's going to do, then you're putting yourself in a better spot for success, obviously. Yeah.
Johnny mentioned it. We've seen Stingley play for a while now, and all the great ones get better. So what does he work on? How does he improve to continue progressing in his career?
Yeah, I would say I don't know if there's any different than anybody else since we've been here. The defense, I mean, I would say there's a lot of things that maybe have changed for us schematic-wise, but the core of what we do, as you guys know, hasn't really changed that much. So it's no different than CB being out there now for a year or two. He's going on year 3 in the system, and there's probably not that much that Sting hasn't seen. Now, then I think if you talk to him or you ask Dino, now it becomes like on all that motion piece, like you might be 2 yards outside somebody, that guy motions. Can you get now to 1? Can you get back to exactly where you need to be when the ball snaps? Because now most of those guys are going to be running away from Sting. Teams are doing that stuff on purpose, so they get Sting and Kamari to be off, to be in a different spot, so that they're just lining up and putting their hands on them. So I think there's a lot of things that he's still getting better at that he could say he probably could get better at. So that would probably be more of a question for him. But I think the consistency between Sting, even though he's been here for 3 years, it's no different. Like the more reps you can get in the scheme as you go along, the more confidence you're going to build, the more spots that you're going to be in that you've been in maybe one time, or you can go back and rely on all those things that have happened to you in the past. So he continues to get better, probably just like everybody else.
Coach just gets the Colts pretty good wide receivers we've seen before, but they've got a little rookie that plays tight end named Tyler Warren, who lines up in a lot of different spots, does a lot of different things. Jonathan Taylor in the backfield. Because we talk about passing game, but obviously you guys are so important in the run game. What do you see from the Colts with Daniel Jones leading it as opposed to what we've seen the last couple of years in the show?
Yeah, I think starting with the quarterback, I think the quarterback's done a heck of a job. There's a bunch of stats out there. I'm not going to be able to say them all right now, but he's doing a great job. The one that we've heard and seen, and I mean, you can just put the tape on and see it, depending on what coverage you're playing. Like when he looks to whatever direction he wants, the ball's going out, and he's highly, highly efficient. So that'll be up to us to hopefully manipulate him and hopefully can take some of that stuff away. But I think the kid's playing at a super high level. And then you go to the running back, that adds obviously another dynamic, just turning around and handing the ball off to the guy. You have no idea what's going to happen there. We watched a bunch of plays this morning with the defense. The guy looks like he's bottled up. He disappears in 2 yards behind the ball, and then, that one play went 83 up the sideline. So that's a whole different program. So, yeah, we're going to need all 11 on defense to handle just him, turn around, handing the ball off. And then, we could go down the line on all the wideouts. We got our hands full. And I think that goes to Shane and the way that he's got the offense designed. They're doing a great job, which then goes back to the quarterback. And then they got 84. They got him all over the place, and they're doing a good job of getting him out of the backfield, doing all that. And then if you can find a way to cover him out of the backfield, then the ball gets checked down, and then it goes back to the running back. And then so we got our hands full, that's for sure. Done a really nice job.
Coach, I'm always fascinated with the chicken and egg thing with pass rush and coverage and how they go hand in hand, because you look at the Kalen pick to end the game, and DeMeco talked about Sheldon Rankins bearing down on the quarterback along with another defensive lineman, and then you get the pick out of that, and sometimes you get tight coverage and you get a sack as a result of that. What about that aspect of things?
Yeah, I'm a DB guy. I would always start with I would always start with the pass rush, because it doesn't matter what happens in the coverage. If the pass rush is going, you can get away with more things.
Right.
And then the pass rush guys, the D line, they're going to say the same thing about the back end. So it's a right down the middle. That's the marriage of the two working together. And the better that those two work together, then you don't have to come up with all this other stuff to get it done. But I think I probably watched the game like 8 times, and the D line and what they did in that game, and having that quarterback, which kid's an MVP, like to have that kid running around, that's the first thing that's going to obviously affect the guy. So hats off to the D-line, and then, to the entire back end. Some of the coolest snaps we've seen when you talk about playing Josh is you're going to end up in spots where he's not going to throw it to the first guy for whatever reason, and then he's going to run around.
Yeah.
And some of his best plays, most amazing plays, which he gets a lot of attention for, is when he's back there for 5 or 6 seconds, and then you have the other 6 guys in coverage trying to hang on. We had like 4 or 5 plays in that game where he was running around. The one obviously took a sack for minus 18, I think it was, whatever it was. And if you stop the tape at the back, when he finally goes down, I think that's Will that trips him finally. That's the play when Will ran for 52 yards, whatever it was. Everybody is covered. And some of the Sting, Kamari, and I think even Miles ended up like 20 yards down the field. So to have that piece obviously is enormous, especially when you're a guy like that. So, yeah, that's cool. Yeah.
One of the things that Miles said to us when we had him in here, we were asking him about facing Josh Allen, and I thought it was pretty interesting because Daniel Jones won't do that much, but he's still a pretty athletic guy.
Yeah.
And Miles said, we got to play 2 plays. He said we got to play the play they call, and then we got to play the one that he creates with movement. Now, Daniel won't do it as much as Josh will, but Daniel still got that as well. But I thought that was a very astute statement covering those guys.
For sure.
Quarterbacks.
Yeah. Those guys probably get tired of hearing it, because especially as you get closer to the red zone, because then if he gets out and you're not plastering, then he just dumps the ball to somebody. That play that he had, I can't remember who it was against. He got tipped and they still caught it. Yeah, it was super impressive, but those guys get tired of us talking about covering it 2 times. Like, hey, man, if you're not plastering, like if it's not in the front of your mind and you come out of your break and you got the guy covered, even though you should be able to look back to see if the ball's coming, you're not doing that. You can't do it, because that's exactly when the guy turns, especially for those guys, because those guys all know how to scramble with him. And I think that is an interesting comparison, because now you're talking about Daniel, and he gets the ball out, and he's so efficient that he doesn't find himself. Now, he'll get out and he can make some plays, but he doesn't need to, because the ball gets out so fast, and if it's not there, then he'd just rather throw it away. So it's an interesting comparison when you talk about the two of them, especially that dude on Thursday night.
All right, Coach, very important question here. It's Thanksgiving, so we're going to ask you.
Let's do it.
We're going to waive turkey. We're going to put turkey on waivers, and you get to replace turkey as the Thanksgiving main dish. What do you think you're going to go with here?
That wouldn't even be a question. We'd probably go and we'd probably smoke a full beef tenderloin.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep.
Good.
Tie it up and then just slice it nice and thin.
Yep.
And then if I couldn't do that, we would smoke a ham because I don't think you can ever, like, it's so underrated.
Yeah. Yes. Tasty.
And then you, just like a turkey, you can eat ham for like the next 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Hawaiian roll, whatever, mustard, and you're done. So
very good.
Yeah.
What's the one side you have to have at Thanksgiving? The one side.
Yeah.
No matter whether you're having ham, turkey, Cornish hen, whatever. What do you got to have?
Yeah, my wife has a stuffing recipe, and I don't know if I'm doing Thanksgiving without stuffing.
Yeah.
And I mean, I'm sure we could come up with 8 other ones, but I would stop. And, you can have the pie. I'm good without the pie.
Really?
It would be stuffing. Yeah.
No pie?
No. I mean, I'm gonna have a slice, but usually by the time I'm done with everything else,
You're good.
I'm good.
Yeah. Defensive passing game coordinator Corey Undland. Coach, thanks a lot for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
I love getting those Thanksgiving questions in, and that was some content from earlier in the week that you might have missed, so we thought we'd run it by you again. And I've got some other stuff. Houston Methodist Minutes, usually on a Thursday night. We got a few minutes on migraines. Do you suffer from them? I do. Do you have anybody in your life that might suffer from migraines? This could be helpful to you. Plus, some thoughts from Matt Taylor, the voice of the Colts, on Sunday's matchup at Indy. It's all coming your way here on Texans All Access.
More Texans All Access coming up in a moment.
We all want to stay healthy, but sometimes we get sick or injured. That's why Houston Methodist has primary care right up the street and same-day clinics or virtual care at the ready. And if you need immediate orthopedic care or a network of specialists, they're all right here, so you can keep doing it all. That's the difference between practicing medicine and leading it. For you, Houston Methodist, leading medicine.
At H-E-B, we know that game day is about more than the game itself. The taste of victory is unparalleled, but so is the taste of H-E-B jalapeno poppers hot off the grill. Seeing the best players in their prime is truly something to behold. So is an H-E-B Prime 1 burger that you grilled to perfection. For low prices on all the things that make game day great and delicious, visit H-E-B, your official game day headquarters, or use the My H-E-B app to start prepping for game day right away.
Texans fans, this season, take more than the field. Take the drive. It's Coach DeMeco Ryans here. Look, whether it's game time or go time, I count on Ford SUVs to handle it all. Bronco when I need grit, Bronco Sport to move quick, and Explorer, America's all-time best-selling SUV for versatility. So, take the drive. Visit your best in Texas Ford dealer, official SUV of the Houston Texans.
Ford is the best in Texas.
Our Guy Lopez made a bold proclamation about the Texans after their win against the Bills.
Listen, Houston, we do not have to put qualifiers or conditions or buts at all anymore with this team.
Go ahead and at me.
This is that good of a defense. You can get to and win a Super Bowl with this team.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
In football and in life, having the right team makes all the difference. That's why the Sheriff Injury Lawyers are proud to be the first ever official personal injury law firm of the Houston Texans. If you've been injured in a car accident or on the job, don't let insurance companies call the plays. Let the Sheriff Injury Lawyers fight for you. Call the Sheriff Injury Lawyers today at 832-600-0000 or visit myinjury.pro.
All right. It's a beautiful day for football here at the stadium, and we're just about ready for kickoff. Score 0-0. And suddenly, I'm in the mood for a Coke Zero Sugar. Real Coke taste, zero sugar. Now that's a winning combo. Yeah, crisp, refreshing. That hits the spot. When it comes to great taste, Coke Zero Sugar's always on the scoreboard. Coke Zero Sugar. Real Coke taste, zero sugar.
Throughout time, man has expressed himself through dance. The Charleston, the two-step, and yes, even the Macarena. But few dances have captured the imagination like the victory dance. It says, I'm a winner. in-your-face world. With Houston Texans scratch tickets from the Texas Lottery, it's time to start working on your victory dance. You could have lots to celebrate with top prizes of $100,000, plus enter for a chance to win VIP Texans experiences. So, dust off your victory dance and play today. Must be 18 or older. Play responsibly.
There is no better way to watch C.J. Stroud, Will Anderson Jr., and the rest of your Houston Texans on game day than in a luxury suite. From hassle-free VIP parking to James Beard award-winning, chef-curated food selection served by your own private suite attendant. Texans Luxe is unparalleled. But hurry, suites are going fast and already sold out for select games this season. Call 832-667-2299 or visit HoustonTexansLuxe.com to reserve your private suite today.
Now, more Texans Radio.
It is the final lap around the track of the week for Texans Radio before we make way for Sunday morning start to Texans Countdown presented by Modelo Especial. 9 a.m. Sunday, can't wait for that. At Indy, let's go. Now, let's do this. Matt Taylor is the voice of the Colts, and we caught up with him this week. Let's get some best of. Matt talking about Daniel Jones' running ability. We all know about the injury, but we also know this from Matt, that they never really expected Daniel Jones to run the ball much. Let's listen in.
Schematically or, stylistically between Jones and Richardson. Now, I don't think there's anybody as crazy athletic as Anthony Richardson, but he's not Gardner Minshew, and he's not Joe Flacco, the last couple of backup quarterbacks here for the Colts, where the Colts, when those guys were in the game for whatever reason, they kind of had to, again, aesthetically change who they were and their approach to moving the football. They didn't have to do that with either one of these guys this year, no matter who won that job between Jones and Richardson. So we kind of wondered at the beginning of the season, when Jones won the job, how many design runs were the Colts going to use with Daniel Jones? Because he's really, as you guys know, really deceptively athletic. He's really fast. He's really big. He's tough to bring down. Again, he's not as athletic as Anthony Richardson, but I think that was going to be part of the offense, at least at the beginning of the season. And coming into the season, Daniel Jones had the sixth most rushing yards among quarterbacks since he broke into the league in 2019. But they've kind of steered clear of that this year. They really haven't used him too much in the running game outside of just scrambles. They don't really dial up too many design runs for him, whether it's read zone or read option and things like that, not to the degree that they were doing last year towards the end of the year with Anthony Richardson.
All right, before I ask you how they are regarding the Texans in this matchup, just the fan base, the vibe around Indy, what about Berlin? Tell me about that experience. That was a unique situation for the league. I know they've been to Germany before, but that was the first one in Berlin. How was that, Matt?
Mark, it was magical. I mean, the trip itself was a blur. I mean, you guys have been overseas. It's a short turnaround. So the Colts landed around 10:30 German time on Friday, ahead of the game on Sunday. Held the practice late in the evening on Friday, and then had a bunch of marketing things to do just to grow the game internationally that all teams have to do, when they play overseas. It kind of comes with the territory. But the game itself was just unbelievable. They played it at historic Olympic Stadium. It's the same stadium that hosted the 1936 Olympics in Berlin. Not to get crazy political and historical, but about the Jesse Owens moments in that stadium, in front of Nazi Germany and imperialism, and just what that meant for history and what it meant for our country. So to be in the same place as an epic moment like that, and they've held FIFA World Cup finals there. There's just been a lot of great moments held within that stadium. And then before the game, every seat had a flag, and so half of the stadium before kickoff was decked out in red, white, and blue. The other half of the stadium represented the German flag. The German fans are just intense. They are crazy. They're so into it, Mark. It's so much fun. Energy was just off the charts. It was like 70,000 people doing a karaoke contest because they would play music during timeouts, and then the chorus of the song, whatever song they were playing, would carry over into the game during game action. It was just, it felt like from a logistics standpoint, all that goes into playing a game overseas, it felt like a Super Bowl because you had so much extra attention on the game. It felt like a playoff game because of the intensity of the crowd and the energy and the atmosphere of the game. And then the game itself was just an all-timer because it goes in overtime, and the Colts won on a walk-off touchdown in overtime by Jonathan Taylor. So it was really electric, and it's a moment in a game that I'll never forget.
Matt, what is the vibe in Indy on this one? How are people feeling regarding the Houston Texans coming in? Things tightening up a little bit in the division, and the Jags right there, the Texans 2 back. This is a huge game on Sunday.
Yeah, I'll tell you, it's kind of frustrating. I mean, the AFC South has been, historically the last, however long, as you know, Mark, 10 years, whatever you want to say. It's been one of the weaker divisions in terms of totality, top to bottom, and go figure this year from a Colts perspective. And they're trying to win the division for the first time since 2014. And here they are at Thanksgiving, 8-3. But you also have 2 other teams in the division that are over 500, right? You got the 6-5 Texans, and the Jaguars are 7-4. So, that leash the Colts had a couple of weeks ago, it's definitely been tightened up, not only in the division, but inside the conference as well. So teams just keep on winning, and they're putting pressure on the Colts, who have lost 2 of their last 3. And as you said, this is an enormous game because the Colts have 6 games left. 4 of them are against the division, so they can take care of business and control their own destiny. But guess what? The Texans and Jaguars can do the same thing. They're in complete control of how this thing goes here with no help needed at this point. So I don't have to tell you that these games always come down to the wire. The Colts have lost their last 3 games against the Texans by a combined 9 points. And the last 6 matchups between these 2 teams, Colts and Texans, have been decided by an average of 3.5 points. So it is a huge game, and they always come down to the wire. They come down to just a handful of plays in terms of deciding the outcome. And these are 2 teams who know each other very well, and you got strength on strength, right? You've got a great offense of the Colts and a unbelievable, so stinking good defense by the Texans. It's going to be really fun to see how that cat and mouse game or that game of chess plays out on Sunday in the first of 2 meetings between these 2 teams.
What do you think of the Jaguars? Here they are a game behind the Colts, and the Texans split with them, and it's not like Trevor Lawrence has had a great season at all, yet here they are having a really good season for the team in total. What do you think?
Yeah, it's really bizarre, and it's also kind of crazy to think that here we are going into almost the month of December. The Colts haven't played Jacksonville yet, and this will be the first meeting between the Colts and Texans too. So I kind of like the fact that the AFC South, at least this year's schedule for the Colts, kind of plays out where they have so many backloaded division games because they're just going to mean that much more down the stretch here. But, just kind of watching from afar and haven't really gotten a chance to go full deep dive mode into the Jaguars. You're right. It just seems like every opportunity they've had to kind of fall off a cliff, they've avoided that trap, and they just keep finding ways to win, just like this last time out against the Cardinals where they win by 3. So, yeah, offensively, they're not setting the world on fire, but they're just finding ways to win. I think that's kind of the mark of a good team, is it doesn't matter how it looks. Style points really don't matter. It's all about at the end of the year, they ask you how many, not how you got them. So Jacksonville's definitely within that category. Maybe the Texans kind of feel the same way where, their defense is just off the charts. Offensively, they're just kind of, making sure they don't turn the football over, giving themselves a chance. I think Jacksonville is kind of in that same bucket. But, again, good teams find ways to win, and they certainly have. And that's what the Colts are kind of trying to do here in these big games because, they had chances to beat Pittsburgh. They had chances to beat Kansas City, both on the road, and they lost close 1-score games. So as it relates to the Colts, they're still trying to figure out, how to be that clutch end-of-game fourth-quarter team that closes the great teams out.
Matt, that is terrific stuff, as always. Look forward to seeing you on Sunday, my friend.
I appreciate you. You too, Mark.
There's Matt Taylor, voice of the Indianapolis Colts. Now let's get to some Houston Methodist Minutes. Usually airs on Thursday night at the end of the program at about 6:45. Well, I know it's different this week because of Thanksgiving and the triple header that we had in the NFL yesterday, airing on Sports Radio 610. Let's get to this. Migraine headaches. You know somebody who gets them? Maybe you do. Maybe you get them yourself. I get them. I take a certain medication when I do get them. Well, let's get to Dr. Julia Jones. She's an expert from Houston Methodist, and we begin by asking her what basically is a migraine. Why is it different from other headaches?
So all of our headache disorders are really defined by their clinical characteristics. So it's not really a blood test or an MRI that tells you, but it's a headache that, it affects about 8 to 10% of all men, about 20% of all women. They typically start in your teenage years, but are usually more prevalent in your 30s and 40s. So a migraine headache, to meet criteria, you have to have at least 5 of them. They're usually characterized as a slowly building throbbing pain on one side, but it can be bilateral 40% of the time. It has, it worsens if you get up, cough, sneeze, move around, and it has to have some degree of either lights or noises that aggravate you, or can have nausea. So that would meet criteria for a migraine headache, without aura. Some will have an aura, which means it's a symptom with the migraine or before the migraine, which is a reversible neurologic symptom, such as a visual sort of symptom like a kaleidoscope that floats across your vision, or some people have tingling in an arm. And some men have the migraine aura more prevalent than, say, women, but only a third of people have an aura. Most people just have the pounding, slowly building headache that interferes with activities.
Are most migraines treatable with medication? How would you see it?
Well, I think, when people are coming to see me in the office here at Methodist, they've already tried the Excedrin, the Advils, the BC powders, and they're not working. But if it works, they're not going to come see a neurologist. But yeah, Advil and all those types of medicines can work, even Excedrin. But you can get rebound from them, meaning, withdrawal type of headaches. If you take those Excedrins, the Motrins, 8 or 9 times in a month, you can get ulcers. So we have several different classes of medicines that we can use to treat a migraine acutely with relatively low side effects, particularly some of our new ones that have been out since COVID.
When is it time to get an MRI or undergo further examination?
So, if your best buddy died of a brain tumor, sure, I'm okay with that. But generally, imaging shows abnormalities in less than 3%. But if someone's having, a nosedive with their headaches, more frequent or severe, if they have an abnormal neurologic exam, or if they have an unusual headache with stroke-like features, tingling, can't speak, disorientation, those are the group of patients I'm going to buy an MRI.
There's Dr. Julia Jones from Houston Methodist, the official healthcare provider of the Houston Texans. Houston Methodist leading medicine, and more of that migraine visit coming up in future weeks because there's some other good information there we got to get to. Okay, great information Sunday at noon. Texans at Colts. Let's get this. Colts week. You know how I feel about this. You know how we all feel about this. The horseshoe. They must be stopped. I know they just lost to the Chiefs. The Chiefs lost to the Cowboys. That was great getting Thanksgiving help from the Cowboys, even though that was painful to watch them win. It was really nice to watch the Chiefs lose. And the Ravens losing to Cincinnati was also helpful. Even though you have the tiebreaker with them, you don't want to get into any kind of touchy situation with them later on. So, and besides, currently, if you're tied with the Steelers, you lose the tiebreaker to them, and I'm not going to get into all those logistics right now because it's all going to sort itself out. You got 6 weeks to go, so you have to play these games out. We'll see where it is, but it all starts with Sunday's matchup against Indy, 9 a.m. Texans Countdown, presented by Modelo Especial, and kickoff at noon. We'll be back on the air Monday, 8 a.m. with Texans Monday, and I can't wait. Hopefully, we will be talking about very positive things on Monday morning. All right, that's going to do it for the show. Thanks so much for listening. Area 45 is coming your way next. Have a great night. Go Texans.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey Sportsman.
Never settle unless it's into the electrifying BMW i4. Blend the lines of cutting-edge and classic with groundbreaking technology at your fingertips. Experience M-engineered precision while you twist around every turn. After all, electric doesn't have to be static. If you thought EVs couldn't live up to your expectations, then you've never experienced the ultimate electric driving machine. The 100% electric 2025 BMW i4.
Take advantage of exceptional offers today. NFL fans, when it's time to get Texans tickets, you can tackle game day with total certainty with Ticketmaster. With 100% verified tickets available all season long, you can count on getting in with ease and spend time focusing on the good stuff. Even if you're headed to the game last minute, you can still score seats. Want to meet up inside the stadium with your crew? Transferring your tickets is an easy handoff. So get those touchdown celebrations ready and score your tickets today at Ticketmaster.com/Texans.
At Mustang Cat, we understand that the work never ends. As the Caterpillar dealer for Southeast Texas, we deliver the equipment, service, parts, and rentals you need to keep doing the work. For a limited time, Mustang Cat is offering 0% financing with no money down on all compact equipment. Learn more at MustangCat.com or call us at 888-MyCat20. Mustang Cat, building Texas, powering the world.
What could be better than watching your Houston Texans from the stands this season? Watching the exciting matchups with 10 or more of your friends and family. Plus, get exclusive benefits like discounted ticket prices, recognition for your group on the video board, and more. Experience the sights and sounds of NRG Stadium with your squad and secure group tickets now at HoustonTexans.com/tickets or call 832-667-2390 to learn more.
Houston, we have a great problem. Branson Cognac and Le Chim de Wa Champagne are the official sponsors of the Houston Texans. Now, as we get ready for game day, you've been hearing the hype, you've been hearing the reel. Now you're going to experience the great taste of Branson Cognac and Le Chim de Wa, because it's available starting August 1st at all sideline bars of the club level of NRG Stadium. That's right, Branson Cognac and Le Chim de Wa will be available at all suites in season. So bring your friends, bring your family, and taste the great taste of Branson Cognac and Le Chim de Wa.
Texans fans, the Caesars Viva Las Texans sweepstakes is your chance to win a VIP Vegas experience that includes a 3-night stay at Caesars Palace, a $1,000 flight credit, $250 for dining, and a Texas autographed item. Hurry, the sweepstakes closes December 21st as the Houston Texans battle the Las Vegas Raiders at home. To enter, go to HoustonTexans.com/Viva Las Texans and rank your favorite ways to redeem Caesars rewards now for your shot at Vegas.
When you partner with CDW, you get more from your devices with solutions purpose-built for your toughest tasks. CDW experts are creating seamless workplaces using HP's suite of PCs, printers, and peripherals, so remote teams can work flexibly and designers can display their brilliance, all while keeping your customer data safe. Make amazing happen. Learn more at cdw.com/HP.
NRG Stadium will be packed this Houston Texans season as our 2025 season tickets have sold out. If you're not already a season ticket member, join our 2026 priority list and be the first to know when tickets become available next year. Plus, you'll have benefits like access to 2025 playoff tickets and last-minute Texans tickets. Exciting offers from select Texans partners and more. Join now at HoustonTexans.com/ticket. Call at 832-667-2390. Go Texans!
It's time for...
Here we go!
Kickoff with Boomer Esiason and Mike Valenti.
Oh, that's right. Week 13, National Football League. We got a holiday edition of Kickoff with Boomer and Valenti. Boomer, happy Thanksgiving. How are you, sir?
I'm doing great, Mike. Happy Thanksgiving to you and to all of our listeners out there. And I got to tell you, it's great when all the quarterbacks are healthy and they're all playing, because what we witnessed on Thanksgiving were two really great games, and then obviously the return of Joe Burrow in the night game between them and the Ravens. But, you know, all 5 out of the 6 quarterbacks really played well enough to win. I would say that Lamar Jackson and the Baltimore Ravens offense all of a sudden have run into some significant turnover problems, just like they do in the playoffs. But I got to tell you, this game between Dallas and Kansas City, that 4:32 on CBS game, will be the highest-rated regular season game in NFL history, I believe.
Yeah, no, it's two brands. It's a holiday, and the game was really good. But let's do this. Let's start with the 1 p.m. kick. Packers go into Detroit, turn the trick, sweep the Lions, crippling loss for the Lions. More on them in a second. Let's talk Packers, though. The offense hasn't looked that good in a while. Jordan Love had time. I have thoughts on why. But interesting note here. They were able to really grind out a productive ground game. And that's been something that's been missing. Jordan Love was really good on money downs. A little bit of faith renewed in the Packers, Boomer, or you still want to see more?
No, I mean, if Jordan Love is going to play like that and Dontavian Wicks is going to make catches like he was making against Detroit, I mean, the fourth down plays, the money plays, you could see that, to me anyway, Matt LaFleur is putting a lot of pressure on Jordan Love to play like this. And, that was Favre-esque. That was Aaron Rodgers-esque. That's exactly what the Green Bay Packer fan wants to see from Jordan Love and his wide receivers. And the reason I know this is because my son happens to be one of those fans. And like every fan base in the NFL, maybe with the exception of the Patriots right now, is frustrated about one aspect of their team. And that aspect had been the passing game for the Packers. And if it's going to show up like that and he's going to play like that, then they're going to be a force to be reckoned with. And it just goes to show you that the Micah Parsons trade did work out for both teams, especially yesterday.
Yeah, and look, that takes me to the Lions. I mean, a couple of notes. A, simply put, they're in big trouble. All right? They're a coin flip at best to make the playoffs. This is something I've harped on with you. My listeners in Detroit are probably tired of hearing me say it. I don't care. It's true. They have 0 base 4 pass rush, and Aiden Hutchinson has largely been a no-show. All right? It's great when you can dummy awful teams and backup tackles and tight ends one-on-one. It's not what you're getting paid to do. You look at the Hutch-Parsons matchup, incomparable yesterday. And here's my other thing. Campbell. We talked about this a few weeks ago. I stand on this. The fourth down strategy is not the problem, but your analytics have to be driven by the team you have, not the team you had. This is not last year. For their last 7 on fourth downs. It's crippling them. Take the field goal, Dan.
Yeah, it's crushing for sure. And again, I want to go back to what we said at the beginning of the season about some of these teams and some of the coordinators that they lost. And Ben Johnson is a huge loss for him. I don't care what anybody says. I mean, because you could see with Ben Johnson, the effect he's having with the Bears. Now, all of a sudden, you're taking away play calling duties. You're calling plays. This one's doing this and all. And you just realize why you have coordinators. They're coordinating things. They're dealing with one part of the football team. And when you have somebody as good as Ben Johnson, or if you have somebody that's a top-end play caller and play designer, and then all of a sudden that guy is going to another team to become the head coach, there is no way in the world that your team is not going to take a significant step backwards after losing that guy, and that's how important they are.
No. How about them Cowboys? Look, they beat Philly and KC in a 4-day span. You tip your cap. I didn't kill Jerry. I like the Quinnen Williams deal, and the Parsons thing made sense to me. They were headed nowhere. But collectively, like the media pounded this guy into the dirt. Every move Jerry made worked. Pickens, electric. Javonte Williams, electric. Quinnen Williams, he likes playing football for money again, Boomer. Like the Kenny Clark thing. Like, they're good.
Well, they're good when their wide receivers are holding on to the football, I'll tell you that. Pickens and CeeDee Lamb, when they are on their game, man. And it's not just what they do when they get the football. It's how much pressure they put on the opposing team when they're running down the sideline, causing pass interference, illegal contact, defensive holding, all the things that, help an offense like the Cowboys. I mean, look, they've won 3 in a row. They are flying. Their offense is flying again. Dak is playing out of his mind. I mean, they are getting themselves back into this. And these 2 wide receivers are a really, really tough matchup, for anybody who they're going to play against. Now, interestingly enough, for Kansas City, what they're saying after this game, Patrick Mahomes is like, we got to win out. We got to win out, and we got to hope that we get a break here or there. I think if they win out, of course, they would make it, but they have 5 tough games, and a lot of those games all those games are AFC games, so they're going to carry double weight with them.
Look, they kept it afloat as long as they could. There's no shame in a dynasty taking a pause. I don't think they're done as long as number 15's lining up. They'll have a chance. They'll be good again. But they're just not a good football team. And look, for the Cowboys, here's the one thing, Boomer. If you're going to try to play man against Dallas, boy, you better get home because your coverage isn't going to hold up. And even if a guy's covered, he's not covered. I mean, the catch radius for a guy like CD or Pickens, even Ferguson, now they're getting Turpin involved. Cowboys are going to be favored in 4 of their last 5. They are an underdog this coming week in Detroit. They're catching 3.5. Boomer, they
right now, the way they're playing, I have no problem saying they're absolutely in the thick of this.
It's amazing that Detroit is 7-5. They are in the 8th spot. Now, 7 teams make the playoffs, of course. They're in the 8th spot in the National Football Conference. Dallas is right behind them at 6-5-1. Yep. And you see the difference between the two teams. It's amazing. They're right there. This is a huge game next week for both the Lions and the Cowboys. But if you ask me, and I think you would agree with me because you watch Detroit and you talk about Detroit constantly out there on your radio program, the wins are at the back of the Cowboys right now.
100%. And look, Amon-Ra St. Brown's not going to play in that game. It'd be miraculous. He left yesterday with an ankle injury. Even Dan Campbell said if we're lucky, it's 2 weeks. Frank Ragnow came out of retirement. That doesn't matter. He ain't playing this week. And the problems the Lions have are very upfront. That offensive line can't protect, and the D-line just can't get pressure on the quarterback.
I got to say, though, Jahmyr Gibbs and Jamison Williams are unbelievable football
they're fantastic.
players.
But again, in a big moment, there was J-Mo dropping a football again. But no, you're right. They're electric. They're real. That's where I don't want to hear Lion fans cry, well, we're down Laporta. Look around the league. Who's healthy? The Pack were down Quay Walker and 2 of their top 3 receivers yesterday, 2 of their top 4 receivers, and their best tight end. Like, come on.
Yeah, well, the whole league is hurt, and they want to go to 18 games, which is going to be crazy. But I will say this about the Lions. There is something about their coach that I love the coach, and I think most people do, and I think most people respect the coach. I think he's going through some growing pains right now, trying to call offense and try to get them back on schedule. Again, I got to tell you, though, with Amon-Ra St. Brown out,
I know
they're missing a big feature part of their
Boomer, they're lucky they're not 6-6. If Shane Bowen wasn't the Antichrist, they would have lost to the Giants.
No, you're right.
Too.
You're right.
So you know what I mean?
I'm going the other way. They're going the other way.
Ravens, quickly. We've talked about this. Hey, they're going to win the North. The Steelers aren't real. This was more than a speed bump. That's a crippling loss to the Bengals. You think this opens it up for the Steelers to actually steal this thing?
I would think that if you were sitting around your Thanksgiving dinner on Thursday watching the Ravens implode against the Bengals late at night, having your coffee or your late night drinks or whatever the hell you were doing, and you were a Pittsburgh Steelers fan, player, coach, you were happy as hell watching the Ravens completely get dismantled by this Bengal defense that was on pace to being one of the worst in the history of the league, if not the worst. So the turnovers are killing the Ravens. I would think that there's going to be a pep in the step of the Pittsburgh Steelers. They got to feel really good about what they saw on Thursday night, and they got to believe now that they're the team that is going to be take over the AFC North. I mean, with the way that the Ravens are playing offense, man, it's brutal.
It's gross. Let's just keep rolling. We don't need imaging. Colts, concern. It's not losing to Kansas City. It's the way it happened. It was the collapse of it all. It was giving up 7 billion yards in the fourth quarter in OT. But then the news comes out. You got Daniel Jones. He's going to play through, didn't have it on my bingo board, a fibula fracture. How concerned are you with the Colts? They got the Texans coming in.
Man, I'm telling you, of course, the best defense in football, guys that get after the quarterback. I mean, this is like the worst time to be playing the Texans if you're Daniel Jones. I watched a couple of highlights, if you want to say, of him practicing and limping around on the practice field. This is not great. Part of his game is movement, and if he can't move and he feels like he can play with this, I mean, while I do admire the toughness and I do admire the leadership and I understand why you want to be out there, I mean, they got to be really, really careful with him. And there is going to be a big portion of this game that's not going to be there for them anymore, and that's the ability to move and make first downs and create. And that's what he had done so well. So, yeah, I'm a little bit worried about them, especially after their loss last week to Kansas City, but even more so now with this injury with Daniel Jones. This is not flag football, guys. This is the NFL, and you're playing against the number one defense in the NFL, the Texans, who get after the quarterback just about as well as anybody in the NFL.
Rams dominance. They look like the only complete team in the NFC. They absolutely took the Bucs apart.
I would agree. And again, the Bucs are dealing with all those injuries. Think about, all the injuries that Baker Mayfield has had to deal with. Now he's got one. We don't know whether or not he's going to play. They say he's trending towards playing. I don't know. But the fact of the matter is that you just talked about it. Injuries, and how do you deal with them? Well, the Bucs basically got smacked around last week by the Rams, and I would agree. the best team in the NFL from week to week has been the Rams. The Eagles are right there, but they are so inconsistent on offense that it's really hard to say. You know, we know they're going to make the playoffs. The question is, are they going to be able to go on the road and beat the Rams if the Rams can hold on to the number 1 seed in the NFC?
So you do believe the Bucs make it? See, I'm opening up the window here where they play Carolina twice in the next 5 weeks, and I know Bucky Irving's back, but they're taking on water. And Boomer, I hearken, triple word score, back to the first couple weeks of the year. I mean, some of these Bucs wins, like 4 of them, are all on the last possession, and they were against some bad teams. I'm just wondering if we're reimagining what the Bucs actually are.
So, again, it all is going to come down to how healthy is Baker Mayfield. And with Bucky Irvin back, if Baker Mayfield can make it, then I still think that they are the best team in that division. But there's no question. We just talked about momentum. We talked about wind at the back of a particular team. You would say that would be the Carolina Panthers. I mean, and the fact that Dave Canales is probably telling his team right now, guys, we can do this. We can absolutely do this. I'm just not totally sold on Bryce Young. I'm just not. I know he's had a couple good games, but he is not a difference maker. Baker Mayfield is. That's why it's so important that the Buccaneers have got to get him back, and they got to get him back healthy 100%.
Shador, you can go ahead and give me your review. I'm going to be cynical about it because Vegas should be relegated or contracted, one of the two.
Yeah. I thought he was okay. I'm not going to sit here and kill the kid. I always want to let it grow. I want to see more from him. Just like we wanted to see more from J.J. McCarthy. I don't know. That's a whole nother disaster in Minnesota. But, I mean, I know that, it's interesting. I think it was Kendrick Perkins who said it on ESPN that Shador Sanders is now the most most powerful black man in the country, and since Barack Obama. And I think the reason he was saying that was because so many people either dislike him or they really like him. And, and Shador plays this up like, people don't believe in me. People want this, that, everything. I'm like, hey, Shador, you see how many of your jerseys have been sold to Browns fans? They do believe in you. They want you to win. They want you on the field. I mean, so much so, in fact, that, they just discarded like the third round pick, Dylan Gabriel. They want you on the field. So I need to see a lot more before I'm ready to say, yes, this kid's going to be the next Jackson Dart or Drake May, which I don't even think he's remotely close to being at the moment.
No, they're not even in the same universe. Also, just quick note, Myles Garrett, to me, as long as he stays healthy, he's going to smash Strahan's record. True or false?
True, 100%. And he doesn't have to play against Brett Favre to do it.
No, we all know what took place there. I mean, Boomer, listen, he's just... I always laugh when people are like out here, the big thing is, Aiden got doubled. Have you watched Myles Garrett? That's what the money's for. Vikings, you brought up JJ. I almost threw up on the air. He is the worst QB in the history of the league in my lifetime. 852 quarterbacks qualify since 2000 in EPA per pass. JJ ranks 851, ahead of the one and only Jamarcus Russell. I mean, another game where you got 80 yards passing, turnovers galore, airmailing receivers. First, I mean, is this one of the bigger – this is a Josh Rosen-esque draft pick is what it feels like. True or false?
Again, true. Your assessment of what you're watching, what we're seeing is 100% correct. And I think back to, Justin Fields here in New York and how Aaron Glenn had to sit him down because the passing game was just horrendous. And to think that there was another passing game in the NFL worse than the Jets was hard to believe. And that's exactly what the Minnesota Vikings have turned into. Think about those wide receivers out there. Think about, their pride. Think about who they are, what their expectations are. And now they're dealing with this. I can't even imagine what it's like internally for Kevin O'Connell dealing with this quarterback.
Yeah, we're going to get to the picks. Bottom line, it'll be a very attractive place. Whether it's a trade, whether it's a rookie, they have to replace him at all
Mac
costs.
Jones.
Yeah, whatever they decide to do.
Yeah.
They can't be doing no more of this. All right, we got the picks coming up. One of the most challenging weeks ever because they've taken the premium games and they've left us with the kibble. We'll mine through it next. This is Kickoff with Boomer and Valeni.
On the golf tee, it's Skechers World Champions Cup. Watch it live December 4th and 5th on ESPN and ESPN Plus, 12 to 4 p.m. It's PGA Champions Tour golfers from all over the world. Team USA versus Team Europe versus Team International. Watch it live December 4th and 5th on ESPN and ESPN Plus, 12 to 4 p.m. The competition will be tense, but feet will be comfy. Tune in to Skechers World Champions Cup. Final round of golf on Sunday, December 7th on ABC, 1 to 5 p.m.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But test positive. Prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Oh, hey, welcome to gift wrapping. Whoa, Zoe Saldana.
Hey, can you wrap these, please?
Wow, iPhone 17s. You splurged.
At T-Mobile, you can get 4 iPhone 17s on them. The new center stage front camera is amazing for group selfies. It's the perfect gift for everyone.
I'm the worst. I only got my mom a robe.
Well, it's better than socks.
So, I have to trade in my old phone, right?
No, at T-Mobile, there's no trade-ins needed when you switch. Keep your old phone or give it as a gift.
Incredible.
In fact, wrap up my old phone, too, for my Aunt Rosa. Forget that. Aunt Liz will be jealous.
Sounds like my family. Drama.
Oh, I got it. I'll give it to my abuela. I'll take reindeer paper with, hey, where are you going?
To T-Mobile.
The holidays are better at T-Mobile. Get 4 iPhone 17s on us. No trade-in needed when you switch. Plus 4 lines for just $25 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 4 eligible port-ins on essentials for well-qualified customers. Auto pay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end in balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 256 gigabytes, $830 required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Pros don't just show up. They prove how it's done. Precision and without shortcuts. Makita tools are built the same way, with a dedication to lasting quality, trusted performance, and results that reward your effort year after year. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot. Makita knows that pros never settle, and neither do we. With Makita, you get tools that perform at the highest level on every job without compromise. Makita is for the most detailed pros, expertly engineered to deliver precision, job after job. When your work calls for the best, call on Makita. Makita, built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Hello, Crushers. It's your host, DJ Divine, telling you that Candy Crush music season is here. Tasty. Conquer levels to mix your own track and win sweet rewards. Divine. Now let's swipe to the next track. Take it away, Thundercat. Candy Crush music season. Play now. From November 3rd to December 7th, selected players level 36 plus. Terms apply. See in-game. Optional in-game purchases.
MD Anderson Cancer Center is once again ranked #1 in the nation for cancer care by U.S. News and World Report's Best Hospital Survey. Learn more at mdanderson.org.
This holiday, Verizon is helping you bundle up incredible gifts and savings. You'll get the latest phone with a new line on My Plan and a brand new smartwatch and tablet. No trade-in needed. Visit a Verizon store today. Service plan required for watch and tablet. Additional terms apply.
Makita's built for the pros who show up early, who don't do shortcuts, only precise cuts. With tools built to last, job after job, year after year. Performance that pays off, because when the job calls for the best, you answer. And when you need the best, you call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line. But my throat has officially thrown in the towel.
Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast!
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
Kickoff with Boomer and Valenti.
All right, hear me when I say this. This is... Boomer's old enough to understand this reference. Boomer, you may need a glass of Brioski for this one.
Yeah, I know. The NFL, like you said, they made Thanksgiving and Black Friday football like the preeminent games, and now all of a sudden here we are, and we got to look at this stuff. I mean, right. It's still football. It's still Sunday, so I'm still looking forward to it.
Amen. It's always the NFL, but, hey, people, tread lightly. Get your swimmies. Let's do the picks.
Picks of the week.
Oh, here's an hors d'oeuvre for everybody. The Jags laying 5.5 at the Titans.
Well, the Jaguars now 68% chance of making the playoffs per Sportsline entering Week 13. So, they're still, trending towards making the playoffs. And now with Daniel Jones and the injury with the Colts, what happens here, basically for them the last 6 weeks of the season. And this is a huge game for them to win, man. And you can't lay down. And, these are these dangerous games. And I think the Bengals proved it on Thursday night. Now, the difference is they had Joe Burrow. This is obviously, a different circumstance for the Jaguars as they play against Cam Ward, who is getting a little bit better over the last few weeks. So, I hate picking this game, but I guess I'm going to take the Jaguars and I'm going to lay the points.
No, I'll be the Huckleberry. It's the same reason I like the Bengals yesterday. You get later in the year, you get these home divisional dogs. This is a rat spot. The Jags have not proven to handle success. Would you agree with that?
100%, yeah.
Okay, a little sleepy. This is a Greg Giannotti melatonin sleepy spot.
Okay.
Titans.
Okay.
Atlanta laying 2.5 at the Jets. No. No.
I know. I hate this game.
If we take Raheem, he hurts us.
Yes.
If we go against Raheem, he hurts us.
By the way, the Jets and the Falcons, 2 of the 3 longest active NFL playoff droughts out there. The Jets haven't made the playoffs since 2010, Atlanta 2017. We all thought that the Saints were going to come out and just hammer the Atlanta Falcons last week, and it didn't work. I mean, they're coming off of a win. Kirk Cousins played a little bit better last week. I have to say that Bijan Robinson should be able to take over this game. It should be a running back game between he and, of course, Breece Hall for the Jets. I feel like I'm going to take the Jets here.
I'm taking the Jets. It's Kirk Cousins, who's got the mobility of a scarecrow. Outside, in the cold, Atlanta doesn't handle anything. I don't know if Raheem's wearing capri pants. That's where his power might reside. Jets. The bonus. We're doing a couple bonuses just to make sure we have enough games. Over, under. 39.5.
Under.
Under. I couldn't possibly go over. Under.
I mean, it's got 2017 written all over it, doesn't it? One way or the other.
Yeah, it'd be an absolute race.
Unless there's turnovers galore or some special teams gaffe by one of these two teams, then that's where the over would come in, or a late touchdown, a meaningless touchdown, that kind of thing. Yeah. I think if the game is tight, which it should be because neither offense is great, and they're both going to want to run it, I would think under.
Here's how good the Rams are. They're going to go cross-country laying 10.5 as they travel to Carolina. And this is the Scones pick of the week?
Is that a question?
Question mark?
Yes, it is. I'm taking Carolina. You know what? I think the Rams coming across country, like you said. I think Carolina's pissed off after dropping one to the Niners last week. I think they know they're in the mix. I think Rico Dowdle's pissed off. He had a cryptic tweet, and he showed his frustration out after the loss to the Niners. And I think Carolina knows that it's there for the taking with the Bucs and the injuries they have. So give me Carolina. I don't think they win the game, but I think they cover the 10.5.
Here's the only part of this whole thing that I don't agree with is the Rams coming across country. Like they play all their games in Los Angeles in the West Coast time zone? I don't think so.
I didn't look at the weather either. I don't know what the weather's going to be like either.
Fellas, you know what that. And Scones, I hear you, buddy. The Trout Boomer, all I'm saying is like when the Giants used to always go out to Arizona. Hell, you may have been there one of those years. We never beat Cardinal in the desert.
Yeah, we beat you. Yeah, we definitely beat you, yeah.
Yeah, right. You probably ended Rodney Hampton's career. Thanks. Look, the point is, cross-country, early time window, the Rams are waking up for a muffin.
I mean, this is 2025, guys. This is not, 1960. I mean, there's all this data out there for teams to travel, when to travel, how to travel, what to eat, what not to eat, how to stay hydrated. I mean, I that whole part of it, I don't buy into anymore. But I will say this: I will take the Carolina Panthers and the points at home. I will do that for you.
Right. I'm not saying they're going to win. I don't think they're going to win the game, but I think they keep it tight enough.
There's no world either, and I'm going with both of you guys. But like you know me, there's no world I'm doing that. Well, there's one. There's one universe I would lay this level of points. We'll get to it later, but I'll go Carolina. In a game that should not be televised, the Miami Dolphins laying 6.5.
Hey, wait, listen, we talk about these games. You got to stop putting them down, man.
I'm sorry, but Miami versus the Saints and the Dolphins are laying 6.5. Remember how I said this is how you know the Rams are good? Yeah. This is how you know you suck. You got the Dolphins flipping you a touchdown?
Yes. So I have to tell you, part of my career was playing in a lot of these types of games, unfortunately, and I always remembered thinking that no matter how bad my team was, we could win. That's how, like cinder block headish I was back in the day, thinking you could beat a really good team. Now, neither one of these are good teams. I mean, I would think the Saints are going to keep it within the number. I think Miami wins. They're only 2 games out of a wild card if certain things happen, which is amazing to me. But I feel like I'm going to take the Saints and the points.
Honestly, this is where we're both going to be DiCaprio and Titanic, frozen on a board, and the Saints are going to be sitting going, "What? What do you want from us? Give me the Saints." Now this, okay, rat spot, rat line, Bucks laying 3 against the Cards.
Explain the rat line to me, will you please?
That line, that should at least be 4.5. It's the Bucks at home off a loss. You're getting Bucky Irving back. Planet Earth is on the Bucks, yet the line is just sitting there at 3. That is scary.
So as we sit here, I'm not sure about Baker Mayfield. He left the game in a sling last week, and that was his left arm, it's not his right arm. I did play myself with a slightly separated right shoulder for about 3 weeks, and I mean, everything hurts. It is tied to your right shoulder. It is tied to your, your throwing shoulder is what I should say, and it's really difficult. I mean, if he goes out there, he's probably going to take a little pain medication, and that's going to wear off. God, the Bucs need this game in the worst way. I think I'm going to lay the 3, and I'm going to take the home favorite.
I'm just going to take the 3. I wouldn't touch this game with a 10-foot pole. I'm with you. How could we possibly? We don't have accurate injury information, time of taping. So I no strong take there, believe me. All right, next one. Look out. Niners laying 4.5 at the Browns.
All right,
that's it?
Yeah, so I'm looking out. What am I looking out for?
The Browns.
I'm looking out for the Browns and Shedeur Sanders.
I don't know. Why is it only 4.5 then?
I mean, I know you swim in these pools of numbers. And
it's just all fun. I just, Boomer, go ahead. You want to lay the 4.5, do it. But that line, didn't you? If I asked you, no numbers, and I said, all right, Booms, Niners are at the Browns this week. What's the spread? You'd go, Niners -7, right?
100%, yes.
Why the hell's it 4.5?
Maybe because Myles Garrett can ruin anybody's game. I mean, this is one of the greatest single defensive seasons a player has ever had. I mean, he's up there with the great defensive players of all time, Bruce Smith, Lawrence Taylor. You think about Reggie White. I mean, this is insane what he's doing. I don't believe in Shedeur yet, and I do believe in Kyle Shanahan calling plays for Brock Purdy. So I'm going to take the favorite here. I'll take the 49ers.
All right, I'm going to be stupid, which it's not the first time, won't be the last. Give me the Browns. We got 35 degrees. We got possible 30-mile-an-hour winds and a 40% chance of precip. But here, precipitation.
I know what that is.
Well, I was
like
trying
when
to be.
You short your words and you start talking like we're sitting in the sports book. I love it.
Okay, bonus. The lowest total of the season in the National Football League. The over-under's 35.5. Say it with me.
Under. Well, let me ask you a question. In a situation like this, and I know that Shedeur played out in Colorado, so I know they had windy games, some cold games out there. I mean, couldn't you see him just absolutely – does he implode here and have 3 interceptions, a fumble, that kind of thing, and the San Francisco defense sets up the offense?
Yep, 1,000%. There's no arguing it. I picked the Browns just more to have some fun with you. The under's legit, though.
Yeah, the under's definitely legit. But, the thing about turnovers, and we saw that with Baltimore Thursday night, I mean, Shador just sometimes just rolls around and just heaves the ball down the field.
Yeah, he holds on to the ball a ton, and they got to break him at that.
Yes.
Colts laying 3.5. They welcome in the Texans.
Give me the Texans all day long, man. I am taking the Texans with that defense. I took the Texans last week. That was my play of the week last week. Felt really good about them. Picked them on our show in New York this week. So I'm going to stay consistent. I'm going to take the Texans here.
Agree. I got to see it to believe it with Daniel Jones. They had trouble protecting him in the previous 3 games. I don't think it's going to change here. Here's my pick of the week. This is the one universe that I would ever lay these types of points. This is a bet against J.J. McCarthy. Nothing else. Seahawks laying 11.5 against the Vikings. There's not a number big enough to take Vikings the way he's playing.
Well, if he's playing. I don't even know if he's playing, to
Concussion
be honest with you.
protocol, and it might be Bob Smothers.
Well, his name is Max Brosmer, so
sure.
Just so you know who he is.
Same
and he played at the University of Minnesota, and somebody saw something they liked from him.
Oh, really? I don't think P.J. Fleck liked him. Come on.
I don't know where it is, but I'm with you, man. Seahawks all the way, bro. I'm telling you, they are a playoff team. There's no question about it. Just how, the Lions are a step below the Packers, the Seahawks are just a step below the Rams in their division.
What I like with the Seahawks is they'll rub your nose in it. Clint Kubiak. Here's my question. Why is Clint Kubiak not associated with the Giants job?
Well, he will be. I mean, there'll be a bunch of guys that, right now, nobody's associated with the job. I mean, obviously, there's speculation all over the place. But, can we just wait until we get to January and everything is then now all of a sudden in front of us to decide who we think is going to be the coach of the Giants and maybe the Titans and whoever else maybe get fired?
I had to ask. I saw your guy was a name. I know that excited you. Well, what did you do? A little Lou Anaromo rumor there.
Yeah,
that's your man.
He's from Staten Island. That's a nice little thing. And, he's doing really good with Indianapolis. And until Thursday night, the Bengal defense was a disaster without him calling the plays. But, I don't know if he may get an interview. I'm not sure, but.
All right, just had to ask. Chargers laying 8.5 against the Las Vegas football franchise.
Oof. They fired Chip Kelly, man. That was a good
Did you see the report that Chip was getting the plays wrong as he was calling them in? What is he, your drunk uncle?
I don't know. That used to happen when I was playing for Richie Kotite in the Jets.
Ooh.
But that was
Hold on. Who was worse? Who was worse, Rich Kotite or Ray Handley?
Oh, I didn't play for Ray. Phil Simms has told me some stories. But I will say that, when they came out with a quarterback, the coach communication device, the coach has to hold the button down to be able to speak and give you the plays when they're calling the plays. Richie would take his finger off the button so I would get every third word. So I just started calling plays on my own then. I mean, that's possible. That is really possible. And I think that because of that change on offense, there's going to be more rushing attempts for the Raiders. The game's going to be a little bit closer, low score. I'll take the Raiders at home in the points.
All right, I can't. Not after what they did last week to me. Yeah, just give me the Chargers. Broncos laying 6.5 at the Commanders.
All right, so we haven't seen the Broncos. They don't score a lot of points. I don't know what the over-under in this game is, but this is probably going to be an under, I would think. Do you have that number?
Yeah, I can get it for you.
Okay, you get that number for me. I do like the Broncos to win the game. There's no question about that. Commanders, they are, I don't want to say that they're mailing it in, but they are the oldest team, average-wise, a lot of injuries. I do like the Broncos again. Touchdown, that's a lot. What's the over-under?
Commanders, 43.5.
I'm going to take the under, and I'll take the Broncos and lay the points.
I'll take the Commanders. The under's not a bad idea. Real quick, Pats laying 7.5 against the Giants. Jackson Dart's back. Woohoo.
Yeah, Jackson Dart's back. I think the Giants keep it close. I'll take the Giants and the points.
Again, we got to do this. No, I can't. I cannot do this with this team.
You're so emotional. You're very emotional.
I'm just frustrated. All right, what the hell with it? Fine. I'll take the Giants just for you. All right, listen. We have got a power rank to do, and we also have one really good football game to talk about, Bills Steelers. We're going to get to that. To me, it's an absolute elimination game for both. We'll get that and a power rank as we round out Week 13 in the NFL. This is Kickoff with Boomer and Valeni.
Kohl's Black Friday deals are here. Grab your coffee and put on your sneakers because it's go time. Through Saturday, save up to 50% on everything from toys to beauty faves, winter styles, and more. Plus, earn $15 Kohl's Cash for every $50 spent. Yep, that's extra Kohl's Cash. So run, don't walk. Just hold on tight to that coffee. Select styles, some exclusions apply. Coupons and Kohl's Cash do not apply to Sephora. Offers end November 29th. See store or Kohls.com for details.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Charlie's battery is struggling to start. Not ideal before the tailgate, so he goes to AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone,
where a friendly AutoZoner tests his battery for free. Looks like he needs a new one, so he gets the Duralast battery.
Have fun and stay warm.
And he makes it to the tailgate early enough to get his favorite spot. Free battery testing and charging. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than just Peyton Manning. I'm also motivating Manning. When I say insurance, you say financial services. Insurance.
Financial services.
Insurance.
Financial services.
Now when I say nationwide, you say is both. Nationwide.
Is both.
Nationwide.
Is both.
For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Brian's headed to the basketball court, but he's sick of this check engine light. So he goes to AutoZone for the free Fix Finder service.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
Where a friendly AutoZoner reads the light in just a few minutes and gives him a detailed report.
No big, just a loose gas cap.
And gets him to the court with a tight gas cap and tighter defense. The free Fix Finder service at AutoZone. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Need parts fast? Need them now? O'Reilly is fast. Just one part that makes O'Reilly Auto Parts stand apart. Get one free set of brake pads when you buy 2 Brake Best Select rotors. Upgrade to Brake Best Select pads for just $10 more. Or upgrade to Brake Best Select Pro or import direct pads for just $20 more. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Football season is in full swing, and however you like to get in on the action, you can do it on Underdog right now in Texas. This season, you can make team picks and player picks. Just download the app, sign up, and you'll get $100 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. Using Underdog is easy. Just pick whether your favorite team will win or if your favorite players will go higher or lower on stats like touchdowns, receiving yards, interceptions, and more. Plus, with Underdog's ultra-fast payouts, you can get your profits in a snap. So download the app today and use promo code SethP to score $100 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. Player picks, team picks, all on Underdog. Crypto.com predictions powered by Underdog Predicts. Trading derivatives involves risk and may not be appropriate for all. For more information, visit https://www.nadex.com/rules and https://underdogfantasy.com/rules. For Crypto.com predictions, the term pick refers to a product traded on CDNA. Must be 18 plus and present in Texas. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncbgambling.org.
Oh, hey, welcome to gift wrapping. Whoa, Zoe Saldana.
Hey, can you wrap these, please?
Wow, iPhone 17s. You splurged.
At T-Mobile, you can get 4 iPhone 17s on them. The new center stage front camera is amazing for group selfies. It's the perfect gift for everyone.
I'm the worst. I only got my mom a robe.
Well, it's better than socks.
So I have to trade in my old phone, right?
No, at T-Mobile, there's no trade-ins needed when you switch. Keep your old phone or give it as a gift.
Incredible.
In fact, wrap up my old phone too for my Aunt Rosa. Forget that. Aunt Liz will be jealous.
Sounds like my family. Drama.
Oh, I got it. I'll give it to my abuela. I'll take reindeer paper with, hey, where are you going?
To T-Mobile. The holidays are better at T-Mobile. Get 4 iPhone 17s on us. No trade-in needed when you switch. Plus 4 lines for just $25 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 4 eligible port-ins on Essentials for well-qualified customers, auto pay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end in balance due if you pay off or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 256 gigabytes, $830 required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
It's Kickoff with Boomer and Valenti.
All right. Last segment of the week. Got a big game to talk about. Bills-Steelers. It feels like an absolute elimination game. And then a power rank where I'm going to give you my top 10 teams at time of taping. We're not going to be able to talk Chicago, Philly. It's a holiday week. We're all scrambling here. But then Boomer and Scones can poke holes in it. But let's start. Bills laying 3.5 at Pittsburgh. First of all, start right here. Boomer, is it radio hyperbole or real? This is an elimination game. The loser's toast.
Yeah, I don't know if the loser is toast, but let's face it, the New England Patriots are going to, run away with the AFC East, it looks like. And I would say that by virtue of the Ravens losing Thursday night, Pittsburgh has got to have a pep in their step, and this is an opportunity for them to separate themselves and at least try to, win that division and also get a home game. It is a playoff game. There is no question about it. Just like Kansas City and Dallas was a playoff game on Thursday, this one is the same type of intensity, and this is why we picked it as the best game of the year. For me, it's about the Bills' defense and whether or not they can stop the running game of the Pittsburgh Steelers. And I don't know if Aaron Rodgers is going to play here or not. Mason Rudolph actually played pretty reasonably in his stead last week in Chicago. But, this is where Superman has to put on his cape if you're the Bills. This is where Josh Allen has got to show everybody just how great he is. And I think it falls on his shoulders in order for them to win.
See, the problem I have is the Bills don't have what it takes to really hurt the Steelers, as we've talked about it. That Steelers secondary they're not athletic. They don't have any juice. And the Bills, Keon Coleman's a ding-a-ling. Shakir is a slot weapon, and I love him, but he ain't running nothing vertical. You got Pete Shavers, or whatever his name is, the guy off the practice squad. And then the flip side, Boomer, I can't get the image of the pass protection for Josh Allen out of my head. I know it was Houston, but the Steelers will bring it up front with the front seven. I kind of lean this is going to be a war, and therefore I'd have to take the 3.5 points. Yeah, Bills may win, but I don't think it's going to be easy.
So think about this. Last year, Josh Allen had 11 turnovers and was sacked 28 times, okay? This season, he has 11 turnovers and 28 times he's been sacked. Last year, it was only 8 turnovers and 14 sacks. So it goes right to what you're saying, and it's about protecting the quarterback, and this is why I say he's got to put on his cape. It's going to be T.J. Watt. It's going to be this defensive line. It's going to be flying all over the place. The Bills do have a good offensive line. I don't care what anybody says. It's still one of the better ones in the NFL. The question is are the turnovers going to show up? And if the turnovers show up and the sacks turn up, that's where the Bills get themselves in trouble. But I still believe in Josh Allen. I really do. That's how good of a football player he is. And I know that this game, in the back of his mind, he's thinking exactly what we're thinking. Just like Patrick Mahomes said after their loss to the Cowboys on Thursday night, we got to win out, man. If we're going to make it to the playoffs, we have got to win out. I cannot imagine an AFC playoff without Josh Allen or Patrick Mahomes. Can you even envision that?
No. That's why this league is so popular. It's year to year, and nothing's guaranteed. No, I'm with you, though. I know the networks won't be happy.
I know Buffalo's 2-3 on the road, so they have struggled on the road. 5-1 at home, by the way.
Yeah, I'll take the points. I have to. I think it'll be a close game. Here's one thing: if people are into it, I'm not. But like these props and all this stuff, in kind of ass in the jackpot kind of games for the Bills, that's when, to Boomer's point, Josh Allen capes up and he runs the football. So if you like carries, yards, anytime touchdown type stuff, this would be one of those spots, and you go with Josh Allen because, Boomer, you're right. In the big games, that's when they unleash Josh Allen.
And just remember, Pittsburgh has this is the 5th most yards per game allowed this season, when you think about it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yikes. All right, let's go to the power rank. So here's my view on this. We have enough data to have some fun with this now and go, okay, who are the top 10 teams? Now, Boomer, Scones, you guys poke holes through this however you want. But I wanted to establish one thing. A 10-win team is absolutely getting left home in the NFC. Happened last year with Seattle, 10-7. I think it's going to happen again this year. And because of these ties, fellas, it may take 11 to get in. So keep your eye on it. But the power ranking, here's what I did. Here are the teams that just missed and why. and then the last two teams in took out the last two teams out, okay? So, for instance, I don't have the Chargers in. Why? Offensive line. I don't have the Lions in. They're soft versus anyone read. Jags, we have trust issues. So I started at 10. Texans. They knocked the Bills out. I put the Texans in. You get a throwback defense. You get a young coach we all love, and you're getting C.J. Stroud back. How slanderous to have the Texans at 10 above the teams I left out?
I think you're right on. I mean, I don't know if they're going to overtake the Jags in that division, though. That's the problem. But their defense is for real, man. And with what's happening to the Colts right now and Daniel Jones, that's for real. This game this week will determine whether or not they're going to make it to the playoffs. I think if they can go into Indianapolis and win,
yes,
then all of a sudden they have the momentum at their backs. And this is why, you remember earlier in the season, we were all talking about, with the teams that get off to a great start. 4-1, they're going to the Super Bowl. And I think the Packers probably fell in that. We felt really good about them beating the Lions in week 1, and then all of a sudden they kind of hit the skids a little bit. Hey, look, man, this is the finish line. This is it now. We got 6 games to go, pedal to the metal, and I think the Texans are one of those teams that are picking up major momentum.
9, Cowboys. They knocked the Chiefs out. Red hot, offensive monolith, and a new and improved, simply average defense.
Yeah, they're a top 10 team now just because of those 2 wide receivers, assuming, that they're going to hold on to the football and not drop it. But they put so much pressure on everybody else on defense and create so many missed opportunities and penalties and things of that nature. And I love the way that Dak is playing. He's playing himself into the MVP discussion once again. But I think they're a top 10 team, and I think they're going to make it to the playoffs. I really do. Again,
I wanted to move them higher. I wanted to move them higher, but I have to respect teams that have won more games, 2-3 more games. I think I have to do that, but that's where we go 8 and 7. Look, time of taping, the Bears may drop on this list because they're going to play Philly later on, but I had the Bears at 8 and the Niners at 7. The Bears, it's a record trumped up on cupcakes, but they find a way to win. Now, they finally beat a quarterback last week. Just kidding. They finally beat a team with a winning record. And for the Niners, I've given up on how. It's just that they do. Completely taking apart the Panthers.
Yeah, I think the Bears that win games late, that's a good sign for a team. And they don't make the schedule. And yeah, they're playing a very difficult division that may be down a little bit around them. Minnesota being the number 1 culprit, of course, in the NFC North. But I do believe that Caleb Williams has gotten better as the season's gone on. The game on Black Friday between the Bears and the Eagles will tell us a lot about who they are and whether or not they are for real. I think their defense is still very suspect, but they do create turnovers, and that's one of the things that they've been living on. As far as the Niners are concerned, yeah, I'm with you, man. Kyle Shanahan, he's done an unbelievable job with 2 different quarterbacks. Brock Purdy's playing solidly. They've had so many injuries. Be interesting to see how they handle the Cleveland defense this week as to whether or not they move up this list. If they beat Cleveland soundly this week and can handle Myles Garrett, I would move them up.
And here's the thing. They get the benefit of the latest bye in the history of the NFL. Their bye week is next week. They get the rest. They get a chance to regroup. All right, 6, I got the Colts. They're fading a bit. They still have all the tools. But you want me to put a team whose quarterback has a fractured fibula in the top 5? I can't do it.
Yeah, I'm with you. I feel like last week was a little bit of a wake-up call for them losing in Kansas City. Like we called that a litmus test spot. I don't know what they're going to do. If Daniel Jones can't play, are they going Riley Leonard or I guess Anthony Richards Sr., he's on IR. He's not even a player. So if they have to take Daniel Jones off the field, I think they're going to fall all the way out of the top 10 without 100%. Question. Yeah.
This is just up to the moment. Now, Scones, any slander as we hit the top 5?
No, the only thing I would do, I mean, I like where everything is. I would move the Texans ahead of the Cowboys and move the Bears back to 10. I don't trust the Bears yet. I just don't trust them yet. That's totally my only thing. And you know what? We didn't talk about Dallas's defense. I think the addition of Quinnen Williams and also Overshown coming back has actually helped that defense. Remember how bad that Dallas defense was